Nora and her best friends were all set to spend a wonderful holiday by the lake. But guess what happened on their way there? 3 black SUVs appeared, and the men who got out of them were dressed neatly and had a very serious demeanor. They claimed that the area was no longer public territory, and when Nora and her friends finally arrived at the Lakeside Inn, they encountered several mysterious men who kept staring at Nora, making her feel extremely uneasy. Strangely enough, Nora felt a bit of a heart flutter for one of the men. What's going on here? What secrets is this lakeside spot hiding? Prologue. The chiefs of these families, bound by an unbreakable oath, pledged their lives and the lives of their descendants to safeguard their homeland. This vow, etched into their very souls, compelled them to stand vigilant against any threat that might taint the hallowed ground that had nurtured their people for countless moons. Yet, for all their dedication and fierce loyalty, they remained mortal men, vulnerable to the ravages of time and the encroachment of outside forces. Their strength lay not in supernatural abilities, but in the unwavering resolve that burned within their hearts, recognizing the need for a power beyond mortal means. Alpha of the HOS, flanked by his trusted Beta and Gamma, embarked on a perilous journey across treacherous terrain. Their destination, the hidden dwelling of a witch whose infamy had spread over for centuries. Upon reaching her moss-covered hut, they laid bare their fears and aspirations. The witch, her eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom, listened intently before retreating to her cauldron. There, she concocted a mystical brew, its primary ingredient the still, beating hearts of the most fearsome black wolves that roamed the shadowy forests. As the Kanu Whole Eaters imbibed the potion, a remarkable transformation began. Their once ordinary brown eyes shimmered and shifted, taking on the luminous quality of polished silver. Their bodies swelled with newfound strength, muscles rippling beneath sun-bronzed skin as they grew to towering heights. Their senses sharpened to preternatural levels, allowing them to detect the faintest whisper of approaching danger from vast distances. But the physical changes were merely the beginning. The potion imbued them with abilities far beyond mortal ken, strength that could topple mighty trees, speed that outpaced the swiftest deer, and a profound connection to the spirit world. Most remarkably, they found themselves able to communicate telepathically with wolves, forging a bond between man and beast that transcended the natural order. Awed by these gifts, but mindful of their responsibility, Alpha of the HOS, with Beta and Gamma nodding in solemn agreement, made one final request of the witch. They asked that she weave an additional enchantment into the potion, ensuring that these extraordinary powers would be inherited by their firstborn sons for all time to come. In this way, they sought to guarantee that future generations would possess the means to uphold their sacred duty, defending their beloved homeland with the same supernatural might that now coursed through their veins. But to add that request into the equation, the witch had to add a factor that ensures the bloodlines never reach and end a single, lifelong mate for each elder, as well as their descendant protectors. Chapter 1. Up 100 miles north of Hammond, Indiana, and 37 miles past the ever-growing trees lies a secluded lake territory that not many have discovered up until today. According to Seth, it's where heaven meets earth. And yes, he loves to exaggerate. With only 3 weeks left until the end of our summer vacation, a handful of my friends and I finally agreed to take Seth a chess offer and road trip towards that supposedly heavenly land, and spend the rest of the week swimming in the waters and disconnecting from the world. My best friend, Ariel, and I took a plane together from our hometown in Illinois and met up with Seth somewhere along the northwestern region of Indiana. How we managed to get there safely was beyond me, because frankly I was asleep throughout the entire trip. Ariel, being the more responsible among us two, was in charge of all the transportation and connections made. We are currently in said chess jeep, with Ariel in the passenger's seat and in control of the O, blasting the weekend through the speakers, and I sprawled out on the back seat with a bag of salted Lay's chips lying on my stomach. Half empty. You are sure we're headed the right way? Correct. Ariel asked for the 100th time, her trust in Seth almost non-existent. Seth groaned in annoyance. Yes, for heaven's sake. Ariel, I live in this region, and I've been to the lake before. I know the way. Stop doubting me. I could see him rolling his eyes from the rear, and I suppressed a giggle. How much more? I asked, rubbing the back of my neck that was gradually becoming stiffer by time. I sat upright, scooting towards the door and resting my head against the window. About half an hour, Seth replied. I took a deep breath, puffing it out. It better be worth it. I mumbled softly, but Seth caught on to it. Oh, believe me, it'll blow your brains out. He glanced at me through the rear view and winked. I hummed in response, not entirely convinced. My attention was diverted towards the passing trees, their barks extending towards the midnight sky and the slight breeze dancing through their leaves. The forest seemed infinite. We had been driving alongside it on the road for the past hour and a half, and it still extended some more. Although dark outside, my eyes could still point out the silhouettes and figures deep inside the forest, and they didn't fail to distinguish the figure of a four-legged animal running alongside us. My first thought screamed dog, but its size contradicted it. Even with the great distance between our car and the animal, it looked huge. I sat more upright, my nose almost touching the window as my curiosity got the best of me, and I peered outside, searching for the animal among the tall trees. Maybe a coyote, if not a dog. Hey, Seth, he hummed in response. Could there be any coyotes in the woods? I asked. He glanced quickly to his left, searching among the trees before Ariel scolded him, ordering him to keep his eyes on the road. I don't know, to be honest, but the land does stretch out for miles, so anything could be in there, he explained. I nodded my head, my eyes searching for the animal that suddenly disappeared from my sight, probably hiding behind the trees. But don't worry, Nora, the forest stops before the lake by miles, so we'll be safe. Seth smiled as he glanced over his shoulder at me. No, I'm not scared, I rushed to explain. Just wondering. Could you step on it? Seth, I need to pee. Ariel shifted uncomfortably in her seat, frowning. Well, hold it in. You aren't a kid, Seth snapped at her, annoyed by her constant nagging. Ariel turned to give him a deadly glare. You do know I wouldn't hesitate to ruin your seats. Right, she threatened. Seth coughed in response until he stole a glance at her devilish smirk, and gulped in fear. You better step on it. Seth, you and I both know how wild this woman can get, I replied from the back seat, hiding my smile. The car began speeding down the road, going faster than before. Ariel turned around to glare at me, but I just shrugged. What the? Seth began, and I looked at the front to see the reason behind his comment. 3 black SUVs were parked on the sides and in the middle of the road, blocking us from going further in. 3 men stood in front of the car parked in the middle, all of them wearing black dress, pants and dark long-sleeved shirts, their backs straight and their chins held high, with their hands crossed behind their backs. What's going on? Ariel shrieked, her voice suddenly high-pitched, which conveyed her fear. I have no idea, Seth whispered as he slowed the car to a stop in front of the men. One of them marched towards us, his face void of emotion, and he motioned for Seth to lower his window, which he reluctantly did. You're trespassing, the stranger stated in a monotone voice while frowning at Seth. Trespassing? This is public territory, Seth argued. Not anymore. Ariel glanced behind at me, and I gulped nervously. She opened her mouth to speak, but I shook my head, silently telling her to allow Seth to deal with it. Since when? And who does it belong to? He fought the man, and I had to stop myself from slapping him on the back of his head for doing so. The men looked very intimidating, what with their tense postures and expensive cars. Driving away seems like our only chance at surviving, but Seth wasn't going to let it go so easily. He had been begging us to go on this trip for so long, and now that it's actually happening, I doubt he'd give up so quickly. Sir, we simply cannot allow you to pass by without the owner's consent, the man explained, refusing to answer Seth's questions. This is ridiculous. Seth raised his hands in the air in exasperation. Public territories out in the middle of nowhere cannot just simply be bought by anyone. Who's this owner you're talking about? The man's frown deepened, his jaw ticking at Seth's stubbornness. I reached forward, my fingertips lightly touching Seth's shoulder to grab his attention. Maybe we should just head back, I suggested, but he immediately shook his head in refusal. Another man slowly started approaching our car, headed towards the first stranger. He whispered something in his ear, then glanced behind Seth. At me. My heart began to thrum loudly in my chest. What the hell? What is it now? Seth continued to push his buttons, and I was so close to strangling him. The first man turned to us, glancing at Ariel then at me. He studied us carefully for a few seconds before taking one step away from our car. You may pass. The car's park in the middle of the road began moving away, clearing the way for us to pass by. We all stared at him, dumbfounded. He raised an eyebrow when he noticed we weren't moving, and I kicked Seth's seat. Drive, I hissed. He frowned at the man and nodded, shifting the gear and slowly driving away. That was very weird, Ariel commented, clutching the edge of her seat. Who were they? I've no idea, Seth began. This region has been public ever since my family and I discovered it, which was 3 years back. Nothing like this has ever happened. He frowned, and it's ridiculous to think someone bought such a huge territory out in nowhere. Who could ever afford such a thing? The car was silent for the next 3 minutes, everyone lost in their own thoughts, trying to make sense of what just happened. We're not being followed by them, are we? I asked. I glanced behind me. Ariel turned to look at me. We're fine, she reassured me, but my gut feeling told me otherwise. I could almost swear we were being watched. Chapter 2. True to Seth's word, we reached the small inn around 20 minutes after our odd encounter with those men. The cozy hotel was positioned right across from the lake, and the thought of falling asleep with the sound of rippling water in the faint distance and a deep sense of satisfaction down my spine. The second Ariel and I had stepped out of the car, our eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets at the scenery. Seth was not exaggerating when he said this place is heavenly. Even in the darkness of the night, we could note how clear and saturated the lake was as it slowly moved over the soft sand. Wait until you see it in morning light. I could hear the smirk in Seth's voice, clearly enjoying our astonishment at such beauty. Let's settle in. He grabbed Ariel and his bags from the trunk of his car and stalked towards the inn, his posture funny as he carried our heavily packed backpacks in each hand. You need a hand, I called out. I've got it, he grunted out. I shook my head. We better head and we need to rest so we can wake up early, I said, reaching out for Ariel's arm. I literally had to drag her away from the waters as she continued to gape at the view. Swimming in lakes or ocean water wasn't something we did very often, so to witness Ariel's shock at such natural beauty was completely understandable. The small hotel was brightly lit on the inside, a tiles and off, white shade in the counters made of white wood. The couches in the waiting area were a pretty shade of turquoise, matching the color of the ocean in morning light. The colors of the interior design screamed summer, and it made me all the more excited for this trip. Seth was quick to finish the procedures, with the owner of the inn standing behind the desk as she was a family friend and had arranged everything for us beforehand, and he turned around to hand us our room keys just as we stepped closer to the counter. All right, you two will share one. Correct, he addressed us, and Ariel and I nodded synchronously. She reached forward and grabbed the key from him while I sent a warm smile to the lady behind the desk. Her eyes lit up and she grinned cheerfully. Enjoy your stay, girls, she chirped. Thank you. We most certainly will. Ariel beamed before turning around and making her way towards the stairs. I turned to Seth. When will the rest get here? I wondered about our friends who promised to join us. According to Elliot's last text message, they should arrive early in the morning, sometime between 6 and 8 a.m. He shrugged, bending to lift our bags over his shoulders. Do you think they'll get stopped by those men from earlier? What if they don't allow them to pass through? I questioned, anxious for my friends. Seth paused, the realization of what could be a great issue suddenly hitting him. Crap, I totally forgot about that. He whispered. I bit on the inside of my cheek, praying that my friends will get as lucky as we did and be allowed passage through the supposedly now private territory. They'll call Elliot and let him know. But don't worry if they let us pass, I'm sure they'll allow them through as well. Maybe if they mention us it could be in their benefit. I suggested. Seth frowned, confused. If they told the men that their friends had passed earlier and are waiting for them at the inn, maybe they'll understand it's a group trip and let them pass by as well. I explained. Seth's H's mouth formed an O shape, liking the idea. That could help. He hoped. Well then, let's head up so we can get enough rest. Tomorrow is going to be a fulfilling day. He started heading towards the stairs and I followed shortly behind. The morning could not have come fast enough. Ariel and I had stayed up past 2 a.m. The excitement mixed with the adrenaline rushing through our veins, keeping us up way past our usual bedtime. Where are my sunglasses? Ariel yelled, thrashing about as she searched madly through her luggage. I stepped out of the bathroom, wrapping a light pink beach bikini cover-up around my waist and tying it on the side. I stalked towards our dressing table and reached beneath Ariel's make-up bag, pulling out her sunglasses. She sighed in relief as she grabbed it from my hands, rushing towards the door. Come on. Hurry up, she exclaimed. Her excitement was nearly suffocating. You can head out. I still need to grab a few more things. Don't take too long. We need to snap a few pictures while the lighting is still good. She started towards the door, her flip-flops squeaking against the shiny tiles of our rented bedroom. I won't. I promised as I combed my fingers through my brunette hair, straightening the tangles. I grabbed a small clip and raised thin strands from both sides of my hair, securing them behind my head in a half, up half, down style. I reached for my beach bag and quickly started packing the necessities: phone, sunscreen, a small snack, a tinted lip balm, and my sunglasses. I stepped into my slippers and headed for the door. Every step I took down the hall towards the elevator thrilled me more, an odd excitement settling deep inside my stomach. I began to wonder why I was so incredibly excited for the lake. It certainly was my first time going to one, but this place felt different. It sent a mixture of odd sensations down my spine. When I reached the ground floor, my eyes gazed around the lobby and of its beauty in broad daylight. It was bright and heart-opening, but as I observed all of the interior's magnificence, my eyes fell on the reception counter where 3 large men stood their backs to me, dressed too formally for a hot summer day. The man in the middle stood tall, a fitted white dress, shirt hugging his torso perfectly and displaying just the right amount of muscle, with the long sleeves neatly rolled up to his elbows. The other 2 men stiffly by his sides wore the same formal attire. The only difference was their shorter height. Their postures were tough and stern, staring directly at the same old lady behind the counter from last night, as she respectfully addressed the man in charge. I bolted towards the front door, wanting nothing to do with such intimidating people, but my damn slippers had other plans in mind as they began squeaking loudly against the tiles, announcing my arrival to the audience. All 4 pairs of eyes turned to me, some holding amusement while others were void of emotion. I felt the heat rise to my cheeks and immediately looked down to the floor as I shamefully continued my way towards the front door, so close to my freedom and my friends, but a sudden, deep and coarse voice boomed and halted me in my tracks. Wait. It was a simple demand which I should have easily ignored given the fact that it came from a complete stranger. But the authoritative voice behind the command held such power that it took physical strength to disobey. I tried to push my feet to take another step forward and continue their journey, but they were glued to the floor. The white, shirted man began approaching me gradually in all his glory, his movement so graceful that I nearly shivered at the power and authority his figure displayed. A pair of black formal shoes stopped just a feet away from me, and I suddenly found them so interesting as I gazed deeply into them, avoiding the intimidating stranger's face. if the power in his voice was enough to shake me to the core. I feared what more his eyes could do. As the saying goes, they're the windows to the soul, and I was so sure I was ready to connect with his. "It's you," he barely whispered, a small sigh of relief escaping his lips. I frowned, my confusion forcing me to look up and question his peculiar statement. My eyes found his, and like a sudden bolt of electricity, I felt a raw emotion knock me in the stomach. Its force so powerful I gasped out loud. His eyes were the most striking shade of silver I had ever seen. His gaze so intense it could move the most inanimate. An extremely foreign and unnerving feeling settled deep in my gut, making me almost nauseous, and I forced my eyes away from him, looking over his shoulder at the lady behind the desk. She offered me a warm smile which anchored me back to the ground and to reality, away from whatever it was that man's eyes had done to me. It felt like I had been hypnotized by his gaze, and I was beyond uncomfortable. I pushed all my energy into my feet, forcing them to turn me around, and I bolted towards the front door and away from the stranger's intense gaze. Chapter 3. The sand felt like fiery lava against my feet. Even with my slippers on, my feet sunk deep into the softs, and with every step I took towards the benches where my friends stood taking pictures under the dehydrating heat. My steps were quick as I focused on my sole mission, which was to get as far away from the strangers in the lobby as possible. Their presence held so much dominance and power it would have anyone cowering in fear, and I despised it. I was surprised to find that my friends weren't the only ones there. Seth had mentioned that the property was fairly isolated, and that there was a huge chance of us having the place completely to ourselves. However, there were a handful of people sunbathing and swimming in the lake. "Nora," a familiar voice called out for me excitingly, running towards me in a speed much greater than I anticipated. I didn't have time to look at who it was before I was squished in an extremely tight embrace. It had me taking 2 steps back, and I would have surely fallen on my butt had they not held me still. "I miss you so much, Princess." I only had one friend that had been calling me by that sweet name for the past 3 years, and my heart suddenly warmed when I recognized who I was hugging. "Noah." I giggled as I wrapped my own arms around his torso and gave a tight squeeze. "All right. That's enough. It's my turn." Noah was suddenly yanked out of my embrace as Elliot stepped forward next, wrapping his arms around my waist and raising me above the ground, spinning me once as he held me tight. I squealed and slapped his shoulders, ordering him to set me down at once. "Missed you, little one." He gave me a warm smile as he gently set me down, ruffling my hair. "Missed you too, big boy." I pinched his cheek teasingly. He rolled his eyes and swatted my hand away, holding back a smile. "Where's Bella?" "Over by the shore snapping pictures with your idiot friends." He pointed behind him, and I glanced over his shoulder to see both Ariel and Bella posing together as Seth bent to take their pictures from different angles. I laughed and ran towards them, photo bombing one of their pictures in the process, much to Seth H's dismay, who groaned and scolded me for ruining what could have been an aesthetic shot. I all but slammed into Bella and hugged her tightly, her own arms wrapped around me firmly as she laughed cheerfully, stumbling backwards at loss of balance from the impact. "Nora," she exclaimed cheerfully, "how've you been? I can't believe it's been that long since I last saw you." "I'm doing great, babe, and there's so much I want to tell you about. I feel like if I start he'll never stop." She groaned frustratingly. Well, you've got an entire week to plan it topic by topic." She laughed and nodded along to the idea. "You guys can catch up later. Now pose," Ariel exclaimed as she grabbed my arm and pulled me to her left. She turned a bit to her side, flipping her strawberry blonde hair over her right shoulder and giving Seth a rather the camera flirtatious look. Bella posed alongside her with her hand on her hip, and I copied her movement, ignoring the awkward stares some of the strangers directed our way. Seth whistled. "All right, TT, give it to me," he exclaimed, and I cowed and held in my laughter. He snapped some pictures of us before Elliot approached him and slapped him on the back of his head, calling him an idiot. "You're just jealous you don't know how to hype up our girls." Elliot rolled his eyes and walked away towards where Noah stood, his arms crossed over his chest and a light smile on his lips as he watched us being total chicks. "Okay, that's enough for today," Seth announced as he stood tall once again, groaning as he stretched his muscles. He must have been bending in weird angles for a while to take those pictures from different sides, knowing how picky Ariel could be when choosing a decent picture to post on her Instagram page. "Let's get in the water already," Noah exclaimed, grabbing the back of his white shirt and pulling it off, exposing his sun-kissed skin. "I want to enjoy the sun first," I announced as I walked towards one of the benches and settled down. I grabbed my hair and pulled it up into a messy bun. Noah groaned in annoyance. "Why are chicks so obsessed with tanning? The water is the best part," he shouted from the distance. "That's because not everyone is born with naturally appealing skin tones like you, Parker," I snapped jokingly, and watched as a proud smirk appeared on his features and he winked at me. "You think I'm appealing, princess?" I rolled my eyes and lied down on the bench, refusing to answer him, but even with the distance between us I could still hear his deep chuckle. It was no secret that Noah was extremely attractive. I had even had a small crush on him back when we first met in college, alongside a handful of other girls. But of course I wasn't going to admit that out loud, especially not to him. I untied the cover-up I had around my waist and shoved it into my beach bag, then snatched the sunscreen and began smothering it on my arms and legs. I relaxed back and closed my eyes, feeling the sun's heat sinking deep into my skin, warming up my insides. I hummed softly, my satisfaction boundless as I sunk deeper into a comforting haze, feeling the sun on my skin and hearing the sound of splashing waters as the rest got into the lake. It truly was heavenly. I don't know how long I had been lying there when I heard soft footsteps sinking deep into the sand as they approached me. I lazily opened my eyes and squinted hard as I tried to recognize the face against the sun's blinding rays. When they settled on the evil smirk on Noah's lips, I gasped in horror. I didn't have enough time to push the warning threats out my lips, and was suddenly hauled off my seat and thrown over his shoulders, with his arm wrapped around the back of my thighs. I squealed and punched his back, even scratching him and demanding that he puts me down, but the jerk had the nerve to laugh and run towards the water as if I weighed nothing. "Noah, I swear to God if you—" My sentence was interrupted as he stepped into the water, splashes flying up to my face as he went deeper in. I knew the only solution then was to accept my inevitable fate, so I took in a deep breath and held it in, closing my eyes and waiting for what's to come. Suddenly, Noah's heavy arms wrapped around my waist and, pretending like I was nothing but a sad sack of potatoes, pulled me off his shoulders and threw me a feet away into the water. I held back aghast as the cool water washed over my warm skin and pushed my feet to reach back to the surface. I emerged with a loud gasp and a cough, at loss of breath. I rubbed my eyes clean of the water and sent daggers at Noah. His laugh slowly subsided to a low chuckle, then a small smile, then a grimace of fear as I lunged at him, my arms out to grab him, but he ducked into the water and I was met with nothing. Suddenly I felt a hand's clasp around my ankles, and I all but screamed as I thrashed in the water, kicking some part of his body in the process. He resurfaced with a cough as he held his nose, groaning in pain. "I'm going to kill you," I yelled as I took advantage of his weakened state and lunged at him, this time successfully grabbing his shoulders. I jumped on top of him, my hands pushing his shoulders down underwater. He sunk deep in but didn't fail to pull me in with him, his hands clasping onto my own that were still pushing his shoulders in. We thrashed around some more until he finally took a few steps back, raising his hands in surrender and his chest rising up and down rapidly as he gasped for breath. I'm sorry. He kept on apologizing, and I would have still fought him if my brain was dying from lack of oxygen. I heaved as my own lungs began collapsing due to our rapid movements. "You are an idiot," I managed between breaths. He laughed and nodded. "I'm your idiot." He winked, putting his hand flat against his chest as he tried to steady his breathing. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help but smile at his words. Something moved in my sight and I noticed that our friends were surrounding us, some laughing with us while others were oblivious to our playful fight. Out of nowhere, Seth turned to us and groaned loudly, greatly annoyed by an unknown cause. Elliot submerged from underwater just in time. "What's your deal?" he asked Seth while he ruffled his black hair to rid of the water. "I expected us to have the entire inn for ourselves. Nobody usually comes here." Seth rolled his eyes, a slight pout on his lips. "It doesn't matter," Ariel began. "That's not gonna stop us from having one of the best summers of our lives." Seth continued frowning, not entirely convinced by Ariel's words. "And they just keep coming," he groaned. I frowned in confusion until I saw where his eyes were settled. We all shifted to look over his shoulders as a group of 5 heavily built men stepped off the inn's porch, walking on the sand towards the benches. 2 of them stood out the most for being the largest in the group, both bald and wearing black dress pants and black T-shirts, looking just like your stereotypical bodyguards. The other 3 members, however, were dressed in typical beach attire as a pair of shorts and a tee, while the darkly dressed men stood by their sides, clearly guarding them. From what? Though, which though? I didn't know. 2 of the normal-looking men were chatting enthusiastically, big smiles on their features as they began taking off their shirts, probably to enter the water. The 3rd man, on the other hand, was seated on the bench and his face was positioned straight at us, with dark sunglasses covering his eyes. His hand reached up to his face and he slowly took them off, and my heart immediately fell to my stomach. Even with the great distance separating us, I could tell his eyes were set on me. He was the same man from the lobby. "Why the hell is he staring at us like that?" Noah asked, frowning in annoyance. "It's not us he's staring at," Ariel began, a small hint of amusement to her voice. "It's Nora." I tried to open my mouth and tell her she was being ridiculous, but my voice was stuck in my throat, my eyes still connected to his, as if I was in a deep trance. It felt like a whole minute had passed between us, when I was roughly yanked by my waist into a hard chest. I gasped and broke our contact, my eyes glancing behind me at Noah, whose jaw was ticking at the stranger. "Well, chest's not for display," he snapped. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable, and kind of awkward. I gently placed my hands on Noah's and pulled them off me. His eyes snapped down to mine, and I gave him a confused look. His Adam's apples bobbed up and down as he gulped, aware of his odd behavior. The awkward tension was immediately broken off when Bella splashed us with water and declared war. Noah snapped out of his weird trance and went back to being playful as he took a step back and announced to Bella that it's on. She went on to hide behind her boyfriend, Elliot, and he protected her from those violent water splashes. My curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to sneak one last glance at the group of strangers before joining the game of war. My heart sunk in my stomach when I saw that the man was still staring daggers our way, only now his fists were tightly clenched by his sides, and a deep frown was etched to his features. The other 2 men were also quietly staring at us from their seats, a disapproving look on their faces. I gulped in fear, and for some unknown and completely irrational reason, I could feel how angry and disappointed they were, and I had to fight hard against the feeling of shame gnawing at my chest. Chapter 4. Almost an hour later, all energy was drained from my body and I was on the verge of collapsing under the August heat. My lips felt as dry as the Sahara, and all the moving around only increased my thirst. Going back to my seat on the bench, however, was not an option given the fact that those large men still occupied the space right next to our belongings. They did take turns gracefully entering the waters and testing its temperature, emerging minutes later with glistening torsos. Ariel and I thankfully had no reason to hide our bewilderment given our single relationship status. But Bella, on the other hand, had a really hard time to pry her eyes away from the interesting strangers while standing a mere foot away from her boyfriend. Something about their air and presence was so dominating. I could not bring myself to stare at them for longer than a few seconds, an odd sense settling deep in my stomach, but even if they cowled and see us, they could still feel our eyes on them. Their proud smiles showed that they knew exactly what they were doing as they so graciously ran their long fingers through their wet hair, pushing long strands away from their foreheads, their biceps flexing in the process. They looked too good to be human, which sounded as ridiculous in my head as it did out loud. I'm really tired, I whispered to Ariel and groaned, stretching my back while slightly jumping on my tiptoes and swaying in the water. My fingers had started to look as old as a 100-year-old's. I could tell from the look in Ariel's eyes that she was just as tired, but refused to leave the waters for the same reason I did. She kept sneakily glancing at the men and huffing whenever Shed noticed they were still in the same position. So am I. Are they ever going to leave? She whispered harshly as she frowned in annoyance. What are you two whispering about? Seth swam up to us, splashing us with some water in the process. Nothing. Ariel and I simultaneously replied. We glanced at each other, wide-eyed. That was sure to grab their attention. Idiots. Noah then turned to us, sensing our uneasiness. What's going on? He asked. Ariel groaned, unable to contain her exhaustion any longer. We want to leave, she simply stated. Seth stared at us confused. You're not shame to us, he stated with a dud-own. I know. Dimwit. Ariel rolled her eyes. It's just that our stuff are right next to them and they're giving me the creeps. She shuddered. Noah glanced behind us and his frown deepened. Did they do something? He questioned with an overprotective tone. I shook my head. No, they're kinda intimidating. I whispered, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks because of the absurd confession. You guys are such chicks. So what? They won't do shit to you guys as long as we're here. He started walking towards the shore, then stopped and glanced back at us. Y'all coming or what? He raised a brow. I looked at Ariel and she shrugged. Noah chuckled and started walking towards Seth as well. Come on. We'll all rest down together. Grateful for my friend's support and offer of protection, I rushed behind Noah out of the lake and away from the shore. When my feet finally came flat against the land, and I could feel the gush of wind drying my body from the droplets of water, I nearly sighed in content. He stopped abruptly and pointed at the benches on the other side of the lake. Go sit there. You'll get your belongings, he demanded, and started heading towards the strangers, all of whom had their eyes set on us, watching our movements carefully as if we were ticking bombs on the verge of explosion. When the two guards noticed Noah was getting closer and closer to them, they each took one step forward as if protecting the seated men, even though they didn't look like they needed much protection. Although smaller in size, the three seated men still held much greater power in their aura than both standing guards combined. Noah raised his hands up as if telling them that he has come in peace, with an amused look on his features. He reached out for our stuff and yanked them off the seats, turning around and heading back to us with his chin held high and a proud smirk on his lips. I rolled my eyes at his slight show of arrogance and continued my way to the seats he pointed at earlier. I lied down and let out a deep groan, feeling my muscles finally stretch then relax after being stiff in the water for so long. I closed my eyes once again, just absorbing in the delicious natural vitamin provided by the sun rays, feeling them sink deep into my skin and making me feel as if I was fresh out of the oven. Swirl ripped their eyes out. Noah suddenly mumbled through clenched jaws. My eyes snapped open and I glanced at Noah in confusion, that the fire burning behind his eyes sent a cold chill down my spine. I gulped. What happened? I whispered, noticing no one else was around us, since Seth and Ariel had gone off to speak to Elia and Bella, so Noah's comment must have been meant to be heard by me. He kept his narrowed eyes trained ahead of me as he continued sending death glares at whatever object was of his disapproval. They're getting on my very last nerve. I peered over my shoulder and was not surprised to see the same group of strangers staring right back at us with the same intensity and rage in their eyes. Their unsettling and suspicious interest in our little group of friends has started to get on my nerves as well. I scoffed at their behavior. What is wrong with you men? Stop waiting for the slightest opportunity to bite back. I rolled my eyes in annoyance, laying back on my seat. Let them stare. So what? I heard a faint chuckle in the distance and was surprised to notice that the two men seated had heard my remark and were bearing amused smirks. The man in the middle, though, just simply smiled, his eyes shining with interest. What the crap are you laughing at? Noah snapped a little too loudly. I jumped from my seat, choosing him aggressively. What is wrong with you? And, to be honest, I don't know if I snapped because I was afraid they'd bite back, or because I didn't like the way Noah was attacking them when they'd done nothing but look our way, stare our way. Corrected out an inner voice. Was I seriously siding with complete strangers? The heat must really be getting to me. Drop it, I demanded, squeezing his hand a little too roughly. His eyes narrowed down further. He began speaking, but I interrupted him again. We should head in for the day. His frown now turned into one of confusion. We'll probably be going out for lunch, so we should go back in and freshen up. You know, we've been here far too long. The lake's not going anywhere. We'll come back tomorrow. I tried to convince him. He seemed to want to argue, but he bit on the inside of his cheek and nodded reluctantly. Just then, Seth and Elliot approached us, their tall builds and broad shoulders blocking the sun's rays. I was grateful to finally open my eyes completely without having to squint. So we're heading in for a shower and some rest. We'll start a bonfire at dusk. What do you say? Elliot suggested. I beamed. That sounds wonderful. Seth smiled proudly and turned to Elliot. See, I told you they'll love my idea. Elliot rolled his eyes and muttered a whatever. He turned around and started heading towards Bella and Ariel. I got up from my seat, grabbing my cover-up and wrapping it around my waist. I gathered up my drying locks and twisted them into a messy bun on top my head, enjoying the slight gush of wind cooling the back of my neck. What's his deal? Seth whispered to me, motioning discreetly towards Noah. I looked down at him to notice a frown still etched to his features. Only his eyes were now set on the rippling water. I shrugged, PMS. I smirked when Noah snapped his head to me, his frown slightly softening when my joke registered. Walk away while you still can. Princess, he warned, but there was a playful smile on his lips. Or what? I challenged proudly, knowing he cowed to anything about my snarky comments. And no one knew I was right as he refused comment and just shook his head. I leaned down and ruffled his dark hair, but in a sudden movement he had grabbed my wrist and pulled me forward so quickly that I lost my balance. I fell on top of him, almost kneeing him where it hurts the most. Our faces were mere inches apart, and my breath had hitched in my throat. My heart suddenly started to beat loudly in my chest. He leaned in closely, just a couple inches away from me, and his warm breath and my face as he whispered, "Go along." I frowned in confusion, not understanding what he meant. I opened my mouth to ask him when I heard a sudden noise from my left that sent the hairs on the back of my neck standing. A cold fear settled deep in my neck, traveling down my spine. It sounded like a growl, only it was very low that I was surprised I even heard it. I looked at Noah with evident fear in my eyes, but his features were as calm as he could get, like he didn't even hear what I did. How strong were the sun's rays that I had begun to hallucinate. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my hands going down to push hard on his chest so I can stand straight. I turned to Seth, who had his arms crossed on his chest and a faint smirk on his lips. "I thought you said the forest stops by miles," I asked him. His smirk vanished as he gave me a look of pure confusion. "Yeah. Didn't you hear that growl?" What was it?" I rushed, the fear still gnawing at my insides. Noah was quick to stand to his feet now, gently grabbing my arm to turn me to face him. "What are you talking about?" "Nora." How could they have not heard it? "Are we heading in?" "Guys," Ariel asked as she neared her bench and started collecting her things. "Why, yeah," I muttered, deciding to let go of whatever it was I had imagined. "You good?" Seth asked me, worry evident in his features. I smiled. "Yeah. I think it's just the heat getting to me." I nodded yeah. That made sense. We turned together and started heading towards the inn, and a small voice in the back of my mind urged me to sneak one last glance at the strangers. I came to notice they were all leaning forward on their seats as if ready to pounce, their postures angry and stiff. The man in the middle, whom I had come to guess was their superior, was now grasping the ends of his bench with tight fists as if restraining himself, with eyes raging fire as he stared daggers at us. I swallowed the small lump of fear that had grown in my throat, shrugging off the odd sensations that had traveled down the length of my body whenever I glanced at them. I don't know who they are, or why they kept glaring us down, but they're definitely not to be messed with. I lowered my head to the sand and rushed my movements, wanting to get as far away from the trouble I sensed deep in my gut. Chapter 5. The sizzling of the fire against what sounded like music to my ears, and I found myself entranced by the gracious yet rapid dancing of the flames. My entire attention was grabbed by the small bonfire Elliot and Bella had created by the lake as we sat around it in a small comforting circle. There was a slight chilly wind whooshing against us every now and then, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on high alert, before the heat of the fire would calm them down and spread a warm sensation of comfort down my spine. "I'm hungry," Bella complained for the 4th time in half an hour. Seth rolled his eyes and sighed loudly, fed up with her constant nagging. I set him on it. God damn it. He had brought his many grilling tools and was grilling some burgers. "Watch your tone. Cook," Elliot joked, a hint of a playful smile on his lips. "Keep spreading the mayo." "Johnson," Seth snapped back. I chuckled and got up to offer a hand. Elliot was preparing the buns with sauces and veggies, and I rushed to help him while Seth focused on the patties. "Here, let me help. I offered as I grabbed more buns and sliced them in half, then began spreading a combination of ketchup and mayonnaise. "Hold the mayo on my sandwich, Princess," Noah commented from his seat, and added a slight shudder to accentuate his disgust at the thought of that condiment. "Who said I'm making you anything? Get your ass up and prep your own sandwich." I asked. Seth let out a low whistle, glancing sideways at Noah. "You get some ice for that burn." Noah rolled his eyes and got up from his seat, stalking towards Elliot and I. "What was that, Princess?" he whispered lowly, a warning behind his words. You heard me. Hulk," he snorted. "I told you to find a better nickname." He reached out for a bun and began slicing it in half. "Well, Bethel Witch, well, I told you to control your temper," I remarked. "Stop it. Both of you." Elliot rolled his eyes, grabbing a Coke and walking over to Bella. I smirked. "Yes, Dad." He held back the smile creeping up his lips and just shook his head at my nickname for him. "They're ready," Seth announced, and as if on cue, my stomach let out a low growl and my mouth began to salivate just imagining taking my first bite of a warm, crispy, bun-ed hamburger. "Finally," Bella exclaimed. Seth approached me with the plate of hot patties and began helping me place them between the buns, then watched as he melted the cheese below it. "Got room for 3 more. A sudden foreign voice came from behind us. We all turned around only for our eyes to widen simultaneously in shock and surprise. The 3 strangers from earlier, the ones who stared us down rather creepily, were now approaching our small bonfire. Wide and genuine smiles spread across their faces. Seth trailed off, not knowing how to respond. "Sure thing," Ariel beamed. Our heads snapped to Ariel, my eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. She was brave to interfere. Noah will surely kill her for it once his protective instincts kick in. No, actually, Bill began to rudely remark but was interrupted by Elliot. "Sure," he stated in a deadpan. Noah's head snapped to him, his frown deepening. He raised an angry eyebrow as if questioning Elliot what in the hell he was doing. "There's always a place for a few more friends." Elliot smiled, but there was an unrecognizable emotion behind his eyes. The same man from earlier spoke up. "Perfect." He smiled as he began to take a seat beside Ariel, and the other 2 strangers joined behind him, although I pretended not to notice. The same stranger it ran into in the morning had trained his eyes on me the whole time, burning holes in the back of my head, and I had to fight hard against the blush that slowly crept up my cheeks. Vincent," the spokesperson announced. Then he nodded towards his friends. "That's Xavier. And Levi." "Xavier," The superior. Of course a powerful-looking man would carry a unique name. It's a pleasure. Ariel. Ariel stated, her eyes never leaving Vincent. I had to hold back a giggle when I noticed she was eyeing him flirtatiously. Her eyelids were half closed and she was batting her eyelashes at him. Seth snorted from beside me and turned to continue prepping our dinner. Elliot. And this is my girl, Bella. He emphasized the words my girl, and I noticed Bella blush and look down, digging her toes into the cool sand. And Nora. I spoke up, offering a kind smile, when I noticed Noah was still staring daggers at them. I tried to ease the tension. That's Noah, and our talented chef here is Seth. Seth glanced over at them and grinned dork-ily. It's a pleasure, Nora. The man called Xavier spoke. I swallowed a gas that was on the verge on escaping, for simple words had sent my heart into rapid beating, and explosions erupted in my stomach. His voice was like velvet, falling smoothly, yet it held a dark undertone, one that shakes to the core. My eyes found his, and in the few moments our gazes were held together, I felt a connection like none I had ever felt before. Those emotions were scaring me beyond the ordinary. It's impossible to feel so much for a stranger. How many burgers will you guys be having? Said H's words pulled me out of the trance I was in. None. Thanks. We ate earlier. Levi spoke. Seth nodded and took a seat next to Noah, who was silently munching on his own hamburger, with a deep frown etched to his features. Soon enough every person was indulged in a conversation with their partner. Elliot and Levi had started on the introductions, while Bella, Ariel, and Vincent were chatting away. Noah and Seth were both quiet, still stuffing their faces with food. And Xavier, well, he was stalking towards me. I'd like to apologize for earlier. He started. I put down the half-empty can of Coke that I had in my hand and moved sideways to fully face him, a look of confusion on my features. At such proximity, it was near impossible to see beyond him given his tall and broad build. What about it? I questioned. In the lobby. I acted strangely, and I know it must have made you uncomfortable. I hope your first impression of me was too ill. I gave him a small smile. I'll admit, it was sort of odd. But it's all right. First impressions don't matter as much to me. But don't they say first impressions matter the most? He had a small glint in his eyes, like he was intrigued by what my answer would be. They do, but that's not true. I argued. We can't seriously be ignorant enough to judge a person based on their very first act. That doesn't shape their entire personality. Xavier hummed in response, an approving smile playing on his lips. So what do you do? I asked, not wanting the conversation to end at where it was. Are you from around here? He nodded his head. I am. This is my home. It must be so great living close to a magical place like this. I commented, referring to the lake. It truly is. Xavier smiled appreciatively. Where do you come from? I live in Illinois. And what do you do? He inquired. I'm a motion designer. I work at an advertising agency back home. So you have a creative eye. Xavier commented approvingly. I smiled. I guess I do. I glanced back at our group of friends to notice they were still chatting together animatedly. Ariel and Vincent seemed to be getting along pretty well as Seth and Levi, who were laughing together hysterically. And what about you? What do you do? I asked Xavier, genuinely interested in learning more about him. I manage a family business. He replied. My eyebrows rose in curiosity. That sounds interesting. What kind of business does your family run? We deal with shipments in out of the region. I nodded and stopped the questions there, knowing that the further he goes with that information, the more confusing it'll get for me. I never had a mind for business, which is why I went into arts, because it seemed more open and free. Xavier's phone suddenly started ringing, and he excused himself to take the call. I watched him pull his phone from his black beach shorts and walk further from our circle, wanting to take the call in private. I turned back to my friends and noticed Noah and Elliot were looking at me. I raised a brow at them and started walking towards their seats. I sat down on one of the many logs they had set around the fire, and turned to the boys with questioning stares. "You seem to be getting awfully comfortable with that guy," Elliot stated. I rolled my eyes. "And didn't you just state, like 6 hours ago, that he gave you the creeps?" Noah questioned, frowning in annoyance. I sighed. Their protective instincts can get really annoying at times. First of all, that was before we got to actually meet them. And second, those were Ariel's words, not mine. If you need to attack someone, just the one getting all cozy with the guy she was complaining about. I glanced at her to see her still chatting with Vincent. A big dorky smile on her features. She was in deep. Elliot sighed. Someone better put a leash on that girl. I chuckled, knowing he was very right. We better get going. Xavier came back and announced. I looked up at him from my seat, feeling a little bit of disappointment settling in my chest. Vincent started getting up, patting his white shorts to rid of the sand. "Gentlemen, thank you for having us. Ladies, it was a pleasure." He glanced down at Ariel and gave her a subtle wink, and instantly her cheeks reddened. And I immediately thought, I am so going to bombard her with questions once we get back to our room. "Thank you for letting us join you." Xavier began speaking. His intense gaze then fell on me. "I hope to see you again soon. Nora," he added, a smile that sent my heart racing, and my breath hitched in my throat. How can someone be so? Oh, snap out of it. Yeah, I managed to sigh out, then mentally slapped myself for the lame response. Idiot. Chapter 6. On the second day of our getaway, our doors had been banged on violently as early as 6 in the morning, with an authoritative voice demanding we wake up and head downstairs for breakfast before all the good stuff ran out, and taking my rumbling stomach as my cue. I had jumped out of bed before my eyes had even fully opened. I had freshened up and changed into a pair of white shorts and a loose tank top faster than I could say breakfast. As I stepped into the small kitchen, the smell of crispy bacon and sweet maple syrup accompanied by pancakes wafted through the air. My footsteps came to an abrupt halt when I recognized Seth, standing behind a counter, a pink floral apron wrapped around his torso, and a bright yellow spatula in his hand. He raised his head and his eyes immediately brightened at my arrival. Finally, he rushed to grab a plate and violently slammed it on the counter, making me jump. Someone is here. I did not wake up an hour late to cook these huge batches just for my personal amusement. Seth frowned, still at loss of words for the unusual image in front of my eyes. I stood quiet with my mouth agape. "Sit your ass down and eat the breakfast time made," Seth demanded, a dangerous look behind his eyes. For a second, he appeared as a perfect replica of my strict mother. "Yes, chef." I saluted him, marching towards a stool. "Did you really make all of these on your own?" My mouth watered at the sight of the breakfast buffet. He had made all types of sweet and savory goods. Someone had to feed you rascals, but I had some help. And on cue, the cheerful owner of the inn, Mrs. Patterson, came trotting into the kitchen wearing a pink apron identical to Set HS. When her eyes met mine, they squinted happily as she offered me a wide smile. "Good morning, dear." My heart nearly melted at her adorableness. "Good morning. Hey, thank you for all of this. Everything looks so great." I motioned towards the several plates on the counter. She waved her hand. "Oh, it's nothing. Enjoy your meal, darling." She reached the fridge and pulled out a bottle of orange juice, which she then took outside. When I craned my neck to sneak a glance at the dining room, I found that a couple men were occupying the table, having their breakfast as well. "Have a go at it." Said HS comment brought me back to where we were as he gestured towards the plates. And I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed a warm, crispy bacon and took a big bite out of it, then reached forward to chocolate chip pancakes, setting them on my plate and pouring a generous amount of maple syrup on top. "Hallelujah." Noah's exclamation sounded by the kitchen door, followed by Ariel's groan. Could you tone it down a bit? She frowned, reaching for a stool. She was never a morning person. Seth grabbed a mug in front of her, pouring steaming hot coffee in it. This should help. Ariel reached out for the creamer and poured a whole lot into the coffee. She raised the white mug to her lips and took a big sip, sighing in content as the steaming drink soothed her morning nerves. Where's Elliot and Bella? Noah asked Seth, probably doing what couples do. And Noah wiggled his eyebrows at me. I scrunched up my nose, stuffing my mouth with more pancakes. Good morning. A husky voice boomed through the kitchen, and we turned to find its source. Vincent stood by the doorway with a lazy smile on his lips, his dark hair disheveled. He wore a black shirt and plain white shorts. A second later, Xavier and Levi walked up behind him and also muttered quick good mornings. Mind if we join in? I'm starving, Levi questioned, already reaching out for a pancake. Go ahead. Seth nodded towards the big batches of food in the middle of the counter, as he began munching on a slice of bacon. I glanced sideways at Ariel to see her hands stuck in the middle of the air, holding onto the mug that was mere inches away from her lips. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and I was surprised to see her eyes set on Vincent as he ever so smoothly took the stool beside her and grabbed a plate. When he noticed her staring, he gave a subtle wink and I could swear I heard Ariel gasp. Morning. A deep voice whispered right beside my hair, the slight of breath warming my ear. I jumped slightly as I felt the goosens trailing down my arm. HI. I greeted Xavier back, grinning like a fool. He gave me a charming smile before extending his arm from right beside me and grabbing a pancake the short sleeve of his navy blue shirt rose a centimeter, revealing a swirl of ink trailing from his neck to his shoulder. I had always been a sucker for tad ass. My hypnotized gaze was suddenly averted to the doorway when I heard a loud bang, which made everyone in the room either gasp or slightly swear under their breath. Elliot stood in the doorway, his frown so deep I gulped at the sight of the anger raging behind his eyes. Nora, Dolrich, Nora, his voice boomed, and my heart fell to my stomach. Come with me. But I remained frozen in my seat, entirely confused. Everything good, Vincent tasked him. Elliot's eyes snapped to him, and they glazed with fire. Through clenched teeth, he hissed, You can stay out of our business. My mouth fell open. Hey, what's wrong? I asked Elliot, completely taken aback by his rude behavior when just the night before he so kindly welcomed the group of strangers. Nora, Dolrich, Nora, with me. Now he was practically fuming. How about you calm down? First, Xavier's voice was loud and commanding, but it only caused Elliot to take a dangerous step forward. I told you to stay out of it. Okay. I jumped down from my seat on the stool, noticing the rising tension, and knowing that if Elliot was this mad, it must be something very serious, because he never uses his authoritative voice on anyone unless it's absolutely called for. I rushed up to him and grabbed his arm, pulling him back towards the lobby. What the hell is wrong with you? I seethed. What got you all cranky so early in the morning? Do you know who those men are? He demanded, his voice loud and echoing through the lobby. I shushed him, looking around to make sure no one was there to witness his new aggressive personality surfacing. We met them last night. They're good. No, they're not. We're in deep shit. He cut me off, my mouth closed and open like a fish straight out of water. What are you talking about? Elliot sighed and ran a hand through his hair, pulling at the roots frustratingly. That's when I fully noticed his bloodshot eyes. Did you even sleep last night? I asked. His head snapped to me, and the emotions souring behind his eyes were so jumbled up I couldn't understand whether his frown was of annoyance, anger, or simply frustration. No, Nora. I did not sleep last night because I knew something was wrong. His puzzled sentences were only pushing me more to the edge of insanity. My insides were churning with curiosity. Tell me everything. Elliot's eyes glanced behind me at the kitchen before reaching out for my arm and all but dragging me towards the front doors that led to the lake. I knew I recognized that man Vincent sent from somewhere. I kept trying to recall where I'd seen his photo, but my mind kept coming up empty. Then it hit me, they said that this is a private property. The coincidence of their luck being as high as ours to be invited and when it's not their land was extremely slight. So I called in a friend last night, and he came up with the answers this morning, he explained, his eyes wide in what I could only assume was uneasiness. I interrupted his rambling. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and E.Y. Gwight. As an undocumented changeling, and forced to code as a low-level witch. But there are already so many people here. How could they all be here if this was truly a private property? He scoffed, shifting to glance at the couple people standing just a few feet away from us. Have you taken a proper look at these people? Nora. I frowned at his answer, looking over at the two men that stood tall by the lake. They were the same ones that were in the dining area just a few minutes ago. Had they followed us out here? I studied their postures. They looked like they were trying hard to play busy, pretending like they were engaged with one another, but their eyes kept glancing over at us every few seconds. They're guards. Elliot interrupted my observation. My head snapped to him, eyes wide in surprise. What? I had so many questions. Why were there so many guards? What were they guarding? And why were they watching our every move? I gulped. Who is Vincent? Elliot took a step forward. H.E.S. the right hand of the biggest mob boss in North America. My eyes glazed over as a sudden fear washed over me. You're kidding me, right? I chuckled humorlessly. Elliot bit the inside of his cheek, shaking his head. We need to leave this place. Right now. I had been running from my past, but on that ordinary day, it caught up with me in an unexpected way. I received a mysterious text message. That man began to appear frequently in my life. His presence unsettled me. I tried to resist, but was ultimately drawn to his charm. How should I deal with this unknown relationship? Chapter 7. This is absurd, I muttered, my skepticism rising, typical of my cautious nature. I couldn't help but question the validity of such claims. Who's this mysterious informant of yours? How can they possibly identify these men? Elliot's jaw tightened, his protective instincts clearly kicking in. His name's Fallon. H.E.S. got access to the identity history database. I let out a derisive snort. Identity history? What's that supposed to mean? The whole thing reeked of dubious origins. My sources are reliable. Nora, just trust me on this, Elliot insisted, his anxiety manifesting as he paced the porch, hands clenched at his sides. We need to leave. Now we can't just up and vanish. They'll immediately suspect something's amiss. I whispered, feeling the familiar heat of unease creeping up my neck. Well, witch. Well, we can't stay either. Elliot Whisper shouted, his assertiveness clashing with my caution. Bella's already packing our things. Well claimed she's got a family emergency and need to cut our trip short. My fingers unconsciously found their way to my hair, combing through the strands as my mind raced, searching for a more plausible exit strategy. We needed a stronger alibi. If these men were as dangerous as Elliot claimed, they'd be sharp enough to see through a flimsy excuse. We need to concoct a better plan, I mused, biting the inside of my cheek. There's no time, Elliot exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. You need to fetch Ariel and bring her to your room. Fill her in on everything once you're certain they're out of earshot. They'll handle Noah and Seth. I nodded, quickly smoothing my hair and taking a deep breath, my mind already adapting to this sudden change in circumstances. Despite my reservations, I knew we had to act fast, and I was nothing if not quick, thinking in a crisis. Act natural, Elliot mumbled. My eyes shot up to his. Like the way you were back in there. He rolled his eyes. I was freaking out. All right. It's not every day we get ourselves involved with one of the biggest mobs in our country. We'll be okay, I reassured him, He stared at me for the longest 5 seconds, before hesitantly nodding his head, as if trying to convince the both of us that we will somehow be. I turned on my heels and headed back to the kitchen, taking a deep breath. When I was close enough, said a chest deep blast could be heard and my stomach dropped. I pushed past the doorway and made my way to my stool that was now between Ariel and Xavier, and I tried my hardest to avoid eye contact, glaring holes into my plate. "Are you all right?" Xavier leaned close to whisper his question to me. I nodded my head, giving him a quick glance and smiling for impact. "Ariel," I turned to my best friend, interrupting her conversation with Vincent. She looked at me with bright, gleaming eyes, and my heart tore a little imagining how hurt she would be by leaving a guy she had finally started to genuinely like. "Can you give me a hand with something?" "Sure thing." She smiled brightly. I hopped off my stool and, as I was about to leave, Xavier gave me a weird look. "Everything okay?" he repeated, unconvinced by my earlier answer. I tried to control the erratic beating of my heart and my shallow breaths. I was on the verge of a breakdown as I was engulfed by the fear of the unknown, and acting natural in such a case was a task much more challenging than I imagined. "Everything is good." I forced a tight smile. He was not convinced, but he decided to let it go. His suspicious gaze left me on edge, and I was worried she'd find out what's really going on. I grabbed Ariel's hand and rushed past the kitchen doorway, dragging her towards the stairs. "Whoa, calm down. What's going on?" Ariel asked. I bit the inside of my cheek, glancing behind her shoulder to see Elliot slowly walking towards the kitchen, his back straight and chin held high. He gave me a quick look and nodded once, encouraging me to continue on with our agreement. Ariel glanced between us and raised a brow, chuckling slightly. "Okay, I am officially creeped out." I dragged her to our floor, then to our rented room. I fumbled with the key, my fingers too sweaty to be able to insert it into the keyhole on first try. "Elliot just found out something huge, and we need to leave now." "Oh, why?" she exclaimed in disappointment, and I resisted the urge to cringe when her voice echoed in the small space. I shoved her into our room, then closed the door and locked it again. "You can never be too safe." "What the hell is going on, Nora?" Ariel demanded, her frown deepening. Elliot had his doubts about Vincent, so he called in a friend last night. And those men aren't who we think they are. They're very dangerous and we need to leave now. I crouched on the floor and unzipped my bag, grabbing at my belongings and shoving them inside. "Who are they?" Ariel's voice was low and I could sense the fear in it. My lips parted so I could answer her question, but I hesitated, not wanting to scare her too much. "Nora, who is Vincent?" I bit the inside of my cheek and stood tall, turning around to face Ariel's wide blue eyes. "They're members of the mob," I whispered. The words sounded so foreign leaving my mouth that I had to resist the urge to smile at how ridiculous the whole situation felt. Ariel stared at me for a long time, processing my words. "What?" She suddenly chuckled, which didn't really surprise me, but my features remained serious, and her laugh said, "You're joking, right?" I gulped and slowly shook my head. "This is serious, Ariel." I reached out for her shivering hand and gave it a tight squeeze. "Elliot won't allow anything bad to happen to us, but we need to leave ASAP." Ariel's eyes remained wide in shock as she forced her head to nod in understanding. I pushed her towards her bag and she began packing up, shoving her clothes that were scattered all around into her bag. "This is insane. What the hell was Seth thinking bringing us here?" she exclaimed, and I shushed her, afraid someone would hear us behind our door. "Seth doesn't know. Of course he wouldn't put us in such danger," I scolded. I zipped my bag and rushed to the bathroom to change into a pair of jeans and a more fitting top. I grabbed my sandals and quickly put them on. Glancing into the room, I saw Ariel pulling her hair into a messy ponytail, already changed into a pair of white shorts and a loose top. "Ready?" I asked. She nodded and grabbed our bags. "What are we gonna tell them?" she asked me once I unlocked the door. that Bella's having a family emergency. We stepped out of our rooms and a second later, the door to our left also unlocked. Seth stepped outside, his hair disheveled and in a complete mess, with Noah following behind. Noah's jaws were clenched tightly and there was a deep scowl on his face. When their eyes met us, they softened a bit, and they came rushing towards us. Seth placed his hands on Ariel's shoulders and gave them a tight squeeze. "You're ready?" he asked, and she frantically nodded her head. He reached down to grab the bags from her hands and hurried towards the stairs, Ariel following behind. Noah's arm wrapped around my waist and he pulled me towards him, his green eyes peering into mine. "I've got you," he promised, and I gulped down the lump growing in my throat. "I know. Noah, I'm fine." I pushed against his chest, but his hand tightened on my hip, and he shook his head. "Stay by my side," he commanded, and I hesitantly nodded. "Guys, come on," Seth called out, and we rushed towards the stairs. When we arrived at the lobby, Elliot and Bella were already speaking to Mrs. Patterson behind the desk, handing her over the keys and mentioning Bella's younger sister. We started heading towards them when we were suddenly stopped by a loud door slam. Our heads snapped to the kitchen doorway to see Xavier stepping out, his frown deepening at the sight of our luggage, leaving so soon. A second later, Vincent and Levi stepped out, their features turning from playful to confused within seconds. "Where are y'all headed to?" Vincent asked. Elliot took a step forward, his jaw ticking. "Had to cut our trip short. Family emergency." "Whose?" Xavier's voice boomed through the lobby. My gaze remained on the shiny tiles, but the back of my neck was heating up as I could feel his intense gaze skilled on my face, demanding that I look up, but I couldn't. He would find all the answers behind my eyes. "My girls," Elliot answered shortly. Vincent's voice then rang. "Why do you all have to leave for it?" he asked, a suspicion evident behind his voice. "Because we're family. We support one another in difficult times. I'm sure you understand how important that is," Noah replied. I glanced through my lashes to see Vincent nod. "Certainly. Very well then," Elliot began. "Gentlemen, it was a pleasure." He rested his hand on Bella's lower back and guided her away towards the doors. He looked at Noah and motioned towards the car. Noah's hand trailed down my arm towards my own that was clutching Ariel and his room key. I opened my palm and gave him the key, which he took towards Mrs. Patterson, who walked entirely oblivious towards the tension growing in the room. "Thank you for your hospitality." He offered her a warm smile and turned back to us, grabbing some of our bags and motioning for me to walk ahead of him. "Nora," my heart dropped to my stomach as Xavier's warm, velvety voice echoed to my ears. I turned to glance at him, his hard silver eyes holding a promise behind them. "I hope to see you again." Noah opened his mouth to reply, but I beat him to it. "Goodbye, Xavier." I turned around and followed Ariel towards the cars. Chapter 8. The shrill ringing of the doorbell sounded through our apartment, and I peeked from around the kitchen counter to see our white wooden oar rattle as a knock followed shortly after. I quickly dried my hands on the towel I kept on the counter and stalked towards the front door, as Ariel's gaze remained fixed on the TV, unbothered. I didn't even have to check through the peephole. Noah's casual visits had become a routine. I unlocked my door and pulled it open, revealing a grinning Noah clutching onto a fully packed paper bag. "Hey Noah," I greeted, stepping to the side to let him in. "Morning, princess." He set the bag on my kitchen counter, standing tall and stretching his arm out. "Brought y'all some groceries for tonight." I closed the door and immediately locked it behind Noah's orders. "Tonight?" I asked, confused. "You didn't get my text." I shook my head. "No, I forgot to pay this month's phone bill. It was due 2 days ago." I chuckled. Oh, how much we've begun to rely on our phones. I hadn't checked my texts in 2 days and I already feel like I've missed a month's worth of news. Our conversation caught Ariel's interest, and her gaze moved from the show playing on TV to our position by the open kitchen, her eyes wide and in sudden realization. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. We're having a movie marathon tonight. We are. Well, that was news to me. Well, Noah invited himself and Elliot and Bella for a movie night at our place. Ariel rolled her eyes, getting back to the show on TV. I turned to glower at Noah, the nerve this guy has. Noah chuckled nervously, his hand coming up to rub the back of his neck sheepishly. To be fair, I did consider my own apartment first, but yours is bigger and cleaner. I walked over to the brown bag and peeked inside, seeing all kinds of random grocery. And what is up with all these random foods? I wondered, rummaging through the boxes. Well, I got some spaghetti and tomato sauce for dinner, and the snacks are for during the movie, Noah explained. I rummaged some more through the groceries to find several bags of salted chips, marshmallow, and pretzels. Well, how sweet of you. That's me. Ever the sweetest. Noah sighed as he flopped down on a couch. How've you all been? He asked. Good. Great. He eyed Ariel and I suspiciously housely, and I rolled my eyes. Of course. Other than the fact that we're being babysat every single day. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. Nora, you know we have to take. I had to cut him off before he trailed any further. Precautions. Yeah, I know. I unintentionally snapped a bit too harshly. His eyes widened with his mouth still open and frozen mid-sentence. I sighed and ran a hand through my untied hair and nervous, hesitated groan. It's been an entire week. Noah, if anything was going to happen, it would have happened by now. We can't live the rest of our lives on guard because we spent a single day with a possible gang member. His jaw ticked as he bit back whatever response he had in mind. Ariel clicked her tongue. Chest right. You know. Noah snapped his head towards her disapprovingly. I'm bored out of my mind, and I will certainly not spend the rest of my vacation huddled up in my apartment, watching TV all day, just because you guys are too paranoid to let us out. No, we won't. I agreed with Ariel. Noah's jaw ticked as he eyed the both of us disapprovingly. Just give it some more time. Ariel groaned loudly, annoyance. How much longer? It's already been one hell of a depressing week. His fists were clenched into fists by his sides as he stood from the couch. His eyes snapped to mine, as if silently communicating a message with me. He'll leave you now to rest. He suddenly spoke. It's going to be a long night. He forced a tight smile. I sighed but nodded anyway, watching Noah walk towards the door and unlock it. He glanced behind his shoulder before leaving. Lock up behind me, he demanded. Hours later, I was surfing through the newest movies available on Netflix, suggesting some every once in a while and receiving differing votes each time. I sighed. Well, we need to decide on something. Anything but romance. Ariel groaned. I've watched them all. Of course she has. What if we go with a classic? I suggested. Bella nodded, agreeing. I shrieked when I came across one of my all-time favorites, Homefront. Although not exactly a classic, it never grew tired of Jason Statham's heart touching fatherly love in that movie. Yes, Noah exclaimed from the kitchen. I turned to the rest. Elliot shrugged and Ariel mumbled an I guess. I grinned cheerfully. Homefront. It is. Noah then walked into the living room with a big tray carrying 5 bowls of his special spaghetti recipe. And dinner's ready, he announced. Noah went around handing a bowl with a fork to each person in the room, before settling beside me on the couch. Bella got comfortable snuggling into Elliot's side, while Ariel clutched onto her blanket as she draped herself over one entire couch. Start the damn movie. Ariel grumbled. She was extra grumpy tonight. Hit the lights, I ordered Noah, who got up to switch the lights off and returned to his seat. The lights dimmed and I reached out for my bowl, wasting no time and digging into the savory goods. Around an hour in, Ariel's phone chime met and Noah aggressively shushed her, to which she flipped him off. I chuckled as I watched her unlock her phone, reading whatever had popped up on her screen. Her glassy eyes suddenly widened as she frantically read over the screen over and over again. I frowned. Her reaction unusual. Her head snapped up and her eyes locked on mine. She stared for a couple seconds, an odd emotion swirling behind her eyes. What? I mouthed. She looked around the room, noticing that everyone was engrossed with the action displayed on the screen. She motioned with her head towards my bedroom and I nodded. Ariel got up from her seat gradually, walking towards my bedroom. No one noticed her movements. When the gunshot sounded through the speakers, I took the distraction as my cue to get up and follow her. What's the matter? I walked in on Ariel pacing around my room, her phone clutched in her hands. I forgot. I completely forgot and messed up, she exclaimed. I shushed her and grabbed her tense shoulders, telling her to breathe and tell me what happened. Instead of replying, she turned her phone screen so I could see what was on it. It was a text message. Hey Ariel, what's up? BV? I asked. Who's V? I looked up at Ariel with a questioning gaze. Her eyes were wide as saucers. I gulped. It couldn't be. No, she nodded her head. I gave Vincent my number when you were out of the kitchen. I totally forgot about that. I gasped. Ariel. Ice-colded. He could easily track your phone. You don't think I realize that, she exclaimed, her chest heaving up and down. I pressed my lips together, thinking of a solution when my door was suddenly aggressively shoved open, and a seething Elliot stepped inside. You did what? He yelled, fuming. Chapter 9. Ariel gazed down at her shattered phone broken-heartedly. The second Elliot walked into my room after overhearing our conversation, he snatched Ariel's phone from her hands and smashed it into the floor, stepping over it continuously until it had become a mush. He even went to the lengths of taking out her SIM card and breaking it in half. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Ariel groaned, rolling her eyes, which only angered Elliot further. He snapped his head towards her direction, his eyes glazing over. No, Ariel. Even with all of this, they could still end up finding you. He ran a hand through his messy hair, ruffling it up even further. How could you forget that you gave your number away? How dumb do you have to be? All right. Well, I jumped in, noticing that truly Elliot was getting way over his head. He forgot. It happens. We'll just watch out for ourselves and hopefully nothing will go wrong, I suggested, hoping it would put him a little to rest. But boy was I wrong. He chuckled humorlessly. Watch out for yourselves. And how exactly will you watch out for yourself when the biggest fucking mob in all the goddamn states is involved? Just the North, Ariel mumbled. Again, Elliot snapped his head her way. Oh, yeah. 'Cause you know about the mobs better than I do. He spit sarcastically. I raised my hands in the air to quieten them down. This is getting out of hand. Elliot, seriously? I appreciate you and your protectiveness, but you need to calm the hell down. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I watched him pace around the room in complete distress, rubbing the small stubble growing on his face. No is staying with you tonight. He pointed to Ariel. She didn't exactly complain, since she lived for sleepovers and movie nights. Although I think we all knew this sleepover was not going to be like the usual. Elliot shuffled some more at his place before turning and walking out of my bedroom. I looked at Ariel, gauging her reaction, and that's when I saw her slowly crack. Her eyes welled up. I'm so sorry I put you through this. Nora, I should have been more careful. Her voice broke, and she covered her mouth with her shaky hand to muffle the sound. I shook my head violently, stalking towards her and pulling her in for an embrace. No, Ariel, don't. You didn't realize your mistake and that's all right. Don't worry. We'll fix this. I promised and I really hoped I was giving the both of us false hope. I really hope we do find a way to fix this. Who the fuck do you think you are? Going behind my back and doing the exact thing I told you not to fucking do. His voice roared and echoed against the small walls, sending my heart into an erratic beating that I could hear drumming against my ears. My neck was growing hot in fear as he began approaching me, gradually, like a predator stalking its prey. which in every way was true. His large fist connected with the wall right beside my head, and this time I didn't hold my ground and I allowed the flinch to show. I jumped back into the wall, tearing up. After so long, he finally broke me. I was tired, My lips were fighting hard to push the words through my mouth, but my tongue was tied. His face moved closer until he was mere inches away from mine, his ragged breath hitting my face with every heavy exhale. I looked down at his neck, afraid of glancing into the thunderous look behind his glazed over eyes. Don't you ever, not for 1 second, think that you can open your mouth to anyone about this. I will find you. He seethed. As much as I hated to admit it, I knew it was a promise he would never break. He would always find me. I finally gathered enough courage to look up into those ice-cold blue eyes of his. Only now they weren't the same. They were gray as striking, silver color. I gasped and stepped back further into the wall, if that was even possible, and locked eyes with the stranger, my heart falling to my stomach. Xavier stared back at me with the same rage, before his expression transformed completely and a spine, chilling smirk grazed his features. I will always find you. I gasped and jerked awake, taking half of the sheet off with me as I leapt off the bed and onto my feet. My hand flew to my chest and I gripped the soft article of my shirt tightly between my fist, my chest heaving up and down as I struggled to regain my calm. My bedroom door was suddenly shoved open as Noah burst through the door, his frantic eyes scanning the bedroom for any possible threats. I opened my mouth to speak, but the dryness had my tongue in a twist and I found myself standing in complete silence. When Noah's eyes settled on my distressed state, he rushed over to where I stood, his eyes widening in concern. Nora, what's wrong? Only a second later, Ariel barged in behind him. She gazed up between us lazily. What's going on? I shook my head, breathing through my nose and exhaling through my mouth. A technique I was taught reduces anxiety and calms your erratic heartbeat. I am all right. It was just a bad dream. I sighed deeply. The back of my neck was now drenched in sweat. I grabbed a hair tie from off my nightstand and quickly pulled my hair up into a messy bun, allowing the back of my neck to cool off. Noah's hands went over to my arms, rubbing them in a soothing manner, and although I knew he meant well, feeling the texture of his rough hands on my skin only induced the strong, felt emotions of my nightmare. I stepped back from his touch. His hands dropped down to his sides as he asked in a low voice, I thought you stopped having those dreams. I shook my head. I did. It was just tonight. It's nothing, I assured him. Noah nodded his head, but looked unconvinced. I got back in bed and pulled the tangled sheets in with me. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up, I mumbled. Noah shook his head. You've nothing to be sorry for. I was sleeping anyway. I smiled appreciatively, before his words registered. Glancing at the clock on my bedside table, I found that it was nearly 2:30 a.m. Why are you still up? I asked. Just got caught up watching TV. His answer didn't seem so sincere, but I let it slip, and nodded reluctantly. Would you like me to stay beside you? I shook my head, about to decline his offer, but Ariel beat me to it. You'll stay. I think this calls for a cuddle session. She grinned as she climbed into bed beside me. I chuckled but shook my head, pushing her crawling arm off of me. I'm drenched in sweat. Trust me, you don't want to. She scrunched up her nose playfully, then laughed before her eyes softened a bit. She gazed into my eyes of begging for honesty before asking, But are you okay? I gave her a reassuring smile. I'm good. Promise. Noah smiled at our little encounter, then retreated towards the door. If you need anything, it'll be in the living room. When he shut the door behind him, I noticed Ariel was staring at me for a while longer. When I met her eyes with a quizzical gaze, she said, Elliot will come by tomorrow. Again. I'm sure he'll come up with something smart that'll keep us safe. I frowned in confusion at first, until her words finally registered in my brain. Oh no, Ariel. I shook my head. I was worried about that. I referred back to our earlier conversation about Vincent. Then what was your dream about? She asked me. I sighed, lying on my back and staring out at my plain white ceiling. It was just our earlier talk triggering some memories. I whispered. She nodded her head in understanding. Only this time we had Ellie and Noah's annoying ass. And occasionally, Seth. They won't let anything go wrong. I smiled because I knew she was right. Our friends will always have our back. They gave an oath to be our protectors when we first met in college, and they aren't known for breaking their promises. I know they won't. Chapter 10. It felt like I had grown a tiny rose within the confines of my intestine. The bigger the petals grew and touched the walls of my stomach, the more the sparks ignited. It felt like a dozen winged butterflies were hovering above that said flower, and they were cherishing its bloom by flapping their wings about within the confines of my body like they wanted to explode out of the cage and be set free. Every step that I took forward towards my local coffee shop only intensified the sensation I was currently experiencing. And no, it was not because of the coffee. Don't get me wrong. I live for iced coffee, but it's something I have every consecutive day. I grew pretty accustomed to it, so the excitement could not possibly be for that. And as much as I tried to shrug off the feeling, the distraction, the voice within my head yelling at me to run faster, I couldn't. The odd sensations were sending my mind into a frenzy, and I was on the verge of losing the last bit of my sanity. As I finally reached the familiar light, yellow chipped wooden door, I reluctantly stretched out my hand to grab onto the knob. I took a minute to breathe in deeply, forcing my anxiety to rest and grounding myself to the present. Pushing the door open, I heard the familiar classic ding of the bells hanging above. The addictive aroma of freshly brewed coffee hit my senses instantaneously, and my heart suddenly warmed. As per usual, the place was packed. Yaya was the best coffee shop in town and has been around for longer than I can remember. It was fairly small but extremely cozy, with a hippie interior, design and subtle, warm colors. I followed my heart as it led me to the ordering counter. Luckily no one stood ahead of me in line, so I was quick to order my usual iced coffee with added vanilla, Ariel's caramel latte, and Noah's Americano. I don't know how he could drink that abominable mixture. I went for a taste once and cowled and trid of the coffee flavor on my tongue for 3 hours straight. As I reached into the back pocket of my jeans to retrieve my money, an arm extended by my right, offering the boy on the other side of the counter some cash. I snapped my head to the owner of the money and passed the muscular arm only to involuntarily gasp and take a step back. I've got it, his deep voice informed the boy, who glanced at me for affirmation. When he didn't get a reaction because my widened eyes were still transfixed on the last man I expected to see, he shrugged and took the money, handing him back the change. His eyes finally snapped to my own and I deeply inhaled as though striking silvers pierced into my soul. A heart-warming smile grazed Xavier's features and he opened his mouth to speak. Nora, he acknowledged, nodding once. I was at loss of words. What the hell was he doing here? I was tongue-tied. But the worst part of it all was that I couldn't tell what the heavy feeling tugging at my heartstrings stood for. Was it fear? Or relief? How have you been? He asked, when he took into account my shock. What are you doing here? I suddenly blurted out. Xavier grinned amused lie and looked down, bouncing on his legs. He looked so different than when I first met him. And Amy was so confident as he stood tall, dominating and intimidating everyone around him with his powerful essence. Now, however, he looked almost nervous. I figured to give it a shot. He finally looked up, hope dancing behind my favorite feature of his is his eyes. Wait, did I just claim I have a favorite feature in Xavier? Give what a shot? I asked. Your order's ready. The boy mumbled monotonously before going back to his work. I walked over to the receiving end and grabbed my drinks, picking some napkins and straws as well. Then I suddenly realized what happened earlier in my shocked state. Xavier paid for our order. I couldn't let him do that. I reached into the back pocket of my jeans and pulled out some cash, offering it to him. He glanced down at my hand, then raised a brow, giving me a look that basically screamed sarcastic. Seriously. I shook my head. Thank you, but I can't make you pay for my drinks. They're not just for me. Anyway, I watched him lick his lips, contemplating my answer for a second. You can always pay me back later. I gulped. The last thing I wanted was to be indebted to any of Vincent's friends. I shook my head a bit too violently, causing some hair strands to fall onto my face. No, I'd rather just get it over with now. An odd expression passed through Xavier's eyes, like my words struck him harder than they should have. He didn't reply as his gaze once again moved to the wooden floor. He fiddled a little with the expensive watch on his right wrist before finally looking up. Would you like to have lunch with me? He suddenly blurted out. My eyes widened at his forwardness. I was certainly not expecting that to come out of his mouth next. That's what I'm here for. He took a step closer, and the fresh scent of his cologne wafted through to my senses, dropping straight into my stomach as the butterflies yet again bowed over the blossoming flower growing within. Nora, when you left, I couldn't just let that be the end. I felt a connection to you like none I'd ever experienced before. That's why I came here. I was, yet again, at loss of words. Xavier had a habit of leaving me tongue-tied. I stammered, trying to think of a quick response. Xavier sensed my hesitation, and he took another step forward. He was a mere foot away from me now, and my heartbeat began to quicken at his close proximity, at the warmth that radiated off his body. I watched his eyes momentarily glance down to the left side of my chest, and he smiled, probably because he knew how his close proximity was sending my heart into an erratic beating. Nora, a suction, he whispered in his low, velvety voice, and I fought against a shiver. I know you feel what I feel. Our souls have a deep connection that no mortal can comprehend. His words sounded so foreign, but I couldn't deny the truth behind them even if I tried. I did feel a sense of connection to his soul, one I'd never experienced before. And frankly, the fact that I was feeling so deep a connection to a person I knew nothing about scared me beyond the ordinary. Xavier, I took a reluctant step backwards. I don't know. How could I trust someone that was friends with the right hand of the biggest mafia in North America? I couldn't. All I'm asking for is a chance. His shimmery silver gaze was pleading as he stared into my own hopefully. A sudden gush of wind swirled past us as the door to the cafe was closed behind some customers, and Xavier's all too familiar addictive scent wafted through my senses. He smelled like the woods, and fresh rain. Those goddamned butterflies. Again. One chance. Xavier asked once more. Just lunch. It was true that I didn't know him, nor could I tell if he was trustworthy, but those emotions bursting from my heart and sending tingling sensations down to the ends of my fingertips were overwhelming me, speaking much louder than all the logical reasons my brain yelled at why I shouldn't agree to his offer. And then the words left my mouth before my brain could fully register them. Just lunch. Chapter 11. I slammed my front door shut behind me so violently that the sound continued to ring through my ears for a straight minute. From the corner of my eyes, I saw an tall Bill jump from his seat on my living room couch and take a defensive stance, his occupied hand pointing towards my way, and I found myself on the other end of my favorite red kitchen knife. What the hell? Nora, he yelled angrily. Then he huffed and lowered the weapon in his hand. What are you doing with my kitchen knife? I questioned warily. He glanced down at his hand before a dark look crossed his features. Did you forget already what your idiot of a friend did? Those men could be watching us right this moment, and we wouldn't even know it. He snapped a bit too harshly. Well, that took a dark turn. I wondered what his reaction would be if he found out I just agreed to a date with one of those men he was currently taking a stance against. Here's your drink. I offered him the paper cup, then looked around the living room. Where's Ariel? He gestured with his head back towards my bedroom. I rolled my eyes, of course. She would still be sleeping. I stalked towards my room, trying way too hard to walk normally and hide my excitement, to the point where it was obvious I lost normal. I glanced over my shoulder and was grateful to find Noah too occupied sipping on his drink to notice my unusual behavior. I pulled open my bedroom door to see Ariel sprawled out on my bed diagonally. Her hair ruffled and spread out across the pillows as slight snores escaped her mouth. I slammed the door shut and rushed to the windows, pulling my curtains apart to let in the morning light. Immediately my action was followed by an annoyed groan. Slamming the cups on the nightstand, I reached for the blanket and pulled it off of Ariel, forcing her to turn on her back. She sent me a death glare. "What?" she hissed. I clapped my hands together. "I need you to be fully alert because what I'm about to tell you could get the both of us killed." With her eyes wide and like saucers, I clarified, "By Elliot." She gradually sat upright against the headboard. "What is going on?" she whispered. I pushed at her legs and sat down beside her, but when I opened my mouth to speak, no words came out. I didn't know how to begin. "Nora, what happened?" Ariel pushed. I leaned in and whispered, "You'll never guess who I ran into at the coffee shop." She sat upright, straightening her back and shoulders. "Now fully awake, who?" she shrieked, and I shushed her harshly, glancing at the door as if waiting for Noah to burst in at any second. "Xavier," I finally whispered, and her blue eyes widened once more, her jaw dropping open. "No." I nodded my head violently, a big grin forcing its way on my face. "And that's not all." Ariel gulped. "There's more. Please don't tell me the whole gang showed up." A shudder ran down my spine at the mention of gang, which diverted my attention from what I was about to confess. I began speaking, but didn't know how to propel my word what I was about to ask. Ariel stared back at me expectantly. "Do you believe Xavier has something to do with all that? What if HES not as close to Vincent as we thought he was? What if they're genuinely just friends?" I hoped. I watched Ariel study me carefully, not knowing how to respond. She glanced down as she contemplated a reply, but when she looked up, her mouth closed again. When she took too long to answer, I suddenly blurted out, "He asked me out." Her eyes widened, and I dropped the second bomb before she could respond. "And I said yes." "Nora," she all but yelled, scolding me. Or at least I thought she was, until she broke out into a huge teeth-wide grin, her dimples digging deep into her cheeks. "I can't believe this." "Why, you can't believe this?" "As in I am so disappointed in you." "I can't believe this, or this is great." "I can't believe this," I questioned. Her grin widened. "This is fantastic," she squealed. I cringed back at her high-pitched voice. "Is it?" I whispered doubtfully. Ariel nodded her head frantically. "I knew from the first moment you two met that there was a spark. I had never seen you so nervous around someone before." I felt a warm blush creeping up my cheek. Ariel gasped and jerked forward, clutching my hand tightly. "See, even now you're blushing." I rolled my eyes and pushed her hand away, rubbing my cheeks in hopes of them returning normal again. "I'm not too sure I should trust him, though," I mumbled. "Vampire deception by Drake Mason and Eli Grant is an undocumented changeling and forced to pose as a low-level witch." Ariel noticed my unease and shook her head. "I have a good feeling about this guy. Remember my sixth sense?" I chuckled and nodded yes. "I don't think HE's a bad guy. Dangerous, maybe, but not bad," she whispered. I frowned at her last sentence. "What do you mean?" "Dangerous," she shrugged. They all looked very intimidating. I feel like there's a sense of danger surrounding them. But if they were the bad guys, you and I wouldn't have felt so comfortable around Vincent and Xavier, which is why I was confused when Elliot took a stance against them. I nodded my head in agreement. That's exactly what I thought. The way I felt like I could be myself around Xavier was very confusing at first, given the fact that it takes a lot for me to trust a guy. So maybe he is a good man. And that's why the trigger warnings didn't go off in my mind. I justified. Ariel suddenly shrieked, and I flinched back, cursing her. "So when is this date?" I slapped her arm and shushed her, pointing with my thumb back at the door, the only thing separating us from Noah. She bit the inside of her cheek, as if suddenly realizing that this date is something that should be kept a secret from our friends. Her eyes widened. "How is this going to work?" she asked. I sighed, slouching forward in early defeat. "I've no idea. It will be extremely difficult. Noah, and especially Elliot, basically have radars pointed directly at us girls now after what went down at the beach. We can say we're hanging out. Just you and me, and I can go to the movies. There's a new one I've been wanting to watch," Ariel suggested. I shook my head. "They won't let us go alone. Not until things settle down a bit and their paranoia subsides." Ariel nodded, gazing off into the distance as she tried to think of another solution. A sudden feeling of frustration washed over me, and I frowned. "You know what? They can't control who I can and cannot date," I snapped. Ariel's eyes shot up to mine and widened. "Nora," she began, but I cut her off. "No. I dealt with the worst and survived. Xavier isn't a bad guy. I can eat whoever I want." I hopped off my bed and stalked towards my closet, pulling the doors open to reveal my color-coordinated fancy tops. Today, I felt yellow. I began rummaging through my yellow tops, settling for a fancy pastel V-neck, long-sleeved. "Nora, you know they just worry a lot." Ariel's voice came from behind me. I sighed. "I know, and am grateful that they care, but I don't need them controlling who cannot be a part of my life," I explained. She nodded hesitantly and gave me a tight smile. "Is the date today?" Ariel asked, eyeing the top I picked appreciatively. "That would look gorgeous with your hair curled." "Yeah. Would you do me the honor?" I asked. She flashed me a toothy grin, jumping once and clapping her hands excitingly. "I thought you'd never ask." She reached out and grabbed my shoulders, moving me to my vanity and pushing me down to sit in front of the mirror. "It'll go freshen up and you can plug in the curler." I pulled open the desk drawer and took the curler out, doing as instructed by the beautician, the whole while my stomach churning not only in anticipation, the fear of getting caught by the people who instructed me to do the exact opposite of what I was going to so eagerly do. Chapter 12. I didn't know where I was headed to nor what I was going to do. For the first time in what seems like forever, I have allowed my footsteps to be guided by my heart. I wandered aimlessly with no direction in my conscious mind, but somehow I was positive I was headed the right way, because why else would my heart thrum faster and my stomachs not tighten with every step I took? My forehead muscles were growing sore from being too constricted. I forced the frown off my face and relaxed my expression, not wanting to appear angry in front of the passerbias or worse, in front of my date. It felt very odd saying it, even if it was just in my mind. The word brought back so many memories I would have rather left in my unconscious mind. Earlier this afternoon, Ariel had styled my hair to cascade down my back in natural waves. I had put on my outfit in no time, so eager for lunchtime, and as I stalked out of my bedroom with a newfound confidence, I noticed Noah was busy speaking on the phone. "No, you need to get your ass here right now. I'm in desperate need of a shower," he was demanding to the other person across the line. His back was towards the hall as he faced my living room's balcony. I ignored my conscience as it pressured me to stay oral and inform him the person is in my apartment guarding my friend and I from danger of where I was headed to. I bit my lip and continued straight towards my front door, my movements so light it almost looked like I was floating across the tiles. "No, it's not okay," Noah suddenly yelled, and as soon as I recovered from my flinch I hurried to lower the doorknob, hoping the slight creak would be balanced by the echo of Noah's voice. "You know damn well how serious this situation is. Don't you dare tell me to calm down." I heard his volume decrease as I stepped further away from the door. The adrenaline pumped rushing through my veins as I tried so sneakily not to get caught distracted my mind from fully registering his words. It wasn't until I reached down the hall and stopped at the elevator that I realized just what I was getting into. Could Xavier truly be just as dangerous as Vincent? My strong sixth sense that often distinguished between the good and the bad people was going off in my head. From the moment I met Xavier, it had felt like I'd known him for years, like we were long-lost souls finally coming together after an anguishing millennia. "Nora." The sudden call startled me and I jumped a step forward. The elevator door dinged. indicating it had reached my floor. As the doors began spreading open, I turned around to find No's head peeking from my apartment's door. His eyes trailed over my appearance, the styled hair and the fancier than usual attire, and they failed back on my face. He stepped through the door and stood fully in the middle of the hallway, his eyebrows lifting in amusement and a slight grin coming to view. "Where are you headed to, looking all dolled up?" he teased. I opened my mouth to reply, but hesitated as I pondered over lying. An inner voice reprimanded me, reminding me that no, it didn't deserve to be lied to, especially not by me. "I have a date," I blurted out, in a speed quicker than I anticipated. The grin that had appeared so easily from his face as it crumpled into a frown. "A date?" He pronounced the word like it felt so foreign leaving his mouth. "With whom? You don't know him." I rushed, reaching out. I hit the elevator button to stop the doors from closing. "Actually, Noah," I'm already latent. The second I turned around to say goodbye, I found myself facing a broad chest. I stepped back and looked up into No's questioning stare. His frown now deepened as he glared me down. I felt so small standing below him, but I held my ground. "Try me, what's his name?" he prodded. I clenched my jaw in annoyance, pushing at his chest with my index finger. "First off," I pushed harder until he took one step back, his hands coming to rest on his hips. "Personal space." "Who is he?" "Nora," he asked again. "Could you back off?" I demanded. Huffing, he took a literal step backwards, fully aware that's not what I meant. "I need a break." "Noah." His frown slowly turned into confusion. "WHA, as in, I need you to back off some." I clenched my fist by my side, forcing my rough persona on. "I understand you don't mean harm, but your constant protection is starting to suffocate me. I need you to ease off a little and let me live on." His lips parted as he prepared to speak, but I immediately stepped through the elevator doors. "Nora, are you sure?" He hesitated as if not knowing how to word his question properly. "Maybe you should wait. Think this through." "I know what I'm doing," I promised. An uncomfortable look flashed through his eyes, and he immediately lowered his gaze and looked away. I took that as my cue to hit the button for the lobby. The doors closed and I slowly inhaled a deep breath. The tough part was over with. As I strolled through the city, my eyes wandered over every restaurant, realizing how stupid I must have looked agreeing to a lunch date and never asking about the location. There were hundreds of restaurants in the neighborhood. How could I possibly know where to meet up? What if he wanted to leave the city? Did he plan to take us to a fancy restaurant or a casual diner? The possibilities were endless, and the inside of my cheek was getting more swollen by the minute as I continued to chew on it nervously. A sudden flash of black distracted me from where I was headed to, and I glanced sideways to see an all-black Range Rover slowing to a stop a few feet ahead of me. The windows were tinted to show the insides, but as the doors opened and a pair of long legs hugged by black jeans stepped out, I gulped. How could I ever fit in with such grandeur? Xavier turned to face me and pushed shut the front door of the SUV. A hand reached up and he took off his black sunglasses, revealing even in the fair distance among us his shimmering silver gaze. My heart leapt right out of my chest as his eyes locked on mine, and an inexplicable warmth spread through my veins. He wore a black shirt with a light beige jacket, a casual outfit that he pulled off so well. He began approaching me, and my feet moved forward on instinct to meet him halfway through. As he stopped a mere foot away, he flashed me a warm, earnest smile. "Hey," he greeted, and I smiled back in return. For a brief second his eyes took in my appearance, and his smile widened. "Wow, you look," he began, but only trailed off. I prodded in curiosity. I heard a deep chuckle rumble in his chest, and he shook his head. Words would meant justice. My neck began to warm up and I found myself too flustered to reply. He truly was the smoothest man I had ever come across. I wonder if he uses the same charming charisma with just everyone. "Ready to go?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Are we taking your car?" "We are. I hope you don't mind leaving the city." "Nowhere too far. Going somewhere farther from the city sounded much better than staying within the borders. It meant a lower chance of being seen by any of my friends. As much as I hated lying to them, I had to do it at least until Noah and Elliot cool off a bit. That sounds great, I announced with a smile. Xavier's grin wide and in delight, and he gestured towards his car. As I reached out to grab the door handle, his own hand outstretched and slightly bumped into mine. Allow me. He pulled the door handle and opened the door, such chivalrous act. I had to resist the urge to chuckle nervously, and I climbed in, whispering a quick thanks. The insides of the car were just as dark as its exterior. The black leather seats felt a bit chilly despite the warm summer air. Xavier climbed into the driver's seat not a minute later and buckled up. I copied his action. So where are we headed to? I asked curiously. It's just a small Italian restaurant by the border of this town. Their food's really good. He sneaked a glance at me from the corner of his eyes, felt my excitement rising new. I love Italian food. I smiled cheerfully. It's definitely my go-to. Xavier's grin widened. Oh, it's my favorite. I nodded eagerly. A minute passed as Xavier continued driving very smoothly, and a random question suddenly popped in my head. Xavier. I called for his attention. He hummed in question and glanced my way. How did you really find me? His expression turned stoic for a moment before returning to normal. I remembered you saying you're from Illinois. Well, yeah, but it's a pretty big state. I guess I just got lucky. He shrugged, a small smile tugging at his lip, but I couldn't bring myself to smile at his short response. My thoughts running wild as my paranoia resumed its place behind the wheel, driving my mind towards anxious thoughts. Xavier noticed my sudden silence and stared a quick look my way, his own eyes turning anxious. A good friend of mine recommended trying that coffee shop we met at this morning, since many locals hang out there, and the rest was simply good luck. He smiled genuinely. Fate must really like you. Then, I teased, to which he chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it does. For the rest of the drive we exchanged questions, learning more about one another. He asked about my passions and I asked about his. I learned he really loves to read, especially classics, and we both happen to have a love for The Great Gatsby. His favorite color is black, which made sense since most of his belongings reflected that passion. I should have guessed it on my own. And he also owns a dog, a pit bull whose name is Ander. What about your family? I wondered, hoping to get to know him on a deeper level, not just the basics that anyone could know of. He trailed off as he swerved to a turn, his eyes looking over the passing cars to his left. I lost both my parents a long time ago, he finally replied. I bit the inside of my cheek, immediately regretting the choice of question. I'm sorry for your loss. Xavier shook his head, smiling sadly. Don't be. Everyone leaves eventually. Right. I probably should have changed the direction of our conversation then, but my damn curiosity wouldn't let it go. What were they like? I asked in a low voice, the more mature part of me hoping he wouldn't have heard the question, fearing it might upset him, but he stared ahead with the faint of a smile. They were wonderful people. They met when my dad was on a business trip, and my mom was by the dancing studio she practiced at. The classic glitch of accidentally bumping into one another and instantly falling in love. He chuckled and I found myself laughing as well. That's really cute. I beamed. I was such a sucker for clichés. Xavier nodded, and the car gradually decelerated until it came to a halt. I gazed out the car window at the beautiful restaurant we were parked across from. Just as Xavier had said, it was a small restaurant, but the beauty of its decor blinded the onlookers to its adverse parts. There were white wooden tables set out front with gorgeous bouquets of light pink roses set on the center of each. There were also fairy lights hanging above and over all the tables, giving a very homey and romantic feel to the place. I wondered how magical it would look at night. Wow, I whispered, and Xavier sneaked a glance out the corner of his eye. I'm glad you like it. He began to switch off the ignition, and I didn't hesitate to undo my seatbelt. It's ours for the day. My head snapped to stare at him horribly the second his words registered in my brain. "You reserved the entire restaurant for us." I gaped. That was way more than I had expected. The owner is a close acquaintance. She was generous enough to offer some privacy as a way of showing her joy that I'm finally going on a date. Xavier chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief at his friend's actions. But it was kind of cute, very nice of her. "So he doesn't date often?" Huh, an inner voice beamed. I had to fight the stupid grin creeping up my face. Xavier undid his seatbelt and opened the car door. I reached out for my side's handle and opened the door. And within that exact, and Xavier showed up to my side, taking over the action and opening my door the rest of the way. I gaped at him as he gestured with his hand for me to get out of the car. "Wow," I breathed as I stepped out. "You're fast." It probably sounded more of an accusation than a fact. When I didn't get a reply, I looked up at Xavier to see him staring down at me with an innocent smile, pretending like he hadn't even heard my comment. Chapter 13. The last ray of sunlight swaying across my right shoulder blade gradually began disappearing as another big fluff of cloud moved ahead of it. The sky was a cool shade of baby blue, with blotches of white clouds hovering only centimeters apart, just my type of day. I found myself often distracted with where I stepped foot as I kept sneaking glances at the sky every now and then, and Xavier had to regularly repeat the words, "Watch out." Our lunch had gone amazingly. My mushroom ravioli tasted so heavenly I had to resist the urge to groan with every bite. Xavier kept the conversation going, and I found him to be more interested in me than I was in his personal interests, which says a lot because I was madly absorbed in all that he is. However, to our disappointment, we finished our lunch early, so Xavier suggested dessert. But the place was too vacant that sitting there too long slowly turned displeasing, and I suggested we go on a walk to have some ice cream instead. He answered back with a wide, pleased grin, and so we wandered around in the streets of an unknown town, our arms regularly brushing and magnifying the sparks flying in the space between. We stopped at a pastel green ice cream stand. Xavier got 2 scoops of mint chocolate and I got 2 of caramel, swirl our favorite. "Tell me more about your job," Xavier said. "It's incredible." I smiled, remembering all the chaotic fun we had at the company. It's like this small place packed with some of the most creative and crazy people that I have ever met. We have a lot of fun working on our projects. Xavier nodded. "And when did you decide you wanted to become an artist?" "Ever since I was born," I replied. "One of the very first things I learned to do was grab a pencil and draw on literally anything." I chuckled, remembering all the mess I'd made back at my childhood home, drawing swirls across walls and tables. My parents always told me I was a natural, so I decided to pursue a career in arts. I looked up to witness Xavier's response, and in that moment a flicker of black distracted me from the warm smile playing on his lips. I peeked over his broad shoulder to see a black car with dark, tinted windows pass by, driving uncommonly slow. My eyebrows furrowed. This was their 3rd trip around. "Nora." My eyes snapped as Xavier's questioning eyes. "Is everything all right?" I contemplated telling him about the car. A small part of me worried he might think him an overthinker, which isn't exactly a charming trait. But another part of me wondered if perhaps it would matter to him to know if we were being followed. But then again, why would we be followed? "Nora," he pushed, now stopping in his tracks and turning to face me. I glanced over Xavier's shoulder at the car to see that it also stopped a few feet behind, mimicking our action. Now that was really suspicious. I think there's a car following us." The intended statement came out more like a question. "Where?" He was suddenly alert, his back involuntarily straightening and his shoulders pushing back. I raised my eyebrows and motioned to the car behind him, and he caught on. Xavier casually reached out for my upper arms, his hold firm enough that I could feel the warmth of his hands creeping over my blouse, and he slowly circled us around so that we switched positions without making it obvious. His long fingers brushed a strand of hair away from my cheek, tucking it gently behind my ear in a loving motion. For a second, I almost forgot it was all for show. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he looked over my head, but a minute later, They softened as he broke into a relieved smile. I stared at him in confusion. No worries. That's just Levi, he assured me. Levi. The name sounded familiar, but I cowled and put a face to it. Yeah. He was with us at the lake. The memories clicked into place, and I remembered the third person that hovered behind Xavier and Vincent's int during our trip, too quiet to gain the attention of the group. However, he did get along with Seth pretty fine. Oh, I remember. I nodded, but that still didn't answer my question. Why is he following us? Though, just precaution, Xavier started walking the same way we're headed to before I spotted the car. What for? I prodded, following behind his steps. Nothing in particular, just making sure we're safe. He glanced down at me and smiled. That was awfully weird. I laughed lightly, nervously. Do you often have men following you around for safety measure? Xavier must have sensed my unease, because he looked down at me and his stare lingered on my facial expression, searching behind my eyes for an answer to his unspoken question. No, not that often, but it has seemed like the right thing to do, he answered, to which only increased my confusion. Xavier's eyes moved to the small black purse that fell by my left hip, and his eyebrows furrowed. Some own's been texting you. You might want to get that. I stared at my purse with a dumbfounded expression. Had I grown that oblivious to the outside world? The vibration feature of my receiving text messages usually annoys me so much that I immediately reply to them to stop the buzzing. But I hadn't even felt it this time. I tried to balance the medium size dice cream cup in my uncommonly small palm, as I fished for my phone with my unoccupied hand. Xavier immediately noticed my struggle. He smiled and reached out for my cup. Here, let me have that, he said. I flashed him an appreciative smile and went to grab my phone. To my complete horror, I had over 3 missed calls and up to 19 text messages. But to no surprise, they were all from Ariel. I clicked on the text messages first to see her ranting in all caps lock about how she was so close to throwing punches around because Elliot and Noah were pushing at her buttons. Eventually, the texts began turning more frantic as she demanded I return home immediately. I exhaled deeply in annoyance, not really wanting to end Xavier and his date just yet. But Ariel was freaking out and I had to make it back before she'd lose her patience and cause an even bigger fuss. Is everything all right? Xavier asked. I shook my head, forcing on a tight smile which must have come out as a grimace. I should go back. I refrained from giving any further detail, not wanting to ruin our date by explaining the whole ordeal, which as a matter of fact might take over hours to cover. Thankfully, Xavier didn't question it any further and simply nodded in understanding, switching directions as we headed back to the restaurant where he parked his car. I retrieved my ice cream cup when he offered, but I found myself in no mood to finish the delicious dessert, so I carried it numbly all the way back. You'd tell me if something was wrong. Right. Xavier spoke suddenly. I was so lost in my thoughts wondering what was the deal with my friends was that for a second I forgot he was walking right beside me. My eyes snapped up to his and it took a couple seconds too long for his words to register in my brain. Yes, of course, I admitted. Truthfully, I didn't know why, but I would have told him if something were to go wrong. There was a whole part of me that felt so safe and secure in his presence, fully aware that we barely even knew him, that it would blindly trust and follow him around with no question or hesitation. And to be completely honest, that feeling scared me beyond the norm. I didn't want to be just another dumb girl in love. But sometimes, I guess you can't control who your soul wants to attach itself to. Xavier stopped walking, and like the dumb girl in love that I was fighting so hard not to become, I followed his action. His captivating silver eyes gazed deep into my plain brown ones, and I was so staggered by their striking brilliance. My mind went blank for a fair minute, wondering whether there were other lucky ones born into this world with eyes so enchanting they could melt the most inanimate. Nora, his lips spoke my name, and it broke me out of the spell his eyes held me under. You can trust me to keep you safe, he promised. I nodded subconsciously, mindlessly agreeing to his words even before they fully register in my brain. My phone buzzed again. Xavier's eyes moved down to the palm of my hand, sweaty and difficultly grasping onto my phone. We should probably move if you want to make it back soon. The traffic is unbearable at this time of day. He turned around and started towards his car. I looked at the screen on my mobile, and Elliot's name flashed in wide letters. I clicked open his text message. It asked me where I was. I rolled my eyes infuriatingly. They need to seriously stop treating me as if I'm a child. I'm 23, for God's sake, perfectly capable of living independently. Shoving my phone back into my purse, I marched angrily the rest of the way to the car, eyebrows furrowed and a clear annoyance showing through my facial expression. Xavier was already in the car with its engine running. I hopped into the passenger seat and offered him a smile, to which he reciprocated before preparing for our return back to the main city. I really regret ending the day so soon. I was having a lot of fun, I commented. He hummed in agreement. Me too, but there's always next time. He glanced at me and gave a small grin, which accelerated my heartbeat up a notch or two. What would you like to do next time? His smile widened. Only then did I notice I was still holding on to my ice cream cup, as its exterior began to dampen and cool the palm of my hand, and what little was left within gradually melted completely. Oh, I groaned, noticing small droplets of water falling onto my pants and leaving dark stains behind. With my other hand, I fumbled with my purse as I tried to extract the small pocket tissue I always brought with me for this exact form of clumsiness. Growing frustrated by the minute, I roughly yanked out a tissue and instantly tapped it against my palm, then the slightly dampened spots on my jeans. All good. Xavier suddenly chuckled, and I rolled my eyes, covering my embarrassment with feigned annoyance. It's good, I announced. A couple seconds later, he questioned, so I looked at him in confusion. He read my expression and repeated his earlier question. Where would you like to go to next time? My heart gave a little flutter, thinking there was going to be a next time, and that even if our day was about to end, that didn't mean it was the last I'll see of him. I smiled subconsciously, idiotically, and a warm blush started creeping up my cheeks as I suddenly realized how crazy attached I was getting to him. Dumb girl in love, a fierce inner voice hissed at me. I told her to shut up. Anywhere you do like, I finally answered. Xavier shook his head in disapproval. This time, I chose a restaurant that held a special place in my life. Next time, well, go to a place that holds the same meaning to you. This way we can explore more of one another. He peered over to capture my reaction, which I bet was in complete awe. Fair enough, I agreed, but I'll have to think about it. There's too many to choose from. He nodded once in understanding, and well made time for all of them. He promised. I beamed. Xavier began to slow the car to a stop, and when I glanced outside the window, I noticed to my utter disappointment that we were parked across my apartment building. I guess good times always come to an end. I turned in my seat to thank Xavier for the lovely lunch date, only to witness the same look of disappointment and longing swirling in his striking silvers. It warmed my heart but also pulled at its cords, seeing him so unready to let go. I gave him a genuine smile and watched the blur behind his eyes as they immediately turned soft, and he offered me his own breathtaking smile. It was a true pleasure, Nora, in looking forward to our next date, he confessed. My cheeks grew warm as I imagined the flow of blood rushing upwards, dispersing across my face to clearly reveal just how flustered his words made me feel. See you next time, Xavier. Thank you for the lovely day out. I reached for the handle and pushed the car door open, stepping down and waving goodbye. I crossed the street towards my apartment building, but before passing through the front doors, I turned to give one last smile to Xavier, to which he replied with a faint nod. I stalked into the building and immediately threw the already melted ice cream away, pushing on the elevator button and waiting for it to reach the lobby. As I got in and waited for it to take me to my floor, my thoughts returned to Ariel's text messages from earlier. I wondered what she told them about my sudden and unannounced date. Checking my watch, I calculated the hours it spent on the date, nearly 3. The elevator doors dinged and I stepped out, stalking towards my apartment door. I stopped for a second to inhale deeply, mentally preparing myself for the complaints that were sure to come my way. I tried the door before reaching for my keys, knowing my friends never lock the doors behind them, and truly found it to be unlocked, so I pushed it and walked in. Noah and Elliot were seated on one of my living room couches, scowling as they stared at the TV. Ariel was nowhere in sight. I slammed the door a little too harshly to gain their attention. "I'm home," I announced to the party. Elliot and Noah spared no second of hesitation as they jumped off their seats and instantly bombarded me with questions. "Why didn't you reply to my text? What sort of date takes 4 hours?" 3. I interjected. "Why didn't you tell us earlier that you had a date? And who was it with? Anyway," I groaned in annoyance, so loudly and obnoxiously, it ended up sounding like an animal howling in despair. "Would you ease off?" "Hey, back off." Ariel's shriek came from the hallway leading to the rooms as she came stalking out. Her hair ruffled up into a messy bun and her pointy index finger directed at Elliot and Noah. "Feisty. Ariel, you stay the hell out of it," Elliot warned, his face turning a light shade of pink. I gulped. That rarely ever happened. "If you didn't want me to be involved in this, then you shouldn't have been all up my ass for the past 3 goddamned hours." My head is still pounding from all that interrogation. Her arms crossed over her chest in annoyance. Elliot pinched the area between his eyes, a sign that a bad migraine was on its way, which resulted more often than not from arguing with Ariel. I could only imagine how bad it must have been if Ariel was telling the truth about it going on for 3 hours. "Nora, is suction. May I just know something?" Elliot finally asked, his voice lowering an octave as a sign of weariness. I nodded, not trusting my voice. "Who is he? You don't know him," I answered curtly, which was somewhat true. They didn't know the real Xavier. "You don't know that." He pushed. I huffed and threw my arms up in frustration. "I went on 1 date. Just 1. I don't need to inform you guys of every single thing that I do." "Yes, you do." Elliot's voice raised, which was an evident surprise to all as they instantly stopped whatever they were doing and just stared. "You will tell me everything you do and whoever you meet with, because now all our lives are at risk, not just your own." "Oh, please. Nobody wants shit to do with you." "Elliot." Ariel spat harshly. "I would never put you guys in harm's way." I seethed through clenched teeth, more angry than hurt that HED thinks so low of me. "Of course, we know that." "Nora." Noah spoke. He glared at Elliot angrily. "He didn't mean that." Elliot shrugged his forehead, pacing around the living room with a clenched jaw. "History would never repeat itself." "Elliot," I snapped. "And even if it does, rest assured you will be kept as far away from danger as possible." Elliot stopped his pacing and turned around in disbelief. Nor he began speaking, but I spared him no more second, feeling an inner wall crumbling in my chest as it got heavier by the minute. I turned around abruptly and yanked the front door open, racing straight out and heading to nowhere. This plot, after a terrifying kidnapping ordeal, the female protagonist, Nora, a suction Drake, is rescued by the enigmatic Xavier. However, upon waking up, she finds herself in an unfamiliar environment, with everything strangers to her. To her shock, she discovers Chess wearing a massive gray shirt that clearly isn't hers. What secrets lie behind this kidnapping? And what role does Xavier play in it? Is he truly protecting her, or does he have ulterior motives? All these mysteries make one eager to uncover what happens next. Chapter 14. The chestnut waves cascading over my tense shoulders swayed with each determined step as I stormed away. Fury coursed through my veins, mingled with an undercurrent of hurt and disbelief. How could Elliot, one of my closest friends, even entertain the notion that it jeopardized their safety for my own selfish pursuits. It was unfathomable. My feet carried me farther than it intended, leaving me several blocks from my apartment. The cool evening air did little to soothe my frayed nerves as I grappled with the conflicting emotions swirling within me. Anger still dominated, but beneath it lay a deep-seated disappointment in Elliot's judgment. I couldn't bring myself to return home, yet I hated the thought of asking the others to leave when they weren't all guilty of doubting me. After wandering the streets aimlessly for a quarter of an hour, the buzz of my phone cut through my tumultuous thoughts. I fished it out of my pocket, my fingers trembling slightly as I unlocked the screen. A message from Ariel appeared, urging me to come back. Before I could process it, two more notifications arrived in rapid succession. I halted mid-step, my eyes scanning the series of messages. Noah and Elliot left. I'm going after them to speak some sense into them. They're too angry to understand. But you did nothing wrong. Nora, go back home. You'll return later tonight. A small, involuntary smile tugged at my lips as I read Ariel's supportive words. Her understanding nature was a balm to my wounded spirit. With a deep sigh, I turned on my heel and began retracing my steps homeward. As I walked, my anger began to ebb, replaced by a more nuanced understanding of Elliot's behavior. Deep down, I knew his intentions weren't malicious. His worry, while misplaced, stemmed from a place of care. As the eldest in our tight-knit group, Elliot had always shouldered a self-imposed responsibility for our well-being. The years of friendship and shared hardships had only intensified his protective instincts. Though he never admitted openly, we all recognized and respected his overprotective tendencies. Still, the sting of his words lingered. After spending such a wonderful day, a rare reprieve from the constant vigilance that had become our norm, I had hoped to share my joy with my friends. Instead, I was met with criticism and hurtful accusations from the last person I expected. The contrast between my earlier elation and current dejection was stark, leaving me emotionally drained as I approached my apartment building. I had the right to be mad. I tried to reason with the slight guilt I felt inside. I was snatched back to reality a second later as my phone began buzzing in the palm of my hand. I glanced at the screen and Elliot's name flashed as the caller read. Out of poor pettiness, I let it ring for a few seconds longer, then clicked decline. The LL teach him. I thought. The sun was beginning its descent, turning the sky a bright shade of orange and yellow. The warm colors almost mocked me, as if encouraging my fury and indirectly telling me to grasp on to the anger that was gradually dissipating. Knowing myself, I most likely wasn't going to last longer than a day angry at my friend, even if Elliot's words were somewhat insensitive because I know him better than to judge him based on his choice of words in one tense conversation. Minutes later, my apartment building came into view. I sighed in relief, the heels of my feet taking in despair. I'm definitely soaking myself in the bathtub I know where Ariel stashes her bath bombs. I instantly thought to myself, an evil grin sneaking its way onto my features. I jogged over the 4 steps leading to the front door, and waved a gentle greeting to our night guard, Paul, who sat behind the front desk. He immediately recognized me and offered a wide smile, gesturing me in. I took the elevator up to my floor, then reached my front door. Knowing no one was in, I fished for my keys from my purse and unlocked the door. Once I stepped inside, a warm gush of air greeted me. Involuntarily, I scrunched up my nose and distaste. I was never a fan of summer heat. Following the source of the wind, I found the living room window half open and ran to close it shut. The whole place smelled like summer, which some might appreciate, but it was never my taste. Moving to the coffee table set by the couches, I immediately went to work on the scented candles, lighting them up to give the place a cozy lavender scent. My feet worked on their own, leading me towards Ariel's bedroom, and then her bathroom. The bathrooms of our apartment was probably my favorite part of the entire place. They were huge, with marbled counters, sink, and bathtub. Ariel decorated hers with loads of scented candles to light up before soaking in the tub. I went to the sink and pulled open the doors of a cabinet underneath, exposing a selection of lush bath bombs. I grabbed a rose, scented one, and then hurried out towards my own bedroom. Once inside my own bathroom, I began to fill the tub up with warm water, and I took out my phone and set it beside the tub in case I get any important calls, then headed back into the room to find a comfy and fitting outfit for later. I settled for a pair of black sweatpants and a plain light pink t-shirt. When I returned to the bathroom, I found the water to have reached almost halfway already, so I pulled my hair up into a messy bun, stripped of my date clothes, and sank deep into the warm water, dropping in the bath bomb and watching as it soothingly turned the water a light shade of pink. The aroma lifted to my senses and instantly began relaxing me, and I inhaled deeply, letting the scent fill my lungs and soothe my nerves. I reached for the lighter I brought in with me earlier and began lighting up some candles I had lying around the tub, staring into the dancing flames with a deep interest. All too soon, my eyes began drooping as they got heavier, and I didn't fight the sleep. I allowed the exhaustion to take over, and gradually watched the flames turn blurry as my eyes fell shut. All I could tell was that it was too cold. Wherever I was, whatever was happening, was causing my body to shiver recklessly. My breathing was coming out in loud huffs as my body struggled to create heat. There was also a faint creak coming from far, far away. As I tried to regain consciousness, the first thought that hit me was that I was wet. I forced open my eyes to inspect my surrounding. Everything slowly came back to me. I was still in the bathtub, only now the water has turned way colder than I appreciated. I sighed, my hands coming up to grab the edges to lift myself up, but accidentally knocking over one of the candles in the process. Crap. I hissed, the melted wax running down my wrist and leaving a burning ache behind. I shoved my hand into the water and stroked the area to soothe the discomfort. I blew out the rest of the candles and again grabbed the edges of the tub, pushing myself upwards with what little strength I had left within me after that power nap. I silently thanked God that I didn't slip underwater in my drowsy state and suffocate. I reached out for a bathrobe and put it on, grateful for the warmth it offered after lying down in the cold water for so long. After searching around the bathroom, I realized I had left the assorted outfit on my bed. I moved towards the door and went back into the bedroom, and it finally hit me how long I spent napping. It was now completely dark outside. It must be taken me longer than 2 hours. Suddenly, someone deeply exhaled from the left corner of the bedroom. I shrieked, my hands instantly coming up to fasten the rope around my waist. I turned on my heels, ready to reprimand Ariel for sneaking up on me that way, but instead of the familiar blue eyes, I found myself staring into a chilling, endless black pare. My throat tightened. I opened my mouth to let out a gasp, a shriek, a scream. Anything but the air got stuck in my throat, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on high alert. That was one hell of a nap. His voice was rich with an unfamiliar accent, and hoarse enough that it sent a chilling shiver down my spine. Feeling refreshed, his lips pulled back into a menacing grin. The bedroom door creaked open, and my eyes snapped to the second intruder of the night. Sleeping Beauty up yet? Another unfamiliar voice sounded through the room. He looked taller, broader, and unlike the first, this one had hair on the top of his head. It was long and slick, pushed back. His head snapped up from the object swirling in his hands, and his eyes locked on mine. The same menacing grin I saw on the first guy appearing on his lips. My blurry eyes flashed down to the object in his right, gloved hand. It was long and silver. He tilted it a centimeter to the side, and it shined. An inner voice screamed at me, but I couldn't comprehend her words. It wasn't until he directed the pointy end at me that I finally realized I was standing on the other end of the intruder's knife. Chapter 15. How about we go for a little ride? The man standing on the other side of the knife proposed, though I doubted I had any choice in the matter. Inspect the opponent. What does he have to his advantage? She looks up for it. The second one, sprawled out on my couch, commented, and I could almost hear the smirk plastered on his scarred face. Find a point of weakness, or search for a way to create a distraction. It'd allow you to change into a more comfortable outfit. But unfortunately we're running late. Now decide, fight or flight. Had a long day, and you looked really exhausted in that bathtub. That last sentence dragged me out of my thoughts. My head snapped towards the man seated on the couch, my eyes widening in horror. He had seen me in the bathtub, where I lied unconscious and bare. A burning bile rose in my throat, and I gulped to try and hold everything in. Though releasing the contents of my stomach on my opponent's shoes didn't seem like such a bad idea. I cowled and spared the time. Their advantage was definitely their muscle, and they were also armed. In my distressed state, I cowled and bring myself to inspect any point of weakness, nor could I arrange my thoughts to fish for a distraction. Control your breathing. The only way out is by maintaining a calm mental state. I breathed in, feeling my lungs expand and a shiver run down my spine. Straightening my back up from the slight crouch I had gone into earlier in automatic defense position as a result of standing on the other side of a pointed weapon. Here's the thing. Bella, my opponent spoke as he began to lower his armed hand. Through his pronunciation, I recognized his accent as Italian. My hand here is growing tired, and you seem smart enough to not pull a stunt you'll regret later. He stared back into my eyes, pausing for a second to fit behind his words. So you'll play the gentleman here. His sentence was interrupted by a mocking scoff from the corner of the room. He glared at the man seated before turning back to me, raising his armed hand. He swirled the knife around as if showing it off, and slowly tucked it at the waist of his black jeans. No knife, no stunts, weak point. I reluctantly nodded my head, pretending to accept his deal. See, can I just know one thing? My voice came out in a whisper, and it sounded deeper, like I was suffering from a sore throat. It's Pink's, the man on the chair exclaimed, throwing his arms up in mock glory. I flinched back, gasping. I looked back at the man standing opposite me, seeing him roll his eyes, then nod at me in encouragement. What do you want from me? Instead of providing an answer, he only groaned in annoyance. That is not my business, he replied. I stared at him in confusion. How is it not his business? He was here, threatening me with a knife. He is simply a man, doing his job. The one on the couch explained for him. The man smiled, and motioned with his head towards me. Delivering you. I could only stare back in horror, his words slowly registering in my mind. They were sent to get me. That means there's someone bigger behind this. My heart began to beat rapidly against my rib cage, threatening to burst out at any second. This is taking forever, the stranger on the couch complained, rolling his neck around in a stretch. Can I at least put on some decent clothes? I knew I was pushing my luck, but I needed a distraction. PTSK, Ed. I think I like you better in that bathrobe. I clenched my fists by my sides, controlling my breathing that was now coming out in rapid huffs. Maintain a calm mental state. I reminded myself of my old instructor's words. I took a step forward to every owner's surprise, their eyes wide and in amusement as they inspected my movement, and I forced my feet to take another step. Good girl. The man standing in front of the door praised, nodding in approval. He took a step to the side, gesturing towards the door in a fake, chivalrous act. Flight. The second the word registered in my brain, an instant shot of adrenaline coursed deep through my veins, traveling the length of my body and finding root in my legs, fueling them with a power I never realized was stored within me. I charged forward in such an instant it took my body by surprise, the bun on top of my head falling back from the inertia. I had memorized the apartment's interior like the back of my hand from the amount of times it spent lounging in the living room with my friends, so reaching the front door took less than 2 seconds. I yanked the doorknob with such a force I thought I heard a faint crack as my elbow bone stretched. Within the same instant that I passed the door frame, I heard a loud curse from behind me followed by pounding footsteps. No time for the elevator. I shoved the doors to the staircase and jogged down, skipping to often 3 steps in my hurry to get as far away as possible. My clammy and shaking palm gripped tightly onto the stair rail, begging it not to let me fall. The sound of heavy pounding boots followed behind me, and realizing they had their height to their advantage hence longer legs, I began to hyperventilate and a black spot order popped into my vision. I finally reached the end of the stairway and yanked open the door, finding myself right in the middle of the front lobby. My eyes immediately fell to the front desk. Seeing a head flopped on top, stiffened immobile. My heart drummed to a beat so rapid I feared it might stop all at once. My throat tightened as I recognized the neatly combed black hair Paul. He was unconscious, and as much as I despised myself for it, I pushed my feet to continue moving towards the door, knowing I called spare a second to check whether HES alive, or else we'd lose both our chances. I pushed through the front door with a force that knocked the breath out of me, my eyes frantically searching the empty, dark street for any sign that could help me escape the men hot on my heels. I could hear their yells coming closer by the second, so I charged forward into a sprint down the street, my eyes still searching for any passersby. I was suddenly jerked back by the top of my robe, exposing my shoulders, and roughly hauled over a stiff shoulder that dug into my stomach, knocking the breath out of me. My eyes adjusted to the unexpected change, and I found myself staring at the back of moving boots, stretching my right leg back. I first stepped forward and kneed my kidnapper in the ribs, earning a pain doof as it knocked the breath out of him. However, his grip only tightened on the back of my thighs as he continued jogging away. Raising my head, I tried to open my mouth to scream for help, but a sudden click had me pulling my lips back together. I strained my head to identify the direction of the noise, and it seemed to come from behind me. Before I had any chance to comprehend what was happening, I heard a sharp, contained pop, followed by a deep groan and the thump of a heavy object as it plummeted to the ground. A second later, the same noise echoed again. Only this time it caused a slight vibration beneath me and the man's grip on my legs loosened, his body slipping away as he collapsed in the middle of the street, pulling me down with him. I found myself falling face forward on the ground, my head roughly colliding with the asphalt. Ignoring the pounding from the side of my head, I took the opportunity to scurry away from the body I was half lying on top, still not fully aware of what had gone down. On my hands and knees, I scampered away from the 2 culprits until I was a good 3 feet away, before the exhaustion wearied me down, with my blurred vision the result of both my frantic tears and the collision with the ground. I turned around to face my fate, expecting the 2 men to be towering over me, ready to snatch me away, but through hazy eyes, I found them both sprawled out in odd angles on the asphalt, their bodies frozen. I traced their bodies to find them each bearing a bloodied wound. My eyes then fell on the third party, which my brain finally came to acknowledge. Through my blurred vision, I could only see the silhouette of a tall man, carrying a dark weapon in his gloved right hand. Silenced gun. My mind identified. That was the noise I must have heard earlier. With no more strength left within my body to hold me upright, I allowed my elbows to give in and fell backward on the clammy asphalt, the pounding in my head seemingly increasing with time. I accepted my inevitable fate, and watched through unfocused eyes as the armed silhouette neared me, until the last of my vision turned black and I fell unconscious. Chapter 16. I was consciously aware of all that was going down. I could feel the motion and I could hear the noise, but my eyelids felt too heavy to be lifted up, so my vision remained blank as I kept my eyes shut. At first, I was lying still, but I was also moving. I was surrounded by an alternating noise that consisted mostly of passing vehicles and the chatter of bystanders. The place felt cool. My right shoulder was going numb from the air shooting straight at it. My best guess was that I was in a car. Eventually I zoned out. I wasn't fully aware, but I wasn't gone either. All I could tell for sure was that my head was pounding hard, and I was cold. The second time I became consciously aware was when a pair of strong, feverish arms wrapped around my torso and pulled me towards its body. I was swept off the cool leather seats and into the chest of my carrier. The broadness of their build had me guessing it was a man, and his touch on the back of my legs was so heated it felt out of place against my cold skin. I was suddenly engulfed in his unusual warmness, and his chest was rapidly heaving up and danced my cheek. I wished He stopped breathing so quickly so I could peacefully fall back asleep. Then he spoke, in a voice so strained and low it sounded like he was growling rather than speaking actual words. "She's hurt." It was an accusation, directed at someone else. "Forgive me, Alpha. I took care of the two, but in the process one of them dropped her." This one's tone was like the first. His voice was low but not in anger, rather in shame and guilt. "You took care of them in her presence." The chest was now vibrating, and it annoyed me all the more. My head was pounding worse now. Shouldn't they know not to move an injured person so much? I tried to open my mouth to give the strangers a piece of my mind, but all that came out was a low, pained groan. The noise vibrated through my sore throat, and I winced internally, scolding myself for not choosing to keep my mouth shut. The air whooshed around me for a fair second or two. Then I was slowly pushed away from the cozy chest and lowered onto a stiff, uncomfortable bedding. The warmth left me, and I felt sick again. Someone approached me with cold fingertips, inspecting my left eyebrow, then gently pressing on it with a burning tip. I inhaled sharply, and then the disturbing scent of chemicals hit my senses. The combination of a pounding headache, a sore throat, and the unsettling sense was making me very nauseous. So I decided to shut them all out with some sleep. I let go of my fight against unconsciousness, and allowed the darkness to completely engulf my senses one more time. When I finally woke up, my dry eyes inspected the unfamiliar furnishings laid out in the room, and I found that everything from the dresser ahead of the bed I was lying on top to the pillows thrown across the tiled floor was black. The only exception was the white walls, the tiled floor, and the white wooden door. To my right was a wide window, and the sunlight was streaming through, brightening the darkened room with its blinding rays. I reached for the heavy blanket draped on top of me and yanked it off, sighing in content as the slight breeze cooled my clammy legs. My back was drenched in sweat, and I had no doubt that when I got off the bed I'd see the sweat stains it left behind on the sheets. I cringed distastefully, rubbing at the hair strands sticking to the back of my neck. I moved towards the end of the bed, dropping my bare legs over the edge and nearly hopping down. It felt like I was lying on top 3 mattresses set over one another. The bed was way higher than what I was used to. As I stood tall in my unfamiliar surrounding, I tried to put together how I had gotten here. Or rather, where here was. I'd never in my life seen the room, but it carried a scent that was all too familiar. It instantly, and for some peculiar reason, warmed my insides. It was the scent of mahogany antique wood. I glanced down at my attire and did a double take. I was drowning in a large gray shirt that fell all the way to the top of my knees. Certainly not mine. As my memories suddenly came flooding in, I had to grasp onto the nightstand to keep myself balanced, the shock nearly sending me down to my knees. I remembered the 2 intruders, and I remembered their words. I could hear their footsteps following me down the stairway, and I could feel that one man's rough arms throwing me over his stiff shoulders. I could also remember the pain of falling down head, first onto the asphalt as my kidnapper was gunned down with a silencer. My trembling hand raised automatically to touch my left eyebrow, and I immediately hissed as my fingers pushed on a rough surface and the wound stung. Someone must have aided to the gash, since it was covered in what felt like a band-aid. Who had taken me? I decided that the only way to find my answers would be to explore. I made my way towards one of the 2 white doors, and gently lowered the door handle to sneak a glance at what lay on the other side. It was a bathroom. I exhaled the breath I didn't know I was holding in and stepped inside the bathroom. The sight of the wide, inviting shower stall distracted me from all my worries, and I felt an immediate need to hop under the fresh water and rinse away all of yesterday's worries and today's icky sweat. Making sure the door is securely locked behind me, I removed the gray shirt I was put in and discarded it to the side. I wasted no time in jumping under the water. allowing it to stream down my skin and soothe my stiff muscles. The water left a stinging sensation as it rolled over the cut on my left eyebrow, but it was too hurtful to ignore. After a fair minute or two, I searched the stall to find the mini containers of shower gel and shampoo. They smelled fresh and earthy, like a mixture of wildflowers. When I stepped out of the shower stall, I felt like a brand new person. The feelings of ecstasy and relief followed by freshening up after a long journey distracted me from the real issues at hand. I was in a stranger's bathroom. I was kidnapped and being held against my will, in God knows where. Instead of throwing a fit and searching for a way out, I was enjoying a hot shower. I felt so ridiculous. I face-palmed myself in disbelief. Across the shower stall was a brand new, clean bathrobe. The sight of it brought forth yesterday's memories, and I desperately shook the thoughts away. I reached out for it and put it on, securing it well around the waist. My wet hair was left falling over my shoulders, and as I turned to inspect myself in the mirror above the sink, I found the small band over my left eyebrow coming off. I slowly pulled it off, examining the damages done. It didn't look too bad. There was a slight gash over my eyebrow that was reddened up and already healing, with a medium-sized blue bruise above it, but it could easily be dismissed as being the result of a clumsy accident. The door handle began to rattle. I gasped and stepped away from the sink, my eyes falling on the handle as it was lowered repeatedly. My eyes searched around the bathroom for any object to shield myself with from whatever awaited on the other side, but I found nothing of use. Then there was a knock on the door. "Nora," the stranger called out softly. To my surprise, they weren't trying to break down the door, nor were they aggressively demanding that I step out, which was very confusing. "Nora, could you please unlock the door? Please." I did a double take. These men are awfully respectful for kidnappers, as much as I hated it. I cowed and kept myself locked up in the bathroom forever. Breathing in deeply, I prepared myself to take on whatever expected me on the other side of the door. I balled up my right fist, keeping my left foot ahead of my right's, and gently unlocked the door. As the click sounded, it got pushed open from the other side. I stepped aside to let the door fully open and gasped as my eyes fell on the man standing behind it, looking all too familiar. "Xavier," I shrieked. He was the one who ordered my kidnapping now. My breath got stuck in my throat. "Are you all right?" he asked. All right," I exclaimed in disbelief. His eyebrows furrowed in confusion and he took a step forward, reaching out for me. Simultaneously, my right fist raised higher in warning. His gaze locked on my tightened fist, and he raised his hands up in defense. "I'm not going to hurt you. Nora, did you do this?" I was yelling now. "Did you plan this?" No. He was shaking his head frantically. "I can explain everything. Just calm down." I chuckled humorlessly. "Are you seriously asking me to calm down?" That was plain idiotic. The situation practically screamed freak out. Xavier shook his head. "I understand your distress. Believe me. But you must allow me to explain." He took another step forward, and without a second of hesitation, my fist imitated his movement. It swung forward, aiming directly at his left jaw. But within the same second, Xavier ducked and reached out for my fist, his palm coming over my entire hand and pulling me forward. In a blink of an eye, I was turned around so my back was against his chest and my arm between us, captured behind my back. I blinked, still trying to comprehend how fast everything transitioned. My right foot came up, and with all my might I lowered it onto his own. "I'm not going to hurt you," he breathed against my ear. "Allow me to explain." It didn't feel like I had any more say in the matter, considering our current state, with him holding the upper hand. Reluctantly, I nodded. His hold loosened a little on my arm, so I took the opportunity to shake it off entirely and turned around to face him, staying on guard in case he decides to pull any trick on me. Xavier backed up a step and gestured towards the bedroom. I walked out and went towards the window, then turned around and crossed my arms, waiting for his explanation. He moved to stand a few feet in front of me, his hands going inside the pockets of his black dress, pants. "How are you feeling?" His guilt-ridden eyes fell on the gash on my eyebrow. "I'm fine." He pursed his lips, not entirely convinced by my answer. "Words can't begin to explain how sorry I am. Nora, none of this was supposed to happen." I could feel the pain behind his restricted voice, though I wasn't sure what the reason behind it was. "Why are you sorry?" "I thought you had nothing to do with it." My back stiffened in alert. "Not the way you think I do. I didn't order those men to kidnap you, but I might have been the reason behind it," he explained. I frowned in confusion. "Why would they kidnap me because of you?" Xavier inhaled deeply, his eyes falling to the ground. When he looked back up, I could tell his thoughts were running wild from the distressed look behind his eyes. "It's due to my line of business. I have made lots of enemies," was his vague response. Like that was supposed to make any sense. As if that was enough to answer this whole crazy mess. I continued staring at him expectantly, waiting for a better explanation. He exhaled deeply, running his hand through his already messy hair. Xavier then turned and gestured towards the couch, inviting me to take a seat. I shook my head in refusal. "Just explain to me what the hell is going on." "Xavier." I was beginning to get really frustrated, and my patience was running thin. "Those men must have tracked you down after our lunch date yesterday," he began to explain. "They must have perceived you as my weak point. They use that to their advantage, lure me in to take me down. That's how rivalries work." I coughed. "So what? You make enemies for a living." He tilted his head to the side, studying me. "In a sense." I sighed, my hands running through my wet hair. "Then how did I get here?" "Just as precaution. I had one of my men keep an eye on you after I took you home. He interfered when things got out of hand." My head snapped to him so curtly, I worried I might have cracked a bone. "You had someone watch me." Xavier nodded hesitantly. "Just for precaution." "Precaution," I exclaimed. "When I agreed to have lunch with you, I was not signing up to be followed and watched by a random man. I realize that. And as I said earlier, I'm terribly sorry for putting you through all of this. Nora, things just took a wrong turn this past month and I interrupted him before he could go on any further." "What is it that you do?" "Xavier," I prodded. "There was no way a legal business created this many enemies. Ones that were crazy enough to kidnap a completely innocent outsider just to spite their rival off. I already told you. I manage shipments in out of the region." When his words registered differently in my brain, my heart began thrumming so loudly that I could hear the beats ringing in my ears. I was too afraid to ask what type of shipments his business managed. With a dry throat, I croaked the question, "So you're a drug dealer now?" Xavier exclaimed quickly. "The complete opposite." "Actually," I frowned, while simultaneously staring at him in horror. "What's the opposite of being a drug dealer?" I asked confused. Xavier sighed. "I stop their trades within my state." My eyes widened. "So you're a cop?" He shook his head again. I huffed loudly. "What are you then?" I exclaimed in frustration. "There's no specific title for it. Nora, as I told you, it's a family business. My father and grandfather all worked within the same field, and now I've taken after them." All that information was weighing me down. Quite literally. I walked heavily towards the bed and sat down on the edge of it. "So then, your enemies are drug dealers." An ice-cold shiver ran down my spine at the mere thought of having mobs of drug dealers high behind my heels. Xavier didn't provide an answer, but when I glanced up at his reaction, his eyes were so full of remorse and pained guilt that for a second my heart ached for him. He gave me a short nod, his hard-set eyes moving to the floor while baring a clenched jaw. "But I can promise you, Nora, this will be the last time anything like this ever happens to you." My heart leapt right out of my chest. My first thought after breaking down those words was that he was going to walk away, leave me behind to ensure all ties are broken off. And the thought clenched around my heart so tightly it brought tears to my eyes. Why was I so attached to a stranger I had just met? I felt so ridiculous. They will never hurt you again. Xavier promised, sincerely. I will protect you until my very last breath. My eyes snapped up to him. Those were very big words, and I didn't think I was ready to hear them coming from him just yet. Chapter 17. I think I'd like to go home. I finally managed to whisper after staying silent for so long. Xavier glanced up from burning daggers at the floor, his jaw so clenched I feared he might break his teeth. His worried eyes studied me for a fair minute, searching for warning signs behind my eyes. There's one more thing we should discuss, he proclaimed. What is it? My heart began to race again. It seemed to do that quite often lately. His hand came up to stroke the stubble growing on his chin, and his eyes roamed around the floor as if in preparation to whatever he was going to say. That only seemed to increase my angst. When he finally looked up, his deep silver gaze captured my own in a captive hold. I believe it might be safer for you if you returned to Indiana with me. I was so distracted and bewitched by his heart-warming gaze that my ears failed to capture the words leaving his mouth. What? I whispered. But a second later, my ears managed to pick up on the echo of his words. It took my brain a few seconds to long to fully decipher the meaning behind them. What? This time, my question came out in disbelief. It's the only way I can maintain your full protection while simultaneously aiding to my personal affairs. I gazed at Xavier's facial expression for a whole minute, waiting for his serious persona to break with a huge smile and hear him exclaim, "Just kidding." But it never broke. So instead I broke out into a hysterical laugh. Xavier frowned worriedly, confused by my reaction. I took a deep breath to compose myself, holding my chuckles in. Are you seriously asking me to move to another state? With you? I was beginning to question whether this whole thing was even real. Maybe he was playing a prank on me, trying to impress me. Shouldn't we perhaps? I puckered my lips, stifling a smile. Wait till after the second date. Xavier's brows narrowed in disapproval, not enjoying my teasing. Imperfectly serious. Nora. The smile was swept off my face. Are you out of your mind? Xavier. I stood up from my seat on the bed to approach him, stopping a couple feet away. He was a fair foot taller than me, so I had to tilt my chin upwards to stare directly into his eyes. I am not going to leave my home and everything that I know behind just because some sad excuse of a mobster who failed in successfully delivering his products is holding a pathetic grudge against you. Xavier studied my facial expression for a while, taking in my words. It's not as simple as you think it is. Nora, he whispered, the frustration and distress evident in his eyes. I don't care. I took a step back, him going home. I turned to walk away, and in the process my hand brushed against the soft texture of my bathrobe. I glanced down at my attire and face, palmed when I realized this is my best option, since I have no clothes here. Sighing, I continued towards the door. I reached out for the handle to pull the door open, but was stopped when a hand slammed the door back shut. I spun on my heels to come face to chest with Xavier, who was standing tall behind me. His hand lowered from the door and fell to his side. Vampire deception. By Dwight Mason and E.Y. Gwett. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to cause as a low-level witch. I hissed, ignoring the sparks igniting within my world from his unusually warm, close proximity. Xavier took a step back so I could lift my head up and meet his eyes. Let me at least drive you back. His shimmery silver orbs fell down to inspect my attire. And let me give you something better to wear. I thought over his statement for a second. You keep a spare pair of women's clothing in your home. There was a faint pang at my chest the second those words left my lips. No, Nora. I don't. Xavier fought off a smile. The best thing I can offer is a men's shirt and sweats. It was my turn to hide a smile. A relieved one, for that matter. I nodded in acceptance and stepped to the side, giving him full access to the door. Xavier chuckled once he noticed my relieved expression, and shook his head out of the door. A warm blush crept up my cheeks, spreading over my skin and nestling over my nose. He returned less than a minute later and handed me a pair of black shirt and sweats to sizes too big. I thanked him and returned to the bathroom, switching from my bathrobe to the new outfit. I turned to study my reflection in the mirror before leaving, and my eyes wide and in embarrassment noticing how revealing the black shirt was on me, considering it was made of a thin layer. My cheeks reddened as I began panicking. Maybe I could ask for a jacket as well, but who'd wear a jacket in this summer heat? I groaned loudly. I have no other choice. Reaching for the bathroom door, I pulled it an inch open, shoving my head through the small opening and searching for Xavier in the room. He was seated on the edge of the bed, his palms fisted on his lap as he waited patiently. His head snapped up when the bathroom door creaked, and I had to resist the urge to burst out laughing as I witnessed his reaction. His eyes wide and in horror as he saw a single head sticking out of the door, my body being hidden behind it. "Do you have a jacket?" I asked hopefully, praying he won't question my request. Xavier stood up instantly and cleared his throat. I have something. Let me check." And he walked out the door. I sighed and stepped inside the bathroom, closing the door behind and leaning against it. Stupid boobs. A faint knock sounded behind me. I turned and unlocked the door, seeing Xavier standing on the other side with another article of clothing in his hand, which he was offering me. His eyes, however, didn't find my own as he respectfully lowered his gaze and kept them on the floor. My heart fell to my stomach and burst into 1,000 little butterflies. I could only find an old sweater. "I hope that's okay," Xavier asked. I grinned. Perfect. I took the navy blue sweater out of his hands and stepped back inside. As I was putting it on, my arms got lost in the length of the sleeves. This one was probably 3 sizes too big, but that wasn't an issue. It meant more coverage while also offering more space for airing, in case it got unusually hot outside, offering a satisfied smile to my reflection in the mirror. I ran my hands through my hair to straighten the wet knots before heading out the door. This time, Xavier wasn't in the room. I left through the bedroom door to search for him down the extending hallway, but it was just as empty, so I traveled along the house searching for him. I reached the staircase at the end of the hallway. It whirled elegantly down to floors. The railing was a vintage gold and was slightly chipped off on some areas, but it felt so smooth I couldn't resist the urge to run my palm over it as I descended the stairs. The first floor was brighter than the second, with a large window down the hallway illuminating the path. There was an equal amount of doors to the second floor, and I wondered how many lived in this house with so many bedrooms. I continued down the stairs until I reached the ground floor and was met with an extravagant hall. A wide table set in the front with a large vase of fresh roses, and the front door directly behind it bearing windows so wide the house was entirely brightened by the natural daylight. Above me hung the most grandeur golden chandelier I had had the pleasure to see, and by that point I lost all control on my jaw muscles as it fell to the floor. "Do you like it?" A voice sounded from behind me. I spun around on my heels and my nose nearly bumped into a broad chest. I looked up to see Xavier standing a step above me, glancing down at me with hopeful eyes. "It's the most beautiful house I've ever seen," I admitted. It truly was the most elegant house I'd ever been to. "There is one exception," Xavier began as he moved past me to descend the few remaining steps. He stood at the bottom of the stairs and turned around to face me, his hands inside the pockets of his dress, pants, and a faint smile on his lips. "My house in Indiana." He trailed off, and I didn't need a smarter brain to take on the hidden meaning behind his words. He thought that would tempt me to accept his offer. I smiled. "That's nice. Can we go now?" Xavier nodded with a slight frown, disappointed by his failed attempt, and gestured towards the front door. We walked out, side by side, and set right in front of the house was his black Range Rover. We were in a different neighborhood one I've ever been to before, and his property was bigger than I imagined, with a wide front garden bearing gorgeous flowers. "Where are we?" I asked Xavier once we settled inside his car. "About an hour away from your place." He glanced at me sideways to study my reaction. "Do you like the area?" he asked as he began writhing away from the house. I nodded. It's beautiful. Do you often come here? Is that why you bought this place? I only visit once every few years. And this place actually belongs to my uncle. But he is currently away on vacation. I found myself wanting to hear more about his family. Does your uncle work with you in the family business? Xavier shook his head. He did many years ago alongside my father. But once he got married, he decided he wanted to maintain a low profile and live away from the troubles associated with the business. I nodded. That's understandable. Xavier glanced my way. Do you remember what happened last night? I thought your friends were staying with you. That you were all alone. The memories came flooding in on you. But the part that remained blank was what went down after cold fingers inspected the wound on my left eyebrow. When the word friends registered in my brain, my eyes widened. Ariel. Oh my God. Ariel. I exclaimed. My heart dropping. She was supposed to come home later that night. What if Xavier cut me off? Shaking his head. Don't worry. She's all right. How do you know? I whispered through a tightened throat. We checked in on her. She's safe. I let out a breath, relaxing in my seat. A few seconds of silence passed between us as I tried to recall last night. I don't remember much after I fell off that man's shoulder. I admitted after a while. When I didn't receive a comment, I took a glimpse at Xavier to see him coldly staring ahead at the road with a clenched jaw, the tight muscles prominent under his trimmed beard. Can you tell me what happened? I asked hopefully. I hated blacking out and not knowing what went down while I was out. After you were brought here by a trusted guard, I had a doctor aid to your injury. She later changed you into a more fitting clothing and I carried you to rest in my room. Xavier glanced at my reaction, and my eyes widened as I realized it never occurred to me to ponder over how it'd been changed into a shirt. Now that it was mentioned, I was beyond grateful that a woman had done it. Thank you, I whispered. And I truly was so thankful Xavier had someone keep an eye out for me. No matter how unsettling it sounded at first, because God only knows where it'd be by now if he hadn't stepped in at the right moment. The thought tightened my stomach into a knot, and I had to focus on regulating my breath to avoid panicking. You shouldn't be thanking me. Nora. His voice came out rougher than before, and his chest rumbled with a restrained growl. I'm the reason all of this happened to you. I shook my head. You didn't do anything wrong. It was their doing. His knuckles turned white as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel. And I swear to you, they will pay for what they did. I could only stare at his knuckles in response, seeing this side of Xavier stir a fearful, all too familiar emotion deep within my heart. I felt my throat tightening, and I didn't like one bit of it. Knowing better than to argue against his word, I kept my mouth shut, my heart racing as I began to panic the memories I buried so deep within my unconscious resurfacing. I turned to stare straight ahead as we neared the city center. Xavier must have sensed the uneasiness I felt, because he shifted in his seat to look at me, but I kept my eyes straight ahead. I mean, he cleared his throat. I'll deal with it. I'll make sure this never happens again. I shook my head. It doesn't matter. Xavier, what do you mean? I mean, soon you'll return to Indiana, and I'll stay here. It doesn't matter, because it'll never happen again. I explained. The words pulled at my heart strings and I had to curl my hands into clenched fists to compose myself, the nails digging into my palms and surely leaving a mark behind. Xavier repeatedly glanced from the road to my face, then back again. But I avoided his eyes, knowing they would surely break me with the power they held over me. Nora, he began to argue, understanding perfectly what I was insinuating. It's for the best. My voice came out stiff, hard as ice. I kept my eyes on the road, avoiding him. I could tell he was trying to find a way to argue with me, but he couldn't find the proper words, probably taken aback by my sudden decision to end whatever was on the verge of beginning. But I couldn't repeat history. I could never relive my past. Chapter 18. When Xavier parked his car across my apartment complex, I was surprised to see him preparing to step out of it. The engine was switched off and he unbuckled his seat belt. I stopped in the midst of unbuckling my own and studied his actions in confusion. Xavier noticed my hesitance and looked over with bewildered eyes. "Are you going somewhere?" I knew my question sounded dumb, but I couldn't find a better way to word my confusion. A faint smile graced his lips. "The least you could allow me to do is see you through. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep peacefully tonight." I reflected over his offer reluctantly. I didn't want this to mean anything. The faster we part ways, the easier moving on will be. Plus, a bigger part of me worried what my friends will think of me bringing Xavier up to my apartment while wearing his clothes. Thinking about my friends brought back yesterday's unpleasant memories, and accompanied by them was a painful pang that rang through my chest. As childish as it seemed, I had an instant urge to disobey Elliot's orders just to piss him off. I knew for sure that if he saw me with Xavier he would flip, and I was dying to see him do just that. Sure, I reached out for the door handle, but not before noticing the wide grin that spread over Xavier's face, his contagious excitement radiating off of him and creeping over me so that I ended up smiling just as cheerfully. I glanced sideways at the street before crossing to the other side, Xavier following close behind. Once we reached the elevator, he hit the button, then waited patiently by my side, standing so close that our shoulders brushed occasionally. As we ascended up to my floor, I began speaking just as the elevator doors spread open. "I gotta warn you, though. My humble abode goes nowhere near the extravagance you're surely used to," I teased. Xavier rolled his eyes, biting back a smile. "I'm sure your place is lovely." We strode down the hall until we reached my apartment door. When Xavier questioned, "Shouldn't we have asked someone for a spare key?" I shook my head. "My place is always occupied." I reached out and opened the door, and as expected it was unlocked. I glanced at Xavier's expression to see him frowning at the door in disapproval. The second I took a step inside my apartment, my body was engulfed by another human being's. The arms wrapped around my shoulders and squashed me to a hard, flat chest, my nose scrunching up as it was pressed against a broad shoulder. "Jesus, Nora," a raspy voice yelled in my ear. I flinched and tried to push myself away from the hard chest. Noah stepped back once he realized my intention, but he didn't let go of me completely. His hands remained on my shoulders as his wide, frantic eyes searched my own. They moved over my face, and I could hear the breath hitching in his throat as he suddenly stopped breathing. He composed himself and clenched his jaw tightly, his hand coming up to poke a cold finger against the bruise on the side of my forehead. I flinched back, glaring. "I'm fine, Noah," I whispered softly. It had completely left my mind that I bore a small gash that would surely raise questions. "What the hell happened to you?" His voice was so low, I could barely hear his question even though I stood 2 feet away. "It was a clumsy accident. No big deal." I stepped to the side to walk away, but Noah copied my movement and blocked my way. The sudden cough sounded from behind me, and those jade eyes moved from my face to the man behind me, widening then hardening in fearful rage. I instantly knew what was coming up next. My hands flew up to be placed against Noah's stiff shoulders as he lunged at Xavier, no doubt falsely believing he had something to do with my injury. "Noah, calm down," I yelled, pushing him backwards with all my might. His fists were clenched by his sides and his eyes never left Xavier. He saved me. I defended Xavier. Noah's eyes snapped down to my face, the rage slowly dissipating and confusion taking over. "The hell happened?" he demanded. "I will tell you if you do just back off." Instead of stepping back, his eyes remained studying my face, and I could see the rage burning behind them. "Nora." Ariel's voice came from down the hallway. I let my hands fall from Noah's shoulders and turned to greet her, her worried eyes inspecting my face and widening the second they fell on my forehead. I spoke before she had the chance to open her mouth. "It's nothing. I'm fine." I mumbled, but Ariel shook her head fiercely, yanking me forward by the sweater into a crushing embrace. I hugged her back and patted her shoulders, reassuring her that I am, in fact, fine. Where have you been? We've been calling your cell non-stop, but you never answered, and just this morning I found it by your tub. And Paul's been hurt. She has been hospitalized because apparently someone attacked him last night. We've been worried sick. Nora, I interrupted Ariel's long rant by slamming my palm against her mouth to stop them from moving, knowing it's the only way I could silence her. Stop. It'll explain everything. Her wild eyes searched my own, then slowly relaxed as she breathed in. She glanced down at my hand still covering her mouth and nodded. So I removed it and lowered it to my side. I realized then that we were still standing in the doorway, so I turned to walk towards the living room. And, on cue, the rest followed behind. I sat down on the couch and Ariel took the seat next to me. I motioned for Xavier to take the seat across from us and he offered me a tight smile, moving to sit down. Noah, however, refused to and stood all jittery in front of me with his foot impatiently and anxiously tapping against the floor. I fell asleep in the bathtub. I began to explain the filtered events of last night from the very beginning, fully aware that random details matter the most to my friends. When I woke up and left to the room, I found that a burglar had broken in. Ariel gasped sharply, while Noah's eyebrows furrowed. He threatened me, but I fought him off and ran away. In the process, I stumbled to the floor and got slightly hurt. I pointed towards the small gash on my forehead, but Xavier helped me sort it all out. So there's nothing to worry about now. I refused to even glimpse Xavier's way, since I could practically feel the disapproval radiating off of his body. I had been thinking the entire ride back about what to tell them, and now that I was put on the spot, I realized that I couldn't have my friends worrying about me any more than they already were. Plus, the problem was sorted out and there was nothing to worry about. So why make it a big deal when we can all move forward and pretend it never happened? Oh, Nora. Ariel's voice broke, and she wrapped her quivering arm around my shoulders and pulled me to a comforting embrace. I allowed her to do so, even though I was practically boiling now beneath the heavy sweater, and my conscience was yelling profanities at me for lying to the people who cared about me the most. I blocked out the thoughts and buried my guilt deep into my unconscious. Noah sighed and ran his fingers through his tousled hair. Are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he? His voice came out in a low hiss. I shook my head, reassuring him that imperfectly well, all thanks to Xavier, who, speaking of, was burning daggers at me with his sharp gaze. Did they take you in for questioning? Noah asked. I looked up at him in confusion, not fully understanding his question. He rolled his eyes. To file a report against the burglar. Nora. My mouth formed an O shape, and I nodded frantically. Yay and O. Simultaneously, all three heads snapped to where Xavier sat, his jaw set in powerful resolve. My eyes widened, and I frowned at him, moving my eyebrows around like a madwoman as I silently questioned what he was doing by answering my question for me. They did not get her statement. His eyes were set on me as he answered Noah's inquiry, filled with a determination that had my heart racing. Why not? Noah snapped rather rudely. I was literally begging Xavier with my eyes, shaking my head ever so slightly as to not grab Ariel's attention, but also managed to send the message across to Xavier. Don't. I moaned, because none of what Nora just said happened last night. It felt as if someone had splashed an ice-cold bucket of water down my back. My jaw hit the floor and I stared at Xavier in pure horror, my throat restricting. Ariel removed her arm from around me to pull back and search for answers in my facial expression, while Noah clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly. What are you saying? He hissed dangerously. Xavier's eyes moved from my shocked ones to Noah. Last night, Nora was subjected to an attempted kidnapping. Ariel's sharp gasp startled me and I flinched back. She stared at me with horror-stricken, terror-filled eyes. My heart ached with guilt. This was the exact look that I was trying to avoid. I was beyond livid. I felt a sudden impulse to strike Xavier across his perfectly sculpted face. After our date earlier in the day, I had one of my men keep a respectful eye on her for safe measures. He interfered when things got out of control and successfully ended whatever dangers lurked. Xavier finished explaining. My eyes were now stinging. Noah inhaled sharply and slowly turned around to peek at me. The second his eyes met mine, I felt my world crumbling as my heart clenched. His eyes were so cold and distant. I wished the ground could open up and swallow me whole as my guilt gnawed at my chest. "Noah," I called out for him. But he silenced me by turning around swiftly and heading towards the door. I jumped up from my seat, startling Ariel, and rushed to follow behind his steps. "Noah." Vampire deception. By Drake Mason and E.Y. Gwait. As an undocumented changeling, and forced to pose as a low-level witch. His footsteps came to a sudden halt and I nearly ran into his back. He turned around to face me. His eyes no longer those cozy pair of jade that I grew to love, but instead they held layers of pain resulted from betrayal and disappointment, and I could no longer hold back the tears as they tore through my guard and streamed down my face. "Please, don't leave," I begged, my voice coming out in a low whisper as it was so close to breaking. "I'll do exactly what you asked me to do. Nora, you'll back off," he said quietly, and I hated the low tone of his voice. I would have much rather had him yell at me for lying to him, to express his anger and disappointment in me on the spot rather than play the ticking time bomb that LL explode any second. I shook my head fervently. "No, I'm sorry I lied. I didn't want to worry you. Let me spare you the trouble, because you were right, it's your life. You should live it whichever way you please." But that he spared me no second look as he turned to leave through the door. My mouth hung open in pain shock, because I'd fight his words in any way. Instead, I stood frozen as I watched the front door get slammed shut and in the echo travel across my apartment, feeling like the tenderest part of my heart had been torn out of my chest. "Nora." Xavier's voice came from behind me, no doubt trying to play the sympathetic role and comfort me after single-handedly shoving everything in my life downhill. My pain instantly turned into boiling rage, and I spun on my heels so curtly and stomped over to him, stopping a mere foot away, my index finger shoved at his chest so roughly that I could feel my nail digging into his skin. But of course, "Get out," I said between clenched teeth. He shook his head, his palms coming up to defense. "Nora, I don't care what you have to say. Xavier, get out," I spat angrily. He hesitated again, standing still in his place, and I had to resist the urge to smack him and take all my anger and frustration out on him. "I think it's pretty clear that you're no longer welcome here, so leave." Ariel's voice sounded as she came up to stand beside me, her arms crossing over her chest as she glared at Xavier daringly. I was surprised to find Xavier not even sparing a glance her way. His sparkling eyes remained fixated on my own. I stood my ground and raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to make a move. Eventually, he gave in and took a step to the side. "See you soon, Nora." With that, he stalked towards the front door. I couldn't find it in me to give a snarky remark about how he never will. Detained by No's departure, and already fishing for ways to make it up for continuously lying to him, I had never felt like a bigger jerk. Ariel sensed my unease and gently grabbed my arm, directing me back towards the couch. I sat down beside her, my eyes fixated on the floor and my mind running wild. Lying to him like that was wrong. "Nora, we all know that," she started, "but we'll find a way to fix it. Don't worry." Having my best friend's support at a time where I deserved it the least did it for me, I broke down into pain sobs and crushed my body into Ariel's. My arms wrapping around her shoulders tightly assured me, and stroked my hair the way she always did whenever my damned luck took its toll on me. Hello, everyone. Today, IVE got a brilliant novel to share with you. After struggling with her inner turmoil, the protagonist finally finds a moment of peace. But this tranquility is shattered by a series of urgent knocks on the door. When she opens the door with mixed feelings and sees the people standing there, she's stunned. This isn't an ordinary visit, it hides immense danger and secrets. How will the protagonist respond to this sudden situation? Chapter 19. Ariel, bless her heart, had been my anchor in this storm of emotions. Each day, she'd arrive with a new distraction, a puzzle, a movie marathon, even an impromptu dance lesson. But despite her valiant efforts, my mind kept drifting back to that fateful night. I replayed the scene over and over, reminding myself that No's cold shoulder was a consequence I'd have to bear, hoping that forgiveness would come someday. As for Xavier, it'd been the one to push him away, and now I had to live with that choice, no matter how much it stung. The conflicting emotions, regret, longing, anger, and sadness were a maelstrom in my head, threatening to pull me under. I let out a heavy sigh, my hands instinctively moving to rub my tired eyes. Sleep had become an elusive luxury, insomnia my constant companion in these troubled nights. From the kitchen, the clatter of pots and pans provided a comforting backdrop to my spiraling thoughts. Ariel's presence was a balm to my frayed nerves, and I found myself immensely grateful for her unwavering support. The aroma of her cooking began to permeate the air, momentarily distracting me from my inner turmoil. As if on cue, Ariel emerged from the kitchen, a vision of domestic bliss with two steaming bowls balanced in her hands. "I made fried rice," she announced triumphantly, her voice cutting through the din of the TV. The scent of her legendary shrimp fried rice hit me like a wave, instantly making my mouth water. "Oh my," I breathed, reaching out eagerly for my bowl. I took a moment to admire the perfect golden grains, studded with plump shrimp and vibrant vegetables. "Thank you so much, Ariel. You know just how to make me feel better," I said, managing a genuine chuckle. Ariel's answering grin was wide and warm, a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds of my melancholy. "Dig in," she exclaimed. After only 5 minutes spent listening to the soft clicks of our chopsticks digging into the bowls and the faint chatter of the characters playing on TV, we were interrupted by a slight knock on the door. Ariel and I both froze in our actions, not sure we had heard correctly. We stared at each other, our jaws now frozen but our cheeks puffed, unable to chew on the food in our mouths because we were fighting so hard to listen for the sound again. A louder knock came a second later, and my eyes widened as they traveled from the door to Ariel's shocked face. She quickly began chewing on her food and swallowed before hissing at me, "Go get it." I shook my head in defiance. "No, who do you think it is?" No one had knocked on our door in days, and I was too afraid to find out which of the two people whom I'd disappointed immensely in our last meeting had given in first. I don't know. Idiot. Go get it now." Ariel was whisper, yelling at this point, and to be completely honest, her defiant no backing down glare had me gulping in fear, and I reluctantly set my bowl of fried rice down on the table before taking a stand. I rubbed my clammy palms over the black sweatpants I hadn't changed out of in the past 3 days and inhaled deeply. This time, an even louder knock sounded on the door, and it was much more urgent. I huffed and stalked over to the front door, my hand hesitantly reaching out for the handle and yanking it open. My heart took a leap right out of my chest when I found myself staring directly into sparkling jade orbs. Noah stood on the other side with his knuckles raised up ready to knock on the door again. Only this time he would have hit my nose instead. I took a step backward, trying to see him in better light, and that's when I noticed the odd look settled on his features. He had a slight frown on his face that creased the skin between his thick eyebrows. My heart broke just considering the mere thought that I might be the reason behind the pain swarming behind his eyes. I hated myself to an indescribable amount because of the pain I had unintentionally caused my best friend, someone I consider my own blood. "I'm so sorry." My voice broke. For days I had imagined that this would be the first thing I'd tell him in our next meeting, to immediately express how guilt-ridden I am and truly apologetic for hurting him and misusing his trust in me. Noah glanced into my eyes for a millisecond, and before turning his gaze back to the floor, he nodded slightly. "I know," he whispered. "Do you forgive me?" I managed to croak out, my throat restricting as I fought back some tears. I do. Nora." This time he looked up at me and held my gaze. "But don't lie to me, a guy." I started shaking my head manically before he even had the chance to finish his sentence. "I won't. Never again. I promise." Noah sighed, the crease between his eyebrows gradually relaxing. He shifted on his foot, and I realized I forgot to invite him in. I moved to the side to offer space to walk in motion with my hand inside my apartment. He accepted the offer and took a step forward. Another movement followed behind him, and my gaze shifted to the dimly lit hallway to finally notice that he wasn't alone. Two more built figures copied his motion and moved forward with him, entering my house and into the brightness of my apartment. As the fluorescence shone down on their features, my eyes wide and in both confusion and disbelief. Ariel gasped from behind me, coming to stand beside me by the open door. What in the world brought you all together? I was still tongue-tied by the image displayed in front of me. We've spent the last 3 days studying the dangers you've gotten yourself involved with, Elliot announced Grumpy Ly as he sighed, stepped his way towards my living room. Nora, you might need to close that door and have a seat. What dangers? Elliot, what the heck is going on? Ariel demanded. A warm hand reached out and placed itself on top of mine, the one still gripping onto my front door. The burning sparks ignited under my skin and I instantly pulled my hand away. Nora, take a seat, please. Xavier politely instructed as he pushed my front door closed and waited for me to move. I was beyond confused, my mind a jumble of mess and unable to think on its own, so all I could do was follow their instructions. I moved my feet towards the living room and sat across from Elliot and Noah. What is going on? I whispered. I studied their postures and found Noah fiddling with his thumbs while avoiding eye contact, and Elliot looking to stiff and uncomfortable in his position. My eyes moved to Xavier standing tall to our right, his hands inside his dress, pants pocket, and looking alarmingly relaxed. Xavier let us in on everything that's happening, and we had been studying the accuracy of his claims for the past 3 days. Elliot began to explain. What is happening? Ariel asked. I can't be the only one left out. Someone please explain. I nodded my head. I don't even know what's going on. Elliot sighed and rubbed his hands together. An infamous group of men has been trying to get to Xavier lately, he explained, and we're now on their radar. I gawked at him in disbelief. What do you have to do with anything? Sure, I might be gone out on one date with Xavier, but they can't be seriously hunting down my friends because of that single occasion. Unless they're so desperate to catch Xavier that they're willing to hurt innocent bystanders in the process, which frankly scared me way worse than the idea of myself being hunted down by those men. We've been associated with Xavier. We're considered companions, and that's enough reason for them to try and use us to lure Xavier out. My heart began to mine faster against my rib cage, and I could feel the blood flowing faster towards my brain and making me feel lightheaded for a minute too long. I stared at the ground in shock, trying to compose myself and find a solution to our conflict. How do you know they're after us? Ariel voiced out quietly. Elliot sighed, rubbing his hands over his jeans. We were quietly watching you guys over the past 4 days. He began to explain. The same 3 men have been keeping tabs on your whereabouts, but they never intruded, probably waiting for the right order before going in. Ariel gasped, her hand coming up to cover her mouth. My blood suddenly ran cold. And why are you so calm about this? Why aren't you freaking out? Ariel shrieked out my exact thoughts. Elliot seemed awfully calm considering the danger I had unintentionally put everyone in, and it was beginning to frighten me. Because we have a way out. Xavier spoke up from his position to our right. Ariel and I turned our attention to him, and I frowned in disapproval. I didn't know what their solution was, but thinking of how all 3 of them had joined and thought of an answer together was frightening enough. And what would that be? Ariel asked, returning her attention to Elliot. He was clearly avoiding our gaze, which stressed me out further. Noah was still sitting silently, fiddling with his thumbs and very clearly fighting a battle of his own in the privacy of his mind. I would have paid however much needed to have a single glimpse of the war raging on in there. Well, I demanded, growing frustrated. How do you suggest we prolong our inevitable doom? I could feel the couch Ariel and I shared moving slightly as she bounced her legs up and down in agitation. Her nerves in overdrive, but I didn't blame her. I was fighting so hard to keep a steady composure myself. We're moving to Indiana for the time being. Noah finally spoke up. My jaw dropped in utter disbelief. What? Ariel exclaimed. It's the only way to ensure our safety until the conflict is resolved. Elliot explained. You're kidding me. Right. I couldn't help but let out a slight chuckle, which did not impress Elliot one bit. He frowned at me in disapproval. We're perfectly serious. Nora, they can't be. I shook my head in refusal. Were they seriously asking us to move away? I was hyperventilating by that point. My head was shaking uncontrollably, continuously moving from left to right. If they all agreed to the plan and chose to leave, I would have no one left here with me, and I couldn't bring myself to move away and leave everything that I know behind. How dare they even consider such a proposition? No, no, no. No, I mumbled. Nora, we have no other solution. Elliot narrowed his eyes. I'm not moving away, I exclaimed. It won't be forever. Noah spoke up. Just until Xavier deals with whatever problem is going on. My head suddenly stopped moving. I jumped up from my seat promptly, my eyes moving to where Xavier stood so calmly with his arms crossed out over his chest. His eyes fell on my crazed ones, and they softened as he studied my posture. I strode over to him furiously, my index finger coming up to poke him in the chest roughly. You tricked them into agreeing to this, didn't you? I yelled angrily. His arms loosened and fell to his sides, but he didn't move a step from where he stood. It's the only solution we have. Nora. The rage was boiling through my veins, and my head was beginning to heat up. You caused all of this. Fix it on your own. I poked him. That's precisely what I am trying to do. But I can only get that work done back home, and I need you beside me where I can ensure your safety. I scoffed and turned to Elliot. What about Bella? What about your families? You'll leave everyone behind and just move away. Elliot stood up from his seat, his jaw clenching. Bella's coming with us. And it's only until the issue is resolved. Then we'll move back. What better idea do you have? This is not anything you've experienced before. Nora, we're dealing with some of the worst and most dangerous men out there. My eyes were beginning to sting. How did I get us all into this mess? If I had just declined Xavier's offer to have lunch, if I just hadn't gone down to that coffee shop that one morning, none of this would have happened. I glanced at Ariel, who was still sitting on the couch and staring at the floor. She was nervously chewing on the inside of her cheeks as she silently thought over what was just proposed. Ariel, I called out. She inhaled sharply and looked up at me, her frightened eyes meeting my begging ones. I silently begged her to fight alongside me, to refuse their suggestion and ask for any other solution. This can't be it. I don't know how to deal with any of this, she whispered. I could feel another painful crack tearing through my heart for being part of the reason why she has to face this trouble. Pack up, Elliot announced as he started to move away from the living room. He stopped at the front door and glanced over his shoulder at me. Our flight is tomorrow morning at 9. My throat constricted. I couldn't believe they were serious. That we were actually moving away from my town and we were leaving everything behind. God only knows how long it will take for everything to be fixed. What if it lasts longer than a month? What will happen to my job? We were supposed to get back to work in a few days, and I was moving away with no previous statement. My breathing was coming out rapidly and I felt the room shrinking in on me. Someone called out to me, but the voice was too faint to recognize. I forced my feet to move away from the living room. A hand reached out and gently wrapped around my arm, but I shrugged it and the sparks off roughly. I dragged myself heavily towards the hallway as black spots began to infiltrate my vision. I hardly managed to recognize my bedroom door, and I walked in and slammed the door shut so roughly that the sound ringed through my ears and snapped me out of the attack that was slowly taking over my senses. Chapter 20. Someone was screaming, and I was blinded by a deep shade of crimson red. I could feel one blow after another knocking the breath out of my lungs, my stomach muscles constricting and a bile rising in my sore throat. I couldn't make it stop. The screaming continued. and cold fingers wrapped around my upper arms and shook me in my place. But pain wouldn't stop. A quivering palm caressed my cheek, and a faint voice repeatedly calling out for me began to become clearer by each call. A sharp intake of breath had me shooting up from my seat. My eyes searched my dark surrounding frantically as I backed away from the figure hovering over me. "Nora, it's just me," a female voice yelled. I reached out to my bedside table with trembling fingers and switched on the lamp. The bright orange light illuminated my bedroom, and I found that the figure standing over me belonged to Ariel. She was staring down at me with glassy eyes, her hands clutched at her chest, and her lower lip trembling in fear. I sighed and pushed back the hair strands glued to my sweating forehead, fighting against my ragged breathing to regain composure. "I'm sorry," I apologized to Ariel. "Did I wake you up?" She shook her head, her long strawberry, blonde locks bouncing over her stiff shoulders. I cowed in sleep. I scooted over on my bed, offering a place for her to sit down beside me. She crawled over to my side and sat with her back straight against the bed frame. "I thought you stopped having those dreams." I gulped down a lump in my throat, trying to compose myself to avoid having another breakdown. Waking up from my disturbing dreams always left me feeling so relieved for it being just a fragment of my imagination that I'd instantly break down in tears of joy. "I did," I replied to her statement. Ariel glanced at me, but I avoided her eyes, knowing well enough that they must be filled with her own concerned tears. She always told me that it pained her to see me like this, and I hated having her see me so. When did they start again? I closed my eyes, inhaling sharply. That's the thing. They didn't. Tonight was the first night in years that I'd had to go back to those incessant memories. "Just tonight," I answered. Ariel nodded slowly, her eyes moving to her fiddling thumbs set on her lap. It was only then that I noticed she was in a pair of new jeans and a white blouse. "Why are you wearing that?" Her eyes shot to me in confusion, and then moved to inspect her outfit. "Oh," she exclaimed, shifting over to the edge of the bed and standing up. "I almost forgot. I came to wake you up. We need to get ready. Noah is on his way." I frowned at her words, my brain still half asleep and unable to come up with any reason as to why Noah would be coming over at this time. I glanced at my bedside table to check the clock, but it's 6:47. Ariel nodded. "And our flight's at 9. We need to be there on time for check-in." Flight. Last night's memories suddenly came crashing through and my blood instantly ran cold. Ariel's eyes trailed over my bedroom, and her eyebrows narrowed in confusion. She strode over to my closet and yanked the doors open. I groaned, sliding down on my bed frame and lying flat on my bed, while reaching out for the sides of my pillow and folding them in to cover my ears. Still, I could hear her sharp gasp as she swirled on her heels and stared at me with wide enraged eyes. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. I groaned in disapproval at her tone. She rushed towards my bed and fell down to her knees, reaching out under my bed and shuffling among the mess. I rolled over to my side at the same moment that she backed away and pulled out my black suitcase. "Are you out of your mind? Noah is going to kill us. We have no time to waste. He'll be here any second. Why do you always have to leave everything for last minute?" She freaked on as she unzipped the suitcase and got back to her feet, moving over to my full closet. "Ariel, stop," I demanded, but she cowled and hear me over her mumbling. "Ariel," I exclaimed. This time, she halted in her tracks and spun to face me, her eyebrows raised. "Care to help? I can't pack everything on my own." She turned around again and yanked out a handful of my clothes, shoving them into the suitcase with the hangers still on. "In not going." Her arm instantly stopped moving. She froze in the middle of her action and snapped her head up to stare at me with horror-filled eyes. "I'm not leaving. Ariel, I've decided on it." I shrugged nonchalantly. Her hand came up to rest on her chest, as if she was feeling for her heartbeat. "You're messing with me, right?" I shook my head, sitting up from my position on the bed. "I'm serious." "Am not leaving again," she gasped and rushed over to me, her hands reaching out to place themselves on my shoulders. "What are you talking about? Of course you're leaving. We're all leaving." I shook my head defiantly. "Ariel, listen." I grabbed her shoulders and guided her to sit down on the bed beside me. "You guys are leaving, and I support that 100%. You need the protection Xavier will provide. But I can take care of anything if anything were to happen on my own. But I need to stay. There's so much for me here that I can't leave behind. I just can't go." I tried to explain to her, though I doubted she would understand me given she continued shaking her head defiantly throughout my entire speech. "You need his protection just as much as we do. Nora, you heard Elliot. These men aren't like anything we've faced before," she argued, but I shook my head. "And what makes you so different from us?" She exclaimed. "Why do you think we need the protection while you don't?" I rolled my eyes as I tried to reason. Their eyes are set on Xavier HCS, the target. Once they find out he left to go back to Indiana, they'll follow him along. And there'll be no more dangers roaming around here. She jumped up from her seat. Her eyes narrowed into a dangerous glare. "If you're not leaving, neither am I." I rolled my eyes. "Please, Ariel, this isn't the time for childish play. I'm not leaving without you." I scowled at her stubbornness. The doorbell suddenly rang and its way to my bedroom. Ariel's eyes widened in fear. "Oh God. HES going to kill us." I rolled my eyes once more. "Don't be ridiculous. Open the door." "I'm not facing him." Ariel snorted. "Are you kidding me? You want me to deliver the news so my life would be at stake?" The bell rang again. "Go get it," I insisted. She groaned loudly but complied. Walking away towards the front door, I took the chance to compose myself a little, knowing for sure I looked like a huge mess after my sleep. I undid my hair from its messy bun and pulled the loose strands away from my face, then rolled my hair on top of my head into a neater bun. My bedroom door was suddenly burst open, so violently that I heard the door hinges creak in objection. My eyes fell on a fuming Noah. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "What do you think you're doing?" I got up from my seat on my bed and walked over to where he stood. "It's as simple as it sounds, Noah." A deep growl rumbled in his chest, and his jaw ticked in fury. "Get ready. Right now. We're leaving." I puckered my lips. "You're leaving." "I'm not." I emphasized each word clearly, tired of repeating myself over and over again since last night. Noah took a step forward, stopping a mere foot away and hovering over my figure in an effort to intimidate me, and he glared down at me with barely contained rage. "I'm not going to repeat myself. Nora, get ready." I scoffed and took a step back to see him in better light. "My entire life is here. Noah, I can't just leave everything behind. I'm not going." "Oh, and you think we want to leave?" "I'm not any more thrilled about following after your boyfriend than you are." I gaped at his words, but he spared me no chance to reply as he instantly spun on his feet to look at Ariel, who was standing silently and nervously by the door, her hands cupped by her chest as she glanced between us worriedly. "Pack her clothes. You have 5 minutes." And with that, he walked out the door into the living room. I gaped at him in disbelief. The nerve. I followed behind his heels and had to jog to keep up with his angry stride. I stopped in front of him and my hands fell to my hips. "Noah, you need to hear me out. No. Nora, what we need right now is to stop wasting time and get going. Because now the numbers have doubled and we need to get out of here as soon as possible." His jaw was tightly clenched as he spoke through gritted teeth, the anger in his eyes no longer directed towards my defiance. "What do you mean? The numbers have doubled." Noah sighed and ran a hand down his face, stroking the small stubble growing on his chin. 6 men are now on our heels. They're preparing for something bigger." I gasped, my hand coming up to cover the evident shock on my features. What?" He nodded. "Elliot and I had been keeping an eye on things. They doubled overnight. That only means one thing: they're preparing to invade. Soon. My heart began racing at an uncontrollable speed. Go change. We're leaving in 5. I couldn't bring my feet to move even if I wanted to. An indescribable fear clawing at my chest. My hands began to tremble. No, I eventually noticed that I wasn't moving, and he sighed before stepping towards me. His hands came up to my shoulders and he gripped them gently, his promising eyes meeting my frightened ones. Everything will work out, and we will be fine, but we need to get moving. Hesitantly, I nodded my head in understanding. Nora, Ariel called out. You need to help me out here. I don't know what else you need me to pack. I hardly managed to compose myself and spun on my heels. Returning to my bedroom, I found Ariel going to my vanity desk, packing my beauty products. I shook my head as I said, "The clothes are enough." I rushed towards my closet and rummaged through the remaining clothes hanging, and picked a random black shirt and a pair of jeans. I started changing right there in front of Ariel, who was too busy zipping up my suitcase to notice me anyway. I ran over to my study desk and grabbed my laptop and chargers, shoving them in a backpack alongside my passport and credit cards. Done. Noah burst through my bedroom door. Ariel nodded and offered the heavy suitcase to him, to which he instantly took and left with towards the front door. I put on my most comfortable pair of black Vans and inspected my bedroom one last time for anything important that I might have missed packing. Nora, Ariel called out for me. I forced my feet to move towards the living room with a heaviness of heart. Ariel and Noah stood by the front door waiting for me. I reached for the keys dangling behind the front door and stepped outside alongside them. Noah went to hit the elevator button while I locked my door without sparing a second glance at my apartment, too pained by the thought of leaving my home behind without a proper goodbye. The elevator sounded as it reached our floor, and it rung the familiar bell before splitting its doors wide open, welcoming us in for the last time. Let's go. Noah glanced over his shoulder as he barked his order. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat and dragged myself towards the elevator. Chapter 21. Let's get one thing straight, there is no way in hell that I'm staying at anywhere other than ZHS. Noah grunted grump-ly as we gradually descended the metal stairway leading from the gigantic airplane we boarded and towards the bus that will be taking us to the terminal. Ice coughed mockingly. Oh really? How else are you supposed to receive the protection you're practically begging Xavier for? Noah snapped his head to my direction, sending me the deadliest glare he could muster. I knew an equally bad response was just on the tip of his tongue, but he held himself back since we were surrounded by strangers. Sleep deprivation was beginning to take a toll on my life, impacting both my physical and mental well-being. My eyes felt like they were getting poked at repeatedly by a heated fork, the pain extending towards my head into an intolerable migraine. I had spent the first hour our flight writing and sending emails to my boss, claiming I had a family emergency that required extending my vacation, and then texting my parents that it extended my vacation stay at Indiana with my friends. Afterwards, no matter how hard I tried to silence my running, wild thoughts with a nap during the remaining 2 hours on flight, it failed miserably and reopened my eyes feeling twice as frustrated. Eventually, I'd given up completely and ended up watching a movie on my laptop. Will anyone be picking us up? Ariel asked as soon as the bus started moving. I gripped tightly onto the seat to my right, while miserably trying to balance myself and also keep a firm grip on my suitcase that was rolling over strangers' feet. I kept offering apologetic smiles, mumbling a sorry every few seconds. Seth should be waiting outside. Elliot replied. Bella was hunched over by his side, her cheek resting on his shoulder and her eyes closed as she tried to control her breathing. She looked paler than usual. Flight soft and did that to her. She wasn't a huge fan of flying. I pointed my chin towards her. Is she okay? Elliot glanced down at her, his eyes hardening from witnessing her weakened state. She will be. I felt another wave of guilt washing over me like a bucket of ice, cold water. I shivered. Even if this was completely my fault, I still felt responsible for the bigger part. I shouldn't have gone out with Xavier, those men shouldn't have seen me with him. If I had just kept to myself the way I had been for years, I would be at home right now preparing to go back to work in a few days. and my friends would all be doing the same, each preparing to continue on with their usual smooth daily, instead of having to move away to a different state with no previous preparation, asking for protection from a man we've known for only a couple of weeks. "Nora," Ariel's distant voice called out for me, and I was snapped out of the haze my thoughts had formed. I searched for her in the now nearly vacant bus, noticing that it had stopped at the terminal and everyone was stepping off. I grabbed my suitcase and followed behind an elderly man, rushing out towards where my friends waited for me. After nearly 15 minutes spent finishing all the procedures, we reached the gates of the airport and walked out into the bright afternoon sun. My eyes instantly began to ache from the blinding rays, and I squinted hard trying to soothe the pounding in my head. I was in desperate need of sleep, but I doubted I would be getting any proper rest before this whole ordeal was over with. "Yo!" someone to our left called out loudly, attracting the attention of plenty of passersby. We all turned to the source of the voice and saw Seth waving us over from across the parking lot, standing beside his car with the driver's door open. We strolled over to where his Jeep parked, and I eyed his car skeptically. "Is this our only ride?" Seth glanced over his car and shrugged. "It was a last-minute call. I couldn't find a bigger ride. You will have to squeeze in somehow." I groaned. "Perfect." "Shotgun," Elliot announced before anyone had the chance to think it over. Everyone groaned loudly. Well, I am not taking the trunk." I beat the rest to it, moving to pull my suitcase into the open trunk and then rushing to take the window seat behind the passengers. "Not it," Ariel exclaimed, rushing in behind me to take the seat behind the driver's. "Bella can't take the trunk." Elliot objected the second Noah opened his mouth to speak. "She needs a window seat. She's already feeling too unwell." Noah groaned loudly. "Oh, come on." He rolled his eyes, but when he looked over at Bella and noticed her weakened state, he shut his mouth and dragged himself forcibly to the back of the car. I glanced over at Bella standing silently beside Seth's car with our suitcases. Elliot was right. Her lips had now taken on a lighter shade, almost matching her skin tone. I called out to her and slid over to take the middle seat. She climbed in after me and took my previous seat by the window, but she immediately rolled down for fresh air, and her head instantly fell to rest on my shoulder. I tried my best not to move for the rest of the ride, knowing just how much she needed the rest, and I was afraid that a slight movement would disturb her sleep. The whole ride was very silent, everyone too tired to speak a single word. Seth had the radio on playing a soft into an unrecognizable music, and he drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. Around half an hour later we arrived at his parents' house, the place we were apparently going to stay at. Good thing was that his parents were away on a cruise, so we didn't have to feel like a burden. As everyone unbuckled and got out of the car, I slightly nudged Bella's arm. "Bella," I whispered to her. She hummed and moved around a little. I nudged her arm a little harder, and she lazily opened her eyes. "We're here." She inspected her surrounding before finally recognizing what was happening. She pulled back and opened the car door. "Sorry about that. Your shoulder must be cramped up." She smiled lightly. I chuckled, shaking my head. "Don't worry about it. I'm good. How are you feeling, though?" I slid over the seat and hopped out of the car onto wobbly feet. Bella nodded slightly. "Better. I don't know when I get used to flying." She rolled her eyes. Ariel had stepped into the house alongside Noah while Elliot and Seth began to unload the trunk. I reached out for Bella and grabbed her arm. She looked up at me with a startled gaze. "Can we talk for a minute?" She nodded hesitantly. "Sure." We moved away from Seth's dark jeepin towards the white wooden porch, moving to the far right. "I never had the chance to talk to you about everything that's happened, but I wanted to apologize. I know this isn't easy, and I've messed things up stupid. She instantly interrupted me, shaking her head firmly. "No, don't go there. No, you guys need to hear it." Nora, listen to me." She reached out and put her hands on my shoulders, squeezing gently. "No one is blaming you here. What happened was not your fault." Elliot explained everything to me. This thing started from the day we met Xavier and his friends at the lake inn. We just didn't know about it sooner because those people that are supposedly after us are very discreet. And they only proved their intentions when they stepped in and tried to hurt you. You didn't cause any of this. I swallowed a lump forming in my throat. How does Elliot know that? Bella's hands fell from my shoulders back to her sides. Xavier was watching out for any possible dangers because his doubts about them. Apparently HES very guarded and cautious, and likes to constantly keep an eye out on things in case they take a bad turn. She shrugged. The sound of a roaring engine neared us as it rolled into the house's driveway. Bella and I turned to look over the source and I noticed a very familiar car parking behind stood HS Jeepin switching off its engine. My heart immediately leapt out of my chest and I felt a blast of fire charging up my veins, suddenly electrifying me back to life. My droopy eyes were shot wide open and my back straight, and subconsciously I instantly felt more awake. The sudden change in my behavior didn't go unnoticed by Bella, as she eyed me skeptically. I knew for sure that I would have done the same had I been in her place. I was equally confused by my reaction. I frowned at her, and she frowned back. My eyes moved back to the cars in the gaze that I could feel lingering on me. Xavier stood beside Ellie and Seth, shaking their hands in greeting, but his intense silver gaze never left my spot. I felt my stomach clench. He excused himself from my friends and began making his way towards Bella and I, and my stomach did a little flip of its own. Get a hang of it. An inner voice exclaimed at me, annoyed by how easily my mood and behavior can be changed by the stranger's presence. I was beginning to get annoyed at myself too, for something completely out of my hands. I didn't know why I was reacting the way that I was, and I wished the feeling could leave me be. Nora, how are you doing? Xavier greeted me with a warm smile, his eyes glistening as he stared at me with an emotion I couldn't decipher. I could feel Bella's gaze traveling between the two of us standing across from one another, but I was so captivated by Xavier's eyes that I couldn't spare her a single glance. I'll see you inside. Nora, she whispered before heading towards the front door and entering the house. What are you doing here? I asked Xavier. I just came to check up on things. I huffed. Always checking up on things. I mumbled mostly to myself, my gaze moving towards the trimmed grass sashaying from the slight breeze in the front lawn. Xavier frowned in response, his confusion evident on his features. A little crease formed between his eyebrows, and I had to resist the urge to poke the muscle with my index finger, demanding it let loose. Is that supposed to mean anything? I rolled my eyes no. I turned to start heading inside the house, but he reached out just in time to stop me, his long fingers coming to wrap around my arm and halt me in my tracks. I inhaled sharply, his warm touch causing a spark to shoot up my arm. I pulled back, glaring at him for making me feel whatever that was. Xavier straightened his posture, clearing his throat. Can I speak with you for a minute longer? He politely asked. I opened my mouth to say no, but he interrupted me before I had the chance to speak, probably already sensing my answer. What with him and his creepy sixth sense, always predicting the future. It's really important that I clear this out. I sighed, defeated, hesitantly nodding for him to continue on. Believe me, Nora, when I say I'm truly apologetic for having you go through this mess. It was never supposed to happen this way, but as I vowed to you once, I will ensure that no harm gets to you or your friends. This whole thing will be over within less than a week. I promise you that. I stared back at Xavier blankly, hearing his words and understanding the promises he was making, but unable to bring myself to react to any of it. Why is any of it happening in the first place? I managed to whisper against my exhaustion. I made enemies of the most vile to us men, and they're out to hurt me in any way imaginable. I shook my head. No, Xavier. I want the whole story. He stared at me with confusion swarming behind his silver gaze. What did you do to them? I prodded. Realization of which specific answers I was asking for finally hit him, and his shoulder muscles stiffened. What made them this upset? Xavier straightened his stiffened back and stood tall across from me. His hand came up to his face and he stroked his trimmed beard, while I watched the wheels run his mind. When he took too long to answer, I rolled my eyes preparing to leave. You know what, Xavier? Never mind. Your business is your business. Just keep your pro. I will explain to you everything in detail, and answer any and all questions you may have. He replied by interrupting me. But not right now. I need a little more time. My jaw clenched visibly, and his eyes moved down to where my jaw muscles twitched. As much as it annoyed me that we will once again have it his way, I couldn't deny the fact that I was in desperate need of rest anyway. Fine. I relaxed my stiff muscles and moved towards the front door of the house. This time, Xavier didn't stop me. The house was awfully quiet. I didn't have the time to explore the place or even fully comprehend where I was stepping. With droopy eyes, I made my way towards the living room and plummeted down to the longest couch available. I reached out under my back and yanked off the pillows, throwing them across the floor. With each leg, I pushed off my shoes and heard them let out a faint thud as they fell to the wooden floor. And within only a few seconds, I was knocked completely out of my senses by the unbearable exhaustion. Chapter 22. The loud clanking of steel pots and pans resonated through the room and teared through my eardrums straight to my brain, and I could feel the pounding against my skull deepening. I groaned as I rolled over the soft cushions of the couch and onto my back, forcing my eyelids apart and blinking against the morning light. I was still in the living room, sprawled out on the couch, with the pillows scattered around the carpeted floor. With another disgruntled groan, I laid my palms flat against the couch and pushed my heavy body into a sitting position. I was more tired than earlier, as if the disrupted sleep did more damage to my brain than the overall sleep deprivation had. I dragged my feet lazily towards the source of the noise, the clanking of pots getting louder by each step. I found a swinging door that led to another room and I pushed my way through, finding myself greeted by an amusing scene. Seth positioned counter with his torso covered by a plain white apron, his hand circling around a bowl as he mixed its contents. As the door swung shut, his head snapped up and his gaze fell on me. He offered me a wide grin. Morning. Sunshine. He continued on mixing the mixtures in the bowl as I propped led down on a stool across from him. Why didn't you take one of the rooms upstairs? There are plenty of beds in this house. You know. I nodded. I couldn't find the energy to move away from the couch. My gaze shifted around the kitchen, surveying my surrounding. It was an elegant, light-colored kitchen with marbled counters and silver stools. It was the first time I had visited Seth's parents' house. Your parents have a gorgeous house, by the way. He smiled appreciatively as he turned to move towards the stove, fixing a pan over and igniting a faint fire. Thanks. How did you sleep last night? Seth glanced over his shoulder at me as he waited for the pan to heat up. Or should I say, the entirety of yesterday. I rolled my eyes. I barely got 4 hours of sleep. He frowned at my reply, the skin on his forehead creasing disapprovingly. But you were knocked out cold the whole day. I was in and out. My body had shut down, but I was wide awake. My hands traveled to my eyes and I began to rub them tiredly. Seth frowned some more, before he had a chance to comment. The kitchen door was swung open and in walked Ariel and Elliot. They mumbled a greeting and reached out for the stools on each side of me. Ariel sitting down to my right while Elliot took my left. Tess. Seth returned to his pan and began pouring the eggs he mixed earlier with chopped vegetables into the heated pan, making omelets. Wow, you look like shit, Ariel commented, inspecting my reddened eyes. I rolled my eyes, not answering back with a petty comeback because I knew she was absolutely right. I pushed myself off the stool and hopped down on wobbly legs. Well, you'll go freshen up. Let me know when breakfast's ready. I turned towards the door when I suddenly realized I didn't even know where the bathrooms were and stopped in my tracks, as if sensing my confusion. Seth immediately spoke up. Find any room on the first floor that isn't occupied and it's yours. Each have their own bathroom. I nodded and mumbled a thanks, reaching the living room and grabbing the only remaining suitcase from the hallway. I strolled towards the long stairway, carrying my suitcase with both hands until the first floor. I was breathing heavily by the time I reached the top, my body too weak from malnutrition. I reached out for the first door to my right and lowered the handle, peeking through the darkness. Noah was sprawled out on the king-size bed positioned in the middle of a spacious room, his arm draped over his eyes and his chest bare. I closed the door shut and reached for the one across from Noah's claimed bedroom. To my luck, it was unoccupied. I set my suitcase down by the king-sized bed, unzipping it and digging through for my toiletries and a fresh pair of clothing. Once I had what I needed, I made my way towards the bathroom. The insides of the bathroom was absolutely gorgeous, with light wooden counters and a huge glass shower stall. I locked the door behind me and wasted no more second before discarding of my clothes and hopping under the steamy showers. I scrubbed at my skin with whatever little energy I had left within me, and massaged with my favorite mango-scented shampoo, hoping its relaxing aroma would aid to my pounding headache. When my stomach began to rumble ferociously, I forced my body out of the stall, grabbing the nearest towel and drying off. It smelled like lavender, and I dried off the last droplet on my skin. I could tell my body had absorbed its floral scent. I wrapped the towel tightly around my body, the bathroom too foggy that breathing in the presence of the heat became rather challenging. I grabbed my clothes and headed towards the bedroom where I could change freely. As I pulled my wet hair into a messy bun to allow the back of my neck to cool off, I headed out the bedroom and towards the staircase, hearing the loud chattering of everyone resonate through the house. I reached for the kitchen door and my stomach instantly began to rumble as the smell of bacon hit my senses, as if my body was begging me to consume some protein to fuel my energy. Ariel was hunching over the counter to grab a piece of bacon from the plate in Zh's hands, and he shoo-ed her away, frowning and scolding her for touching the food when it was still so hot. Ariel didn't even flinch, biting onto the flaming bacon strip. I prop-led down on the same stool I claimed earlier, grabbing a plate and filling it up with scrambled eggs and toasted bread slices, smothering warm butter on top and taking a huge bite. Unintentionally, I hummed in satisfaction as I chewed on the crunchy bits of my toast and savored its taste. Ariel was eyeing me weirdly, her gaze inspecting my face. "Did you get any sleep last night?" "No, she didn't," Seth answered for me, raising his cup of coffee and taking a sip from it. I glared at him, dropping the last half of my toast on my plate and grabbing a mug to pour coffee in. "Was it the nightmares again?" Ariel asked, rather automatically. My head snapped to her sharply, eyes widening while my brows furrowed dangerously, silently screaming, "What the hell?" "Ariel." Elliot raised his head from his plate, glancing between Ariel and I, before anyone had a chance to comment. The door swung open and Bella and Noah trod in, mumbling a good morning and immediately reaching for the coffee pot that I had set aside. Elliot's eyes remained on me. "You're having them again." I shook my head, denying it. "No." "What is she having?" Noah asked, hoisting himself on the counter across from us, facing us directly. He raised his navy blue mug to his lips and sipped on the coffee, his eyes remaining on Elliot, who was still staring at me. "Scrambled eggs and toast." I deadpanned as I grabbed my fork again, stuffing my mouth with food so they wouldn't ask me any more questions. Ariel sighed. "It's not a big deal. Nora, we can get you on that." My fork abruptly dropped onto my plate with a loud clank, silencing Ariel. She flinched at the loud noise. "May I eat my breakfast in peace?" I asked rhetorically. Noah frowned. "I see," he mumbled. My head snapped to him and my glare sent daggers at his head. "And what is it that you're seeing exactly?" "Noah," Seth whistled, turning around and refilling his cup with black coffee. "Cranky Nori is back." I scoffed. "What did you just call me?" Elliot clapped his hands. "All right. Enough. Girls, ales. I was thinking, how about we go to the city after breakfast and hang about in a coffee shop? Maybe even do a little shopping." Belle suddenly cut in, her face lighting up brightly as she suggested her plan. When Ariel heard the word shopping, a wide grin spread across her face and she instantly nodded. They both turned to look at me, and I just shrugged. "I guess we could." I went back to eating my food, the slight rumble in my stomach reminding me that it was not yet satisfied and craved more. "I'll drop you guys. I have a few errands to run myself," Seth offered. Around 10 minutes later, once I felt too full to breathe properly, I dropped my spoon on the plate and slumped down in my seat. Ariel was watching me expectantly, and as soon as she read my expression and posture announcing that I was done with my breakfast, she hopped off her seat excitedly. "Come on. Then, let's get ready." She yanked me by the hem of my top, leading me off the stool and towards the door. I followed grumpily, dragging my feet behind as she led me up the stairs. "I've already changed. Ariel." She stopped to glance at my black-fitted sweatpants and gray crop top, raising an eyebrow skeptically. "That's homeware. Not nearly suitable enough for a stroll in the city." "GTSK, Ed," reaching out for my hand once again and pulling to guide me up the stairs. I groaned but followed along until we stopped by a door. We walked in and were greeted by a mountain of clothes built on the edge of the unmade bed. How she managed to unpack all those clothes in less than a day was beyond me. "I think you'll go for this yellow floral dress. What do you say?" She held up a casual, bright knee-length dress, eyeing it then searching through my expression. I nodded. "It's beautiful." She smiled appreciatively and turned towards the bathroom. "Leaving to change, I assumed." I slumped down on her bed, my hand searching between her clothes to notice that she had packed as if she was moving in, rather than only staying for a week. Ariel Ray appeared in the bedroom a couple minutes later, her bright dress on and her strawberry, blonde hair cascading down her bare shoulders in natural waves. "All right, time to doll you up." I cringed at her choice of words, but quickly covered it up with a tight, forced smile that came out looking more like a grimace. Ariel reached for my arm and pulled me towards the door, where we left and headed down to my borrowed bedroom. After nearly 15 minutes spent searching through my packed clothes, ironing them straight, quickly drying my hair, and applying a decent amount of makeup, Ariel truly had dolled me up to near perfection. I almost looked normal, the only exception being my bloodshot eyes and the permanent grimace on my face. We reached the ground floor to see Seth and Bella already waiting for us in the living room, watching some cooking show displayed on the wide TV. As our footsteps mirrored, they noticed our appearance and got up from their seats. "Ready?" Seth asked, and we nodded. We left through the front door to his car and hopped in, Ariel claiming shotgun, as if it even mattered anymore. We had matters way more threatening to brood over, and their nonchalant attitude, wanting to go shopping and stroll freely in the city center, was doubling my feelings of unease. "Let's check this one out," Ariel exclaimed, and without waiting for a reply, vanished into a store to our right. Bella and I gave each other a look, and followed behind her. Seth dropped us off in the middle of the city and went off to God knows where, and we had already been to at least 7 different shops in the past hour and a half. We had been to a few branded clothes shops, a couple of shoe shops, and a few smaller antique shops which Bella found intriguing from their window displays. But Ariel wasn't even nearly satisfied. The shop we entered was another antique shop, and Ariel stopped at a nearby counter to inspect the displayed necklaces. She reached out for one and began to inspect the shining stones dangling from the bronze chain, her eyes twinkling with astonishment. The young owner stood behind the counter watching Ariel dubiously, and I reciprocated his looks, eyeing him with just as much doubt. "What do you think about this piece?" Ariel asked, turning around with the necklace dangling from her finger. "It's beautiful," Bella commented. My eyes remained on the owner, as he kept his gaze fixed on Ariel. Suddenly, they moved to me, and he was so startled by my inspecting gaze that his eyebrows rose and he fixed his posture, shifting on his legs awkwardly. "Nora," Ariel called out to me. I snapped my head towards her to see her eyeing me weirdly, then turning to look at the owner. She frowned in confusion. "It's nice," I mumbled, slowly coming back to my senses. I don't know if I should get it." Ariel wondered as she placed it against her neck and studied it through the small mirror set on the counter. "Hey, I'll run a quick errand down a store on the other side and I'll get back to you. Yeah, just wait for me here. I'll be back in a few. I announced as I walked towards the door. Belle and Ariel both turned to watch me leave, opening their mouths like they were about to protest. But I gave them no chance as I stepped outside the shop and continued down the road towards another one. The large red sign got bigger as I neared the pharmacy, and when I walked in, the bells over the door rang to announce my arrival. An old, short lady in a white coat appeared through a door behind the counter and offered me a small smile. I returned the gesture and strolled down the aisles, grabbing random products such as a pack of Band-Aid, a navy blue packaged deodorant, and a toothbrush. I walked to the counter and set them down, eyeing the boxes of medicine behind the pharmacist. When my eyes met hers again, she offered me another kind smile. Do you need anything else, dear? Her soft voice questioned. I nodded. Yeah. I need some light sleep medication. Please. My heart began racing just speaking those words. The pharmacist nodded, turning around to search through the packages. Any specific type you're comfortable with? I shook my head. Anything will do. She eyed me for a second too long. Before nodding, she grabbed a box and a plastic bag, bagging up the products I picked and eyeing each skeptically. My fingers were beginning to twitch, eager to just grab the bag and run out of the store, until eventually she rounded them up and announced their cost, which I quickly paid for. She gave me back the change and offered a final smile, telling me to have a good day. But I didn't wait for her to finish her sentence as I grabbed the bag and stalked towards the door. I clutched onto the plastic bag tightly, my jaw clenching. I had gone such a long way to reach a point where I no longer needed to consume medication in order to have some peace. And now I was back to point one. I clenched my fist so tightly and felt my long nails digging into my palms, leaving an itching ache. Everything all right? My head snapped up to the source of the voice, and my furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Yeah. I forced out a smile. Belle eyed the plastic bag in my hands curiously. What did you get? Just some necessities. Deodorant, toothbrush. I rolled the bag and shoved it into another paper bag containing a cute top I had bought earlier from a small local shop. Did you get the necklace? I asked Ariel. She shook her head. Was completely my style. So where to next? I asked, pushing a strand of hair behind my ear. We were thinking of going back actually, but Seth hasn't finished yet. We can just grab a taxi. I suggested. We thought of that. Ariel began, until a car pulled up and the driver offered to take us back to ZHS. I frowned, Belle nodded, gesturing behind her to the huge black SUV with dark tinted windows standing to the curb. A man in a neat black suit standing at the head with his hands behind his back. My frown deepened. Who is he? HES been sent by Xavier. Bella answered. That's bullshit. I coughed. Ariel's eyes widened, and Bella's mouth clamped shut. I eyed the man skeptically, seeing him give no reaction even though I was positive he could see my glare even from the distance. We're getting a cab. We can't be foolish enough to trust a stranger's words. Not at a time like this. Nora. It's fine. HES from Xavier's. Ariel began to speak, but I shook my head. Just because he says so doesn't make it true. I accidentally snapped a bit too harshly. Bella raised her hands. Whoa. She glanced over her shoulder at the man and turned to look at me again. Well, just take a cab. I immediately turned to search the cars driving down the road, and called out for a passing cab. Let me at least tell him we're taking a cab so he can leave. Ariel turned to start towards the stranger with the black SUV, but I grabbed her hand tightly to stop her. No, we don't need to do that. Let's just go home. I didn't wait for an answer as I guided her towards the cab, opening the back door and waiting for them to climb in first before I spared one last glance at the standing driver, seeing him holding a phone to his ear. And then I climbed in after the girls and asked the cab driver to go off. Chapter 23. By the time we arrived, a car was already parked in the house's driveway, and it was ZHS. We exited the cab after paying the cost of the trip and trod towards the house carrying our shopping bags. As we neared the front door, it became clearer who the car belonged to as a familiar, random wave of excitement rushed through my veins. Stepping inside the house, a mixed aroma of mahogany and rainwater wafted through the air. We stopped at the living room where we spotted, dropping our bags to the floor. We circled around to enter the living area and face whoever occupied the couches. Across from Elliot and Noah sat Xavier, his back straight and fingers interlocked over his lap, as if he was waiting patiently for our return. At the same moment, our eyes met, and his silver orbs shimmered under the lights. "Took you guys long enough," Noah murmured, standing up. He turned towards the kitchen. "Anyone want a drink?" He yelled back as he continued walking, not even waiting for an answer. "What are you doing here?" I asked Xavier. He stood up and inched closer, stopping a feet away. "I heard about what went down in town," he replied, and I suddenly realized that I failed to assure you. He stopped and looked around at everyone else in the room. "All of you that no harm will ever get to you in this town. The entire state. Actually, rest assured that you have my full protection here." Elliot hesitantly nodded, and we are very grateful for it. "Thank you. But what about the man from earlier? The driver?" Ariel asked. Elliot tensed at her words, his shoulders straightening. "What man?" he seethed. "The driver, Luca. I had truly sent to pick you up, since I had heard Seth had to go off to care to a business of his own, and you had no ride back," Xavier reassured Ariel, and simultaneously 3 pairs of eyes Avier's, Ariel's, and Bella's turned to me. Ariel pursed her lips and raised her brows, as if silently saying, "I told you so." I rolled my eyes. Well, the hell, how in the world was I supposed to trust a complete stranger inviting us to ride in his car? At a time when we are literally being hunted down. Ariel went silent, pondering over my answer. "You made the right move. Nora, I realize I should have personally informed you that I'd send a driver for you. I apologize for the confusion," Xavier said, offering a small smile. I nodded in understanding, telling him it's all right. Would someone explain to me what went down? Elliot was clenching his jaw, not liking being left in the dark. Bella went on a rant about what happened, from the moment I went off to a different shop to the point where I apparently shoved them into the back seat of the cab. I rolled my eyes at her exaggeration, making it clear to everyone present that I was not that violent. Bella chuckled. "Why did you go off on your own?" Elliot turned to me, frowning. I shrugged nonchalantly, telling him I just needed to grab some necessities. "Yeah, but you don't go off alone when we're clearly being hunted down." He repeated my words from earlier, and for some reason, his words triggered me. I clenched my jaw and spoke through gritted teeth. "You'll be fine on my own." Elliot stepped away from his seat, inching closer to me. "This isn't the time to play stubborn. Nora, I'm not being stubborn. I'm just telling you that I'll be fine on my own." I stood my ground, my hands clenching by my sides. "Oh yeah, fine like you were last time you decided you're fit to take on shit on your own." His face was turning a light shade of red, and his eyes looked wild as he stared me down. "And I did take it on, didn't I?" I growled. "Yeah, like a champ." My fist flung forward involuntarily, aiming to hit him square in the jaw. But halfway through, a strong arm wrapped around my waist and pulled me back, so my fist met the air. I stumbled forward had the arm not been secured tightly around me. I thrashed in the arms of my captor, demanding they let me go. "Snap out of it. Nora, our entire lives are in danger now. One wrong move and everything could go downhill. We need to stick together." Elliot yelled as I gave the chest behind me a strong shove and set myself free. I turned to glare at Xavier, whose arm slowly fell down to his sides once again. His jaw was also clenched, and he stared between Elliot and I as if he was searching for an answer among us. I turned to spit more words at Elliot, but the second our eyes met, I shut my mouth. I bit the inside of my cheek, trying to calm myself down so I don't make a bigger deal out of what happened. "What's going on?" someone asked in the distance. But my heart was clenching and unclenching, so hard that I couldn't remove my eyes off of Elliot's. "Screw you," I finally spat, his words from earlier leaving an aching hole in my chest. Elliot's eyes widened for a fraction of a minute, not expecting my words. They softened as he opened his mouth to reply, and at the same moment my vision started blurring, and I took that as my cue to leave before the tears came streaming down. I shoved past his shoulder and strode out of the living room, hearing footsteps following behind me as Ariel immediately started going off at Elliot. Warm fingers suddenly wrapped around my arms and halted me in my track. I turned around as I tried to contain the face and came to face Xavier, who was giving me the most heartbroken, apologetic look. His eyes softened even further as he noticed my expression. "I am genuinely very sorry to have caused you all this trouble, Nora." His tone was so low, almost as a whisper, and the pain was evident behind his voice. I shook my head. "This one was your doing." Xavier opened his mouth, looking like he was about to push his apology further, but instead he hesitated for a few seconds. "Let me take you away." My only reply was a frown of confusion. "Until everyone cools off." He continued. I really wasn't feeling like staying in the same house when the tension was so high, so I nodded in approval. Xavier gave me a soft smile and gestured towards the front door. I walked past the living room, completely ignoring everyone there, not even bothering to let them know what I was up to. As I walked past, I noticed the shopping bags from earlier, and I immediately grabbed mine as well as my purse and stalked out of the front door. Xavier stalled behind me, and I could hear him informing the rest that he will take me for a ride until things cool off, adding a promise that I will be completely safe within his presence. I reached his car and instantly hopped into the passenger side, violently jerking the car door back shut. A few seconds later, Xavier followed and climbed into the driver's seat. And without another word, he drove off down the road and away from the suffocating tension in the air. Hey, today I'm bringing you an amazing novel analysis. There's an interesting contradiction in it. On the surface, Xavier's family appears glamorous, with endless wealth and beautiful gardens. Yet, they bear the heavy responsibility of fighting against the mafia to protect their homeland. Also, how so? Xavier has deep feelings for the protagonist, even calling her his soulmate. But the protagonist wants to run away out of fear. This contrast between family glory and responsibility, as well as love and fear, is like a gorgeous tragedy. It makes one want to keep watching to see whether the protagonist can find her own happiness in this complex whirlpool. Chapter 24. The tranquility that enveloped the car as we drove was like a soothing balm, gradually extinguishing the fiery emotions that had been consuming me. As Xavier navigated the roads with his usual calm demeanor, I felt my breathing ease, the tightness in my chest slowly dissipating. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely in this cocoon of silence, but eventually, I felt compelled to break it. "Where are we headed?" I asked, my voice coming out hoarse and unfamiliar. Clearing my throat, I turned away from the window to face Xavier. He was the picture of composure, one elbow resting on the center console while his other hand guided the steering wheel. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, his expression serene. "Anywhere you do like," he replied, his words catching me off guard. I had assumed we had a destination in mind, but his response suggested we'd been meandering without purpose. A wave of gratitude washed over me, touched by his subtle attempt to assuage tumultuous emotions. "I'm not familiar with this area," I admitted, feeling a bit lost. Xavier's gaze briefly flickered to me, assessing my mood. "Are you fond of flowers?" he inquired unexpectedly. The question threw me for a loop. Yes, I am." "Why do you ask?" A hint of a smile played on his lips as he made a turn. "Would you care to explore the gardens at our estate?" My face lit up at the suggestion. "You have gardens?" Xavier nodded, his smile growing as he noticed my enthusiasm. It's my favorite place at home. I'd love to see them, I replied, genuinely appreciative of his thoughtfulness. Then that's where we'll go. Xavier grinned, stealing another glance at me as we continued our journey. The prospect of wandering through beautiful gardens lifting my spirits and offering a welcome distraction from my earlier turmoil. As I finally turned to gaze outside the window, I noticed that we'd strolled far away from town. We were surrounded by great trees that rose so high above the ground they blocked the sun rays from shining down on the road. We appreciate our privacy. That's why we live a bit further away from town, Xavier explained. I wondered who he meant by that. Who do you live with? My family. I frowned, now confused. Your siblings. I didn't know you had any. He shook his head. Not siblings. We're not blood-related, oh. Xavier glanced at me, and he must have caught on to my confused expression because he smiled slightly. We are 3 leading families the Konuhos, the Tapa has, and the Second Eras. Our families have been well acquainted since this country's first discovery. My eyes widened. I can't tell if you're exaggerating or not. Xavier chuckled out loud. I'm not. My eyes widened further. If that were even possible. Tell me more. I squeaked a bit too enthusiastically. Xavier's eyes widened in amusement as he glanced at me, and my cheeks instantly reddened. That just sounds incredible. How is that even possible? Instead of replying, Xavier slowed the car down, and when I glanced out the window, I was greeted by a wide golden gate that was gradually and gracefully opening automatically. My jaw involuntarily fell, and I gaped at the extravagance of what only appeared to be the front entrance to the estate. The estate. It looked like a place out of a fairy tale. Too breathtaking and extravagant and elegant and everything beautiful. Xavier drove through the automatically opening gates, and we were once again surrounded by trees on both sides of the narrow road. Only this time they were neatly trimmed and in the brightest shade of green, looking so earthy and alive. My voice had gotten stuck in my throat as I gazed at the beauty of the estate, while Xavier drove slowly, clearly giving me time to take in every detail, although there were too many to take in at once. Another turn and we slowly arrived at a large glowing fountain station directly at the front of the 4-story building, and he circled around the flowing fountain to park directly in front of the house. I gasped as I turned to stare at him wide-eyed. You live here. Xavier smiled and offered a single nod. Do you like it? I nearly scoffed. Is that a serious question? He chuckled in response, unbuckling his seat belt. Let me take you on a quick tour of the insides. I nodded eagerly, unbuckling my own seat belt and hopping out of the car. The large front doors were already spread wide open, and Xavier appeared on my left side and motioned towards the long marble stairway leading to the door. When we entered, the first thing to hit me was the warm, welcoming aroma that wafted through the air. It smelled like fresh roses. Ahead of the double doors was a grand double stairway leading to the upper floors, and above our head dangled a dazzling crystal chandelier. This is beyond beautiful, I whispered, my eyes roaming around the place. You have such a breathtaking house. I'm glad you like it. It's been a part of our family for ages. Speaking of, I remembered the conversation we were having in the car. Tell me more about your family, I asked hopefully. His eyes were shining as he stared down at me, a small smile gracing his lip. I'd love to. He motioned towards the stairway. Let me lead you toward the gardens first. I walked beside Xavier as we passed below the grand stairway to the back of the house, where a large glass door was also spread wide open, welcoming us outside to the huge garden. From our place, it looked like the garden spread out for miles beyond the house. On each side of the narrow walkway were thousands of flowers blossoming in every color. I couldn't help but instantly smile at the sight of them. This is so gorgeous, I exclaimed, inhaling sharply and feeling my chest flutter as the wonderful floral scent hit my senses. I glanced at Xavier to see him staring at me, a small smile on his lips. Although I had caught him staring, he still didn't look away. His striking gaze shimmered with an indescribable emotion as he continued to stare at me. My heart began to race, and I felt the wings of 1,000 butterflies flutter in my stomach. I forced my eyes to move away, the blood running to my cheeks and warming up my face. Xavier straightened his shoulders and cleared his throat, walking slowly beside me and leading me further into the garden. Our families are native to this state, and have been well acquainted since the early discovery of this country. My eyes fell back on him as he began to speak, repeating the words of earlier. Even as things began growing out of control, our families remained close in touch and made an oath that no matter whose hands this state falls into, we will remain as its protectors, that we will be its shield, forever defend it and fight against whatever dangers threaten to disrupt its peace. And because of that oath, our family never broke apart. Generation after the other grew up learning about the history of our family and the oaths of our great-great-great-grandfathers, and the importance of holding on to the promises we made for the safety of our home. I stared at Xavier in complete awe of what he had just narrated. He glanced at me to check for my reaction, and I saw a glint of amusement in his eyes. But how do you protect it? Exactly. I mean, isn't that job already taken care of by the forces? He shifted his gaze to where his footsteps were falling as he thought over my question. Then he inhaled deeply. The harsh truth is that those forces don't possess the power to aid everything at every time. That's why we interfere. Xavier glanced down at my reaction, and I tried to maintain a normal, blank expression as a way to encourage him to go on. I was far too interested in his story that I couldn't bear the thought of him stopping the narration as it was getting more interesting. We take care of all the businesses that the higher officials are unaware of. In simpler words, we work from the streets. My heart fell to my stomach as I pondered over the vagueness of his answer, and although I wasn't entirely sure I was ready to know the answer, I couldn't help but ask, what kind of businesses? A feint of a smile graced his lips, and he gazed into the distance. All sorts. My mouth was getting drier by the minute. Xavier! I slowed down in my tracks, and when he noticed my movement he reciprocated my action, turning around to study me with a worried expression. I can't do this without knowing the whole truth. Xavier hesitated in his response, his jaw ticking as he got lost in it. And I don't want to hide anything from you. Nora, he started. I want you to know the whole truth. Everything about who and what I am. I bit the inside of my cheek, staring into his unwavering gaze filled with promises I wasn't entirely sure he could keep. Those men that are causing us all this trouble, Xavier began to explain. Their rivalry is the result of our interference with their so-called business of shipping illegal substances into the state. My eyes widened as his words registered in my brain, an indescribable fear nestling into my chest and wrapping itself around my heart. My blood ran cold as I began piecing everything together. You're involved with the mafia, I managed to whisper, my eyes searching his frantically, begging for him to deny it and tell me I am not once again exactly where I used to be. But all that Xavier could offer was a long silence, a type of silence that tore through my chest and ached to the core. If by involved, you mean dealing with them, then no. I am not. I took a sharp intake of breath, relieved but not entirely, because I was sure there was more to it. But my family and I have never, and will never, allow the disruption of peace within our home. No matter what the dangers, we will always interfere to halt their shipments of whatever illegal and destructive substances and weaponry they try to sneak into our state. Xavier paused for a minute, then slowly took a step forward, inching closer to me and stopping a mere foot away. My heart began to race as I craned my neck to see him better, his eyes shining down on me with such determination. I was in complete awe. It's important that you know, Nora, that no matter what I can't, and will not ever stop fighting for my home. My throat restricted, but I managed to croak out. Of course you have the right to fight for whatever you believe in. He nodded slowly, but I need you to know that if you choose to stay, this is how it will always be. My family will always come first, and together we will always fight for our home. My throat had gone dry, and I couldn't think of a response, partially because his words were too powerful and true that I had no further comment to offer, and partially because he was standing at such a close proximity. His warm breaths as he confidently spoke those words were mixing with my own ragged ones. And I also need you to know. Xavier inched closer, his nose now almost touching mine, that if you do choose to stay, his striking silver gaze found mine, and he stared me down with such an intensity that my breath hitched in my throat. You will also become my family. You will always come first. And for that, I will need you to lead beside me in the protection of our home. Chapter 25. Xavier's words continued to ring in my ears, echoing all the way down to my stomach and bursting into a beast that clawed at my insides. I couldn't believe the words he had just spoken. He had told me that if I simply chose to stay, I will become his family, and that I will have to lead beside him. He was completely out of his mind to believe I possessed the power to lead in whatever business he was involved with. I could barely lead my own life, let alone serve the protection of an entire state. Subconsciously, I began to state all the reasons why I was a no fit for the position. As badly as I wanted to stay by Xavier's side and never leave, as badly as I wanted to become his family, I knew deep down that I was not worthwhile. I couldn't help him protect his home. I could barely protect my own friends, could barely protect myself. I pulled myself away from where I stood, stepping further and further until I was at least 4 feet away from Xavier. He straightened his back, frowning as he studied my expression. I began shaking my head frantically, my hair bouncing off my shoulders. I can't do that. Xavier, I whispered, a huge lump forming in my throat. I can't lead beside you. It's not in my power. I don't understand any of that. I let out a dark chuckle. I could barely protect myself. My eyes met his silver gaze, studying me patiently as I continued to ramble on. I'm no fit for that position. Xavier took a step forward as he reached out for me, but instantly, my hand came up to halt him in his tracks, asking him to stay put now. His confused gaze met mine, and it broke my heart to watch the sliver of pain flash behind his eyes at my rejection. I don't understand what's going on, why I feel the way I do whenever you're around me. We have barely had enough chance to get to know each other, but it's like you have this unexplainable influence on me and my emotions. I feel imprisoned in your presence. The growing lump in my throat was beginning to restrict my ability to speak, and so I shut my mouth, feeling my chest take. I understand, Xavier began to speak lowly, but I shook my head. No, you don't, yes. I do. He insisted, reaching out for me once again, before I had the chance to pull back. My hand was already captured in his. A bundle of sparks shot up my arm, leaving a tingling sensation where his skin connected with mine. His eyes moved down to where our hands entwined, and he raised both our hands up to eye level. You feel that? My eyes widened at his words. I feel it, too. I couldn't help it as my eyes began to water, both as the result of everything that had gone down that day and also for the relief that he reciprocated my feelings. I couldn't believe he felt it. You are right. You are right. Nora, it is unexplainable. Although we have barely had the chance to properly know one another, you have a power over me that I never imagined another mortal to possess. Only I don't mind feeling imprisoned by your presence, because I accept the fact that I am completely at your mercy. I couldn't help the gasp that escaped my lips. Only it came out so distorted it sounded like a sob. My emotions were in a whirlwind. I didn't know it was humanly possible to feel so deeply as I was at that moment. The only explanation that I can offer is that we are soulmates. Nora, we complete one another. Xavier whispered, his other hand coming up and his finger brushing gently against my cheek. I was surprised to find that he believed in soulmates. I hadn't met a guy who ever did. I realized I might have said a bit too much for one day, but it might have scared you away. Maybe I should have left the last part for another time. He gave me a small smile, his eyes twinkling. I couldn't help but smile too. It would have still scared me off, I admitted. It's nothing like you imagine. I would never ask you to fight for or deal with anything beyond your comfort. I only need you by my side. He whispered the last part, his fingers gently grabbing my chin and lifting my head up so I could meet his eyes. Stay. I knew that no matter what I'd tell myself, no matter how many times I repeat that this is a horrible idea, that I'm no fit for a man like Xavier, I will never be able to leave his side. Because just as he confessed how I possess a hold over him, I knew damn well that he had a strong one over me too. So I nodded. Xavier's silver eyes brightened up, shimmering down with a great sense of happiness. Slowly, he leaned forward, and once again my breath hitched in my throat. His chin lifted up, and very gently he pressed a light kiss to my forehead, and my heart nearly leapt out of my chest. Should we go back inside? He eventually asked. I nodded, finally noticing that the sun was beginning to set. The sky had turned a darker shade of orange, with the clouds appearing as long, purple brushstrokes. Xavier turned us around to face the house, and with my hand still held gently in his, began leading me towards the glass doors. Is no one home? I wondered. He had mentioned that he lived with 3 families, but I had yet to see anyone in the house. Xavier nodded. They are. We just respect each other's privacy when we have company over. I smiled. It seems like you all get along so well. Xavier chuckled. We had better. Or else living would be a total nightmare. Just as he had completed the sentence, we walked into the house to be greeted by Vincent. For a second, I was surprised to see him since I had completely forgotten about his connection to Xavier. Elliot's words from the lake began to ring in my ears, where he described Vincent as the right hand to the biggest mob in all of North America. My heartbeat began to accelerate. Was Xavier of that? Nora, and we meet again, Vincent exclaimed as he neared me, his arms wide open in greeting. I didn't know if he was asking for a hug, but he would be beyond foolish to think I'd give him one. I took a small, unabateable step backwards, and cringed a smile. Hi, Vincent. He stopped 2 feet away, a huge grin on his face, and his arms slowly fell to his sides. Glancing at Xavier, he raised a brow. Alpha, I guess you let her in on our family history. I frowned at the nickname, glancing at Xavier to see him bearing a tight smile. I told her what she needs to know. The underlying meaning didn't go unnoticed by me. What she needs to know. That could only mean that there was more that he deemed me unready to know of. Very well. Vincent chuckled. Welcome to the family, Nora. His eyes shimmered in joy, and I was taken aback by how similar his silver gaze was to that of Xavier's. However, although they were at the exact shade and brightness, Xavier's gaze still held an unrecognizable feel to it that Vincent's lacked. Gee, thanks. I mumbled. Xavier must be sensed how out of place I felt, because he immediately came to the rescue. I felt him set his warm hand on my lower back, pulling me close to him. When my eyes met his, he smiled down at me and spoke. Vincent is my brother, the head of the Tappahaw family and my right-hand man. My breath hitched in my throat. Why, your right-hand man. I hoped I heard him wrong. Xavier's eyebrows furrowed at my nervous tone, and he searched in my eyes confused. Suddenly, Vincent chuckled loudly, interrupting our gazing. We looked over at him to see him shaking his head. She must have heard of my false reputation. He answered to Xavier, and his eyes lit up as if that reply was enough to clear up all of his confusion. You've heard of Vincent before, Xavier asked me, and I didn't know how to answer that question. I looked between the two of them, the back of my neck heating up from the nervousness. Vincent chuckled once more. You don't have to be afraid of me, Nora. We're family now. His determined eyes held a strong promise that somehow erased my doubts and fears. So slowly, I nodded. His false reputation was established by the lower mobs whom we interfered with the business of. Xavier began to explain. They couldn't make sense of our need to protect our state when we weren't federal agents, and hence, idiotically, came to the conclusion that we are another mafia who had already claimed this territory for our business. And that's the reason we were intervening and destroying their shipments. I took a minute to fully comprehend his words. But we have no connection to the mafia. Whatsoever, Vincent clarified. I nodded, reluctantly. Maybe they were speaking the truth, but I could never be entirely sure by just hearing their side of the story. Elliot claimed that his most trusted friend had informed him Vincent was, in fact, the right hand of the largest mafia in North America. Who knew who was telling the truth now? Suddenly, a petite frame with a black pixie descended the staircase and walked up to us. She appeared a bit shorter than me, maybe reaching 52. She wore casual dark blue jeans with a plain black tank top and a pair of black Vans. She stopped right next to Vincent, and her wide jade eyes fell on me. They suddenly shrunk into two crescents as she gave me a wide smile high. Her high-pitched, yet low voice spoke. I was so taken aback by her adorableness. I took a few seconds too long to finally reply. Hey. I was even more surprised to find Vincent's arm circling around her waist and gently pulling her petite form to his body. Her head rested on his upper chest and on her hip, and she grasped onto it lovingly. Well, Ethel Witch, well, that I certainly did not expect. Nora, this is Scarlett, Vincent's girlfriend. Xavier introduced us. I nodded and offered her a smile, and she reciprocated the action. It's so nice to meet you. You too. Scarlett. If you don't mind me asking. I cleared my throat, knowing damn well the question was bound to sound rude, but I had to ask. How long have you guys been together for? Vincent's thighs fell on me, and he gave me a shameful smile. His hand came up to scratch the back of his neck, as if he caught on to the reason behind my question. We just recently met. Around a week ago. My eyes widened, surprised by his response. They met only a week ago and were already appearing to be so in love. But I knew I didn't have the right to judge anyone else's relationship. So I nodded instead, smiling widely and complimenting how well they appear next to each other. Xavier then excused us to give me a quick tour of the house. As we walked away, he leaned down to whisper his question in my ear. Why were you so interested in how long they'd been dating? I bit the inside of my cheek, stopping at the bottom of the staircase and turning to him. For Ariel, Xavier's eyes wide and in understanding. Did she have feelings for him? I shrugged. I'm not sure, but Vincent did seem interested in her back at the inn, and I guess that led her on to believe that their relationship had potential. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't playing any games on her while dating another. Xavier shook his head. Vincent would never do that. He truly was interested in your friend, but that was before he met his mate. Mate? As in soulmate? I asked, and he nodded. There he goes again with that word. Do you honestly believe that they exist? Before replying to my question, he motioned towards the staircase, and I moved to begin ascending with him following on my right. The concept of soulmates is another one of our family's strong beliefs. And how do you know you've met your real soulmate? I questioned. Xavier took a sharp intake of breath, pondering over his words before he spoke them. To put it in simple words, it's when you meet someone and instantly feel like your whole world has shifted. Everything about them engulfs your senses, and you begin to feel so deeply when you're around them like you've never done before. My eyes moved to his, and my breath hitched in my throat. He was describing exactly how I felt when I first met him, and exactly how I felt at that moment pausing in the middle of the staircase and staring into his powerful silver gaze. Could it be possible? Could Xavier really be my soulmate? Our interlocked gaze was suddenly broken as a voice interrupted us. We glanced a few steps down and found a middle-aged woman standing at the bottom of the staircase, a familiar bag in her hand. She stretched out her arm and offered it to us. I apologize for the interruption, but you left your belongings in the car and I didn't know where to keep them. Her soft voice spoke with so much respect, her gaze staring at Xavier's chest instead of into his eyes. He stepped away from me and descended the few steps to reach her. It's all right, Mrs. Smith. Thank you. He grabbed my shopping bag from earlier and turned to walk up to me. But while doing so, he separated the bag and sneaked a glance inside. His movement slowed down as he walked up to me, a confused frown growing on his features. Mrs. Smith had stalked off towards the other side of the house, and we were once again alone on the stairs. "Are you okay?" I asked him, confused as to what could have caused the sudden shift in his mood. Xavier raised his head and his eyes met mine again, and he gave a stiff nod. He offered me the bag. "Yours, I believe." I nodded and grabbed the bag, thanking him. I turned to continue heading up the stairs when his voice halted me in my tracks. "What do you need those pills for?" My nerves suddenly went into hyperdrive and my heartbeat began to increase at the mention of what I'd forgotten was in there. Without turning around, I replied to his question, "They're just vitamins." His steps began to move up the stairs, coming closer to me. He stopped next to me, his doubtful eyes finding mine, and he leaned down until we were at eye level. "Then why is your heart beating so fast?" I was taken aback, my eyes widening. Was he serious? Xavier's eyes held mine as he defiantly searched between them for answers. "I told you my story, Nora," his breath and my face with his close proximity, and I gulped my nerves away. "It's time you tell me yours." Chapter 26. For some indescribable reason, I felt angered by Xavier's words. "I don't have a story to tell." I turned abruptly and began to walk down the hallway, not sure where I was headed to. But I had had enough of standing in the middle of the staircase and pausing after every step. On the floor of the narrow hallway, a long gray carpet that stretched all the way down the hall, and the walls were a light shade of beige and covered in almost every inch with various sized frames containing family photos, some in black and white, and some tracing back to what looked like centuries-old original drawn portraits. "Nora," Xavier called out for me, and I forced my feet to stop and plant me to the ground. I turned around to meet his gaze, and he stopped a foot away from me. "I thought you said we couldn't build a relationship without knowing the whole truth." I did say that, and I bit my tongue for having done so. The ugly truth was that I cowed and asked Xavier to tell me everything about his life while keeping my own in the dark. If he trusted me enough to tell me his family secrets, then I must have the courage to let him in on my past as well. But I couldn't bring myself to do that. I did say that, and if there were any significant truths you needed to know, I would tell you them in every detail. But there's nothing worth knowing. I clenched my fist so tightly by my side. My nails dug deeply into my palm. "We both know that's not true." Xavier's jaw clenched tightly, and I watched the muscle tick on the side of his face. "Why are you lying to me?" My chest ached as I identified the pain in the tone of his voice, and I hated myself for being the cause of it. My eyes began to sting as I bit the inside of my cheek. No, I began to deny it, but he cut me off sharply. "What is it with the whole history repeating itself?" he asked. My heart took a sudden leap out of my chest, and it began to beat rapidly against my rib cage that I felt it would break free at any second. "What do you mean?" I whispered, feigning ignorance. Xavier sighed frustratingly, his jaw once again ticking annoyance. "I've heard your fights with Elliot. Nora, don't take me for a fool." My eyes began to burn more intensely as I fought against the tears, knowing I no longer had a way out. Xavier noticed, and his eyes softened a bit. He stepped closer to me until my nose was almost touching his chest. Gently, his index finger traced down to under my chin, and he tipped my head back so I could look up into his striking, determined, and promise-filled gaze. "You can trust me enough to reveal your past to me." My heart clenched in my chest, my mind going over everything he had done for me and my friends so far, and the one thing he was asking for in return. I was struggling to provide, but he deserved the truth. At least that much I owed to him after the lengths he had gone to protect my friends and I. So hesitantly, I nodded my head. Xavier's eyes brightened gradually, and he took a step back, turning towards the other side of the hallway. He motioned with his hand for me to head that way. We walked slowly as I felt my stomach clenching, my nervousness increasing the nausea and leaving my mouth dry. At the end of the hallway, we arrived at a wide double door. Xavier stepped forward and reached into his back pocket, retrieving a gold key and inserting it into the lock. He turned and we heard a light click as the door was unlocked and he pushed it open, gesturing for me to enter first. The insides of the room took my breath away, as every other part of the house had. It was an office, only so dreamy, with 3 walls entirely covered in bookshelves stretching from the wooden floors up to the high ceilings, filled with hundreds of books. Directly across from the door was a wide mahogany desk packed with papers and a laptop, and behind it the 4th wall of the room was a huge glass window that spread across the entire wall and gave a marvelous view of the garden below. "Wow," I whispered in wonder. Every place in this house was breathtaking. I heard the click of the door closing behind me, and I turned to glance at Xavier. He gave me a small smile and motioned towards the right side of the huge office, where there was a seating area with comfortable-looking couches. We walked up to the area and sat down. Xavier to my right. I dropped the bag I had in my hand to the floor beside me, and got comfortable on the seat, shifting my body so I was mostly facing Xavier as we sat side by side. His eyes stared into mine expectantly, and my breath got stuck in my throat. I didn't know where to begin. Xavier sensed my unease, what with my leg bouncing and my hands shaking and my palms sweating. He reached out and grabbed both my hands into his, pulling me forwards and resting our entwined hands on his lap. He drew circles with his thumb on the back of my wrists, his eyes never leaving mine. That small gesture was enough to again send my emotions into a whirlwind. I felt my eyes watering, and I tried to yank my hands out of his grasp, but he held on to them tightly. He shook his head. "You don't have to hold back." I bit the inside of my cheek so hard I began to draw blood. I could identify the metallic taste, and it only increased my nausea. "How did you meet your current friends?" Xavier suddenly asked. I was taken aback by his question, so it took me a few seconds too long to put together an answer. We met in college. I was already friends with Ariel since high school, and then we met the rest at college. Xavier nodded, a small smile on his lips. "Were they friends then, or did you meet everyone separately?" I shook my head. The guys were all friends, and they were living in the same apartment. We met at a frat party. I began to recall the first night we met, a ghost of a smile on my lips. Ariel had gotten so drunk that night. I chuckled. After dancing manically, she ran into Seth and accidentally spilled her drink on the both of them. And Seth, being the kind-hearted gentleman that he is, made it his mission to make sure she cleaned up properly and sobered up a little, since the house was packed and she was sure to fall prey to at least one guy, even though I told him I could take care of her. The next day, we ran into Seth again, and he was with Noah and Elliot. After that night, we started hanging out, and it was a week later that I met Bella in one of my photography classes. And of course, when I introduced her to the rest, she fell head over heels for Elliot. It was like love at first sight. I chuckled, my heart fluttering as I remembered what was one of the best times of my life. It didn't take long before we all became really close friends, hanging out on every weekend, spending every consecutive holiday together. I glanced at Xavier to see him gazing down at me with an unrecognizable emotion in his eyes, and a ghost of a smile on his lips. On my 2nd year of college, I made a new friend. My heart suddenly clenched tightly in my chest, and I felt my palms begin to get clammy in Xavier's hands. And I don't know if he noticed or not, but he continued holding on to them while watching me expectantly, urging me to go on. Elliot was too keen on our friendship, saying he'd heard the guy was bad news. I felt Xavier tense, his back straightening a bit. Yet still, he held on to my hands and continued the circular motion of his thumbs on the back of my wrists. But he was very charming, and I was very naive. I bit the inside of my cheek as my voice broke. So many girls had a crush on him. And of course, like the young dumb girl that I was, it felt very special when he picked me out of the mass. We hadn't been friends for too long before he asked me out, and I was so blinded by his charming behavior that I immediately said yes. I recalled the memory of the day he took me ice skating, our first date, and I was smiling and giggling at every word he said, because I was so bewitched by his ice-cold blue eyes. Everything was going so well. He was the first boyfriend I had ever had, and he was a real gentleman, spoiling me every week with luxurious gifts, taking me out on a date every weekend, holding my hand and offering his jacket whenever it got too cold. My eyes fell down to where Xavier held my hands. No longer able to look into his eyes, I recalled the worst memory of my past. But then he started hiding things from me and lying about his whereabouts. So one night, I decided to discreetly follow him after he left my dorm. He led us to a nightclub, but circled around to the back door, where he met with a group of men who looked much older than his age, much bigger, and much more dangerous looking. They exchanged words, and I turned to leave before I'd get caught. I recalled that chilly night when I ran back to my dorm, to find Ariel already asleep in her bed, and I was left alone to ponder over what I'd seen. I decided the next day that I'd confront him about it, and ask him why he'd been lying to me when we had been dating for over 5 months. I shook my head, remembering just how foolish it'd been. He didn't appreciate me getting all up in his business. I felt a huge lump forming in my throat, and I tried to swallow it down. He found out that I followed him that night, and thinking that I'd caught on to what he was dealing, he completely lost it. I felt my lips start to quiver, reliving the parts I had fought so hard to forget. He ordered me to stay away from my friends, for the fear that it'd tell on him. He threatened that he would do worse to them than what he did to me, and I believed him. I believed he would. That night, I saw a side of him that I had never before seen anyone, and I knew that if he could do something like that to someone he supposedly loved, the words felt like acid in my mouth, then he would definitely do worse to a bunch of others that he couldn't even tolerate. Xavier's grip on my hands had tightened slightly, his gaze never leaving my face, and my eyes never meeting his. I disconnected with my friends for weeks, during which he never stopped emotionally tormenting me for breaking his trust. I heard a deep growl rumble in Xavier's chest, and his grasp tightened even further on my hands, but not yet to the point where it was uncomfortable. When Ariel's persistence to get answers didn't stop, I decided to secretly meet up with her after class, just to tell her that I needed some time to figure things out. At least until I bit hard on my bottom lip, until he cools off and I could regain his trust. But he had people watching me, and word got to him that I'd met up with my friend. I took a quick glance at Xavier, seeing his eyes now fixed on the wall behind me, a shade darker than the usual. His teeth were gritted so tightly that I could see the muscles in his jaw clenching. No matter how many times I swore to him that I hadn't told Ariel anything to give him away, he wouldn't believe me. I felt my chest tightening further with every word, and my tears began to flow freely now. I couldn't control myself as my voice broke. That was the worst night of my life. He had hurt me so bad to the point where I'd gone completely numb. Xavier suddenly released my hands, his own falling to his lap and clenching so hard his knuckles turned completely white. I forcefully continued to the end, knowing that I will never be able to bring this topic back up again, so I had to tell him everything now while I still could. I only vaguely remember waking up in the hospital the next time my eyes opened. I tried to recall the memories when I came back to consciousness. I was out for 3 days, and when I woke up, Ariel told me that Elliot had followed me to his apartment, where he found me unconscious on the floor, with him nowhere to be found. My breathing was coming out rapidly, and I was beginning to see black spots invade my vision. Even with the statement that we made and the word out for his arrest, they never caught him, because he had men of power protecting his back. I croaked out the fact that I hated the most. I couldn't stand looking at Xavier now that he was informed of my most vulnerable state. My tears kept flowing until my entire vision had gone blurry, and I tried to restrain the sobs that threatened to escape. Through hazy vision, I saw a hand reach out and grab my hand, the familiar sparks shooting up my arms. Xavier's fingers grabbed my chin and slowly lifted my head so our eyes did meet. I blinked the tears away, trying to restrain the rest threatening to fall. His eyes were not the usual striking silver. They were now steel gray, hard and emotional as. Through clenched teeth, he growled out, "What's his name?" I took a sharp intake of breath, surprised by his only response to everything I had just narrated. I shook my head. I made an oath to never mention his name out loud. Tell me his name, Xavier insisted, his voice hard and icy. I shook my head no. There's no point. Tell me his name. Nora. No, I exclaimed, but he didn't even flinch. My tears began to stream down my face once more, now completely reckless. I began to sob. There's no point, I nearly yelled. He suddenly yanked me by my hands, and I fell forward into his chest. His arms came around me, wrapping tightly and stroking the back of my head. But it was suffocating me. Being in his presence was suffocating me. Being held was suffocating me. I planted my hands flat against Xavier's chest and tried to push, but he wouldn't let go, and I started to hyperventilate. My breaths came out rapidly, and with tight fists I began to punch against Xavier's chest. He suddenly let me go, pulling back but still holding onto my shoulders tightly. His eyes found mine, wide and with fear. He began to speak, but I couldn't hear him. The only things I could hear were my ragged breathing, and my beating heart beating so fast I felt like it would burst out of my chest at any second. I felt like it would stop beating altogether. Xavier shook my shoulders gently, but now I couldn't even see him. My vision started going hazy, with dark spots invading my sight, until eventually it turned completely black and I felt my falling forward into strong arms. Chapter 27. Gradually, I started coming back to my senses. The echo of the birds chirping became nearer, and the touch of soft silk rolling over my skin became clearer. I forced my heavy eyelids open to find myself blinded by a ray of sunlight falling directly on where I lay. I blinked repeatedly until my vision adjusted to the room, and my gaze took in my surrounding. It was a large, grander bedroom, and I was seated in the center of it, side on a king-sized bed with gray silk bed sheets that were unbelievably soft against my skin. It took a few minutes too long to recall the last events that went down before my sleep. I didn't know how long ago that was, because I had no idea what time of day it was at that moment. Abruptly, I sat upright in bed, the sheets falling off my torso. I backed against the headboard and immediately grabbed my pounding head. I was familiar with that pain. I must have slept for way too long. My gaze shifted to my right, where I searched the nightstand for a clock, but found it bearing none. There was only a single lamp that was switched on, even though the sunlight provided more than enough brightness to the room. My eyes moved down to my body to find that I was still in last night's attire. They allowed me to sleep in jeans. No wonder I was so uncomfortable. I'd wish someone would have woken me just so I'd changed into a more comfortable attire than gone back to sleep. I would have enjoyed being wrapped by those silk sheets much better. I shifted my weight to the side of the bed, where I had to literally roll to reach the end because of how big the mattress was, and I dropped my legs to the cold, tiled floor. When my skin adjusted to the cool surface, I pushed my body to stand straight and instantly grabbed the headboard for balance. My vision turned black for a second, then returned to normal. That's when my stomach gave a deep rumble. I was so starved to the point where I was craving the taste of literally anything and everything. But within the next few seconds, the haze that was clouding over my mind, blocking the memories of last night, began to fade away, and the events started to become clearer. I started to remember the story I narrated to Xavier word by word, and a strong sense of shame and embarrassment nestled deep in my chest. I could feel my face begin to heat up, and my face panned so hard I heard the slap echo in the quiet of the room. Why, that was the only question running through my mind. Why the hell did I tell him all of that? Why didn't I lie? Why didn't I come up with a story that wouldn't have ruined my image the way I know it is ruined now? My hands were beginning to tremble with the shame I felt, and I couldn't bear the thought of running into Xavier ever again, of looking him in the eyes when I knew he was fully aware of my past stupidity and vulnerability. I searched the room to check whether my purse had been brought up here, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Groaning, I began to walk towards the open to the bathroom, where I splashed my face with ice cold water and brushed my teeth with this brush I found in the cabinet behind the mirror. I dried off my face, then fixed my messy hair into a tight bun. After a few minutes, then focusing on my breathing and gathering up the courage, I decided to walk out of the bedroom. I was in the same hall from earlier, directly across the wall covered in family portraits. The amount of characters within the pictures was unbelievable, and I had to fight against my curiosity and force my feet to continue moving towards the staircase instead of examining the portraits. I began to slowly tiptoe towards the staircase, my senses on high alert in case someone suddenly steps out of any of the bedrooms. I distinctly remember Xavier informing me that 3 families are staying in this house. I reached the staircase within seconds, but the instant my hand grabbed the railing, I heard the creak of a door opening by the end of the hallway and the deep voices of at least 3 men discussing a matter among themselves. A sudden rush of adrenaline coursed through my veins, and a voice in my head yelled at me to flight. Letting go of my grip on the railing, I flew down the stairs, skipping to sometimes 3 steps at a time. However, in the process of running, the sound of my feet coming down hard on the steps got louder than before and echoed through the house, and the murmurs of earlier slowly came to a stop. I didn't spare a second to glance behind as I kept running down the long staircase, reaching the end and frantically searching the front room for my purse. I needed my purse if I wanted to get out of here. It carried my phone, which I needed to call a cab, and also my money, which I needed to pay the cab driver with. I rushed from room to room, entering the kitchen and walking straight into the housekeeper from earlier as she carried a pile of napkins in her hands. She almost dropped them to the floor, and I murmured quick apologies. Purse. Did you see my purse? I didn't know why, but I was yelling at her as her brown eyes widened in fear. She shook her head repeatedly. No, Mum. I did not see your purse. I groaned loudly, my heartbeat now racing as I began to panic. I had to get out of here before I run into anyone else. I needed to go home. Your purse is in the living room, Mum. A soft voice spoke from behind the counter. It was a younger girl dressed in the same house, keeping attire, who had informed me of that. I nodded my head, repeatedly thanking her as I left through the kitchen door, not knowing where exactly the living room was, but going on a search anyway. After walking into 3 different seating areas and finding each to be bigger than the last, I finally found which living room the housekeeper was talking about when I spotted my black purse on a coffee table right next to an L-shaped couch. I rushed over to it and grabbed the bag, zipping it open and fishing for my phone. With trembling hands, I began to dial the number to call a cab, simultaneously turning to head towards the front door. But the second I turned away, I slammed violently into what felt like a wall, losing my balance and dropping the phone. I heard it clatter to the ground, and I cringed at the sound, knowing for sure my phone's screen wouldn't have come out alive from the strong impact. A pair of hands grabbed my upper arms and steadied me, and I instantly backed away from the familiar touch. My eyes fell down to where my phone lay, face down on the floor. Everything all right? Xavier questioned. I bit the inside of my cheek, last night's memories still fresh in my mind. You broke my phone, I accused. His head lowered to where my eyes lay, and he cleared his throat. I apologize. I will replace it with a newer one. My neck heated up. I don't want you to do that. Xavier went silent for a second, before speaking up. But I must make up for my mistake. I shook my head, stepping aside to pass him by. I want to go home. I started towards the open doorway leading out of the living room, searching for the front door, and I could hear Xavier's footsteps following me behind. Nora, I don't think that's a good idea. I want to see my friends. I cut him off. He reached out for my arm once more, his hand coming to wrap around my wrist and stop me from moving further away. I turned around and yanked my arm out of his grip, stumbling a step back. Stop touching me, I blurted out. Xavier's arm dropped down to his side, and he continued to stare at me. I was breathing heavily by that point, my eyes burning holes in his chest. He took a step closer, and I mocked his by taking one back. When he noticed my movement, he stopped his, planting his feet to the ground a few steps away from me. I was still staring at his chest. You don't have to do this, Nora, he informed me in a gentle voice, taking a step forward. I tried to move my own legs, but they wouldn't budge. His arm stretched forward and his hand gently grasped my chin, tilting my head upwards. Look at me, he demanded, but I refused to. I couldn't bear the look in his eyes, no matter what it was, so my eyes remained fixed on his chest. Xavier moved another step forward, his hand moving from my chin to cut the side of my face, and his other hand coming up to repeat the action on the other side of my face. He softly tilted my head back again. Nora, please look at me. The gentleness of his tone almost broke me down, but I bit hard on my tongue, almost drawing blood. I could sense him coming closer to me as his head lowered down, his warm minty breath fanning over my face. In a gentle motion, his soft lips crashed against my forehead, and he held still for what felt like an eternity with my breath hitched in my throat. A spark of sensations traveled from where his lips connected with my skin down to my cheeks where they warmed up. Slowly, Xavier pulled away from my face, but his hands remained in their positions. I blinked away the shock and slowly moved my eyes up to meet his gaze. His shimmering silver eyes were staring down at me with a deep emotion that clenched the muscles in my chest. They brightened up as our gazes met, and I saw the glimmer of joy sparkling in them. It's all right, he whispered reassuringly. Those 2 words alone caused my eyes to well up with tears, and I swallowed the lump growing in my throat. I forced my feet to take a step away to back up from his touch, blinking the tears away as I cleared my throat. See, can we just forget about last night? I asked hopefully. Xavier pursed his lips, looking like HES about to argue. Please. The muscle in his jaw ticked as he clenched his teeth, before forcefully nodding his head once. I sighed in relief, thanking him. I still want to go back. I want to see my friends. Xavier nodded, his eyes moving from mine to the button of his dress, shirt sleeve as he fixed his attire. Of course. I will take you to them. He motioned towards the front door, offering a tight smile. We were driving down an unfamiliar path, not far away from where Xavier's family estate lay. It took only a few minutes to reach the small cabin surrounded by tall, enormous trees, and I was sure we even left the premises of his estate. The car slowed down as it got closer to the modern cabin. I frowned. Why are we stopping? I glanced at Xavier in confusion, to find his eyes still fixed on the cabin. Because we've arrived. My frown deepened. I thought you were taking me to my friends. My tone was accusatory, and it came out harsher than I expected. Because I was tired and I needed my best friend. Xavier quickly glanced at me, and cleared his throat. They're here. The second those words came out through his lips, the front doors of the cabin were burst open and 2 figures came walking out, their postures stiffened in high alert. As they descended the porch steps and neared us, I began to see them more clearly. Noah, I whispered in disbelief, my hand already on the door handle pushing the car open. Elliot and Noah stopped a few feet away from the car, nose fist tightened on a baseball bat. What the hell is going on? I rushed out of the car and ran towards them, stopping a foot away and my hands immediately falling on Noah's shoulders as I began bombarding him with questions. What's going on? Why are you guys here? And why are you holding that bat? He dropped the bat in his hand with a soft thud. His hands went over my own and he grabbed them gently. Everything's all right. Don't worry, he reassured. Let's get inside first, then I'll explain. He motioned to the cabin and dragged me towards it. Nora, wait. Elliot stopped us, and we all turned to look at him. He glanced at Noah and Xavier. We'll be right behind you. They understood that he was implying he wanted to speak to me privately, so they nodded and continued towards the cabin, Noah picking up his bat along the way. I walked towards Elliot. Hey, you HM. I'm really sorry for pushing your buttons the way I did. I was freaking out, Nye. It's all right. No, it's not. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I shook my head. I understand that you were stressed out about everything, so it's all right. Elliot sighed, his hand coming up to brush his black hair back frustratingly. We're all stressed out. I have no right to say those things to you. My heart clenched as I detected the sincerity in his voice. I forgive you. I voiced the words I knew he needed to hear and I meant them. I understood how freaked out he was, and people often be able random things when they're in that state. Elliot broke out a cheeky grin, his arms stretching wide, and a single eyebrow rising in question. I chuckled as I moved forward into his embrace, wrapping my arms around his torso and giving a crushing squeeze, to which he groaned painfully in response to. He backed away then and chuckled, to "Let's go inside." I nodded and followed him towards the porch. Chapter 28. As I walked through the open door, the first thing my eyes lay upon were the figures seated tensely on the couches by the unlit fireplace. They instantly got up to their feet. Ariel and Bella rushed over to where I stood, their arms coming to wrap around me in a desperate hug. Freaked out by their response, I instantly backed away to inspect them. "God, I'm so glad you're okay," Ariel exclaimed, her arms coming up to wrap around me once more. "Me?" I asked in confusion. "Of course I'm okay." I slowly pulled away from her embrace. "Why are you guys here? Where's Seth?" I looked around the room, and within the same moment Seth came strolling in from a doorway which I guess led to the kitchen, because he had a small bowl in his hand and was munching away on its contents. His eyes found mine and they widened in relief, and he walked over to us. "Hey, I didn't know you were coming over," he managed to mumble through a mouthful. I nodded my head, still frowning. "Would someone please tell me what the heck is going on?" I huffed. Elliot nodded and motioned towards the couches in the living room space. We walked over and each took a seat. Only Xavier and Seth remained standing beside the fireplace, Noah crossed his arms, not speaking a word, and when our eyes met and I silently demanded "Hed say something," his only response was a shrug. I huffed and looked over at Elliot, who was rubbing his hands together in preparation to speak. Last night, we were faced with a bit of an inconvenience." I frowned. "What kind of inconvenience?" He sighed. "Hours after you left with Xavier, a couple of men tried to break into the house." I gasped, my hand coming up to cover my mouth in shock. Ariel's leg was bouncing again. Noah and I were able to stall them while Seth took the girls to a hidden spot and contacted Xavier. His men showed up in no time and helped in taking down the intruders. My heart was beating loudly in my chest. "Are you guys all right? Did anyone get hurt?" I inspected them for any injuries, and my eyes fell on Elliot and Noah's bruised knuckles. My throat constricted imagining the fight they must have had to put up against those dangerously experienced men. "We're all right. No one got hurt," Elliot reassured me. Well, except for those two bastards," Noah muttered under his breath. "Who were they?" I asked, before realizing how dumb that question was. My eyes found Xavier's cool ones. "They were sent by your rivals, weren't they?" Xavier hesitated for a second, before nodding reluctantly. "I thought you said they called and get to us here," I exclaimed in frustration. Xavier's eyes fell to the ground in what looked like shame, before they were suddenly clouded by rage. His jaws clenched tightly as he stood straighter. "They weren't supposed to." I frowned. "So then how did they? And in Seth's house too?" I gasped, my head snapping to Seth where he stood still munching on his cereal. "What about your parents? When are they returning from their trip?" "They can't go back to their house. Those men could still have eyes set on the place." Seth shook his head. "Don't worry. They won't be coming back anytime soon. I will be taking care of this. I promise." Xavier began to speak, and I was beginning to get frustrated with his promises, especially the ones he doesn't see through. I had to resist the urge to snap at him and remind him that he shouldn't keep making promises he will eventually break. "But you all need to stay within the premises for now. You'll be safer here." Elliot nodded in agreement. "We appreciate that." "Xavier, thank you." My eyes widened at his words. Knowing Elliot, I would have expected him to be the first to attack Xavier with accusations about how he failed to keep his promise of keeping us safe here. Yet instead he was thanking him. "I should head back to my affairs," Xavier announced before turning to Elliot, who was standing up to shake his hand like they were some business partners. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. You have my contact details in case of any emergency, which I hope we won't have to deal with in the first place." Elliot nodded in response. Xavier then turned to me, his cool, gray gaze falling on me as I remained seated. "And I believe you would be in much better comfort with your friends. At least for a while, as I will be busy aiding to my own business." I nodded, understanding his implication that he will have to return to his family business protecting the entire state of Indiana against drug lords and what not. Xavier nodded in acknowledgement before heading out the front door. I sighed, reaching out for Ariel's shaking hands that were tightly held together on her lap. I gripped tightly onto her quivering palms and rubbed soothing circles on the back of her wrists. Her soft eyes found mine and they welled up with tears, so I pulled her forwards into an embrace. "I'm so sorry I was there with you," I whispered. She shook her head against my own, pulling away from my arms. "No, I'm glad you weren't. Only more lives would have been in danger." She sniffed, trying to pull herself back together. "Plus, this idiot over here." She inched her chin forward in the direction where Seth stood, whose eyes immediately snapped to us, was already having an emotional breakdown from having to watch over only Bella and I. He would have completely lost it if he had to watch out for one more life. I shook my head, suppressing a giggle as set anxiously into tight slits. I'm pretty sure had I been there, I would have been the one to protect him. I giggled. Bella nodded from across the room, not containing her own laughter. "Most likely you would have. Seth would have never been able to handle so much responsibility on his own." "Hey now," Seth suddenly exclaimed while frowning. "I saved your lives, you ungrateful brats. And these dudes knew I was capable of keeping you safe. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent me off with you." He justified proudly. Noah rolled his eyes. "The only reason I sent you off is because I knew you would have been a bigger pain in the ass beside us." Seth gasped dramatically, his eyes widening. "Never mind them." Elliot finally spoke, walking over to him with a smile. "You did a great job at keeping everyone safe by contacting Xavier instantly for back." He gently patted Seth on the back, who was now slowly turning his head towards us with a proud smile. His eyes narrowed into an arrogant look. I laughed at his facial expression. "Yeah," Ariel whispered reluctantly. She glanced at Seth, rolling her eyes. "You did." Seth grinned widely, showing off his teeth. "You owe me one." He winked at Ariel, but she just shook her head. "So what are we going to do today?" Bella asked, getting up from her seat from across us. "I think Noah and I better teach you guys some basic self-defense moves," Elliot suggested, but we all groaned in response, including Noah. "We know how to fight back," Ariel replied in annoyance. "Just because we're girls doesn't mean we're weak." Elliot frowned. "I never claimed that you were. Just maybe a little uninformed." Ariel rolled her eyes, getting up from her seat and heading towards the kitchen. "I'm making myself a sandwich." At the mention of food, my stomach gave a loud rumble. I jumped up from my seat. "Make me one." "Two," I yelled before following behind her steps. Elliot stepped in front of me to block my path, his hand coming to wrap over my arm to stop me. "And what about you?" he asked. I gave him a smile. I haven't forgotten my lessons just yet. His blue eyes remained fixed on mine for a few seconds longer, taking in my response, before he gave me a smile and nodded. He stepped back, allowing me to continue towards the kitchen. "I don't mind learning some moves," I heard Bella say to him as I walked through the kitchen door. Ariel was already spreading some peanut butter on bread slices, and I went to reach out for the fridge door, pulling it open to find that it was already packed with food. "Was anyone staying here before you guys came in? How's the fridge already packed up?" I wondered out loud as I grabbed some orange juice and walked towards the cabinets in search of glass. The place was practically abandoned by the time we showed up, Ariel informed me, but about an hour in, as we were settling in, a couple of people showed up with several grocery bags claiming a Mr. Kanu Ho had sent them over with food and some basic necessities that we could use. I cowled and stopped the smile that formed on my face overjoyed by Xavier's kindness friends comfort. But that smile didn't go unnoticed by Ariel, who studied me carefully and then raised a brow playfully. She hummed in interest. My eyes snapped to hers, and I immediately bit the smile away, raising my glass of orange juice to my lips and taking a long chug. So she walked over to me and handed me a peanut, butter, and jelly sandwich, which I instantly bit into. "How did you spend last night?" I glanced at her to gauge her expression, and she gave me a playful wink. I rolled my eyes. "We just talked." "What did y'all talk about?" She had an annoying, playful grin on her face as she clearly enjoyed teasing me, and I had to resist the urge to slap it off. I told him about Darius. Ariel suddenly choked on her food, dropping the last bit of her sandwich on the counter as she hunched over and began to cough violently. I patted her back roughly, and she reached out for my glass of orange juice, chugging it all at once. She stood back, straightened, inhaled sharply, regaining composure. "You what?" she exclaimed, but in a hushed tone, aware that our voices could echo to the living room where the rest were. I nodded, my eyes refusing to meet hers. He had his doubts about my past from all the arguments I had with Elliot. So he asked me, and after a lot of convincing, I decided I had to tell him if I wanted us to work out. Ariel went silent for a minute, pondering over what he just told her. "And what did he say?" she whispered, as if cared to know the answer. "He asked for his name." Which, of course, I didn't give. "But why not?" Ariel frowned. "Because there's no point in bringing it up. What could he possibly do?" Find him," she exclaimed in a dull tone. "Give that piece of shit a taste of his own medicine. Maybe put a bullet in his pea-sized brain. Xavier is a man of power, which we all have already concluded. He could find him in no time." I nodded my head as I put the remainder of my sandwich down, losing my appetite. I know he could, which is exactly why I didn't give him the name. Because I don't want Xavier to have to deal with him. I spent a lot of effort to get to where I am today, to move past what that bastard did to me, and I wouldn't want my future to mix up with my past. Ariel eyed me for a few seconds, taking in my words, before reluctantly nodding and understanding. She stepped forward as her arm wrapped around my shoulder, pulling me in for a side hug. "I'm glad you told him the truth. Though, now when he looks at you, he'll also see the Wonder Woman that we all look up to." I chuckled. "I prefer the Black Widow. Whichever pleases you, but a bad bitch either way." The heroine, caught in the gang war, is struggling for survival all the time. When she and her friends are hiding in the manor to avoid danger, their seemingly peaceful life is shattered by a sudden attack. Friends are injured, and the heroine is kidnapped. During the kidnapping, she encounters Darius, who once hurt her. Faced with past pains and present dangers, how will the heroine make her choice? Chapter 29. We spent the next 5 days confined within the cabin, each day a new challenge to keep our minds off the looming troubles. Our time was filled with an endless stream of movies, while Seth and Bella, our resident culinary experts, showcased their cooking skills by producing mouth-watering dishes that momentarily distracted us from our predicament. Occasionally, we had visitors. Vincent, Scarlet, and Levi graced us with their presence twice during our stay. Their visits served a dual purpose: to reintroduce themselves and to provide some much-needed company. I couldn't help but notice the palpable tension that filled the room when Vincent first entered, his infamous reputation preceding him. However, Xavier, ever the capable leader, swiftly intervened to clarify Vincent's true nature and the misunderstood origins of his notoriety. Although Elliot remained skeptical, his willingness to give Vincent a chance stemmed from the knowledge that Vincent was the right-hand man to Xavier, the only person with the potential to ensure our safety in these tumultuous times. Ariel's reaction to our visitors caught me off guard. While she immediately clicked with the bubbly and loud Scarlet, forming an instant friendship that filled the cabin with laughter. I noticed her discomfort around Vincent. Throughout the entire evening, she skillfully avoided his gaze, leaving me to wonder about the source of her unease. On the 6th day, as we lounged in the living room during the early afternoon, engrossed in a random sitcom playing on the plasma TV, the front door creaked open unexpectedly. Our attention collectively shifted to the entrance, where we were greeted by the sight of Xavier, his usual composure replaced by a weary demeanor, accompanied by a rigid Vincent. Their unusual postures and expressions immediately caught my eye, a stark contrast to their typical demeanor. Xavier's eyes were clouded with exhaustion, his usually impeccable hair slightly disheveled. Elliot and I rose to greet them, concern etched on our faces. As Xavier's gaze fell upon me, I noticed a subtle softening in his eyes, a momentary respite from the weight he seemed to be carrying. Morning, everyone. Seth grabbed the remote control and switched off the TV. Everyone in the room's attention fully diverted towards Xavier as he spoke. There have been some updates, and it's best that I inform you of what went down. We nodded expectantly, waiting for him to continue. Xavier strolled over to a single couch and plopped down on it, gesturing to Elliot and I to also return to our previous seats. We did as told. Last night, my men were able to trace down the intruders and things took a violent turn. He began to explain. Long story short, the third in command of our rival pack had been shot dead along with a number of his followers. My eyes widened, and simultaneously gasps echoed around the room. Wait, this section, I'd wake me wait. What? Elliot exclaimed, fuming. His eyes were narrowed dangerously. Don't you? To which Xavier's head fell to the floor and with a clenched jaw. He slowly nodded. I glanced between them nervously. What does that mean? I asked. Xavier rubbed his hands, hesitating to answer me. It means we need to set a bigger protection detail on you guys, until things come to a complete end. I heard someone scoff from the other side of the room. And when will that be? Exactly. Noah asked furiously. Soon. I breathed in sharply, my eyes taking every honest reaction. Ariel was in a shocked state, her mouth slightly open as she looked around the room, while Bella and Seth were fighting hard to maintain a calm expression. The closer we were coming to an end to this whole mafia, revenge was the more dangerous it was getting, and a deep feeling of dread was settling in my chest as I begged myself to continue clinging onto the bit of faith I had in Xavier keeping us all safe. I can't stress this enough, but it's important that you all remain within the estate's premises as it is guarded all around and we need to be able to keep an eye on you. For how long? I hissed. We don't even have any of our belongings. It's like we're living as prisoners here. I motioned around the room aimlessly. I will assign someone to bring you whatever you need from downtown, but you must stay here, Xavier insisted. I sighed deeply, slumping down into the couch in defeat. And we need to discuss strategies. I looked up at him in confusion, only to find that his comment was directed to Elliot instead. Elliot nodded his head once while staring at Xavier through narrowed eyes, clearly not approving of the sudden turn of events. I think we all need to discuss strategies. I jumped in. Xavier's intense gaze found mine, and he raised a brow in question. We need to be able to protect ourselves instead of completely relying on you men to do so. It's sexist and frankly beyond offending. I clenched my jaw. I watched as Xavier's eyes lighten up with amusement. Fair enough. I rolled my eyes at the nickname. But for now, I will need Elliot and No's help to strategize, as they are aware of each of your abilities. And then we will inform you of the final plan. How does that sound? He asked me. I frowned deeply, still not liking how he singled out Elliot and Noah instead of involving us all to help. But I forced myself to nod once interested to see how this will play out. If you would kindly follow me. Xavier nodded at Elliot and Noah before standing up from his seat. They followed him in his actions as he retreated towards the front door. He stopped to glance at us one last time, offering a tight, reassuring smile to me before shutting the door behind him. Ariel sighed loudly, slumping down in her seat. Her face was shoved into a pillow as she muffled incoherently, "We're all gonna die." It took me a few seconds to piece her mumbled words together. But when I did, I frowned and yanked her by the shirt upwards into a seating position. She gasped and sat upright, her eyes widening as they fell to where I clutched onto her shirt. "Don't say that," I hissed. She narrowed her eyes. "It's the truth." "No, it's not. Nothing's going to happen to us." My eyes darted to Bella and Seth, who sat quietly watching us. Their worry-filled gazes were enough to assure me that they didn't believe the words I spoke, and their silence had me freaking out even further. "Would you guys please say something?" I begged. Bella inhaled sharply, as he hesitated as her eyes darted to the floor. I honestly don't know what to say, or expect. "It's going to be all right. Guys," Seth suddenly spoke in a strong, determined voice. I glanced over at him to see a deep frown set on his face. I nodded. "It will be," but I didn't know whether my words were meant to reassure them. Or me. "They'll be heading up to my room," Ariel announced as she got up from her seat. I frowned as I studied her expression. She didn't offer another word as she continued up the staircase and towards her room, slamming the door shut. I sighed. "It'll start on Monday. Bells. A hand." Seth glanced at Bella and offered her a smile, obviously trying to calm her nerves down. She inhaled sharply and nodded. They started making their way towards the kitchen, Bella going over to one side and grabbing a large covered book off the counter and spreading it open, her eyes reading over its contents. I whittled with my thumbs, now left completely alone in the living room. A voice in the back of my mind shouted at me to go console Ariel, but I didn't know how to do so. She was clearly overwhelmed by everything that was going down, and no matter how hard I tried, I cowed and stopped the guilt-ridden feeling from crawling its way once again into my chest and hovering over my heart like a dark shadow, waiting for the right instance to occur so it could finally claw its way inside out. But I won't let anything go wrong. I can't let anything go wrong. I set my palms on the couch and shoved myself upright, standing up and marching determinedly up the stairs, heading towards Ariel's bedroom. My hand came up to pull the handle down but stopped as I heard her voice from inside. "Yeah, I just miss you," she spoke. I frowned as my hand fell down to my side, straining my ear to hear her properly. "We're having a good time. Everything's going great. I was just checking in since it's been a while." There was a moment of silence afterwards. "I hope to see you soon." Her voice wavered. I love you, Mom, always." I felt the weight in my chest get heavier, almost dragging me down to the floor. Unable to contain it any longer, my hand came to the handle and I shoved the door open. Ariel let out a small jump, her reddened eyes widening as they met my own. She rubbed away at her tear-stained cheeks and cleared her throat, her phone lying down in front of her on the bed. "What are you doing here? Did something happen?" she asked. I walked inside and over to her bed, sitting down on the plush mattress with my gaze never leaving her avoidant one. She was looking at everything but me. "I wanted to speak with you." Ariel puckered her lips. "Why?" I sighed, looking down at her hands where she fiddled with her thumbs. "How was your mom?" She finally glanced into my eyes, frowning, when realization hit her that I heard her at the door. She rolled her eyes. "Just fine. Glad I'm having the time of my life." I clenched my jaw. "Ariel, I promise you everything's going to be all right." She suddenly snapped. "Oh yeah, and how are you so sure about that?" "Because your boyfriend promised you so." "Well, he promised us all, and we nearly got killed more times than I can count." I let her release her pent-up anger. "The least I could do is say goodbye to my mother before it was too late. And you're giving me crap for that too." I shook my head, opening my mouth to tell her I wasn't, but she never allowed me to speak. "I advise you to do the same. He killed their third in command. For God's sake. That's no joke. You're smart enough to realize how these men work and how serious it is to kill someone within a high rank. And don't you dare give me all this nonsense about how it's going to be alright. You're not fooling anyone. It's only going downhill from here on out. I bit the inside of my cheek, staring into her intense gaze and watching the fire burn behind her eyes. Ariel was shaking, gripping tightly onto the bed, sheet with tightened fists. I knew she spoke only the truth, which is why I couldn't say anything back. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound followed by a thud. Ariel and I both flinched as our eyes darted towards the open door. A shrilling scream sounded for a second before it turned into a muffled noise, and my heart instantly fell to my stomach. I jumped off my seat, Ariel's movements following my own. Her widened eyes found mine as I darted towards the door. "What was that?" she whispered. "Stay here," I demanded. She shook her head frantically. "No, I'm coming with you." "Stay here?" "Ariel," I hissed. "Don't leave me here. Lock the door and call Elliot. But stay in this room," I insisted. Her eyes were glazing over with tears, her quivering hands finding my own and clutching onto them tightly. "Please, Ariel, do as I say." She shook her head, her tears now streaming down her reddened cheeks. I roughly pushed her inside the bedroom by the shoulders, grabbing the handle and shutting the door as I stepped out. I strained to hear any noise from downstairs, but the only sound in my ears was the thrumming of my heart beats. With light steps I walked over to the top of the staircase, trying to glance downstairs but unable to see anything from that angle. My ears suddenly detected a light groan of pain, which fueled my legs to move forwards, and I jogged down the stairs. I ran towards the kitchen to where I last saw Seth and Bella, praying to all the powers in the universe for them to be okay. I was about to burst through the kitchen door but fell a step behind as I was suddenly yanked by the shirt, almost losing my balance and falling backwards, but instead coming up against a hard chest. An arm snaked around my shoulder and a tight grip found my neck. I gasped loudly, but it was interrupted by the rough squeeze that clenched all around my throat and restricted the air from passing through my windpipe. My eyes widened, going into full panic mode, and I was preparing myself to elbow my captor when the grip was suddenly loosened and I let myself gasp for air. I was pushed roughly into the kitchen, with my captor's hold still around my throat. As I was shoved through the kitchen door, the first thing my eyes fell upon was the immobile figure lying face first on the wooden floors, with crimson, red splotches covering the back of its head. My mouth opened to let out a shrilling scream, but the only noise that came out was a strangled sob. My widened eyes searched around the room, and as the shock hit me, I stumbled a step back only for my action to be blocked by my captor's chest. For pairs of eyes were staring back at me, only one of them recognizable, and terror-filled. I gasped. "Let go of her," I roared as I shot forward. The grip tightened around my throat and pulled me back, slamming me hard into the chest of my captor, who leaned forward and teased in my ear. My own eyes began to water as I fought for air, scratching against the hand encircling my throat. "Will you behave?" His breath in my ears. I nodded frantically, my vision blurring, until he eventually loosened his grip and I inhaled deeply. "Kay, please. Let her go." My eyes found Bella's glassy ones as she cried within the hold of a stranger, his hands tightly clasped around her mouth to keep her from making any noise. My eyes made contact with her captor's for a second, begging him to release her from his grip, but the bastard had the nerve to only smirk back. "She has nothing to do with this," I yelled. "Enough with the nagging," one of the other men groaned. He was sitting on the countertop, his gloved hands wiping away at the hand of his gun. When I noticed the white cloth and its red stains cleaning away at the back of his gun, a bile rose in my throat. My eyes fell down to where Seth lay immobile, and I let out an uncontrolled sob. "And no," I whispered, taking in his state as he lay motionless, frozen. I let out another sob, inching closer towards Seth, but I was once again pulled back by my captor. Why was he moving? Chapter 30. An agonizing sense of frustration settled deep in my chest as I tried to continuously push away from the grip of my captor to check on Seth as he lay with an oozing wound on the back of his head. But my attempts were futile. The fight was only tiring me down as my culprit's grip on my neck tightened, restricting the amount of oxygen that traveled through my windpipe. The salty tears that had run down my cheeks were leaving an itchy trail behind, but I cowed and wiped them away as my hands were clawing and scratching at the grip around my throat. For a moment, I was about to drop my arms to my sides and give up the fight I had put on, as it had seemed pointless and I was growing very, very tired. But a momentary glance at Bella suddenly washed away that sense as fast as it had come. Her tear-filled gaze stared back at me helplessly as her burly captor fixed his hand on her mouth so tightly, deeming it impossible for her to speak, with his robust arms wrapped around her feeble arms and waist securing her completely in his grip. He looked like he was suffocating her, and it enraged me. Not only had they knocked my friend unconscious with a possibly life-threatening head trauma, but they were close to hurting another innocent. And I was going to have that. Not when I knew it was me they were after. With newfound strength, I suddenly jerked my right arm forward and with a strong force shoved it backwards to elbow my captor in his liver, earning a loud groan. I reached for his arm and within his weakened state, grabbed it and twisted it so his grip was entirely off my neck. And I turned with his arm in my hold and raised my knee, hitting him in the groin. As he hunched forward, I quickly turned around and delivered a blow with my elbow to his nose, hearing a slight crack as he fell backwards to the floor. As I set my foot forward towards the man holding Bella, she let out a muffled scream in warning, and within the same moment a burly arm encircled my waist and pulled me back. I scratched at the arms of my second captor, drawing blood to the surface, when I suddenly heard the slight creak of the old kitchen door. The instant I shifted to look over my shoulder, I heard a loud crashing sound and the man behind me groaned in pain, his hold on me loosening and allowing me the opportunity to scurry away. I turned and gasped at the scenery where Ariel stood trembling, a crashed vase on the floor beside my unconscious captor's bleeding head. "Ariel," I exclaimed, about to yell for her to run, but the words got stuck in my throat as the first man who had recovered from the blows I sent his way and reached out for Ariel, pulling her violently by the hair and retracting a silver knife from his back pocket. I gasped, my hands immediately coming up to surrender. "No, no, no. Please. Let her go." But Ariel, in her freak state, screamed and thrashed in his hold, unaware of the weapon in his grip. She scratched at his face and in return, he slashed deeply into her arm. My scream echoed that of Ariel's as a deep gash in her arm was slit open, and within seconds crimson blood began to trickle and flow down the length of her arm and drip onto the wooden floors. An uncontrolled sob escaped my throat, my body beginning to tremble as I started to hyperventilate. "That's enough," one man yelled, entering my line of vision. He lifted up his gun with one hand, shifting it in the air to shine light on it. "I won't hesitate to empty my bullets in the bodies of your friends to end this once and for all." I began to shake my head uncontrollably. "Now, do you want us to go on with this the easy way, or the hard way?" He sneered. I let out a choked sob. "Yes, stop," I whispered. "I'll go with you. I'll leave willingly, just let them go." Ariel was trying desperately to fight back with her single and harmed arm, her other limp at her side as it dripped blood onto the floor. "Good choice," I heard the man mumble, slowly nodding towards his followers. Simultaneously, the man holding Ariel and the one holding Bella both released their grips, and I watched as the girls both scurried away from them. Bella fell to the floor beside Seth as she gasped for air, releasing a loud, choked sob. Her trembling hands hovered over his body, desperate to check his injuries but afraid of causing further damage. "Is he okay?" I whispered. Bella's head snapped to mine, her teary eyes wide and alert. Her bottom lip was quivering as she held back her sobs. Our grip enclosed around my arm and jerked me away from where I stood. I gasped from the sudden movement, nearly losing my balance. I stumbled over to the back door located in the kitchen, which I had just begun to notice was wide open. My eyes remained on Bella as I was violently yanked towards the escape. "Bella, is he okay? Is he alive?" I yelled. I had to know if he was at least alive. Bella's only response was a loud sob, shaking her head wildly as her eyes traveled over Set's motionless form, inspecting it in a manic state. I don't. She stammered in between sobs as I reached the door. My heart was beating loudly in my chest, and my eyes traveled to Ariel as I saw her slumping to the floor. Her eyes half closed as she clutched onto her wounded arm with her shirt and jeans soaked in the blood's crimson shade. I was shoved so violently out the door that I lost my balance and fell on my knees, my hands falling flat to the grass. "Get up, bitch." Someone suddenly yanked me by the hair. I let out a yelp as I jumped to my feet, but the grip still didn't let loose. He jerked my head to the side as his lips neared my ear. "Thought you really did something back there getting me at a moment of weakness, huh? You'll pay for what you did. I can promise you that." I was given the chance to return the promise as someone whistled from far away. "Hurry the fuck up," he yelled to the one holding me. I was pushed forwards violently, and I stumbled over my own feet, but regained my balance, not wanting to fall down once more. The man holding the gun, the one I suspected was behind Set's injury, was leading the way, while beside me stood the man who grabbed me the first time and whose nose I broke. I resisted the urge to smirk proudly at the thought, and behind us followed the one that had held Bella. It was then that I realized they left the fourth man that Ariel sneaked up on unconscious in the kitchen back at the cabin. I instantly felt a flutter of hope in my heart as I prayed for Xavier to interrogate the man if he was still alive and find out where I'm being taken to. We were being led through the vast forest behind Xavier's cabin, stepping over broken twigs that had fallen from the mighty trees. Their movements were rushed, and it thrilled me to know it was due to their fear of being caught, which meant there was hope for my rescue. My insides were churning with fear as I wondered what might happen to me within the next minute, because anything could. At any moment, they could be taking me to the middle of the woods to shoot me dead, or they could be planning on holding me captive as they bargained deals with Xavier, forcing him to agree to their tradings. Or maybe they planned on slowly torturing me to get back at Xavier for killing one of their own. There were endless possibilities, and as my mind kept drifting further away, I found my insides as something to my right momentarily caught my attention for standing out among the natural scenery. Among the greenness and light brownness of the forest floor stood out a figure in all black. My eyes trailed over the body of the unconscious man who lay face flat against the dirt, and my gaze lingered on his soaked shirt. Against the darkness of his torn black attire, it was difficult to distinguish the stain, but it didn't take a genius to figure out it was his own blood. There were stab wounds all around his abdomen and back that tore through his shirt. I felt a bile rising in my throat, and within seconds, I found myself hunched over, grabbing my knees as I emptied the contents of my stomach onto the forest ground. That was way too much blood for one day. I was given the time to compose myself afterwards as I was roughly yanked upwards and pushed forward, the man behind me hissing at me to keep going. I forced my feet to keep moving, trying to push the image of the dead man, whom it assumed was one of Xavier's guards, to the back of my head. However, the attempt was proven futile as we stumbled upon yet another body that was curled on the ground, unmoving, in a black attire stained with his own blood, another dead guard. My heart was clenched painfully tight in my chest, and I was on the verge of a breakdown. But I fought hard to control and contain my emotions, knowing damn well they won't hesitate to slash my throat if I delayed them a second longer. I lowered my gaze to the ground as I continued moving, unable to look forward, as I knew for sure my eyes would lie upon several other soulless corpses whom these men had murdered in broad daylight. After a rushed 5-minute walk, we had reached a clearing where two large SUVs were parked, the two men standing outside keeping guard. My heart's rate sped up in my chest, nearly bursting through my rib cage as I began to panic. 5 heavily armed and skilled murderers were taking me away, and no one was leaping out to rescue me. I turned around to glance at the way we came, hoping and praying that there'd be a single guard who'd survived, jumping from behind a tree and shooting the perpetrators down and saving me. But the only sight that greeted me back was the silence of the still trees. As I turned around to face the men, I saw their superior, who'd had his gun, inspecting me with a tilted head, a smirk rising to his face. "Sorry to disappoint, Princess, but seems like no one's coming to your rescue. I forced the fear to the back of my mind, clenching my fists tightly at my sides as I narrowed my eyes at him. I opened my mouth to respond to his remark, but saw him lift his chin and motioning to someone behind me. The next thing I knew, there was a sharp pain traveling down the back of my head as something was rammed into it hard, blurring my vision. I stumbled forward, losing my balance and falling to the dirt. Through hazy vision, I saw pairs of dark boots nearing me, accompanied by a feeling of chilling darkness that engulfed my senses, and I gradually lost the last bit of my consciousness. Chapter 31. Nora. A familiar voice was calling out to me. I turned and turned as I searched among the dark abyss for the source, but came up empty. It called out to me again in a panic-stricken tone, yelling from a distance so great I had to strain my ears and hold my breath to hear it clearly, calling out and begging me to declare my whereabouts. My heart ached and throbbed. I wanted him to find me, but every time I opened my mouth to respond, it only let out a breath of cold air. I felt a strong jerk pull me awake from my sleep, and my first thought was that it was freezing cold, wherever I was, and I knew so because my entire body was shivering uncontrollably, my teeth clattering as my jaw trembled. My neck had cramped up, and I let out a pained groan as I tried to move it from its dangled position. I forcefully craned my neck to glance at my surroundings, and for a few seconds my mind swirled with confusion. Either my eyes were still shut or I had gone blind, because the only thing that greeted me back was pure darkness that made it impossible to even identify the shapes of the objects in the room, had there been any. I gulped nervously, fighting hard to maintain my composure. I could remember everything that went down all the way to the part where I was assaulted and lost consciousness, and I knew that the only way to make it out of here wherever here was alive was by staying composed and controlling my thoughts and emotions. Freaking out would take you nowhere, I reminded myself. I inhaled deeply, feeling my body shake as the cold air traveled through my lungs. I focused my attention on the sense of touch. My hands were tied behind my back. I could feel the roughness of the tightened ropes around my wrists cutting into my skin. My ankles were free though, and my feet were flat against the ground. I must be seated on a metal chair, I thought to myself, as I moved my hands and felt the coldness of the metal on my skin. I forced my neck to the side, stretching my stiffened muscles, and I felt the soft texture of a cloth on my face. I was blindfolded. That's why I couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the crunching of footsteps sounded from afar, but it was nearing my spot. I felt my heart begin to race and pound against my rib cage, and I gulped the nerves away. I listened in carefully, not moving a single muscle in my body, and I was able to identify the different patterns of steps, meaning there were at least people nearing me. My fear fueled the adrenaline rush in my veins, and I found my fingers clawing at the rope around my wrists. I scratched at it, forced my wrists wide open, shifted my hands into different positions, and eventually caught the end of the rope. I began to untie myself, which seemed like an impossible task, and the thought of never getting out of wherever I was spread a deep sense of dread through my chest, and I felt it begin to constrict as my fear invaded my vision. Breathe. My fingers picked at the end of the rope. In the process, it dug deeper into my wrist and I felt the ends penetrating my skin. I winced but continued dripping at it. There came a sound of jingling of keys, and I held my breath as my movements came to a halt. Seconds later, an obnoxious creak sounded as a door was moved. Even though I was still blind to what was ahead of me, I could still sense the moment they stepped into the same room I was in. Their aura was there, invading my personal space and shoving a deep sense of terror into my chest. I felt my blood run cold as my fear took control, this time shutting my body down that I found no more courage to fight, but instead I sat completely still as I anticipated the next move. I heard the footsteps near me, and I flinched visibly when a rough hand clasped the back of my head, and fingers undid my blindfold. It fell down onto my lap, and I blinked away the pain of being exposed to brightness after adjusting to the dark. I felt the cold air cool the part of my skin that was covered behind the cloth for so long. A pair of long legs stood opposite me, spread open in a dominant stance. I moved my eyes over the figure until they reached a pair of eyes I never imagined staring into ever again. My heart skipped a beat. The loud gasp that escaped my lips startled the both of us, and I could see the recognition flash through his eyes. Well, no, this is not happening. A voice screamed in my head. It can't be real. He can't be here. It's been a while. Nora, I'm asleep. I wanted to wake up. Aren't you glad to see me again? I heard you spent quite an effort looking for me after I left. I watched his lips curl into a patronizing smile. My chest was on fire. I suddenly realized that it stopped breathing. I inhaled sharply, but I hated that it came out as a gasp. He chuckled. It's all right, baby. I'm back now. He mocked, and I felt my blood boil, this time with rage. Fuck you. I saw the surprise flash behind his eyes. He clearly didn't expect me to be so blunt. There came an awkward cough from behind me, and we were suddenly reminded that we weren't alone in the room. I watched as the surprise transformed into rage behind his ice-cold eyes, and his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. I hadn't had the chance to blink twice before the sound of a deep slap resonated in the cellar. It took me a few seconds too long to finally process that I was on the receiving end. My cheek began to heat up instantly from the blow, and I clenched my jaw as the rage brewed in my veins. I thought you might have learned your lesson the last time you chose to disrespect me. He hissed furiously. I bit my tongue to hold back from replying, knowing I had to play this smart. His eyes gazed into my own, waiting for a reaction, and when he realized he won't be receiving none, he let out a dark chuckle and moved back a step. His gaze moved to the man standing behind me. Well, deal with her later. Let's go. Yes, sir. I thought to myself, and I couldn't resist the urge to scoff, which didn't go unnoticed by the jerk in front of me. As soon as he began to turn around to leave, he stopped in his tracks. He faced me again and raised an eyebrow in question. Something you'd like to add? I bit my tongue, almost drawing blood, and continued to glare at him. When a few seconds passed and he didn't receive a response from me, he finally let out a deep chuckle. You'll see you again. Try not to miss me too much. He added a wink before turning to leave, the man who stood behind me following after him. They closed the door behind them, not forgetting to lock it as well. I took in a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down, now that I knew what I was against. I'd had to fight smart in order to get out unharmed. Or rather, less harmed than in my current situation. I could still feel the heaviness of the bastard's palm throbbing against my cheek. I was sure it were to leave a mark. Suddenly remembering where it last left off, I began to blindly search for the end of the rope wrapped around my wrist. It was looser than it was when I'd first woken up, and the thought gave me a sudden rush of hope that inspired me to keep up my work, as I continuously affirmed in my mind that I'm capable of helping myself out of this situation. I couldn't keep waiting and hoping for Xavier or his men to come find me. I was tired of waiting for others to rescue me. My wrists felt like they were on fire. The roughness of the rope kept rubbing against my skin at a flame, but I couldn't stop. I don't know when the men would be back, or what they even had in mind for me. I have to make sure to at least be able to protect myself if they decide to harm me. I closed my eyes as I focused on the sole sense of touch, imagining where the end of the rope lay and how to twist it out and around the hold it had on me. After what felt like 5 minutes of blindly playing around the rope, I could feel the grip on my wrists loosening significantly, until I was finally able to set myself free. I sighed in relief as I pulled my arms forward, cringing at the pain of my sore muscles, and rubbed at the redness around my wrist. They were bleeding in some areas as the result of the rope poking my skin, but it was nothing too significant. I took the time to study my surrounding, turning in my chair to check what was behind me as I was positioned in the middle of the small cellar, and I found there to be a single wooden table with nothing on top. My heart suddenly fell to my stomach as I spotted several dried maroon stains on the floor and undoubtedly blood. Is here where they torture their victims? I couldn't help but think, and my stomach churned at the thought. The rest of the room appeared to be empty, and so next I searched the corners of the ceiling, and to my relief found no cameras. If someone was watching me untie myself, things would have gotten a lot more complicated. After what felt like nearly half an hour of sitting on the metal chair, I considered getting up to stretch my muscles a bit. But as soon as the thought appeared to me, the sound of upcoming footsteps returned from behind the door. My head snapped to the rope lying on my lap, and I immediately grabbed it and wrapped it around one of my wrists tightly, then moved my arms behind my back where it looked like I still had my wrist. The door was unlocked, and this time, only one pair of legs stormed in before closing the door. I narrowed my eyes as I stared back into the eyes of the blue-eyed bastard. He cracked a smirk as he took a couple of steps forward to near me. I thought we could use some privacy. It's been a while. I clenched my fists tightly, telling myself to buy a little more time. What are you doing here? I seethed. I thought maybe we could catch up. He smirked at me, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Are you a part of this gang? I felt a sudden rush of bravery as I asked the question, knowing no doubt it would get me in trouble. However, I was surprised to find his reaction to contradict my expectation. Instead of fuming up, he ended up laughing. Gang. He shook his head in disbelief. No, baby. This is no gang. This is family. He suddenly got serious at the mention of the word family. A family, which your new boy toy felt he could so freely mess with. I felt my eyebrows furrowing in confusion, before things slowly clicked in place. He must have meant savior, though the which, though, I gotta admit. He smiled half crookedly as his hands went into the pockets of his black jeans. I was kinda surprised to find that this new lover of his turned out to be no other than you. He chuckled while shaking his head. You just can't seem to keep yourself out of trouble. Can you? Always going for the bad guys. Xavier isn't a bad guy. I mumbled, feeling the need to defend his mame. His face turned serious as he clenched his jaw tightly. Don't be defending a man you know nothing about. I do know Xavier. I insisted. I saw fire raging behind the cold blue. Your boy killed my cousin. And I can promise you, baby, that kind of action does not go unpaid by my family. I could hear the threat lace behind his voice. He took slow steps forward, his eyes never leaving mine, but his hands slowly coming out of his pockets. I had no doubt he meant that I would be the one to pay for Xavier's action. My fists clenched around the rope, bracing myself to attack at just the right moment. His steps continued to come closer, and suddenly, he was standing a mere foot away from me. I held my breath as he leaned his upper body forward until his face were mere inches apart from mine. Shall we finish where we last left off? He whispered, and that did it. With newfound strength, my arms broke free from behind my back and I sent a strong punch to his nose, feeling the bone slam against my knuckles and the slight crack sounding in the silence of the room. I pushed my chair back, hearing its creak on the floor, and I jumped a good 3 feet back as I took a defending stance, my left leg in front of my right and my clenched fists up in the air. The blue-eyed bastard had a hand clutched to his nose as it ran some blood down his chin. The scene on sight was one I was sure etched to my brain for the rest of my life. What a sight to see! I resisted the urge to smirk as his eyes flared and snapped to mine, the crazy taking over the wheel. I braced myself as he launched forward, his bloodied hands out to grab me, but I ducked and sent a left hook to his liver, and heard him let out a loud groan, stepping backward while clutching his side in pain. Suddenly, he let out a scream that was sure to grab the attention of whoever else was in this household. My eyes widened, realizing I would have to run for it before more men come through the door, because then I would surely be dead. Before I had a chance to react, the door was shoved open and the man from earlier stared between us with widened eyes. He stormed towards me, but as I turned to slide away, a fist came slamming into my left cheekbone, and my vision blackened for a few seconds. Within my weakened state, rough arms grabbed a hold of my own and yanked them behind my back. I felt another blow come to my jaw, undoubtedly ripping open a cut on my bottom lip as I could taste the blood. Your face was always my favorite part. He seethed as he raised his fist for a third blow. This time, I managed to duck, and due to our close proximity and his menaced state, he managed to instead punch the man behind me. I heard a deep groan, and took the opportunity of his loosened grip on me to kick him in the legs, then elbow him in the face, making him lose his balance and fall to the floor. I looked at the man sprawled out on the floor, his hands covering his bloodied face as he continued to writhe in pain. He was in a black suit, and his suit jacket was sprawled open around his waist. My eyes fell on the shining object calling out to me from inside his jacket, and without another second to rethink my decision, I reached forward and yanked the handgun out of its holder. I lifted the heavy object upwards, instantly pointing it at the blue-eyed bastard. He flinched back and froze as he stood on the other end of the pistol. I shut my brain down, refusing to listen to my thoughts that demanded I think this through properly before taking action. I was furious. My chest was heaving up and down, and my face was aflame. The bruises and the cuts, the injuries I carried, they were all fueling my anger. I pulled the slide on top of the handgun back. "Nora," he spoke. I hated when he said my name. "Don't do this. Hold on. Now you shouldn't have run." Darius. His eyes widened, panic clearly swarming behind his gaze. I had no other choice. No other choice. I boomed, my anger almost completely invading my vision. "You don't get to have a choice. I made a mistake." "Nora." He took a step forward with his hands raised in the air, and I fixed the aim of the gun on him. "Stay there," I warned. "Please, baby." He spoke softly, and I felt a bile rising in my throat. "Don't fucking call me that." I saw the quick flicker of his eyes moving to the ground behind me, then instantly returning back to my face. Suddenly, I remembered that we weren't alone in the room. When I quickly glanced over my shoulder to the man who was lying on the ground, I found him in a crouching position as he prepared to get up. His eyes set on me. A sudden wave of bravery washed over me, and I snapped my head forward. I stared into the cold, blue eyes, the ones I had once grown to love, and I decided that I don't want anyone to ever see the monster behind them. And so, I pulled the trigger. Chapter 32. I shot him. I shot another human being. He might not be innocent and it might have been for self-defense, but I shot someone. The force of the bullet blasting out of the pistol had me stagger a step backward, and my grip loosened on the handgun so it fell to the floor with a loud clank. My trembling hands fell down to my sides, and I watched, wide-eyed, as Darius crumbled to the floor, tightly clutching onto his left side. Blood was seeping through his fingers, and his contorted face was turning a shade redder as he tried to contain his pain and not let it show. His eyes shot up to mine, only instead of flashing me his signature hard glare, this time it was softer, almost pleading. Suddenly, I felt the air getting knocked out of my lungs as I was lunged at. Heavy arms wrapped around my waist and hauled me to the ground, and I let out a pained groan as I crashed to the floor. The other man's hands tightly gripped onto my wrists and pinned them to my sides, but I struggled and lifted him off me by pushing my hips upwards, creating enough distance to knee him in the stomach. His grip loosened a bit, and I took the chance to twist my wrist free of his hold. I scrambled up to my feet. I lifted it up as I stood and pointed it at the man crouched on the floor, his jade eyes widened like a deer's caught in the headlights of an oncoming bus, and he raised his hands and his eyes begging me for a second chance. I don't know him, I thought to myself, so I cowled and shoot him. My feet started working backwards, retreating me towards the door as my hands stayed threateningly aimed at the man. When I stepped through the door frame, everything started moving in fast motion. 1 second I was facing the small cellar I was locked in. The next I was sprinting up the wooden stairs leading to the house. When I reached the top, I studied my surrounding and found that we were in a cabin. I sprinted down a hallway and around leather couches stationed across a lit fireplace, and found the front door, which was spread wide open with 2 burly men guarding its front. They must have heard the squeaking of my shoes because the second I paused in front of them, they stopped their conversation and their heads snapped to my direction. Their hands instantly traveled to the waistband of their pants, where I was sure they were to retrieve their guns. So I did the unthinkable. I raised the pistol in my hands and began shooting in the air. I only saw the blur of their bodies falling to the floor as they tried to dodge the bullets blasting through my handgun, and I retreated towards the open kitchen space where I located a back door. When there were no more bullets left in the gun, I tossed it away on the kitchen counter and yanked the door open and ran out the cabin without sparing a glance behind. I was in an open field of brown, dying grass, and 10 feet ahead of me rose hundreds of enormous trees. I followed the path into the woods, figuring that the only chance I had at losing the men on my heels was by zigzagging my way among the tall trees. As I jogged over fallen logs and ducked beneath poking twigs, the only sounds resonating throughout the woods were my heavy breathing and the faint scrunching of footsteps over fallen leaves. I knew that at least 5 men were targeting me, stealthily following behind me but not speaking among themselves as to not inform me of their whereabouts. I had to fight hard to keep my mind blank, pushing away the image of the wounded body whom I'd shot earlier from my mind. You had to protect yourself. I kept reminding myself. You know how bad he is. You couldn't have let your guard down in front of him. Not for a second. Or else history would have repeated itself. As the thoughts turned my mind into a jumbled mess, I ended up stumbling over a log and falling to my knees on the ground, scraping my hands as they fell flat to the dirt by the bits of rocks and smaller twigs. I rubbed my palms on my dirty jeans, scrambling up to my feet. Sneaking a quick glance over my shoulder, I heard the crunching of leaves getting louder as the perpetrators neared me. My heart began thrumming in my ears and I turned to continue my way straight ahead. But a sudden flash of black knocked me backwards and I fell to the ground. I let out a loud yelp as the back of my head collided with a sharp rock and it grazed into my skin. My eyes opened to search for what had startled me, and I found a pair of long legs standing directly above my torso. Leather boots stationed on the right and left side of my waist. The man was looking down on me, eyes as narrowed and sneering. I hadn't seen him before. He had bushy beard and a bald head, and from my angle he looked twice as burly and intimidating. I swallowed the lump growing in my throat, blinking the blur in my vision away, before I had a chance to fully comprehend what was happening. He leaned down and with one hand fisted my shirt and yanked me upwards into a seating position. I thrashed around as my shirt felt like it was about to be torn, but when he wouldn't budge and instead tighten his grip, I gave in and reluctantly stood up to my full height, the back of my head aching from the impact of the fall. His fist loosened on my shirt but instead traveled to my hair, which he yanked rather roughly as he turned me around to face the direction it'd come from. I winced and my hands moved to his, scratching and clawing at it. "Let me go," I yelled, but he ignored my cries and shoved me forward, his grip tightening to the point where I felt the slightest flick of his wrist would pull the hair off my scalp. I raised my foot and brought it down on his own so roughly, I nearly lost my balance. I heard him let out a breath of air, but he quickly recovered from the pain. His grip loosened on my hair, and instead moved to my shoulders, which he gripped tightly and shoved my back roughly into a nearby tree. He was fuming, his face redder than I remembered from earlier. I only saw the flash of his arm flinging backwards, then suddenly the air was knocked out of my lungs. I hunched forward, letting out a pain cry as I felt the heavy impact of his fist connecting with my stomach. "Keep moving, bitch," he hissed lowly, his hand moving back to my hair and forcing me to stand upright and continue moving. I could barely hold my balance as I was in too much pain and very fatigued, and I kept stumbling every step of the way, which only angered my captor further, and he tightened his grip on my hair with every move. I winced loudly when his hold became too unbearable, my hand coming up to scratch at his own. "Let go of me. I'm walking. Aren't I?" I shouted angrily. When I didn't receive a reply, I shifted awkwardly around in his grip to take a glance at his face, while his hand was still fisted by my scalp. The dark void of his eyes stared back at me plainly. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Then suddenly, a flash of white over his broad shoulders caught my attention, and I darted my eyes towards the source. They widened as I discovered that it was not just one flash of white, but instead a pack of 4 legged animals sprinting among the trees. My mouth opened and I let out a loud gasp as they slowed their movement. Now I could clearly see that we were surrounded from every side by what appeared to be wolves. Their canines elongated and they snarled at us. Their wide, narrowed eyes stationed on us as they slowly, creepily, began to near us. The man noticed my reaction and loosened his grip on my head, turning around to sneak a glance at what had triggered my fear. His hands fell down to his sides as he searched around us, turning in a full circle, and seeing that we were surrounded all around by what looked like at least a dozen wolves. Where the hell did they come from? My heart began to thrum loudly, and I screamed in my head to calm down. They can sense fear. Oh, we are so dead. My captors are moved to the waistband of his jeans as he retreated a gun. I gasped and took a step backward, only to watch him instead point it at the wolves. Simultaneously, the wolves began to growl furiously as if they understood what was about to happen. My palm fell flat to my chest as I breathed heavily, feeling myself on the verge of a heart attack. Suddenly, the loud bang of a shot being fired sounded in the silence of the forest, frightening the birds so they flew off the branches of the hundreds of trees, startling the wolves so they growled and jumped a step back, and taking me by surprise that I ended up letting out a scream. I stared wide-eyed at the man in front of me, only to realize he was not the one who had fired the shot, for he had ducked and turned in the direction where the sound came from, as if he too wanted to know who had pulled the trigger. I turned with him and found that 20 feet away from our left stood a group of 3 men dressed in black attires, and had their guns pointed our way. Only they were lower than our eye level, meaning they were aimed at the animals instead. I felt my heart clench in pain imagining the suffering it could cause the animals had they gotten shot. Loud and frightening growls suddenly emitted from the wolves as they sprang towards me, and I let out a scream as my arms came covering my head to protect myself from the attack. But when nothing happened, I slowly peeked through my arms to discover that they had circled me and were instead running in the direction of the 3 armed men. I yelped and fell to the ground on my stomach as the shots began to fire, my arms covering my head again as I lay flat against the dirt. My senses were evaded by the sounds of growls and the shots and the screams and the yelps. I felt my chest clenching as I forced myself to take a risky decision I knew for sure I could regret. My arms moved from around my head to the ground, and I pushed myself upwards, sprinting away from the scene of the fight. I ran and ran, jumping over fallen logs and stomping into mud puddles that splashed my entire jeans with dirt. And my heartbeat thumped and thumped until all I could hear was my heavy breathing, and all I could feel was the rapid beating. Nora, I gasped, my ears straining to hear my voice being called again. I turned around as my feet came to an abrupt halt and I peered among the tall trees to find Xavier standing 20 feet away from me, his eyes wide in fright as he stared at me like he had seen a ghost for the first time in his life. And glancing over his shoulders, I saw an army of nearly 20 men standing tall in an agitated stance, looking on edge as if ready to pounce at any second. My eyes suddenly welled up in tears and I sobbed uncontrollably, my feet moving on their own accord, and I found myself sprinting towards them. Then, at once, bullets were firing from my left. I let out a scream as I fell to the ground, hearing Xavier yell out my name in agony. My right thigh felt like it was on fire. I peered down through tear-filled eyes to see a blotch of crimson blood expanding across my jeans. They shot me. I could hear my loud heartbeat strumming in my ears. I could also hear a roar of fury and the thumping of dozens of paws. The wolves came surrounding us again, and as if my heart was already beating at a rapid pace, it increased even further with my fear. I looked over at Xavier pleadingly, silently begging him to protect me from the long canines of the petrifying wolves. But Xavier was staring past me and the wolves, eyes narrowed and chest heaving up and down as he sized down his rival army, whom stood in a stiff stance with their guns pointed directly at us. How was he not seeing the bigger threat? The wolves could tear us apart much faster than those men could, even if they were armed. I opened my mouth to call out to Xavier, but my voice was stuck in my throat as I felt the last bit of my energy fading away. He suddenly let out a loud growl, one that raised the hair on the back of my neck and sent a cold shiver down my spine, and his gaze shifted to the wolves. With a fierce resolve and a raging expression, he growled out his order to his men, while staring directly in the eyes of the wolves. "Kill them all." I heard growls, a dozen furious ones, and as if they understood his command, the wolves all simultaneously shifted to face the rival gang and attacked. My neck began to heat up, and my head started to feel lighter than ever before. I stared through a hazed vision as Xavier and his men suddenly shot forward, but they only made it a couple feet closer to me before the black spots evaded my vision, and their roars began to fade away. Within seconds, I had completely lost my senses, and I felt myself falling through the void. Chapter 33. The first thing that came to my senses as I began to awaken was the fact that there was an irritably loud sniffling going on somewhere to my right. I strained my ears to hear properly, and immediately the sniffling was taken over by a loud gasp. Someone clutched my hand tightly and squeezed, and I frowned in discomfort. "Give her some damn space," a voice hissed. "Shut up. Shess waking up." I frowned as I tried to force my eyelids open, but they felt too heavy, almost as if they were sewn shut. I was suddenly blinded by bright white light, and it took a couple seconds of blinking repeatedly for my vision to adjust. There were 3 heads hovering directly over my body, their wide eyes staring at me expectantly. My brain was slowly working their features, trying to put them together to recognize who the faces belonged to. "Oh my God. Shess awake. You're awake." I groaned at their loud, high-pitched voices, closing my eyes. "Quiet down, would you?" another voice scalded. "Noah, go get the doctor." I heard scuffling as Noah walked away and left through the door. I blinked the haziness in my vision away, and finally came to the realization that Bella and Ariel were the ones standing on either side of my bed. I glanced down at my body, which was covered by a thin, white sheet. "Hey," Bella whispered. "How are you feeling?" My throat felt like sandpaper. "Oh, okay," I croaked out, my voice raspy. "Would you like some water?" Ariel asked, and before I could answer, she was already pouring some into a glass from the bedside table. She offered it to me, then hesitated as she noticed that I was lying flat. I set my arms on the bed and tried to scoot upwards, but a sharp pain shot down my leg. I winced, instantly stopping my movement. "Careful." Bella leaned forward, gripping my arm to help me up. She fixed the pillows behind my back so I could sit upright with my legs outstretched. "Thanks," I mumbled as I reached for the water. I gulped half the cup down instantly, feeling ease the soreness of my throat. When I handed it back to Ariel, I noticed her arm was bandaged. Instantly, the memories of the last time I had been awake came to the front of my mind. I saw the events flash in front of me like a tsunami. My heart clenched painfully. "Are you okay?" I asked her worriedly, my eyes instantly welling up. She frowned, confusion swarming behind her ocean blue eyes. "Your arm." I looked down at her as she subconsciously wrapped her hand around the bandage. "Yeah, I'm all right. Don't worry about me." She gave me a reassuring smile. "How's Seth? Where is he?" The tears were now rolling down my cheeks, and I had no control over my emotions. The image of him lying motionless on the floor pushed to the front of my mind, and a huge lump formed in my throat. I had to restrain the sobs fighting to escape my lips. "Seth is all right. He actually woke up before you, but HES in his own room, resting as the doctor had instructed," Bella informed me. "I want to see him." I wouldn't believe it before I saw it for myself. Bella shook her head. "Not right now. Nora, you just woke up after being out for so long. Rest a little." I frowned. Out for so long. How long had I been out for? And if that's the case, then I've rested enough anyway. "I don't feel tired anymore," I rushed in explanation. Ariel rolled her eyes at my stubbornness. "You'll see him soon. Just rest a little for now." I opened my mouth to argue some more, but was interrupted by the creaking sound of the door opening. A middle-aged man in a white coat, with a stethoscope draped around his neck, strolled in. He glanced over the papers in his hands, before looking up at me. When our eyes met, He gave me a warm smile. "You're awake, Miss Wilson," he proclaimed the obvious. I forced a smile out in response. "My name is Drive Nez. How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," I replied dryly, sending a glare towards Ariel, who again rolled her eyes at me. "You suffered quite the blood loss from the shot wound to your upper right thigh, and some minor injuries to the back of your head, however. Your resilience was beyond spectacular. You were very strong. And although it's perfectly normal to feel the soreness of your wounds, I could give you something to ease the pain if it turns unbearable." The doctor prodded, as if he knew I was lying about feeling fine. I rolled my eyes, biting the inside of my cheek. "I guess I could use something." He smiled, nodding once. "I will inform the nurses. Do you remember the events of the last time you were conscious?" I gulped involuntarily, my throat suddenly restricting, and nodded reluctantly. "Are there, perhaps, any blank spots you cannot seem to fill?" I shook my head. I perfectly remembered everything that went down from the minute I woke up blindfolded in the cellar to the point where I got shot in the woods. The doctor nodded in understanding. "Very well. I shall send you a nurse to give you some medication to ease the pain." "Thank you," I whispered lowly as he began to leave the room. Once the door was closed shut, I was once again left alone with Ariel and Bella. They moved over to a couch on the right side of my bed that I had just come to notice. Ariel was the first to break the silence. "What exactly happened?" "Nora," I gulped nervously. I knew they were going to ask for answers, and I dreaded having to inform them that I ran into the last person we ever thought of seeing again. And the fact that he was the one who had ordered my kidnapping, and the fact that I shot him. I could already see them losing their minds as soon as I let those words pass my lips. But before I had the chance to answer, the door was shoved open so roughly it slammed into the other side of the wall. We all jumped, Ariel letting out a loud shriek. Noah and Elliot stood wide-eyed. They scrambled towards my bed, Elliot instantly going to grab my hand. "How are you feeling?" he asked in a low whisper. I could detect the pain behind his tone. It nearly crushed my heart. I gave him a reassuring smile. "I'm all right. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about you. Are you out of your mind?" Noah questioned, exasperated. "I'm all right now, and that's all that matters," I reasoned. "How's Seth doing? Were you with him?" "Seth is as healthy as a horse," Elliot began to answer. But at the same time Noah spoke. He woke up dumber than before. My eyes widened as I realized the crushing possibility of no statement being true. Seth had injured his head, and I didn't only fear him never waking up, but even the possibility of him losing his memory. When Elliot noticed my fear, stricken and frozen expression, he slapping Noah in the chest. "You idiot," he scolded, then turned to me. "Don't mind him. He's just being an ass. Seth is really doing fine, in fact. He almost jumped off his bed to come see you as soon as Noah came to inform us that you're awake. But we had to restrain him. He shouldn't move much." I sighed, appreciative of Elliot's honest answer. Then I glared at Noah. "Be nice to him. We almost lost him." Noah shrugged carelessly, and if the slightest movement didn't hurt my insides like hell, I would leaned over the bed and smacked him on the head for being so nonchalant. "Would you tell us what happened?" "Nora," Ariel spoke once more. I gulped the growing lump in my throat, and reluctantly nodded. I had to inform them sooner than later, and so I opened my mouth to speak the words I knew they would find impossible to believe. "It was Darius," I whispered. Elliot's grip on my hand tightened visibly, and Bella let out a slight gasp. Ariel stared at me blankly, while Noah frowned in confusion. "What?" Ariel asked, dumbfounded. When I woke up in the cellar, he was there. Ariel's eyes widened instantly. He was just as surprised to see me. He told me that he had ordered his men to kidnap who Hed referred to as the new lover. But he had no idea that that lover was me. "What?" Noah suddenly exclaimed. "Did he hurt you? Was he the one who did that to your face?" Bella gushed out, her cheeks turning a light shade of red due to an unknown emotion. I nodded my head, and I saw him. What? Noah yelled even louder this time. I winced away from his booming voice. His green eyes were so wide and I feared they might pop out of their sockets any second. How did you shoot him? Elliot breathed out in disbelief. I shrugged. After I had freed myself of my bindings, we got into a bit of a fight. I got a hold of one of his men's gun, and I shot him. My heart clenched as I remembered the ice-cold feeling that washed over me as soon as I had pulled that trigger. I swallowed the growing lump in my throat. I don't know if I killed him. I finally whispered. Ariel was quick to reach my bed, her hands coming up to grasp mine. She rubbed soothing circles on the back of them as a way to comfort me. You did what you had to do to protect yourself. Nora, if he's dead, you did us all a favor by ridding the world of one of its monsters. I can't believe you ran into him again after all those years. Noah mumbled under his breath. His jaw clenched as he stared daggers at the floor. Rostam, Elliot suddenly voiced out. We all turned to look at him in confusion as he stared blankly straight ahead. His vision shifted to Noah. Rostam was Darius' cousin. I had them in one of my classes. Noah's eyes widened, as if realization suddenly hit him. Who's Rostam? I asked. He was the third in command that Xavier Essman killed. Noah replied. That means it's possible Darius is the second. If we can get to him. If HE's still alive. All of this could be over with. Elliot was already back on his feet, reaching the door. What how? I gushed, in desperate need of answers. We need to inform Xavier of this. He'll know what to do. Elliot completely ignored my questions as he spoke back to Noah, who nodded and was instantly following Elliot out the door. What just happened? Bella asked, but I was too caught up with the wind getting knocked out of my lungs as soon as Elliot had mentioned Xavier's name. His name suddenly triggered back the memory of him standing feet away from me, his army of men ready behind his back, and me putting whatever energy I had left within me into fueling my legs to move me forwards in his direction. I saw the image of him yelling madly as soon as the shot was triggered, and I collapsed to the dirty ground, followed by the image of him commanding his men to go forth and fight. But the image that stood out the most, the image that still confused me madly, was how it appeared as though not only his men had understood his command, but so did the pack of wolves standing on guard beside him, as they also launched forward into attack. Why was it that they didn't attack Xavier? How did they know who the bad guys were? And why in the world did they only attack once the demand had been voiced? It all seemed so surreal, like the whole act was just a figment of my imagination, a result of the trauma and the abuse, but I couldn't let it go. I needed answers. Nora. A hand was waved in front of my face, snapping me out of the haze. I blinked the images away, looking up at Ariel's face as she eyed me worriedly. Are you all right? I need to see Xavier. Right now. Hi everyone. Today, I'm going to introduce a super exciting modern romance novel. The female protagonist, Nora Dolowich. Nora is furious after being neglected by the male protagonist, Xavier, and then shocked to discover HE's the alpha of a mysterious family and they share a soul bond. Nora is caught in an emotional whirlpool between the male protagonist's mystery and deep affection, and the impact of her friend's concealment and the truth. How will Nora make her choice? Chapter 34. 3 days had passed since Nora had regained consciousness in the private infirmary of Xavier's sprawling estate. The day following my awakening, I was transferred to a luxurious private room, its centerpiece a grand king-sized bed adorned with plush pillows and silken sheets. The room's most striking feature was an expansive balcony that offered a breathtaking view of the estate's meticulously manicured gardens, a tapestry of vibrant colors and fragrant blooms, No sooner had I settled into my new accommodations than my phone began to buzz incessantly, the screen illuminated with my mother's name. My eyes darted to Ariel, who merely shrugged and gestured towards Bella. When I met Bella's gaze, she flashed me a sheepish, albeit slightly proud, grin. "You told my mom," I exclaimed, my voice a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. I had to. "Nora, you were shot. For God's sake," Bella reasoned, her quick thinking evident in her response. I frowned, biting back a retort. When I finally answered the call, I found myself embroiled in a 2-hour conversation, desperately trying to convince my parents not to cut short their cruise and traverse the globe to see me. I assured them repeatedly that I was absolutely fine and that the police did catch the robber. Bella, in her caring and supportive nature, must have concocted an elaborate cover story when speaking to them earlier, carefully omitting any details that might prompt them to whisk me away and confine me to my childhood bedroom for eternity. My parents had always been fiercely protective, a trait I understood given that I was their only child, conceived after 7 years of trying. However, as I prepared to leave for college, I had a heart with them about the importance of my independence. Their understanding of my decision to move out after college instead of returning to my hometown filled me with immense gratitude. In the years that followed, they embraced their own sense venture, embarking on cruises around the world, finally living the experiences they had postponed during the years I was inseparable from their sides. In the days that followed my conversation with my parents, Ariel and Bella became my constant companions, rarely leaving my side. Some nights, they organized impromptu slumber parties in my room, filling the air with laughter and the sounds of countless romantic comedies. We watched until the romance turned saccharine and the humor became cringe-worthy, all in an effort to distract me from the glaring absence of Xavier. The first 2 nights, his absence gnawed at me. The fact that I had woken up alone, that he hadn't checked on me, left a hollow ache in my chest. But as time wore on, my hurt transmuted into anger. How dare he ignore me at a time like this? My mind raced with 1,000 different ways I could confront him, each scenario more heated than the last. Despite my independent nature and more difficult situations, Xavier's unexplained absence left me feeling vulnerable and conflicted, a stark reminder of the mysterious connection we shared. And another thought that constantly occupied my mind was the fact that even Noah and Elliot were rarely around. None of us girls knew what they were up to or where they were at when they weren't with us. Bella tried to get some answers out of Elliot on the one night she saw him, but his answers were always short and vague. "I saw Seth a night ago." Ariel helped me walk to his room that was just down the hallway from mine. He was in his own bed, his back straightened against the bed, frame with his eyes trained on the Star Wars movie playing on TV. When he heard the door closing, his head snapped to our direction and he gave a wide smile. "Hey," he exclaimed cheerfully. "Hey you." I smiled, reaching the bed and plopping down, sighing in relief as the pressure on my thigh was decreased. I turned my attention to Seth, inspecting his wounds, but only a few were visible. A small gash on his lower lip, and a fading bruise on his cheek. "How are you feeling?" His grin widened. "Never better. Have you seen my new room? I might fake feeling unwell for just a week longer so I could stay here. Plus they deliver my every meal. I feel like a lazy king up in his own castle." I giggled, shaking my head. Typical Seth. "How's your head injury? Are you in any pain?" He clicked his tongue. "No, it was just a small gash that's nearly entirely healed. But what about you? I heard you got shot. Are you okay?" His eyes softened up a bit as he glanced at my injured leg, worry coursing through his vision. "Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm all good." I smiled tightly. "Dang," he teasingly huffed, his eyes lighting up in amusement. "Lucky you. Now you have a bad-ass scar to show off, telling stories of how you once got shot and survived, but my scar will be covered by my stupid hair." I rolled my eyes, and Ariel smacked him on the arm. "You're such an idiot." We all laughed and my heart felt a little lighter. I'm really glad you're okay. Seth, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I... Shh. He interrupted me. Don't ever say that. Nora, don't you ever apologize. This was your fault. I felt my eyes welling up with tears. But it is, I whispered, biting the inside of my cheek. Seth straightened up in his seat, reaching out to grip my hand tightly in his. No, it's not, he said firmly. You were a victim of this mob's rivalry just as much as any of us. So don't you dare blame yourself. I swallowed the lump growing in my throat, and reluctantly nodded even though deep down, I still cowled and helped shake off the guilt gnawing at my chest. When I woke up this morning, I was adamant on getting out of bed alone and leaving my room. I grew so bored of staying in the same place for too long. I stood upright onto wobbly legs and made my way to the bathroom to freshen up. The place was breathtaking and so extravagant, with its marble counters and golden mirrors. I took a quick shower and then dried my hair off with a towel, and while still damp, folded up into a messy bun. We were approaching fall, but the weather was still a bit warm. After I put on a pair of dark jean shorts and a plain white t-shirt, I exited the room and found myself in a familiar hallway, the one covered by hundreds of portraits. I walked past them, feeling an eerie sense travel down my spine as I imagined the eyes of many characters watching my every step. When I finally reached the staircase, I paused and took a deep breath in preparation to the most challenging part, which was descending the stairs. My injured leg was healing incredibly fast, but there was still a bit of soreness to it whenever I moved it too often or quick. I gripped the staircase rails with sweaty hands and to slowly descend, all the while holding my breath in agony. When I finally reached the ground floor, I heard the chattering of several people and the clanking of spoons on plates coming from the direction of the kitchen, so I made my way towards the noise. As soon as I entered through the door, every motion came to a halt as everyone stopped whatever they were doing and turned to stare at me horridly as if I was the last thing they expected to see. I gulped awkwardly as my eyes traveled about the room, finding 3 pairs of eyes to be trained on me. Luna. Suddenly a voice whispered to my right, and I shifted to look at one of the housekeepers who was in the middle of drying a plate with a piece of cloth. Her hands fell limp to her sides, and she dropped her head in a respectful bow. Oh, I frowned in confusion. I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I chuckled awkwardly. My name's Nora. Xavier's guest. A slight gasp could be heard to my right, and at an impeccable speed. A young girl sitting on the counter stool dropped from her seat and stood on her legs, her head coming down in a soft bow. I stared at her, then did a double take. Why are you doing that? If I was being completely honest, the action chilled me to the core. Are you hungry? Luna, I can prepare you something. The voice spoke from across the counter, which belonged to another woman who stood by the oven with a gray spatula in hand, and a gray apron wrapped around her waist. Why are you calling me that? I narrowed my eyes. I told you my name's Nora. The 3 ladies glanced between each other in confusion. Am the one who should be confused here? Of which a voice exclaimed in my head, Where is Xavier? I asked in hopes of escaping the awkwardness and confusion in the room. The young housekeeper who addressed me earlier replied to my question in his office. None. I nodded once in thanks and abruptly turned to leave through the kitchen door. I limped my way yet once more up the stairs to where I remembered Xavier's office was from last time. When I finally arrived at the wide double doors, my right hand came up in a fist to knock on the door, but I hesitated, my fist coming to an abrupt stop mid-air. My ears strained to hear the muffled voices on the other side of the doors that seemed to belong to a large audience. There was the thumping of several footsteps going back and forth by the door as if someone was strolling past anxiously, with agitated, angry murmurings going off somewhere in the distance. I stepped closer to the doors, my chest nearly coming flat against the wood and my palms sitting on either side as I strained my ears to hear better and held my breath in anticipation. What's the update on Vicente, his location? Xavier's strained voice suddenly sounded, and for a second I felt a rush of warm familiarity swarm through my veins. I waited for answer, trying to connect the far, off dots in a weak attempt to make sense of what is going on what could be so important to Xavier that he ignored me for days, when instead he should have been by my side, encouraging my recovery. Somebody, tell me something. His loud voice suddenly roared, shaking the doors, and I let out a strangled gasp at the sudden surprise and fear that overtook my body. I stumbled back, in the process tripping over my injured leg and nearly falling to the floor, but on last second I grasped onto the side of the doorframe and steadied myself, holding my breath as I prayed that they didn't hear my scuffling on the other side of it. Alpha, be sent. I has sent a direct location. He has eyes on the targets. An unfamiliar voice spoke up in rushed sentences. The scuffling ensued as footsteps began to stomp around the room frantically. I pushed closer against the wooden doors, feeling the rough texture rub against my cheek as my ear fell flat against the surface, straining to hear the muffled voices clearly. You leave Darius for me, Xavier ordered in a strained voice. It felt as if an ice-cold bucket of water was splashed on me. A deep shiver ran down my spine. I held and controlled the involuntary gasp that escaped my lips as I stumbled away from the door, in the process stepping hard on my right leg, and instantly the pain shot up my thigh. I yelped as I lost my balance, collapsing to the floor and clutching my thigh in agony. I couldn't have heard him right. Xavier couldn't be speaking of whom I'm thinking. The voices on the other side of the door came to a halt, and my eyes wide and in fear as I tried to get back on my feet. Footsteps could be heard approaching the door, and suddenly it was yanked open rather roughly. I stared up into a pair of narrowed, steel gray eyes. My heart sunk into my stomach as I was pinned to my spot by the rage-filled gaze. But when Xavier finally realized it was me, his gaze softened. The frown between his eyebrows eased as his eyes inspected my body and posture laying on my back. One hand wrapped around my bandaged thigh. He instantly reached forward, his hands gently wrapping around my upper arms as he tried to help me stand upright, and I damn near melted as the warm spark spread through the spot where his touch met mine. What are you doing out of bed? He questioned in a raspy voice. I grasped onto the rolled-up sleeve of his white dress shirt as I tried to balance myself on one leg, fighting hard to not let my face contort in pain. I looked up at him, about to explain how I'd come to search for him because we needed to speak, but did a double take as I noticed how different he looked at closer inspection. My mouth fell agape in shock and confusion as I found myself staring at his bloodshot eyes, the bags under them running dark as if he hadn't had a proper sleep in weeks. His usually trimmed beard had grown an inch or two, making him look at least 5 years older than his actual age. Nora, you need to be resting in your room," he scolded, and at the same instant bent down to wrap his arms around the back of my legs and lift me up into his arms. I shrieked at the sudden motion, but Xavier secured his grip around my waist and the back of my knees, and when I was positive he wouldn't drop me, I relaxed in his arms. His vision moved to straight ahead as he began to move us towards the direction of the room I was staying in. "Xavier, I need to talk to you." He shook his head. "Not right now," he replied through clenched teeth, his head remaining directed straight ahead. I frowned in annoyance at his reply. "If not now, then when? You don't even come around anymore," I accused, trying to hold back the pain in my voice. His gaze shifted down to glance at me, softening in regret. "Yeah, not when you're awake," he whispered lowly, but I caught on to it given our close proximity. This time, my frown deepened in confusion. What does that mean? His right arm that was curled around my waist shifted as he tried to lower the handle of my bedroom's door. When we were inside, he let out a sigh. "I've been working a lot, Nora, but that doesn't mean I haven't been checking up on you. It's just that every time I come around, you'd be sleeping," he explained, his soft eyes meeting mine. His words pulled at my heartstring. I didn't realize he was. When Xavier stopped at my bed, he slowly lowered me down to gently lay me on the plush mattress. I didn't know." He smiled weakly, but it didn't reach his tired eyes. "I know." The words I overheard earlier at his office suddenly rushed to the front of my mind, paired with his words from now claiming he'd been working a lot lately, and my eyes widened in fear. What have you been working on? Exactly? Xavier's jaws visibly tightened and clenched, the muscles either side of his cheeks moving up and down. His gaze left mine to stare at the bandaged spot on my right thigh. After a few seconds too long, his eyes eventually found mine. Only now they were harder than steel. I need to go. He prepared to leave, but I jumped forward instantly and reached out for his hand, clutching it tightly. Xavier, please don't. I begged. The fear of losing him as suddenly as he had walked into my life overtook my senses that my eyes began to well up with tears. His eyes searched through my own, narrowing in confusion when he noticed my tear-filled gaze. His other hand came to wrap over my own, clutching his, and he rubbed soothing circles on the back of it. What are you talking about? Nora, please don't go after him. I swallowed a sob threatening to escape. You don't know how he can be. Xavier's jaws clenched tightly, his eyes hardening. And they've been working on luring you in for a long time. This is what they want. Key, please, don't go. I begged, a few tears escaping the brim of my eyes and slowly rolling down my cheek. His narrowed eyes fell on the spot of the rolling tear, and gently, he raised his hand and with his thumb rubbed the moisture away. His hand cupped my cheek, angling my face upwards so I was staring directly in his eyes. His silver gaze moved between my own, studying my expression before he spoke. They will pay for what they did. He spoke in a low, strained voice. I felt my heart clench at his words as the fear began to gain on me. I opened my mouth to protest, but my words got stuck in my throat as I watched Xavier suddenly lean down, his face inching closer to mine. His lips left a gentle peck on the top of my head, his hand leaving my own. When he straightened up again, I was given a chance to speak before he turned around and started towards the door. No, Xavier, I begged, my eyes widening in terror. Rest, he demanded, his back still facing me as he neared the door. I will see you tonight. I opened my mouth to protest, to beg him to stay by my side and not go off to start something I was sure would end in bloodshed, but Xavier spared me no second glance and was out of the door. In a blink of an eye. Chapter 35. He should have let us fight with him. A familiar voice hissed angrily, making me stop dead in my tracks. Later in the afternoon, after Xavier had left and I was bedridden for a few hours due to my aching thigh, my stomach began to growl loudly, which reminded me that I hadn't eaten anything since last night. I hopped down on one leg and limped my way to the kitchen for a snack, but the voices murmuring and angry conversation between each another from the inside of the kitchen brought me to a stop. I backed up against the wall, my head slightly peeking over the end to glance inside without announcing my arrival. My eyes widened as I came to notice the two people who were having that conversation. He did the right thing. Elliot responded to Noah's earlier exclamation. Noah scoffed. The right thing? We're not a part of his stupid little gang, so he has no right to order us around. He mockingly quoted the word gang. A deep frown was set on his face as he pranced around the kitchen, his hand tightly fisted around a glass of orange juice, knuckles pale white. He did it because he knows that if anything happened to us, Nora would never forgive us and would surely blame herself. Elliot went on. I frowned in confusion, then suddenly felt the heat of my blood boiling in my veins. That's bullshit. This is our decision to make. We're doing it for all of us, not just Nora. Noah reiterated. Noah, just drop the subject. In your damn tone, you might as well announce to the entire house what you're being so salty about. I could see Elliot rolling his eyes as he stepped away from the counter, reaching the sink to set in his empty glass. How can we even trust that hell really and Darius? Noah spat harshly, a deep crease set between his eyebrows. I felt a bile rising in my throat. Are you out of your damn mind? He saved Nora's life. HES practically in love with her. Do you seriously think hell go easy on the man who hurt her? My heart skipped a beat, and I gasped involuntarily as soon as the words left Elliot's lips. I strained my ears to hear better as their voices suddenly came to a stop. There was a slight tap, and when I sneaked a glance behind the wall, I found Elliot's hand on Noah's shoulder, giving him a slight pat. Look. Man, I know this isn't easy for you, but she's happy when she's with him. HES helped her break out of her shell, and what more could we ask for than someone who'd make her a priority, while keeping her both safe and happy? Elliot spoke. My heart clenched at his words, and I could practically feel the warmth of his brotherly love engulfing me even from the distance. Noah scoffed. Yeah, he whispered, unconvinced. I stood on the outside of the kitchen, hiding behind a wall, a soft smile grazing my lips as I stared at the floor. It suddenly hit me how creepy I must look to the outside world. Relaxing my features, I straightened my posture and prepared to make my appearance known. And although I was deeply touched by their brotherly affection and kind wishes for me, I couldn't forget the hidden messages in their earlier conversation. They knew that Xavier was after Darius, that he was going to find him and get to him. And not only did they hide that fact from me, but they were even planning on joining Xavier in his fight. That was beyond infuriating to think of. Pushing myself off the wall, I erased the warm smile grazing my lips and the loving look in my eyes and put on a tough exterior. I stalked towards the kitchen and through the open door. As soon as Elliot and Noah noticed my appearance, their eyes snapped to my direction and widened in surprise. Nora, what are you doing down here? Elliot was the first to speak, while Noah straightened up from hunching over the counter and playing with an empty glass. I wanted to grab a snack. I stated dully. Do you want me to make you a sandwich? Noah offered kindly. I bit the inside of my cheek. Do not break your exterior. A voice hissed in my brain. I'd rather not get food poisoning. Thank you very much. I lifted my chin up and scrunched my nose in playful disgust, and I watched as Noah rolled his eyes, breaking into a grin. Yeah, she's good, he said to Elliot while turning around to head towards the sink. Elliot chuckled. I see you're back to your old self. Nothing ever changed. But enough about me. What have you guys been up to? I limped my way towards the fridge, grabbing open one of its doors. I searched inside and reached out for a bowl of fresh berries. When I shut back the door, I noticed Elliot eyeing Noah suspiciously. Nothing much. We were just grabbing some orange juice. Noah shrugged nonchalantly. I set my bowl on the counter, hopping on the stool and sighing as the weight was taken off my injured leg. Oh, really? I asked, eyeing them skeptically. What about the past 3 days? Why were you guys in hiding? Plotting something? Elliot sighed. All right. Enough. Nora, I know you heard us. I frowned, feigning ignorance as I waited for them to come clean on their own. Heard what? Noah rolled his eyes. Come on, Nora. Eventually I snapped, dropping the single blueberry held between my index and thumb back into its bowl. All right. I did. How could you hide something like that from me? My voice rose an octave as my annoyance pushed through. You were practically bedridden, and we knew you were sure to stop us. You're damn right. I would love. Elliot sighed. This plan was even ours to begin with. Yeah, it was. So take it up with your boyfriend. Noah mumbled. My head snapped to him, a deep frown settling on my features. Elliot beat me to it as he smacked Noah on the back of his head, the loud tap echoing in the quiet of the room. Hey, Noah frowned. Oh, grow up. I glared at Noah. I can't believe you guys. Do you not realize how badly Xavier could get hurt from this? HES facing a literal psycho. Elliot shook his head. Don't worry about Xavier. HES way more powerful than you know, and he has his men by his side. Nothing will go wrong. For us, that is, Noah finished. Wait, his men. Noah rolled his eyes. Well, of course he was going to single-handedly fight off one of the largest mafias in North America. He scoffed. My eyes widened, my jaw loosening and nearly falling to the floor. I gaped at them in horror. How could I not have realized this earlier? What? Elliot frowned in confusion, studying my expression. Darius. They both went silent for a second, their eyes moving to one another. Elliot sighed, slightly nodding. Yeah, We found out HES their right hand. The right hand, as in second in command, as in directly underneath the boss in rank. My mind was in a whirlwind. Suddenly every single piece of the puzzle was magnetically being attracted to the next and giving sense to every loose end. It suddenly made sense to me why he went completely mad that night when he found out I followed him and watched his private dealings. He thought I knew he worked and dealt illegally, and feared that I might rat him out. But of course it didn't do him justice. Nothing ever would. Don't worry about Xavier. Nora. He'll be fine, Elliot assured me softly, which took me by surprise. I snapped out of the haze my thoughts had formed around my mind, my eyes finding Elliot's promising gaze. I forced out a tight smile. I was entirely sure that he would be fine. My anxiety was eating me up from the inside, churning my intestines. I felt like I might throw up. I pushed away the bowl of berries, feeling repulsed by the mere thought of any food entering my mouth. I hope so, I hope so. I whispered a prayer. A short silence overtook us, until Elliot spoke up. I have an idea. His eyes lit up in excitement. How about a movie marathon for a distraction? Noah jumped up from his seat on the stool beside me. Yeah, that sounds great. He turned to me with a wide grin. What do you say? Harry Potter, The Hunger Games. He listed some of my favorite movie franchises. I'm even willing to put up with Twilight if it would serve you. I shook my head, but cowed and hid the smile that grazed my lips. I'll go inform the rest. I'm sure they'll love the distraction. Elliot prepared to leave the kitchen. Yeah, and don't forget to drag Seth away from those Star Wars movies. I've just been watching them for 3 days straight. We can't risk him losing the single brain cell HES got up there. Poor Seth, always the subject of their bullying. I thought to myself while trying hard to hide my smile. But my friends were right. No matter how bad I didn't want to admit it out loud. I needed a distraction. Desperately. If I sat back and got absorbed back into my paranoid thoughts about Xavier and what is going on, it'd go completely mad. Noah's eyes remained on me, watching me expectantly. Reluctantly, I nodded. His lips curved up into a wide grin, and he instantly turned around and started rummaging through the cabinets in the kitchen. Well, wait, please tell me they have popcorn. He mumbled the last part as he continued searching through the pantry and cabinets. The sudden hop I took down from the stool I was seated on made the blood rush down my wounded leg, and I grasped the counter for a couple seconds until the displeasing faded away. Noah exclaimed, which made me flinch back in surprise. He shifted around with a look of triumph, a bag of kernels clutched in his fist. I chuckled and shook my head. Well, it'll be down in the living room. Nora, Novelwitch, Nora. Wait. No sudden exclamation stopped me in my tracks, and I turned to stare at him expectantly. He set the bag of kernels on the counter, taking various steps forward until he reached me and stopped a mere foot away. His eyes left mine as he stared at the floor, biting the inside of his cheek nervously. What is it? I encouraged. He lifted his head and his eyes found mine, full of unspoken words. I want to talk to you about something, as I kept staring at him expectantly for another few minutes, but found him to only stare back silently. My nerves started to run on overdrive. What is it? What is it? Noah. His jade orbs kept traveling between my eyes, searching between the confusion I felt. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Suddenly, his gaze shifted lower, and before I could make sense of anything that was happening, Noah was leaning in. When I felt his warm breath in my face, my heart leapt out of my chest and my hands came up to push against his shoulders. I gasped as I shoved him away roughly, losing my balance and stumbling against the counter. Nora. His hands traveled to my waist at knees, but I shoved them away. What the hell? I shrieked, stepping away from his touch. My widened and frantic eyes met his, searching for answers to his inexplicable action. He just tried to kiss me. Noah understood the look behind my eyes, and instantly took a step back. His gaze moved to the floor, and his cheeks and neck began to redden up. I am sorry. I just had to what? Noah, I exclaimed, curious. I had to try. You had to know. My eyes widened at his words, my heart sinking to my stomach. He took a step forward, his hands reaching out for mine and grasping them roughly. I stared at him in horror, seeing his eyes frantically moving between my own. An inner voice shouted at me to silence him, not wanting him to go any further with his words. But I cowed it as he began to spill everything in a rushed, desperate tone. I've liked you for so long. Nora, I've waited for you for years. I never wanted to rush you into anything because you always claimed you weren't ready. My eyes widened and throat tightened, as did his grip on my hands. But now you're moving on too fast. You don't even know this guy. He scoffed, his jaw tightening. I'd have to let you know that you have another option. Noah, what the hell are you saying? I exhaled the question in horror I couldn't be hearing correctly. I pulled my hands out of his grip roughly, creating a distance between us as I shook my head. You've seen what he can do. How can you trust someone like him? Noah's voice was rising in volume, and I shrunk back in discomfort. Noah, don't do this. He will hurt you hell. He already has. Look at where HES gotten us. You can't keep repeating the same mistakes. Nora, his eyes were filled with rage as he stepped forward, coming closer to me. I'm not. Xavier is nothing like Darius. My blood boiled at the mere thought that he could consider such a thing, that he saw a similarity between those two completely different human beings. I shook my head defiantly, my heart racing. I'm not doing this with you. Nora, he reached out to grab my arm, but I shoved his hand away roughly no. I turned around and as quickly as I could muster made my way through the kitchen door to where I remembered the living room with the TV was down a narrow hall. And to the left, I felt nauseated with discomfort, my mind still not fully comprehending that Noah tried to kiss me. His words continued to echo in my ears, and I forcefully shook them out of my head. Surprisingly, when I walked into the living room, I found a group of people already seated over the couches, some I had never seen before. Ariel's attention was diverted from a girl she was speaking to. To me, she smiled widely and gushed me over to take the seat. So I did as told, inhaling deeply to try and regain my composure. Nora, Devil Witch, Nora, let me introduce you to some of the dopest people I've met while staying here. Ariel began with a wide grin on her face. Scarlett's sat right across from us, and when our gazes met she gave me a bright smile and whispered a greeting, which I returned. That's Jonah. Ariel pointed to a guy with shoulder-length black hair who smiled shyly and waved a hand awkwardly. And that's his twin Sam. Sam looked nothing like her brother instead. She had wavy blonde hair and twinkling green eyes. Luna, it's a real joy to see you doing better. Sam spoke up after Il's introductions. My eyes widened in surprise and confusion. My name is actually Nora. But thank you. I chuckled nervously. She was the first one to call me that name, which really confused me. The girls surprised me even further by laughing back. Yes, I know. I frowned. Then why did you call me that? Ariel shifted in her seat, turning to inspect Sam expectantly as she was just as curious about the answer. Because being our alpha mate makes you our Luna, she replied with a light smile grazing her pink lips. I stared at her blankly, trying to process her words. I had so many questions I wanted to ask back, but the second I opened my mouth to speak, Bella, Elliot and Seth entered the room, shifting everyone's attention to them. Mate, isn't that like the British version of homie? Seth asked confused as he took a seat beside Sam. I frowned. Well, Jonas snorted out his laughter, covering it up with a cough. Scarlett was giggling at his reaction, and Sam was biting back a smile. Homie. Really? Ariel rolled her eyes. Noah. Belle greeted me with a wide smile, reaching our large couch and taking a seat to my right. I see you've met our newest friends. I smiled and nodded once, as Elliot began to switch on the TV. Ariel grabbed a blanket and everyone began to cozy up in their space. Noah then walked in with 3 large bowls of popcorn, which he gave away with a slight frown, before plopping down on one of the seats. His eyes avoided mine, which I was glad for because just seeing him was making my blood boil. I inhaled deeply and switched my attention to the TV. This was meant to be my distraction from my thoughts, and I will not let Noah take that away from me. All right. As the majority have voted, this shall be a Harry Potter marathon, Elliot announced, rolling his eyes, as if y'all haven't already watched the movies 1,000 times, and would watch them for 1,000 more. Scarlet replied, smiling broadly. I agreed, and she offered me a wink. And so I laid back in my seat as the Harry Potter marathon commenced, blocking all my troubles from entering my mind and rejoicing in the few hours of distraction it'd been offered. Chapter 36. The slight motion as I was carried away from my position on the couch slowly began to pull me away from unconsciousness, and I gradually became aware of my surroundings. The familiar warmth of strong arms wrapped around my body, igniting sparks that shot down every nerve in my being, was the first thing that came to my senses. Then I felt the warmth connecting with my right cheek as I was brought closer to my carrier's chest, and I felt the butterflies erupt in my stomach. Instantly, my eyes shot open, and I found myself glancing upwards into the eyes of the most striking silver. Xavier smoothly carried me in his arms and began to walk away from my position on the living room couch, where I, along with a couple others, had fallen asleep after the 4th Harry Potter movie. My eyes widened as they connected with his, and I saw the small, warm smile curving up his lips. Instantly, my arms shot up and curled around his neck, bringing him to me as I embraced him tightly. The motion took Xavier by surprise, and he let out a low groan as he steadied us so I wouldn't fall to the ground. I squeezed my arms around him tightly, the relief of having him back safe and sound overpowering my senses. He let out a slight chuckle, his hand gently squeezing my waist in reassurance. When I let him go, he pulled back to give me a heart-clenching grin. It's good to see you, too. He carried me away from the living room, smoothly ascending the stairs as if he was carrying my heavy weight in his arms, and headed towards the room I was staying in. All the while, my eyes continued to scan every inch of his body that I was able to view, checking for any possible injuries, but surprisingly, he bore none. The warmth that radiated off his body left me as he gently set me on the bed. Go back to sleep, he ordered softly, but there was no way that I could have fallen back asleep. I sat upright in bed, reaching for his hand just as he began to turn away. No, I pulled him down, directing him to sit in front of me, which he did. What happened? Are you okay? I heard a large group of your men also joined you. Are they all right? How did it go? I rushed as my questions came pouring out. Xavier shook his head. He'll tell you all about it tomorrow. Go to sleep now. He prepared to get up, but I grabbed his hand, clutching it tightly, and yanked him back down. Xavier's eyes widened at the sudden aggressiveness, sitting back down and staring at me bemused lie. No, don't leave, I pleaded. Do you seriously think you'll be able to fall back asleep now? I scoffed. He raised an eyebrow. Well, I guess not. I sighed deeply, my patience fed up. What happened? Xavier rubbed at the slight stubble growing on his chin, inhaling in preparation. We took care of everything. You don't need to ever worry about them again. I frowned, digesting his words. Teeth, they're gone. I carefully chose my words, afraid that a sudden revelation of Xavier having ended someone's life might shock me into silence. Xavier nodded stiffly, his jaws clenched tightly. Tell me how. The request even took me by surprise. His eyes shot up to mine and widened in shock. He raised an eyebrow in questioning. I want to know every detail. I continued, but he instantly began to shake his head in disapproval, a slight frown creasing the skin between his eyebrows. No, Nora. Are you even hearing yourself? He scoffed in disbelief, which in turn had me frowning disapprovingly. I deserve to know how it went. Xavier. I fought back. His eyes snapped back to mine, Now I'm arrowed into dangerous slits. Why? Because he was your ex-boyfriend. The surprise that overtook me because of his unexpected question left me speechless. I stared back silently, my mouth opening to reply to his rude snapping, but unable to form any words. That was the last thing I expected him to say. Xavier sighed deeply, turning to stare at the floor, and his hand came up to run down his face. He cleared his throat awkwardly. I didn't mean it like that. I scoffed. I think you did. He sighed once again, staring daggers ahead of him and clenching his jaws tightly. His nostrils flared as he tried to compose himself before replying. I held and controlled myself when I saw him. He finally revealed. My breath hitched in my throat as I detected the strong emotions behind his revelation. His fists were tightly clenched on his lap as if he was fighting so hard to maintain his composure. When I saw him, all I could hear were Elliot and No's voices as they spoke of what he'd done and what he deserves. His eyes slowly moved to my own, hard as steel. Then they dropped down to my lap and settled on my right leg. All I could see was the sight of you lying on the dirt covered in your own blood. My heart began to thrum loudly in my chest. I reached out to grab Xavier's tightened fist, and he went stiff at the sudden motion. Reluctantly, he relaxed his hand muscles and I entwined our fingers, rubbing soothing circles on his bruised, up knuckles with my other hand. It's over with now. He's gone. And so is his superior. I didn't know how to feel about it. On one hand, I knew that he had no other choice but to take them out. They weren't going to stop and everyone in Xavier's life was in danger, so one could say that the action was taken out on self-defense. But on the other hand, I didn't know how I felt about the fact that Xavier was the one who ended Darius's life. An inner voice questioned me. Could I really stay with a man who'd killed another? But I didn't want to dwell on that now, so I jumped into a new topic. Why does everyone keep calling me Luna? I asked. Xavier's eyebrows furrowed in confusion and shock, his eyes suddenly finding my own. What? I nodded. Yeah, everyone keeps calling me that even though they know my name is Nora. He went silent for a moment, the wheels turning in his brain. Then he sighed, shifting in his seat to fully face me. That's because I'm the alpha of the pack, he replied. I frowned, still not fully understanding what that meant. Like a boss. Xavier shook his head slightly, answering, more like a leader. I bit the inside of my cheek as I pondered over his reply, which didn't exactly answer my earlier question. Xavier surprised me by reaching with his other hand to grasp power already entwined ones this time. He was the one gently rubbing circles on the inside of my wrist. There's another thing I haven't told you about myself. He whispered a confession. I frowned. Red flags rising in the back of my mind. What is it? He cleared his throat, thinking over his answer before verbally speaking it. We're not as normal as humans are. I gaped at him, unsure of what reaction he expected to receive first. Remembered the story of my ancestors. He continued, to which I reluctantly nodded. After the oath was made, my great grandfather was doubtful of their abilities to properly protect and given the fact that they were only men with no real advantage on their side, other than their determination and iron loyalty. Xavier's eyes studied mine. Before continuing, the elder of all three families then traveled for days to seek the aid of an infamous witch, and she brewed them a potion made of the hearts of the most ferocious breed of pure wolves. A low gasp escaped my lips. It felt like I had gone 20 years back in time. Cuddled up on my bed at night as my parents read me thrilling bedtime stories of the mystic world. The potion affected our elders greatly. The first stage was a physical change. Their eyes turned the brightest shade of silver. Their build grew to twice its normal size, and they could hear the noise of approaching men from all the way across the village. They grew to possess superhuman strength, impeccable speed, and the greatest gift of all was the ability to mentally communicate with their spirit animal, the wolf. My breath hitched in my throat and my eyes widened as soon as the last word left through Xavier's lips. Wolf. The mental image of the wolves in the woods sprung to the front of my mind, the unanswered questions that I had pushed to the back of my mind coming forth. How had Xavier directed the wolves to move past me, so careful as to not cause me any harm, to attack our rivals, the outsiders that witnessed these inhumane powers first hand, could not comprehend how it was possible for our elders to possess them. They tried to make sense of these gifts that only some had been blessed with, and the fear that ignited within their souls had them come up with all sorts of ridiculous stories. Hence how the myth of werewolves came to be. My eyes widened in shock, but Xavier was quick to answer my unspoken questions, which is, of course, nothing but a myth. I have not, nor has any of my pack members, ever shifted from our human forms into a savage animal. He tried to hide back a smile, but I could still see the slight curve of his lip. Additionally, our elders had one request for the witch to include during the making of the potion, and it was that the powers be passed down to their first-born sons, so that their descendant protectors continue fighting for their land with the same powers they possessed. Xavier continued, but to add that request to the equation, the witch had to add a factor that ensures the bloodlines don't reach its end, and a single, lifelong mate for every alpha. My gaze snapped to Xavier's, the word mate bringing back memories of the first time he brought me to his house, and narrated to me his family history. He had called me his soulmate, with a trembling voice. I questioned. Me. I watched as Xavier's eyes softened, his lips curving up into a warm smile. I had been waiting for you for as long as I can remember, he whispered, his strikingly silver eyes never leaving my own, igniting warm feelings within my heart that spread through my veins and engulfed me wholly. I opened my mouth to reply, but was at loss for words. As the direct descendant of our elders, I am the alpha of this pack, and as my mate, you are their Luna. But what could I ever offer them? You have their utmost respect and protection. Xavier quickly spoke, as if aware of the personal doubts I was about to voice out loud. And all I ask for is your loyalty and support, to your pack, as well as your mate. This was all too much to handle. I couldn't believe the words he was speaking. Everything felt so surreal. I know that this is all too much. Can you read my mind? Too, I exclaimed. Xavier's eyes widened. No. He shook his head. How are you voicing out whatever I'm thinking? I gasped. He surprised me by letting out a slight chuckle. That would be the mate bond. As your mate, I can feel your emotions and easily guess your thoughts, because our souls are connected in ways that are far beyond any human's comprehension. My hands were getting clam-mire by the minute as they were clutched by Xavier's. My emotions in a whirlwind. Although all of the things he just narrated to me seemed beyond impossible, a small part of me believed him, because nothing made sense since the day I ran into Xavier. Anyway, not the emotions I felt at his presence, nor the chills he sent down my spine every time my eyes connected with his silver ones, nor the bond I felt we had grown in such a short period of time. Maybe, somehow, soulmates did exist, and the most powerful man, in perhaps all the world, happened to be mine. Chapter 37. For the first time in my life, I was awakened by the shots of 1,000 sparks as they traveled down the right side of my body, by the warmth that engulfed my senses and the addictive aroma that I knew only one person to carry. My eyelids fluttered open and I blinked against the morning sun. It took my mind a few seconds to fully comprehend my position on the bed, where I lay half on top of a rising and falling chest. My left arm was draped over Xavier's torso as he lay asleep on his back, his own arm around waist. My heart nearly leapt out of my chest. I jumped out of my seat, in the process accidentally nudging Xavier roughly, which earned me an annoyed groan. I backed a couple steps away, unaware of the sheets dangled around my ankles, and let out a squeak as I tumbled over the edge of the bed and collided with the floor. Xavier shot out of his place, his eyes wide open as he studied the room, then fell on my awkward position on the floor. I groaned distastefully, both in pain and embarrassment. Xavier let out a slight chuckle, his hand coming up to rub the sleep out of his eyes. What in the world are you doing? I shuffled on the floor, trying to untangle my legs from the sheets but failing miserably. and instead looking like a struggling fish flapping out on land. Xavier studied my failed attempts, and just continued chuckling at me. "Help me." I frowned at him, hissing through clenched teeth, bearing an amused grin. He ran his hand through his tangled hair and moved to the side of the bed to stand up. "Yes, Mum." I watched helplessly as he grabbed the end of the sheets and loosened them, twisting them around my ankles to free me. My legs fell with a thump to the floor, and I wasted no more second in jumping out of my seat. I mumbled a quick thanks and rushed to the bathroom where I locked myself in. Leaning against the closed door, I let out a deep sigh, tightening my eyes shut as I tried to erase the first 10 minutes of our morning encounter. How embarrassing it was that this was the first thing he had to witness. On our first morning waking up together, I face-palmed myself in shame. Suddenly, the memories of the night before rushed to the front of my mind. I remembered the surreal stories Xavier narrated to me about the history of his family. The superpowers. I shook my head. That's ridiculous. People don't have superpowers. This is real life we're talking about. I moved towards the marbled sink and turned on the faucet, splashing my face with ice-cold water. I gasped as I came to stand up straight, droplets of water rolling and falling onto the top of my shirt. I looked at my reflection, and the most sparkling brown eyes stared back at me. There were stars shimmering in the dullness of my eyes. I stared bewilderedly. Last night, after the talks Xavier and I had, he excused himself to take a bath before bed. I tried to wait up for him but ended up falling into a deep slumber. I don't even remember hearing him leave the bathroom. I must have been way too deep in my sleep, given that I'd spent a whole night asleep next to him and never once realized. It was like this was the first time I'd woken up in the arms of a person I had feelings for, but never before was it in Xavier's. The man who made me feel things I never thought were humanly possible. Your soulmate. I jumped once the word was spoken in my mind, hushing the inner voice in my head. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Nora, are you all right?" Xavier's voice came through. Why would Lintai be? I frowned at my reflection, and only then came to the discovery of how fast my heart was beating within the confines of my chest. My palm came to fall flat on my chest, feeling the erratic beating. Am I on the verge of a panic attack? "Nora." Xavier's voice sounded more urgent this time. They could hear the noise of approaching men from all the way across the village. My eyes widened as I recalled his words from last night. He could hear my heartbeat. The door handle started coming down. "I am fine," I finally replied, and it stopped halfway. Xavier removed his grip from the handle. "I'm waiting for you to be done so we could go down together for breakfast," he informed me. I nodded while staring at my reflection, only to then realize he couldn't see me. "Okay," I answered. Or could he? The inner voice questioned my earlier statement, but I shook my head. Stop being ridiculous. I rid of the thoughts running through my mind and backed from the sink, physically shaking the uneasiness away. I inhaled deeply, regaining my composure, and reached for the door. When I unlocked and pulled it open, I came face to face with an anxious Xavier. His posture took me by surprise. He was fumbling with his fingers with a slight, worried frown creasing the skin between his eyebrows. When his eyes met mine, they widened. His nervousness warmed my heart, and I gave him a small smile. "Ready?" I asked casually, breaking the ice. He nodded, stepping away from the door frame to let me pass. We left the bedroom and slowly made our way down the hall and towards the staircase. I was about to take the first step down when Xavier's voice stopped me. "I just want you to know," he started, and I turned to watch him expectantly. "Everyone in the house already considers you their Luna, but I realized that I hadn't given you enough time to fully comprehend all of this. So if it ever gets too much, just let me know and they'll inform them to take it slow." I was very appreciative of his concern and consideration for my comfort, so I smiled and nodded once. We continued our way down the stairs and took the turn to the dining room. When we walked in, we found that a group of people were already occupying the space. Around the long table sat Ariel, Bella, and Noah, while Vincent and Scarlett stood by the end of the table. Their eyes suddenly turned to our direction. Yesterday's memories were still fresh in my mind, and I fought hard against frowning at Noah and making it clear to everyone in the room that there was a growing tension between us, so I avoided his eyes at all cost. Vincent moved forward, casting us by while bearing a grin. Alpha. He nodded at Xavier, then turned to me. Luna. I felt a slight blush rising to my face because of his cheekiness, while Xavier simply rolled his eyes. Nora. Ariel exclaimed, jumping from her seat and embracing me. Did you hear? Her eyes were lit up with excitement. Hear what? I frowned as I took a seat on one of the remaining chairs, reaching out for a piece of buttered toast from off Ariel's plate. Of course she heard. Ariel. She's literally surrounded by the heroes. Noah rolled his eyes, sipping from a white mug. I clenched my teeth, biting back my words. Ariel hushed him, then turned back to me. Everything's finally back to normal. She beamed with excitement. Her words pulled at my heartstrings, and for a second I was overtaken by the same feelings of guilt that I fought so hard to bury. Things should have always remained normal in my friends' lives. This was the second time I had put their lives at risk, and I didn't think I could ever forgive myself for it. I gulped down the growing lump in my throat, forcing on a tight smile. Why, yeah. And also am moving here. To Indiana. She grinned. My eyes widened, and I nearly choked on the piece of toast in my mouth. Vampire deception. I dwelt Mason in EY Dwet. As an undocumented changeling and forced to cove of a low-level witch. She nodded excitedly. Seth is helping me find a place close to the city. I think it's time for a fresh start. An Indian is starting to grow on me. I didn't fail to notice her eyes moving to Xavier as she offered him a knowing smile. I frowned, turning to glance at Xavier, who was bearing a soft smile of his own. What is going on? I questioned, suspicious of their odd behavior. Xavier glanced down at me and shrugged innocently, turning away from me and reaching to pour himself some coffee. Aren't you happy? Ariel asked me nervously. Frankly, I didn't know how I felt. Of course I stand by whatever choice makes you the happiest. I'll just miss you. Is all. I whispered the last part. Ariel sighed. I would miss you. Too horribly. She turned towards her plate and picked up a slice of bacon, biting into it with a faint smile playing on her lips. But you could always move here with me. My eyes widened, realization suddenly hitting me. My head snapped towards Xavier, who was halfway through raising his cup of coffee to take a sip while staring at me expectantly. My gaze froze, his actions midway. I was at loss for words. I knew for sure he had something to do with it. He probably talked Ariel into moving here so I could follow in her steps, knowing how close of a relationship my best friend and I have. But before I could finish my sentence, Xavier put his mug down and raised his hands in innocence. I have nothing to do with it. I highly doubt that. I glared at him accusingly. It's true. Don't give him credit for my brilliant ideas. Ariel complained. I frowned at her, eyeing her skeptically. What are you planning? Nothing. And just craving a fresh start after everything we went through. She shrugged, biting into her bacon. And it would probably do you good too. Luna. Vincent spoke up. Why the hell do you keep referring to her as Luna? Noah frowned, his annoyance very clear on his face. Vincent glanced at him, then motioned with his head towards Xavier. H.S. our Alpha. Then he looked over at me and winked, which makes her our Luna. Noah scoffed. How does that make any sense? It's just a nickname. I tried to change the subject without raising suspicion. And where's Elliot? Bella looked up from her plate to answer. H.S. packing our bags. Which reminds me, I should get to it as well. Noah hopped off his chair and started making his way towards the door. Now that it was all safe and back to normal, I forgot that we had to return home. But where exactly is home? An inner voice questioned me. When are you leaving? I asked Bella, as this time I reached for Xavier's mug and snapped it out of his reach. taking a sip from his coffee. Xavier frowned, and Vincent chuckled at his reaction. Around noon. Today, I gasped, to which Bella nodded. Elliot needs to get back for an important meeting, and I have a work submission that's already a week late. She informed me. Ariel got up from her seat and grabbed my hand, yanking me off mine. While they pack up. Let's go check out this place Seth found close to the city. It's a small cozy apartment with the coolest view, but we need to pack. To Ariel. Ariel frowned. Pack what? We'll be returning anyway. We'll just need our passports to go. I shook my head. Things were moving way fast. I wasn't even sure I wanted to move to Indiana. And here was Ariel already hunting for a new place to stay. We can drop you guys off. We're headed to the city to run some errands anyway. Vincent offered, referring to him and Scarlett, who offered me a wide smile and nodded her head. Awesome. Ariel agreed. I frowned as I turned to study her expression. Suddenly, Ariel yanked me by the hand and pulled me towards the door. I stopped her by the living room before she'd get too far. Ariel, wait. She halted in her tracks and turned to look at me expectantly. I glanced behind my shoulder, not sure we were far enough from earshot, and guided her further into the living room. I'm not sure I'm ready to do this, I admitted, voicing out my inner doubts and fears. Ariel studied my nervousness, then reached out to hold both my hands and gently guided us to sit down on one of the couches. She shifted in her seat to fully face me. Listen, babe, I understand your hesitation. Believe me, I do. But if I didn't know it, deep within my heart, that this is the best thing that could happen to you and that it would make you immeasurably happy, I wouldn't be encouraging you to do it. I pondered over her words. We have all witnessed firsthand this unrealistic bond that you two have formed, and it's not something that comes twice in life. Xavier has very deep feelings for you. It's clear in his eyes, and he has proven time and time that he would go to great lengths to keep you happy and safe. You shouldn't let that go. Her words pulled at my heart, strange because I knew them to be true. But taking this step of moving to another state was a huge leap of faith, and I wasn't sure how it would play out. And you won't be alone in bringing yourself to move past the past and start fresh, Seth, and I will be beside you through it all. Ariel promised, a gentle smile playing on her lips. It's time for a fresh start. And God knows you need it more than any of us. I chuckled lightly. She was right. I was in desperate need of a fresh start, and having my best friend beside me will make it a whole lot easier. With the wings of 1,000 butterflies flapping within the confines of my stomach in excitement, and a smile so wide gracing my lips, I nodded in approval to Ariel's plan. I had decided all at once this was a leap of faith I was willing to take. Chapter 38. When we returned back to Xavier's home after our short trip to check out the apartment, every onus mood had shifted incredibly. I was feeling giddy, and Ariel was so excited she was constantly hopping on her feet. Vincent and Scarlett were also happy that we had liked the place, because that meant we would return after our flight. To stay, the apartment truly lived up to its expectations. It was close to the city, and had an entire wall of windows that overlooked the best buildings. Ariel and I had instantly felt at home, and considering it was close to both ZHS and Xavier's places and came at a very affordable price, Ariel was quick to seal the deal with the owner, disregarding my nagging about how we should at least take a few days to think it through. Think what through? She had said. I'm ready to move in. You can take your time to think your life through, and once you do, the place will be ready to move into. Back at Xavier's, we each went to our rooms to pack up the rest of our belongings. I didn't have much that needed to be packed, so I settled for my backpack only, which I carried in some of my travel necessities. I was quick to change into a more comfortable attire as we were nearing our flight time and everyone was already by the door. As I was hurrying down the grand staircase, I balanced my backpack on my arm as I was simultaneously shoving my other arm into the sleeve of a light jacket. When I neared the end, I stumbled over my feet and dropped the bag from my grip, hearing it tumble down the next few steps and fall to the bottom of the steps with a disapproving thud. I hunched over to grab it but was surprised to see another arm extending towards it at the same time. "I've got it." I frowned as I came up straight, staring into No's jade orbs. He lifted the bag up, swinging it over his shoulder and offering me a tight smile. "Not that easily, buddy." "No, it's fine." I reached out to grab the bag from his shoulder, but was surprised to see him lean back with a look of determination. I raised a brow in question. "Let me help." "I don't need your help," I seemed. This time, I reached out and yanked my bag off No's shoulder rather forcefully, watching as his eyes widened at my sudden show of aggressiveness. "I can take responsibility of my own bag." When I turned to walk the other way, I did a double take as I came to notice that both Xavier and Ariel were standing by, watching our action with questioning gazes. Forcing on a tight smile, I left through the door and made my way to the car, all the while thinking this will be one hell of a flight back. The familiar scent of my home hit me right in the deepest part of my heart and clenched tightly around the bundle of muscle as soon as we walked through the wooden door. I twisted the key in the lock and pulled it out, stepping further inside as Ariel walked in behind me and then Xavier shut the door. We had taken the flight back to our hometown in Illinois, Xavier joining along to help me pack and keep me company. And although a part of me was very ecstatic to go back to my apartment and home, another part of me was dreading the moment it'd have to walk away. I had an odd habit of forming unbreakable bonds with routines once I'd gotten used to something. It's very difficult to let go. Even though it's only been a couple years since I'd moved to this part of town and the apartment I was currently staying in, I held the place so close to my heart that it instantly became my home, a place I could never imagine walking away from. "Nora," Xavier called out to me, snapping me out of the jumble of doubts my thoughts had created in my mind. I looked over at him to see him standing beside the bookshelf set by the TV in my living room, his eyes watching me expectantly as if waiting for a reply to an unheard question. "Sorry." "What?" I asked if you'd like me to pack up these framed pictures. "Oh yes, please." I raised a finger to ask for a moment, then rushed over to my bedroom down the hall, reaching my closet and rummaging through the back for any bags I had left. I re-entered the living room with a gym bag which I offered to Xavier. "If it's important, it'll stand out," I informed him as his eyes searched among the room for anything to pack up. I gave him a small smile in appreciation before turning back to my bedroom. I searched once more in the back of my closet and returned with a bunch of old backpacks. Then I began with the basic necessities that I hadn't already packed up the last time I fled to Indiana. Some clothes. I only grabbed my favorites, knowing I'd be able to make up for the rest once we settle at our new place. No doubt a day, and an Ariel would already be dragging us to the city for some major shopping. As I rummaged through my closet, I came across an old shoe box hidden in the corner, packed with faded Polaroids, torn tickets, and random notes from some of my favorite times in high school and college. I smiled involuntarily as I went through some of the pictures, seeing the smiling faces of people I'd nearly forgotten existed. The sudden knocking on my wooden door snapped me out of my haze, and I looked over across my bed to see Ariel popping her head through the door. "Hey you, I'm done packing up. Would you like some help?" she exclaimed cheerfully. I frowned. How? I stuttered, confused. "Ariel, we literally arrived not 15 minutes ago." "Yeah, and?" she questioned, equally as confused. "Did you seriously manage to pack up all of your last couple of years within 15 minutes? Only?" I asked in disbelief. She scoffed. "I'm starting fresh, Nora. I don't need to carry my past into my future." I rolled my eyes. "Deep, Ariel, deep." I sighed, looking around at the slight mess I've created on my bedroom floor. "I actually don't have much left to pack, so I'm good. Thanks." I was met with a wide smile in return. "Then I'll go downtown to grab us some coffee. The usual," I hummed in response, and she left to go ask Xavier for his order. Once I heard the front door be slammed shut as Ariel left, I stuffed all my memories back into the box and gently placed it inside a wide bag, packing it up along with the rest of my necessities. Unlike Ariel, I could never leave my past behind. I should always carry it into my future. It's a part of who I am. My bedroom door creaked as it was gently pushed open. Xavier stepping inside, his eyes falling to my cross-legged seating on the carpeted floor. He gave me a warm smile, pointing over at my bed with a questioning gaze. May I? I staggered at his question, not expecting the politeness. Of course. Upon my permission. He walked in and sat at the edge of my bed, his gaze falling to me on the floor. I finished packing up the living room, but you should take another look around in case I missed anything important. I shifted in my seat to face him, smiling appreciatively. Thank you. His silver gaze shimmered under my bedroom's fluorescent lights, his eyes studying mine for a few seconds too long. Always, he replied sincerely, and my heart fluttered. I felt a warm blush creeping up my cheeks, and I broke contact with his intense gaze as I went back to the mission at hand. I'm only packing up the irreplaceable pictures and memories and all, I informed him. He hummed in response, his eyes studying my motions as I shifted on my seat and began standing up. I moved towards my dresser, pulling the drawers and sneaking quick glances inside. Will you keep your apartment? Xavier asked me after a few moments of comfortable silence. I exhaled a breath, thinking over the decision I'd made earlier during our flight. If I were to pay rent for the new place Ariel and I are thinking of moving to, there's no way I could also keep this one. I'm already running on a tight budget. No, I can't afford to pay your rents. I glanced over to gauge his reaction, and I found a slight frown creeping up his features. Xavier's confused silver gaze stared at me, as the wheels continued to turn in the back of his mind. I thought you were moving into our home. I took a sharp intake of breath, his words tightening my stomach. I shouldn't have been surprised that Xavier expected me to move in, after everything that's happened between us, but for some reason the thought hadn't crossed my mind. When I cowed for any proper response to his invitation, Xavier spoke up once again, the words rolling off his tongue slowly as he emphasized every word. Your hour. He hesitated for a second, then continued. My Luna, Nora, I want you to move into our home, and be beside me. My heart clenched and unclenched tightly in my chest. I feared I might have a heart attack. Was I ready to do that? I had come to accept, and even believe, that Xavier and I might actually be soulmates. The stories he spoke to me of went hand in hand with the indescribable feelings that were harbored in my chest, and I couldn't make any other sense of it. And after everything that we had gone through, a voice deep within my heart spoke in loud volumes that I would, in fact, go above and beyond for him and his pack. His pack, our pack, fought to come and rescue me when I needed them the most. They didn't hesitate 1 second when they had to risk their own lives in order to save mine, in order to avenge me and the pain and suffering that was induced by Darius and his men, all while I was still a stranger to them. If that didn't speak volumes of the length they were willing to go to in order to protect me, and how much they cared for me, I don't know what will. And even though I still felt like a stranger to them, somehow, they had already found a place in the deepest parts of my heart. They are my new family, and I know that I would fight for them with just the same amount of ferocity as their undying loyalty to their home, Alpha, and now their Luna. My thoughts were interrupted when loud, impatient knocks came from down the hall, eyes shifting to the front door. I excused myself from Xavier's watchful gaze and headed down the hall towards the front door. Ariel stood on the other side of the door with a frown on her face, balancing a tray with 2 drinks in one hand while sipping from her own drink in her other. Where have you been? I've been knocking for nearly an hour. I rolled my eyes at her exaggeration and stepped to the side to allow her in. How far in are you? With the packing and all. She spoke in rushed sentences. Once inside my apartment. Ariel twirled to look at me with gleaming eyes. Her excitement was so prominent on her features that it could be noted from a block away. I'd say halfway. I shrugged, not entirely sure with my answer. If I accepted Xavier's offer of moving into his family home, and was free of paying rent for the new place he'll be staying at, I might actually keep this apartment. And if so, then I wouldn't really need to pack everything up. But that's only if. Ariel let out an annoyed groan. I thought you'd be done by now. We need to take the earliest flight back so we can go furniture shopping. My eyes widened. I had sick visions while waiting in line. I'm thinking contemporary, maybe even try out the minimalist lifestyle. Her eyes gazed far off into the distance as she got lost in her own fantasy, imagining all the different ways she could start off her new life. I snorted. You, a minimalist. The noise snapped her back to reality, and her eyes found mine before narrowing dangerously into tight slits. Ariel. Xavier's voice came from down the hall, greeting her in surprise. You're back early. Ariel flicked her wrist nonchalantly. Short line. Anyway, we need to help this. She pointed at me. Finish packing up or else she'll take forever. She went over to give him his drink, mumbling something about an energy boost. Xavier frowned as he came to a stop beside us, watching her curiously. And you finished your own packing. Already. Apparently. I spoke up before Ariel could. She's all about that fresh start. I only packed what I needed, everything else is replaceable. She shrugged. Xavier hummed in response. Then his vision shifted to me. How about a lunch break? We can go to one of your favorite restaurants in the city. One last time before the big move. Ariel gasped, her hand coming up to clutch my upper arm in excitement. I glanced at her to see her beaming, bearing a wide smile, and instantly I knew what she was thinking of. Yeah, I agreed. We can go to our favorite place. It's a small diner a few blocks away. I glanced over at Xavier and he offered me a warm smile, nodding in approval. I turned to head back to my room. You'll just grab my purse, I announced. When I walked back out, Xavier stood alone in my living room, waiting patiently as he leaned back against the kitchen counter. He stood upright and gave me a small smile. Where's Ariel? She stepped outside for a phone call. I nodded, continuing my steps towards the front door. I was surprised when Xavier suddenly reached out and gently got a hold of my hand, halting me in my tracks. I shifted and my confused eyes found his. He slowly began inching closer to me until he stood a mere foot away, the heat radiating off his chest, spreading a comforting warmth down the length of my arms. My senses were overtaken by his close proximity, his addictive aroma, and the millions of sparks that traveled from his fingertips up my own hand, igniting a sensation that only he could ever make me feel. My heart began to beat loudly in my chest. You never gave me an answer. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips, his hypnotizing silver eyes glinting. His long fingers continued to gently rub soothing circles on the back of my hand as my mind raced with questions I could only whisper back dumbly. Xavier's smile widened, flashing me his white pearls. I blinked and was suddenly pulled out of whatever trance his intimate actions had pulled me into. I forced my feet one step away from his close proximity, letting the air wash the tension growing between us. His question finally made sense. He was referring to our earlier conversation in the room, where he asked me to move into his family home. I don't know. I stuttered a response, unable to hide my doubts and hesitation. A brief flash of disappointment washed through Xavier's eyes, his eyebrows slightly coming down into a small frown. He inhaled deeply, fixing his grip on my hand. I realized things might be moving a little too fast. He began to say, but as I've told you before, Nora, you are my soulmate, and my Luna. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I was ready to start my life with you. My heart sunk deep into my stomach. But if you need time, then you can have as much as you want. His lips curved up into a promising smile. I'm not going anywhere unless you order me to. My eyes had begun to sting by the time Xavier finished speaking, his kind words stirring deep emotions within my heart. I couldn't believe that I had been blessed with a man like him. Involuntarily, my hand pulled away from his, only to slowly curl around his wide torso. I only saw a second of the surprise that flashed through Xavier's eyes, before my feet inched closer to him and my face came flat against his chest. I embraced him with a newfound confidence, my entire body engulfed with warmth and his addictive mahogany antique would send that travel to my stomach and clench the muscles tightly. His chest had suddenly stopped moving as his breathing halted, taken over by surprise from my unexpected response to his considerate words. His arms then moved from being still by his sides to slowly wrap around my shoulders, his fingertips leading trails of sparks over my skin as he wrapped me in his arms. For the first time in what seemed like forever, I felt complete, within Xavier's arms, engulfed by his familiar scent and warmth. I felt right at home, beside my soulmate. And suddenly I was struck by the fact that it no longer mattered to me where in the world I was, how far I had to travel and what I had to leave behind, as long as it'd be with the person who made me feel whole. Is that a yes? His amused voice whispered lowly, his lips moving against my hair. I shook my head at his persistence while letting out a heartfelt chuckle, my arms tightening around his torso as I found comfort in the arms of my mate. And all the while, an inner voice chanted one word in the back of my mind, maybe. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to introduce you to an incredible novel. The protagonists are facing dual tests of friendship and love, and there's even an involvement of the mafia element. Docent the soundfa, especially the couple Nora and Noah. Their relationship is full of contradictions. Noah deeply loves Nora, but in a moment of impulsiveness, he almost did something that could break their relationship. And Nora's feelings for him are also complicated. On one hand, there's their years-long friendship. On the other hand, she can't reciprocate his love. This kind of emotional conflict is really heart-wrenching. Come and see what they've been through. Chapter 39. It was our final evening in the city that had become my adopted home. Our tight-knit group had planned one last gathering to mark the end of this chapter in our lives, choosing to dine at an upscale restaurant to savor our remaining moments together. After what felt like an eternity of sifting through Ariel's wardrobe, we finally settled on two of her remaining dresses. I opted for a midnight blue number that cinched at the waist before flowing loosely over my hips. I spent an inordinate amount of time curling my hair, letting it cascade in soft waves past my shoulders, and meticulously perfecting my winged eyeliner. As Ariel slipped on her nude high heels, which complemented her light pink fitted dress beautifully, the doorbell's chime reverberated through our apartment. I made my way to the entrance, my own heels clicking rhythmically against the tiled floor, and opened the door to find Elliot waiting with his characteristic punctuality. His warm smile greeted us as he asked, "You girls ready?" I nodded, calling over my shoulder to inform Ariel of Elliot's arrival. He was our designated driver for the evening. I grabbed my light coat, threading my arms through the sleeves, and moments later, Ariel appeared in the hallway, approaching us with both our clutches in hand. She passed mine to me, and we turned to exit through the door. In the car, we found Bella waiting for us, her face alight with excitement. Her hair was styled into an effortlessly chic loose bun, and she wore a stunning golden wrist that fell just past her knees. Throughout the car ride, my nerves were in overdrive. A persistent voice in the back of my mind reminded me of the terrifying prospect of breaking this familiar routine, the fear of leaving behind the life I'd grown so accustomed to. By the time we pulled up to the restaurant, I realized I hadn't uttered a single word during the entire journey, while the others had engaged in animated conversations about a myriad of topics. Despite my unusual silence, I was relieved that none of them had seemed to notice my quiet demeanor, too caught up in their own excitement for the evening ahead. As soon as we began to settle at our table inside the elegant but dark-themed restaurant, Noah started approaching us. A small lump began to grow in my throat as I remembered everything that had happened between us in the past few days. Our relationship had gone from playful and loving to utterly awkward and confusing. I hated thinking that's how easily our 5-year relationship was going to end. He greeted everyone with a general hey before taking his own seat perpendicular to mine. For a brief second, our eyes met, and I gave him a tight smile. "I'm starving, so let's get to it." Ariel spoke as she opened up her menu and began scanning the options written down, her words halting the waiter in his tracks. He gave a nod with a polite smile as he pulled out his small notepad and a pen, jotting down every owner's orders. "I think you'll go with the usual mushroom Alfredo," I announced as I began to shut the menu. "Can't ever give up the pasta. Can you?" Noah commented as he glanced at me from the corner of his eyes. What our gazes met. He gave a nervous chuckle. I forced on a smile. "Guess not." Reaching out for my glass of water, I took a little sip, my gaze moving around the table as I felt Ariel's eyes on me. She raised her brows in curious amusement, but I just gave a slight shrug. After a short waiting period, our dishes began to arrive. We wasted no time as we began to dig into the delicious courses, all the while discussing how different yet exciting this move will be. Ariel had her phone out and was scrolling past pictures, showing her inspo to Bella and Elliot, who hummed and nodded in response. I was surprised to find that Elliot was genuinely interested in the topic, encouraging Ariel to show more pictures of how she imagined our kitchen and living room to be. I chuckled at their excitement. It was amusing how excited they were even though we were the ones moving away. I suddenly felt someone's gaze on me. When I looked up, I saw Noah staring at me with the ghost of a smile. I raised a brow. He coughed and looked down, clearing his throat. "Nora, would you like to get some fresh air with me?" he asked, his eyes flashing to the front doors of the restaurant. I hesitated for a second, my gaze shifting to everyone else seated at the table. But to no one's surprise, they were too preoccupied staring at Ariel's phone to notice us. When my eyes fell back on Noah, I found him to stare back with a pleading look, and a voice in the back of my mind insisted that I needed to sort this out before moving, or else I might have to risk losing a friendship I appreciated altogether. So reluctantly, I nodded. A wide grin spread across Noah's face, and he stepped back to stand up from his seat. I got up as well, and only then did every owner's attention divert to us. "Well, just step outside for a while, you guys keep doing your thing." I smiled teasingly. Elliot rolled his eyes but didn't hide his amazement. "It's an interesting project." "All right," I hummed, biting back a smile while putting on my coat. Noah walked a couple steps ahead of me, and the further we got from our table, the tighter the knot in my stomach grew. Eventually we reached the front doors to the restaurant and we stepped outside into the chilly night. Walking a bit further to the side of the front door where it was quieter, Noah stopped in his tracks, his shoulders visibly stiff, and he inhaled deeply with his back still turned to me. And then abruptly he turned to finally face me. I stood back silently, expectantly, waiting for him to break the silence first. "Nora, don't do this," he finally spoke, a little painful strain in his voice. My eyebrows came down into a confused frown. "I'm not doing anything." Noah shook his head, exhaling a puff of air. "I mean tomorrow. Don't leave." My eyes wide and a fraction in understanding, but I quickly covered my expression with a deep sigh, shaking my head. "Noah, we've already decided. You don't even know this guy. This isn't about him." I narrowed my eyes in annoyance. "I'm moving for a fresh start. Not everything I do concerns Xavier." To my surprise, Noah let out a humorless chuckle. "You don't even realize it, but you do." My fists clenched down by my sides, and I felt the long nails digging into my palms. "You broke our trust. You moved us back and forth between two states, and now you're leaving us again. For him." I clenched my teeth, my anger raging inside of me. "You made me go to Indiana. For your own safety. Had you never gone behind our back and dated the guy, we wouldn't have had to seek his protection in the first place. Did you bring me out here just to blame me for everything that went wrong?" I hissed between clenched teeth. Noah shook his head. "I'm reminding you of all the reasons HES aren't good for you. And you are." A brief flash of surprise passed through Noah's jade orbs, and he took a step back as if my words had tackled him harder than expected. "Are we just going to pretend that what happened at Xavier's home never happened?" I asked, my live voice lowering an octave. Noah ran a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect key FF. "No, we're not." "Then tell me what that was all about." Noah laughed, his hand coming up again to rub over the small stubble growing on his chin. You can be so oblivious sometimes. It's excruciating. I frowned, not liking his words. I'd had feelings for you for years, Nora, he confessed, his eyes hardening. You always told us you weren't ready to date yet, and I always gave you space. I didn't want to force you into anything. But then you concluded you finally had the right to try and kiss me. My fists clenched again, remembering us in the kitchen back at Xavier's place. Then I owned it then. I thought I had the right to try. His voice had hardened, his shoulders turning stiff again. You were willing to give a guy whom you knew absolutely nothing about, whom risked all our lives, who's probably goddamned mafia, a try. At least I knew he felt the same way. Suddenly, Noah staggered back a step, my words hitting him harder than I intended. The brief flash of pain that passed through his once bright, shimmery gaze clenched my heart in my chest, and I quickly came to explain my response. I do love you, Noah, just not don't. My mouth fell open, interrupted by his sudden coldness. Don't say it. He shook his head, strands of his soft hair falling over his forehead. Noah, please. I pleaded for his eyes to meet mine, but he refused to. Suddenly, his steps began to near me as he moved forward, but just when I thought he was going to stop in front of me, his footsteps continued past me in complete silence as he moved towards the doors of the restaurant, leaving me standing alone out in the chilly breeze. My heart was clenching in my chest, and involuntarily, my eyes began to well up as I stared shockingly at the door he just passed through. I didn't want things to end this way. I was moving away the next day, and I had no other chance to fix things with him. This cowl didn't mean the end of our friendship, could it? My emotions were in a whirlwind. Pain, fear, anger all wrapped around my heart, and I gave a silent sob, a couple tears escaping the corner of my eyes and rolling down my cold cheeks. But then suddenly, I felt the air shiver down my spine and my stomach give a slight flutter. Without having to second guess, I turned around to face the only person I knew to trigger such sensations. What are you doing here? I rasped out, feeling the chilly breeze cool the long trails my tears had left behind on my cheeks. I wanted to make sure you were enjoying your last night. Xavier's warm, velvety voice spoke as he came to a stop a couple feet ahead of me. He wore a fitted black tuxedo, his hands in the pockets of his dress pants. Gradually, one hand left his pocket and rose towards me, and he ran the back of his index finger along the wet trail on my cheek. Those aren't happy tears. I gulped down the growing lump in my throat, moving my head to the side and then slightly dabbing the tears away with the palm of my hands. I began to explain, but the words felt heavier than before on my tongue, so I settled for one word instead, hoping he would lend prod further. Noah. Xavier nodded once, his hand sneaking its way into his pocket once more, and his eyes moving to the ground. I frowned, confused by his reaction. You knew. His silver gaze met mine, swirling with different emotions. I tried not to eavesdrop. He confessed, a hint of shame lingering in his voice. I sighed, surprisingly grateful that he heard our conversation, because that meant I didn't have to word it again. I didn't mean to hurt him, I whispered, feeling the lumps growing form in my throat yet once more. You're not obliged to love everyone back. My gaze met his shimmering silver orbs, my eyes welling up again. The pain and fear of losing one of my closest friends gnawed at my chest. But I do love him. Xavier's gaze softened as he took a step forward, his warmth and scent now radiating off his build, engulfing me in a comforting manner. His hand came up to cup the side of my cheek, his thumb gently rubbing at my cold skin. Just not the way he loves you. My eyes widened as I registered his words. How did you know? That he loves me. I mean, does he also know Noah tried to kiss me? My heart clenched tightly at the thought I didn't want him to. There was already enough tension between them as is. I could hear how his heartbeats rose within your presence, Xavier confessed. I inhaled sharply, his words unintentionally hurting me more than they should have had the power to. How long did you know? Did everyone know how Noah felt towards me? Since the first day we met. Alakin. I could feel my chest tightening as I ran different images in my mind all the times I could have come to the conclusion that Noah had feelings for me, but was too oblivious to do so. And I hated it. I hated feeling oblivious and ignorant and naive. All the things I swore I'd never be. Come on. Xavier's familiar voice pulled me out of my thoughts, and I felt his hand sneaking down to grab my own, feeling my cold, small hand be warmly engulfed by his own brought me an indescribably marvelous sensation of safety and contentment, and the feeling wrapped around my heavy heart like a magical blanket that shielded me away from all pain and heartbreak. Let's get you home so you can get some rest. Tomorrow will be a long day. When his lips curved up into an excited grin, my stomach fluttered once more, and I nodded in an acceptance to his request. Chapter 40. By early noon the next day, Ariel, Xavier, and I are at the state of Indiana. Vincent and then Seth patiently awaited us outside the wide gates of the airport, chatting animatedly among each other as we stepped outside into the chilly breeze. As if he sensed our presence, Vincent had stopped the conversation amid his talking and turned around to greet us as we approached him from behind. Xavier had tried to convince Ariel and I to stay at his house, generously offering to take us to trips to the city where we could furniture shop until our apartment is ready to move into. But we had to decline since we already planned to stay at Set H's apartment, and it also felt invasive because it was his tax home. Then we departed there, with promises of seeing each other the next day. As soon as we had arrived at Set H's apartment, Ariel and I tossed everything aside and rushed to the room we were to share during our stay. Too jet-lagged from the constant travels to do anything else, we had changed into cozy pajamas and within minutes hopped on to the large king-size bed, losing both our consciousness within seconds as we fell into a deep, much-needed slumber. Later that night, I woke up with a rumbling stomach. When I glanced over my shoulder, I saw Ariel to be deep asleep, soft snores escaping her parted lips. Gently, I pulled the covers off of my body and my feet fell to the floor. I hopped off the bed and trod towards the door, entering the small hallway and reaching for a door I faintly remembered to be the bathroom. True to my gut instinct, it was. I washed my face with cold water, suddenly feeling refreshed, and exited the bathroom to stalk towards the open living room. Faintly, I heard the sound of cheerful whistling, straining my ear to detect the source better. I followed to where it led me. Set H's open bedroom door. I knocked once out of respect to his privacy, but he didn't answer, and instead continued humming and whistling joyfully. I walked inside the bedroom, my eyes searching along the place. Seth, I called out. In here. I followed the source of his voice, which led to the bathroom. Pushing the open door further apart, I sneaked a glance inside to see Seth kneeling on the floor by his filled bathtub, his hands working at something. Scrubby, a dub-dub. There's a kitty in my tub, he sang in a joyful tone. Stepping further inside, I glanced over his shoulder with great curiosity, unaware that Hed adopted a cat. When my eyes landed on the creature in the tub, I let out an involuntary shriek, jumping a couple steps away. Seth, what the hell is that? He looked over his shoulder at me, his eyebrows lowering into a frown. Standing upright, he reached out for a towel and began wrapping it around the Arel, drying its fur. Titty, he answered. Are you kidding me? That's no cat. That's a freaking possum. Yeah, he said in a dudome. Whose name is Kitty? My eyes widened as large as saucers, unable to believe the man standing in front of me as he continued to scrub the possum with the towel, drying it of the bath water. When I found him, I thought he was a cat. He responded to my here, Kitty, so I decided that suited him as a name. He explained so nonchalantly as if this was the most normal thing in the world. I glanced between him and the possum in disbelief. You're mad, I whispered, frightened by the creature screeching as it moved around the towel and Set H's arms. Hey, Seth glared at me. I'm a hero. I saved its life. Sighing in defeat, I retreated towards the door, Whatever you say, buddy. But you better keep your kitty inside your bedroom quarters because if Ariel runs into this thing, she will burn the building down to its core. Seth grumbled, his fingers gently patting at the possum's head. I rolled my eyes and left the bathroom, making my way towards the kitchen where I began to prep myself a quick sandwich to have before returning to bed. The next day, Seth offered to drive Ariel and I around the city to visit some furniture shops. We left early in the morning, having a quick breakfast in one of the most popular local cafes. I had a croissant with an iced vanilla latte, and it tasted heavenly. Seriously? I sighed as I set my drink back down on our shared table. This drink. Heavenly. I voiced my thoughts. Bien quiet deception. I drank Mason and eerie great. I an undocumented changeling, and forced to cause at a low-level rate. This could be our new Yayas. Ariel beamed, her excitement for this move still evident. I nodded my head eagerly, agreeing. Hey, Sam, Seth abruptly exclaimed, causing us to flinch in our seats in surprise. He stared behind our shoulders as he waved, a wide grin on his lips.
We glanced over our shoulders
and saw Sam and Starlet both standing by the ordering counter, their gazes now fixed on us. When they recognized us, a wide smile appeared on their faces. A couple shopping bags in their hands. Hey, I greeted them cheerfully. Hey, you guys. It's so great running into you. Starlet beamed, her eyes squinting adorably. Were you guys shopping? Ariel asked. Starlet nodded excitingly. You guys should join us. We can direct you to some of the best shops around, Sam suggested. That would be really great, I said appreciatively. Soon enough we had grabbed our drinks and were on our way out the cafe's doors, strolling down the streets. It's so great that you guys moved here. Well, have a lot of fun. Scarlet beamed as she walked beside me. Her spirit was so optimistic and bubbly it was impossible not to feel better in her presence. I smiled widely, nodding along to her words. I have no doubt that we will. Seth, Sam, and Ariel were a couple steps ahead of us, chatting among themselves as they pointed at different shops and contemplated walking in. How are you with Vincent? I found myself suddenly blurting out. A mere second later, when I realized how embarrassing asking someone I barely knew about her private life was, a deep blush crept up my cheeks. I was about to apologize for my bluntness when I was surprised by Scarlett's smile. We're doing amazing. It's insane. Really, when you think that we met merely about a month ago. But I feel as if I've known him since forever. She glanced at me from the corner of her eyes, her gaze filled with awe. Reluctantly, I let out a sigh of relief. It's so great to hear someone else talk about how bizarre all of this is. Sometimes I feel like something is really wrong with me. I chuckled as I shook my head in disbelief. I know what you mean. This whole mate bond is one that is very difficult to grasp onto. No sane person could make sense of these feelings unless they actually experience them. We slowed our steps as Ariel was drawn to one particular shop. She walked inside and then was followed by Seth and Sam. Starlet and I lingered behind. Her gaze inspected me, my hands subconsciously fumbling by my sides, my nerves and emotions in overdrive. Believe me, I know how scary this is. Before Vincent, I had never even had a boyfriend. Starlet smiled, but my eyes widened. Then meeting him must have been very intense. I can't imagine how scared she must have felt, getting involved in all of this with no previous experience in the field. Starlet nodded. It was, but it was also one of the best things to happen to me, she confessed. It's almost like a fairy tale. Everything seems too good to be true, only it actually is true. I chuckled, enjoying listening to her outlook, and Vincent was very considerate as to never make me feel uncomfortable in any way. She continued on, a hint of great fondness in her tone. He was very sweet and gentle, and maybe even a bit old-fashioned. I frowned, confused. Vincent. Old-fashioned. Now how would that be? I teased, remembering his playful and teasing attitude during the time I'd known him. He took forever to finally kiss me, Scarlet giggled, and my heart sunk momentarily, connecting her words to my own personal experience. We dated for a while, and he had more than enough chances to try. But it wasn't until he asked me to be his girlfriend and then swore his vows to me as my that he asked if he could finally kiss me and actually waited until the word yes left my lips to go ahead and do it. Scarlet laughed again, but this time in disbelief. Wow, I breathed, equally as surprised by his behavior. I hadn't expected Vincent to be like that. Honestly, they're all like that. You know. Scarlet glanced at me from the corner of her eye, and a warm blush crept up my neck. They're old-fashioned in that sense. As if she could already hear my thoughts, I had wondered if maybe the reason Xavier hadn't tried anything was because he was truly attracted to me the way I understood soulmates to be. I had seen the way Vincent Caldut can keep away from Scarlet for too long, constantly holding her hands or wrapping his arm around her waist in a protective manner. But Xavier sometimes seemed too distant in comparison. He always gave me enough space, which frankly I was thankful for. But I wouldn't lie and say I hadn't hoped Taichi to get a little closer. I never really thought much about it. I confessed, my voice an octave lower than earlier, unsure if I was right to speak the words. I'm not. I mean, I don't. I trailed off, unsure of how to word my worries. I don't deal too well with physical affection. My face felt on fire by this point, my gaze secured on the concrete floor. Why is that? Scarlet asked in a low voice, before rushing. If you don't mind me asking. Of course. You don't have to answer that. I smiled, my eyes meeting her embarrassed gaze. It's all right, I assured her, my mind drifting far. I just didn't have the best experience with my ex, recalling how the gentle, loving touches had turned into violent, painful ones had my heart clenching tightly in my chest as I stood in the middle of the city with tightened fist. Oh, Scarlet whispered, her gaze falling onto me. I'm sorry to hear that. But she trailed off, and I lifted my head to meet her eyes. There you have your answer. She gave me a soft smile. I pondered over her words, confused by what they could mean. Then it suddenly hit me, and I gasped loudly. Xavier must have kept this little distance between us for this particular reason. He knew of my past, and he knew of how certain shadows still lingered in my life. Could that truly be why? I searched in Scarlet's eyes for answers to my unspoken questions, and they sparkled back with joy. Trust me, if it was up to him, he wouldn't spend a second away from you, she promised, a ghost of a smile on her lips. I bit the inside of my cheek, holding back the response that was on the tip of my tongue. If it was up to me, I wouldn't have let him. Chapter 41. I tugged at one end of the plain white bed sheet as Ariel grunted while struggling with the other end, bending at an odd angle with one foot on top of the mattress and the other flat on the floor. Ariel, I sighed, exasperated and out of breath. Wait for me to tuck in my end before going in with yours. It's not that difficult. I rolled my eyes. You keep saying, she exclaimed, before abruptly releasing her end of the sheet and lifting her hands in the air. I'm done. I need a break, she mumbled as she turned away from the bed. I groaned. Ariel, I called out after her as she left through the bedroom door, but she just shook her head. It's really not that complicated. Yet she always struggled with making her bed, incapable of lifting the heavy mattress and tucking the sheet underneath it. Even back at our old apartment, I had been helping her with her bed for as long as I could remember. But this time we had gone for a size bigger in bed. Instead of singles, we had promoted ourselves to small doubles, however. Now we had to deal with the consequences. It can't all be rainbows and butterflies and what? Am I right? With great effort and a heavy dose of patience, I managed to tuck the bedsheet in after another 5 minutes. Just as I had sighed contentedly and tumbled on top of the soft mattress, covered by freshly washed and floral-scented sheets, my phone began to ring from down the hall. I groaned in annoyance, rolling over the bed until I reached the end, hopped onto the floor. I walked out of my new bedroom, down the small hallway, and towards our open living room space. Ariel sat on our white couch with her eyes fixed on the TV, as my phone rang beside it. On my way to unplug my phone from the charger beside the TV, I blocked her sight from whatever was playing on the screen, and she mumbled a couple incoherent words as she shoo-ed me away. I rolled my eyes, glaring at her childish behavior, then grabbed my phone and returned to my bedroom. Once I shut my bedroom door behind me, I glanced down at the caller ID which read the name Mom. A grin spread across my cheeks as I accepted the call and brought the phone to my ear. "Hey, Mama." I slumped down onto my bed, my gaze fixing on the pale white ceiling and the simple silver chandelier hanging in the center of it. "Nora, oh my darling, I have missed your voice," her familiar voice sang, and it instantly warmed my heart. "I've missed you too. How are you guys?" "We're doing well, darling, but never mind us now. I just read your text." "What is this about moving away? When did this happen?" he questioned, concern evident in her voice. I had decided to send my parents a text informing them of my latest decision only a couple days ago. I knew I had to settle down first before letting them know, or else they might freak out about my big and sudden decision, and tempt me to cancel on the idea altogether. Ariel and I were talking about it for a while. Actually, we were in need of a fresh start, and we only got today. Haven't we? I spoke the words she repeated to me when I was young, encouraging me to leap at the first available opportunity to follow my dreams. Well, yes, but what about your jobs? Your apartment? Ariel was able to transfer to the company branch in this city. And as for me, I will finally have the opportunity to work as a freelance graphic designer, and I've saved up enough to get me through a few months until I get a grip on. Oh, and we found a better apartment here. It's bigger and has a better view. I smiled contentedly, getting up from my seat on the bed and stopping at my window. It has a great view of a small park below, where children played and families gathered. "Oh, Nora, don't you think you might be rushing into this?" She voiced her concern. I sighed. "I might be, but I'd rather live and make a few mistakes than overthink everything and then chicken out." I waited for a response, but the line remained silent for a few seconds to long Mom. I pulled the phone away from my ear, glancing at the screen to see the call was still ongoing. "That's my baby girl," a distant voice appraised proudly. A wide grin spread across my cheeks. "Dad, oh, I had missed him so much." "Hey, baby," he greeted, now his voice louder and clearer. "Your ma's just away tearing up. She's so proud of you." I rolled my eyes. "Oh, Dad," he chuckled, his voice resonating through the line, and I instantly felt warmer on the inside. "How are you doing? I miss you so much." "I'm all right, pumpkin. And I miss you, too. Maybe we'll come visit your new place after our trip is over with." "Oh, I'd love that." I beamed. "When are you guys returning?" "Maybe by next month." "Perfect. Everything should be done and ready by..." I smiled. "Well,
Darling,
it was wonderful hearing your voice, but the ship's about to sail, so we better go. Now you take good care of yourself. You hear me?" Dad's tough aid came on, and I chuckled. "Yes, sir. You do too." There came a bit of shuffling on the other end of the line. Then Mom's voice came through. "Nora, Nora, darling, I'm glad you are doing what's best for you. But promise me that you will be careful and that you'll take good care of yourself." "I promise." "Mom," I smiled, but rolled my eyes at the same time. If only they knew what I was able to survive through. They wouldn't be doubting how much I could care after myself, but I could never tell them the truth, even though they were my parents, because I knew how much it would hurt and traumatize them. They deserve to live their lives now and not have to worry about their adult but bad luck of a daughter. "We love you," my mother nearly screamed as rushing voices came from the background, followed by a loud horn. I squirmed away from the phone, but yelled back that I love them. 2 seconds before the line went dead, I chuckled to myself as I tossed my phone on my bed, now in a much brighter mood since speaking to my family. and I stalked back into the living room where Ariel was still sat in the same thought, only this time scrolling on her phone. That was my parents, I announced as I sat across from her. Her head lifted up from her phone to look at me. Oh, how are they doing? Good. I nodded. Mom was worried I might be moving too fast with my decisions. That sparked Ariel's interest, because she locked her phone and fixed her full attention on me. Do you think you are? I bit the inside of my cheeks, pondering over her question. At first, I was worried I might be, since I tend to overthink my decisions before I go through with them. But this experience planning on moving out and away within days, and actually going through with the decision sparked a feeling inside of me that was quite foreign. It gave me an adrenaline rush that made me feel like I was, for the first time in my life, living and experiencing and fearing. I have had my share of regrets and mistakes, and for a long time I feared making more. But isn't that how we learn in life? By making mistakes and regretting our choices. Because only then do we learn and rise stronger than before. Earth to Nora. I snapped my head back up, my eyes falling on Ariel's quizzical gaze. I was so lost in my train of thought I forgot she was waiting for an answer. Oh God, she groaned. You do regret it, don't you? You wish you never listened to me now. I interrupted quickly, my eyes widening. I don't. Ariel eyed me skeptically, her gaze moving across my face in search for any sign of doubt. You don't. I shook my head, a small smile grazing my lips. You know, and the suction. I just told my mom I'd rather live and make a few mistakes than overthink everything and chicken out. And I think that perfectly sums up how I feel right now. I glanced up at Ariel to see her face softening. It was a risk I was willing to take. And so far, it's playing out surprisingly very well. Ariel squealed, abruptly jumping up from her seat and nearly hauling me into a hug. Oh, I knew you wouldn't regret it. She embraced me joyfully, full of excitement. I chuckled, patting her shoulder twice, then pulling back to look at her face. Did you know? She rolled her eyes and fell back into her previous seat. This is our new beginning. We will make it worthwhile. I nodded in agreement. We will. Suddenly my phone began to ring again, the ringtone echoing in our apartment all the way from my bedroom. I got up from my seat and headed back towards my room. Puffing in aggravation, all I wanted was some rest. Today had been a very long day. When I reached for my phone, I wondered what could be so important that my parents had to call me back while in the middle of their trip. However, when I flipped the phone to glance at the screen, my heart sunk to my stomach when another name popped on the caller ID. Without wasting another second, I accepted the call and put the phone to my ear, my stomach fluttering. Hey, I greeted, an involuntary smile creeping up my face. Hello, Nora. Xavier's velvety voice boomed through the phone, wrapping itself around me in a warm embrace. What's up? I tried my best to sound casual, but recently I had figured out that no matter how long I'd known Xavier for, my heart would still skip a beat at the mention of his name. What are you currently doing? He asked. I looked around my bedroom, my floor covered by several bags waiting to be unpacked. Nothing. It can wait. I'd love to have you over for dinner, Xavier stated. But it sounded more like a question as he trailed off by the end of the sentence. I grinned excitedly. I would love to. Wonderful. Should I pick you up at 6? I hummed in response, giving my approval. Soon enough, we said our goodbyes and Xavier stayed on the line for a few seconds longer, until I hung up first. My first thought had been thank God I had showered and curled my hair earlier this morning, which meant now I could skip this part and spend the next couple hours picking my outfit and doing my makeup. Falling to my knees by the duffel bags and backpacks scattered across the floor, I began zipping them up and rummaging through. Ariel, I need your help, I yelled while frantically yanking out any dresses and fancy blouses I could get my hands on and toss the mattress. What's up? Ariel popped her head through the door, a chocolate bar in hand. Help me pick out something. Xavier will be here by 6. Her eyes suddenly widened. You have a date. Yeah. I sighed. Out of breath. Ariel suddenly squealed, jumping forward and falling to my bed. Rummaging through the pile of dresses, she grabbed a black floral dress that fell a little above the knees and put it to the side. Continuing through the rest, I stopped my action, watching my best friend go through the pile of clothes with a wide smile on her lips, helping me prepare for a date I was nervous about. Brought a wide smile to my lips and warmed my heart immeasurably. I felt beyond grateful for having her by my side and all the more excited for this new journey we were going on. Oh, we're about to have so much fun. She grinned, glancing at me from the corner of her eyes and winking creepily. I laughed out loud, feeling the weight of my nerves evaporate. And in its presence came a feeling my best friend never ceased to make me feel hope for a brighter future. Chapter 42. I was just applying my nude pink lipstick, the final touch to my subtle and glowy make-up look, when my phone dinged as it received a text message. I dropped the lipstick on the bathroom counter and retreated to my bedroom, grabbing my phone from off my bed to see a text notification from Xavier. Are you ready? I typed back that I am. Barely 2 seconds later, the doorbell rung. The sound echoed through our barely furnished apartment all the way to my stomach, where it twisted into a knot. This was our first date, but for some reason, I was so nervous my hands were trembling. Breathe. I forced myself to inhale deeply, feeling the cool air travel through my windpipe to expand my lungs and wash the trembles away. You ready? Ariel's head popped through my bedroom door, her eyes taking in my appearance. I wore a red flowy dress that fell a little above my knees with black boots, and was going to top it off with my black leather jacket. My hair fell down into loose locks, and my makeup was subtle with only mascara and some highlight and light blusher on my cheeks. Ariel's lips formed an O shape, and when she inhaled I knew she was about to blow a whistle. But I was quick to shush her. She stared at me confused, but I just shrugged my reaction off. It's not like I could tell her Xavier had superhuman senses and whittle him to hear her from 2 walls down. I grabbed my bag and slung it over my shoulder, and as I passed her on my way out my bedroom, I leaned in and whispered, "Wish me luck." Ariel winked at me. Blow his mind away. I giggled giddily, like an excited schoolgirl who's finally scored an 8 with her high school crush. When I reached the front door, I inhaled deeply to prepare myself to face the man whose eyes could send my knees shaking, and my heart erupting into 1,000 butterflies. When I finally opened the door, Xavier stood patiently with his hands in the pockets of his black dress pants. He wore a clean black tuxedo, looking ravishing. When his silver gaze fell on my brown ones, my heart melted in my chest. His lips curved up into a small smile. "You look as beautiful as ever." I felt a warm blush creep up my cheeks, and was glad I had gone easy on the blusher. My natural blushing will be more than enough for the evening. "Thank you." Xavier offered his hand, and I took it. The moment our touches came in contact, I felt the familiar sparks ignite beneath my skin, traveling across the length of my arm. I followed in his steps as he led me to the elevator, and motioned for me to go in as he held the door open. And when I passed by him, a gush of air brought to me his mahogany scent, and its familiar warmth wrapped around my heart and reminded me of all the reasons moving to this place was the right choice for me. It meant to be that much closer to the man I was beginning to fully accept as my soulmate. Because what other title could you give to a person who makes you feel things you never imagined to be humanly possible? When we reached the ground floor, Xavier and I walked past the front gates and found his black Range Rover parked right at front. He was quick to hold open the passenger door for me, and I smiled at his never-ending chivalrous acts. When we began driving down the roads, Xavier's voice filled the space around us. "How was your day spent?" I shifted in my seat to face him. "It was very good. We got a few things done around the place." Then I spoke to my parents on the phone. Xavier's eyes lit up, and he glanced at me from the corner of his gaze. "How is their trip going?" "Very well. They might come to visit my new place next month." "That's wonderful. I hope you'll have the pleasure of meeting them then." My heart skipped a beat. I never thought of introducing Xavier to my parents. He would be the first man it introduced to them. Although the thought made me nervous, it also thrilled me to some extent. I had a feeling my dad would enjoy his company very much. I hoped so too, I admitted, an excited grin sneaking its way up my face. We continued the drive down the familiar streets in a comfortable silence. Xavier tapped his fingers against the steering wheel, and as I studied his motions, I came to realize that ever since I'd first met him, this is the most relaxed he has been. There was a ghost of a smile playing on his lips, and he radiated off a feeling of great contentment. I had decided then that this was my favorite image of Xavier, today, with no grim nor frown lines covering the smooth skin of his features, with that ghost of a smile playing on his lips, and that little extra sparkle in his shimmery gaze. I wanted to make sure that he remained as so. So what are our plans for tonight? I asked as soon as we took a turn from the busy streets of the city and towards the silent and empty roads that lead to his estate. We'll dine in our open garden, Xavier responded, glancing at me from the corner of his eyes. My face lit up just imagining the scenery. I hope you've dressed warmly, he remarked in sudden realization, his eyes roaming over my leather jacket and a slight frown creasing between his eyebrows when his eyes fell on my exposed knees. I have, I replied instantly, wishing that frown away. Xavier hummed in contemplation, his eyes returning back to the road as he took a couple more turns. A few minutes later, we arrived at the wide golden gates of Xavier's pack home. As we neared the entrance, my gaze took in the beauty of the flowing fountain set in the center of the driveway. As it glowed with a fairy tale-like elegance, Xavier parked the car by the front of the wide stairway leading to the double doors. And within seconds, as I had barely unbuckled my seatbelt, HED arrived at my passenger door and opened it. Involuntarily, I flinched as I was taken aback by his sudden speed. Cheeky grin spread across his face as I scowled at him. Sorry, it'll take some time to get used to that. For sure, I mumbled with a small smile as I stepped out of the car. Our hands brushed as we stood side by side, ready to ascend the flight of stairs, and Xavier took opportunity of that short contact to trail his fingers across the back of my hand, before entwining them with my own. His warm hand engulfed mine, and he led me to the front doors of his house. The first thing to capture my attention as we entered was the fact that the place was much louder than the last time I'd been here. Contrary to my last visit, the house felt full of life as faint chattering and laughter echoed from all around the place. When I glanced at Xavier, he offered me a reassuring smile, before leading me to where the open living room space was. When we got closer, I found a group of people sitting around the couches conversing joyfully. They sensed our presence from a small distance away, and their voices lowered as their eyes came to study us nearing them. Instantly, they all stood from their places to greet us respectfully, their faces brightened by wide smiles. Alpha, some of them greeted, before turning and acknowledging me by the name I had yet to get accustomed to hearing. Luna. I then recognized Vincent as he stepped forward, stopping a couple feet away from me. Luna Nora, it's a pleasure to have you back. My eyes widened as my heart skipped a beat. Luna Nora. That sounded very foreign to my ears, but it had a nice ring to it, and carried a thrill that excited me to the bones. I felt the slightest bit of pressure as Xavier squeezed my hand in reassurance, no doubt sensing my unease. I glanced up at him only to take a double take at his expression. His silver gaze stared down at me standing beside him with a newfound emotion that melted my heart pride. It's good to see you. To Vincent. I spoke after too long, a small blush creeping up my cheeks. Every one's attention was fully fixated on me, and all I wanted was to cower back into a hole and hide within the comfort of the darkness forever. Come. Xavier saved me by tugging at my hands, pulling me away from the curious crowd. Everyone gave me kind smiles, some people of which I had the pleasure of meeting before, but most of whom were new to me. All I could do was smile back awkwardly as Xavier led us past the grand staircase and towards the open glass doors that led to the gardens. I apologize if that made you uncomfortable. No, not at all. I tried my best to cover my nervousness with a big smile, but I feared it might have come out as a grimace instead. I just wasn't expecting to meet so many people. Xavier let out a small noise, and when I glanced at him in confusion, I found him trying to hold back a smile. My eyes widened. What? That was only Vincent's family, if possible. My eyes wide, even bigger than before. I had thought those were everyone, but I guess I was the fool to think so, since Xavier had already told me 3 families lived in this large estate. Don't worry, he quickly spoke, trying to ease my nerves. Baby steps. I smiled at that, liking the way it sounded. Only then did my gaze shift to the scenery ahead of us, and my jaw slackened and fell in amazement. The large garden was illuminated by bright fairy lights that hung loosely between various trees, and they cast their glow on the hundreds of blooming flowers that led the trail to a small table in the far distance. Whoa, I trailed off, unable to form many coherent words that would describe the astonishment I felt. The scene was right out of a fairy tale, and I was waiting to be pinched awake. Come, Xavier offered his hand to me again, which I gladly took without a second of hesitation, and he began to lead us towards the table at the center. The dishes were already set, covered to keep warm, with long lit candles set in the center between our plates. The drinks were already poured, and if I listened carefully enough, I could hear a faint classical music playing somewhere in the distance. We shouldn't be disturbed, Xavier informed me, a small smile playing on his lips and a sparkle shimmering in his eyes. We have the night to ourselves. I smiled giddily, enjoying the sound of that. Then suddenly there came a tapping of 4 paws, something approaching us. For a second, I was alerted as I stood straighter and examined my surrounding. But when I turned to face where we came from, I saw the source of the noise. A light gray pit bull came charging at us. His mouth hung open, lifted edges in what appeared to be a little smile, with his tongue out panting for air. I flinched when he passed me in a blur, attacking Xavier's legs and letting out a couple barks that were too loud for my comfort. To my surprise, Xavier broke out into a chuckle, falling to his knees to grab the pit bill and scratch behind his ears. The tail never stopped wagging, and the tongue never stopped licking. In complete awe, I stood back and watched Xavier's genuine and affectionate manners as he patted the pit bull and chuckled at his attempts to jump on top of him. When Xavier moved his hands from the pit bull's torso to his ears, my eyes fell on the spot his hands had covered seconds ago, and an involuntary gasp escaped my lips. That caught both their attentions. Xavier looked up at me, a knowing smile on his lips, while the adorable creature stared up at me with intrigue. My gaze trailed from the innocent eyes to the countless bite scars decorating its torso, and my eyes widened. Xavier stood to his full height, his eyes studying my reaction before he commanded the dog with a simple sit, to which he immediately complied. Nora, meets Ander, Xavier spoke, his eyes trained on me. I gulped down the emotion swirling inside of me, and cracked a smile. He's adorable. Xavier nodded his head, glancing down at the dog and patting his head once. What happened to him? I couldn't help but ask. Inhaling deeply, Xavier glanced at the table, and motioned with his hands for us to take a seat. I complied and followed his steps as he pulled back my chair and helped me down, before taking his own seat across from me. His eyes trailed over to where the dog sat patiently, his eyes trained on Xavier, shining, and his tongue draped out as he continued panting. I found him a couple years ago, he told me, his eyes still trained on the dog. We rescued him from an underground dog, fighting ring. My stomach sunk when those words echoed to my ears, my eyes moving to the adorable creature that sat beside us patiently and quietly. My heart ached for him, taking in the angry scars that covered his torso. Anyway, he's in a much better state now, Xavier spoke, trying to change the subject. He reached forward and lifted the cover off my plate, followed by his own. The dish, to my complete surprise, was Italian. I stared at Xavier in astonishment, and he gave me a knowing smile. He remembered. All right. Hormones. Calm down. Please. He motioned towards the dish, and I lifted up my fork to begin eating. Throughout the next couple hours, we ate our dinner and conversed joyfully, asking questions about the things we had yet to learn about one another. And I found that talking to Xavier was easy, like it was second nature. We joked and we laughed, not like we had known each other for only a month or so, but as if we had known each other for as long as we had been alive. After dinner, Xavier offered that we take a walk in the garden to a place he wanted to show me. My excitement was at its peak as I kept asking him what it was, but the only thing he gave away was the fact that I'd really enjoy it, which only increased my intrigue. His fingertips trailed across the sleeve of my leather jacket, wrapping gently around my wrist, then sliding down to wrap his hand around my own. I watched the action take place and felt another involuntary smile spread across my lips, and I shifted our hands to entwine our fingers, gently tugging my hand to pull me forwards. Xavier guided me to follow a step behind him further from the house and deeper into the gardens, taking a trail we hadn't had the chance to walk down together before. The brightness began to fade as we parted ways with the fairy lights, and soon the only light that shone down on us was that of the bright moons. Xavier seemed to have the path memorized like the back of his hand, as he confidently led us to where his destination was. Soon we reached a small clearing, and when Xavier slowed his pace and pulled me forward to stop beside him, I found that in the center of the clearing lay a large pond. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips, my eyes taking in the natural beauty. I glanced at Xavier with wild red eyes. "Are you kidding?" I had to hide back my laughter. This place was beyond the extraordinary. Xavier's eyes twinkled under the glow of the moon, and he led me closer to the pond. When I sneaked a glance inside, I saw dozens of large koi fish swimming in the clear waters, the water which reflected the brightly lit moon and the millions of shimmering stars. "This place is breathtaking," I sighed in content. If I'd had this as my view, I'd never grow bored. My gaze moved from the natural beauty of the earth to the spectacularly infinite sky, and as my eyes traveled across the vast expanse, it suddenly hit me how perfectly this night has unfolded, with Xavier and I ending our date by standing under the glow of the full moon and the twinkling of a million stars. As I felt the fingertips trail over my arm again, I moved my eyes from the sight above to the striking silver orbs of the person standing a couple inches away from me. Only when I felt Xavier's exhale on the side of my cheek did I realize how close we were in proximity, with his warmth radiating off his layered black tuxedo and wrapping around my senses, his mahogany-scented aroma being all that I could smell as I stood among hundreds of blooming flowers. He was all over my senses, and when his hand lifted to trace an index finger across my cheek, my knees nearly buckled beneath me, so I had to clasp onto his arms for support. His gentle touch lowered from my cheeks to my jaw, where he rubbed soothing circles that only rushed the blood to my cheek. My gaze was captivated by his, and his by mine, and I felt as if all my surrounding was melting away into the complete void, and the only subject that grounded me to my present was the man standing before me, my mate. My hands moved from his arms to the back of his neck, where I pulled him closer to me with all my might, crushing my body into his so tightly that I felt an inch closer and our hearts might meet. When we finally pulled away, I had never felt warmer in my entire life. Xavier's eyes opened to reveal his silver gaze, tinted a hint darker than the usual, but glimmering with the spark that could burn the entire world around us. His arms curled around my waist and pulled me closer to his chest, the only place where I felt I completely and truly belonged. Epilogue 1 year later. I awoke one morning to the soft chirping of the birds outside our balcony, the rays of sunlight beaming through the open glass door and falling on the parts of my skin that lay bare. I rolled over the silky sheets of our king-size bed but found the other side of the sheets cold and empty. My eyebrows lowered into a confused frown as I studied the room around me, but found that I was its only occupant. Tossing the soft sheets off to the side, I pushed myself away from the mattress and hopped on the floor, the cool tiles causing a slight shiver to run up my spine. I followed the route to the bathroom and turned on the shower, letting the water warm up as I splashed my face in the sink and brushed my teeth. After a quick shower, I changed into a beige floral dress that fell above my knees, and brushed my fingers through my wavy brown locks to straighten them after a night of tossing and turning in my deep slumber. Then I quickly put on my white Vans and hurried out the bedroom door in search of the man I'd gotten used to waking in the arms of. As I passed down the hallway and towards the grand stairway, the joyful chattering and laughter echoed in the house, a noise I had not only grown accustomed to, but also started feeling empty without. It had become a part of my daily routine to wake up to the voices of families at our pack house, ever since it accepted Xavier's offer and moved into the pack home 2 months ago. When I reached the ground floor, I turned a corner heading towards the kitchen, the place where the voices sounded the loudest. As I entered the busy room, my gaze roamed across the faces of people it started to consider my family. "Nora," Scarlett exclaimed, a wide smile on her face as she gently pushed Vincent's arm away, forcing him to drop his hold from around her waist. He turned to greet me with a slight nod to his head and a smile on his lips. "Good morning, everyone." I greeted the people in the kitchen, most of whom had ceased their actions and stood by respectfully the second I entered the room. It was still odd, getting used to their behavior towards me, and no matter how much it tried to get them to treat me as an equal, they continued to view me as the superior I was too ashamed to consider myself as. "Good morning, Luna," one of the young pack members, a girl barely past 16, grinned widely at me as she poured a cup of coffee. "Have you guys seen Xavier?" I asked hopefully. Someone must have seen him. It was unusual for him to wake up so early and leave without saying goodbye. Scarlett nodded her head. It captured my attention and I diverted my gaze to fully face her. "Yes, in your spot." Wait, my heart skipped a beat, then started again with an excited rhythm. A big smile spread across my cheeks, and I quickly nodded and excused myself to go see him. As I walked past the open glass doors to the back gardens of the estate, my heart drummed in my chest in excitement, wondering what surprise he was up to delivering this time. Being with Xavier had been one of the best things to have happened to me at all 20 for years of my existence. No exaggeration. Every day I would awake with a feeling of contentment, and when our gazes interlock, my heart bursts into a million butterflies. It was no secret that I have fallen badly for him, and he never ceased to remind me that he has too. As I strolled through the gardens and past the trails that were highlighted by hundreds of blooming roses, the sun's rays danced across my exposed skin and warmed my cheeks, reminding me of that feeling of bliss I experienced every awakening since it started this new journey with our spot. Soon enough I had reached the clearing where the pond lay, and from the far distance I could distinguish the shapes of a table set in the middle beside the overlapping stones, 2 chairs across one another, and beside it stood the man of my dreams. Xavier had sensed my presence from a distance as he stood patiently, dressed in a simple black shirt and dark jeans, his hair neatly pushed back and an adoring smile on his lips. I cowed and held back my giddiness as I broke out into a sprint, closing our distance and crashing into his arms. Xavier groaned playfully as I giggled in response, my arms coming to wrap around his neck and crushing him to me, engulfing myself in his familiar warmth and addictive aroma. "Good morning to you," too, his velvety voice whispered against my hair, his exhale puffing an air against my cheek and leaving shivers across my skin. I pulled away to glance into my favorite pools of striking silver, twinkling with admiration. "What are you up to?" His lips curved as he gave me an innocent smile, gesturing towards the table filled with a wide variety of breakfast foods, from freshly baked pastries to skillfully cut fruit, as if the smile playing on my lips was enough to convey my happiness. A small giggle escaped my lips. Xavier's fingertips trailed the length of my arm, leaving an electrified sensation in their wake, and descended to grab a hold of my hand. He guided me towards the seats and we both sat down at once. "How did you sleep?" he asked me softly, his gaze never leaving my face. "As always, very well." Within these past 2 months I had had the best sleep of my life. Falling into a deep slumber while cuddled in the arms of the person I loved was an indescribable feeling. It was heavenly, to say the least. I started with a chocolate croissant while Xavier poured us both coffee, offering me sugar and cream to have just the way I liked. We had grown to memorize even the tiniest detail about one another, but there still seemed to be so much more to learn. and I was ready to spend the rest of my days doing just that. "What are your plans for today?" I asked, secretly hoping he didn't have anything in mind so that we'd spend a lazy day in basking in each other's company. Xavier continued with the promise of his ancestors by keeping a constant look out for any dangers that may lurk in the shadows of their homeland, threatening the safety of both its people and its soil. So on some days, he would be too preoccupied working alongside Vincent and Levi to spend time with me, and so Scarlett and I would plan a hangout with Ariel, and sometimes Seth and Sam would join us, the latters of whom had begun dating. But today, I craved Xavier's company more than any others. He clicked his tongue, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "No plans for today." I beamed, already planning all possible activities that we could indulge in. "Although," Xavier continued on, and I gazed at him in wonder, "I did mean to speak to you about an urgent matter." My fingers slowly let go of the chocolate croissant, setting it on the plate in front of me. "Of course. What is it?" I asked. But for some peculiar reason, my emotions were suddenly running wild as my nervousness increased. I watched Xavier confused as he pushed his seat back, his hard gaze holding mine captive as he stood from his seat and neared me. My neck was craned up as I stared at him in his full height while I remained in my seat, my heart beating rapidly against my ribcage, his gaze still holding mine a captive hold. He lowered down until we stood at eye level. My breath caught in my throat as I was so bewitched by his heated gaze. I had no sense of our surroundings. All external noises were once again vacuumed into the deep void, and the only sound I could hear was that of my rapid heartbeat. And I was once again engulfed by Xavier's addictive aroma, and my attention completely captured and bewitched by his striking silver gaze. "Nora," his voice whispered my name. I had waited my entire life for the moment I would connect with the other half of my soul. My eyes widened, the conversation taking a completely different turn from what I'd been expecting. "I have loved you from my very first breath, and I vowed to love you until my last, and then some more because loving you is the best thing I do." His words pulled at my heartstring, and my emotions were in a whirlwind as I rejoiced in the fact that he spoke the exact same words I found so hard to confess to him out loud. My eyes began to well up, and I madly blinked the tears away as I tried to clear my vision to see him better. But as I did so, I finally came to notice that Xavier was only leaning down in front of me to be at my eye level. He was kneeling down on one knee, and within the small space between our trembling bodies, his large hand clasped tightly onto a small black box that was wide open, its contents on full display for my eyes to see. A golden diamond ring. The gasp that escaped my lips was so sudden and full of emotion that it turned into a small sob. My eyes snapped back to his, full of surprise and disbelief, full of awe and love, as Xavier continued to gaze into my own with an immeasurable admiration and love. "Nora Wilson, you are my soulmate, my Luna, and the greatest gift this universe has blessed me with. Would you do me the greatest honor of my existence and accept my hand in marriage?" Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.